And with the power of the amount of people that are watching this now, we can do that by spreading the word of the severity and the seriousness of the situation. We've got a PDS tornado warning for Fulton, Peoria, and Tazewell counties in Illinois. So the original tornado just missed downtown Lewistown, and also, I believe, Bryant, just to the west, is now occluding. Now it'll be interesting to see what happens here. This new dangly bit is what we call it here, may try to produce a new tornado here as it moves in this direction. Caleb B is giving us a look at not the occluded tornado. This is so the part of the storm that we see there, the lowering, I believe, is the new rotation that's popping up here near Liverpool. Yeah, this part of the storm that's hanging off down here. And you hear me say dangly bit. That's what I'm talking about. This is the concerning part of the storm. What we're going to look for is for it to curl up, okay? Whenever it starts to resemble a hook, that means a new tornado is probably going to be forming here. Something that we can look out for that would be a good thing is if it kind of bows out like this. But I think we're in a pretty ripe environment here for this to continue producing tornadoes.
Thank you, Tony.
But that's likely what it's going to do here as we continue to watch this thing unfold.
Hey, Karina, what's up,
and
girl?
Just a reminder, we're also keeping an eye on all these storms back here to the west. We have no more tornado warnings in Iowa. Okay, so we had a tornado on the ground in Iowa earlier near Knoxville and Pleasantville. That tornado has since lifted. The supercell that spawned it is still here, okay? But it's no longer producing a tornado. We have to watch the storms that are approaching Des Moines, though, as those will be entering a similar environment soon, and those could produce a tornado as they get closer to Des Moines. Currently, no warnings, though, right now. Looks like Caleb B has come across some traffic here. My goodness, is this storm chaser traffic? Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, so the original tornado, I believe, is still up here. And the only thing that occluding means is that the storm, in very simple terms, the tornado is getting kind of absorbed into the storm, right? A lot of times tornadoes move this way relative to the motion of the storm, but whenever the occlusion process happens, the circulation gets absorbed up into the forward flank of the storm. That's what's happening here, okay? It's getting absorbed farther north into the storm. So pay attention. You see that right there is where the circulation is. And then if I switch back over to radar, the new area of circulation is going to be happening over here. So we've got an occlusion process happening, and a new tornado is probably going to try to form here and move towards Banner and Glassford. But everybody in the polygon here needs to be in their safe spot. This tornado could continue right on up towards Canton. Canton and Norris in Illinois. Take shelter immediately.
Shout out to the 7 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys.
Wow. Once again, some incredible.
He's got 180.
Downright.
Let me see what he got watching right now. He's got 124,000 people watching him right now.
Tornadoes
124,000
I
people.
can't share.
All right,
them,
Lenny, appreciate you, bro.
Over the air. We want to protect the copyright for these storm chasers. But if you want to see
Look at this one in the middle right here. Well, look at that, man. Look how dark that got.
Help me share it and get the word out about how serious the situation is. Please do so over on Twitter at twitter.com/Ryan Hall y'all, or just at Ryan Hall y'all. What's going on in Iowa? A lot of severe storms right now. We don't have any tornadoes in Iowa for the moment. I do expect that to change. This storm that's moving into Linville, Iowa, is starting to look a little suspicious again. I would watch out in Jacobs and Malcolm up there around I-80 in Iowa. I am also interested in this little part of the storm here near McBride in Iowa on the southwestern side of Des Moines. Neither of these are producing a tornado currently, but they could very soon. So that's what we're keeping an eye on, especially up here near Linville. I would watch that incredibly closely in Linville and Searsboro in Iowa, okay? Go ahead, Andy.
All right, Ryan. I think we're getting ready to see the next cycle of this tornado warning in Illinois. We definitely see those greens popping up there. That's where that rear flank of the storm that is descending air, and all that needs to do is establish and start connecting with the inflow here to start rotating. So I believe we're going to see the next cycle of this pretty soon here. This would warrant another tornado warning in the near term on the southern part of this storm, which would go more towards Pekin. But once again, this would also have the same ability to occlude and start moving north in deviant motion into the core of the storm and become rain wrapped. So, like I said, I think this is going to be a cyclical supercell. No matter how many each cycle, it's still going to pose an imminent threat.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. It does look like the rotation is picking back up here where Hunter is. And we're going to watch this, unfortunately, get close to some really populated areas here soon. I hope that everybody in
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. I'm worried that northern cell is occluded. We've got a strengthening circulation to our south.
Yeah, and Brad is unfortunately confirming our suspicions here of the strengthening circulation to the south. Guys, this is going to produce another tornado, I believe. And it's going to come right towards Pekin and South Pekin in Illinois. Really unfortunate timing with that occlusion. It's going to be kind of in the perfect spot to ramp up as it gets closer to South Pekin. So some smaller communities that are also in the path here are Radville, Talbot, Kingston Mines, Pekin, South Pekin, and like Schaeferville in Illinois. Now, if you're up here in Bartonville, East Peoria, Bellevue, or Peoria, I think for the most part, the tornadic threat is lower. It's not zero. Like Andy said, this thing could still go right up into Peoria.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But I think that the main tornado threat is going to remain to the south of downtown. I don't know that for sure. But still, you guys are going to get in on some major hail here. We're talking about 2-inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds getting ready to get into Peoria within the next 20 minutes or so. Yeah, that circulation is coming together right there. Unfortunately, that's going to try to produce a tornado here soon, moving towards Pekin and South Pekin. I know my wife is watching. and we've got some friends that live in this area, and hopefully we're doing a good job of getting the word out to them about what's going on here. And hopefully you guys are doing that as well. Right now, let's say this does produce a tornado and it goes through the town of Pekin. If everybody in that town knew right now, that's probably a 30-minute heads up. That's a big deal. So we're not, obviously we can't know with 100% certainty that that's going to happen, but if it does, getting that warning out early is going to be a big thing, positive thing. And it looks like it's coming down now. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's very dark. I did not like the look of this supercell, though.
Hey, Ryan, we've got a tornado on the stream right now.
Okay, so that is a tornado. This is a tornado that's on the ground right now in Illinois, guys, near Banner and Radville. If you're in Radville, Banner, or Talbot, you've got a couple minutes before this thing impacts your area. Dang. Sorry, I'm just waiting for some one more radar scan to come in here. Yeah, I don't like the look of that. Once again, tornado on the ground. We believe it was at least just a moment ago. Brad's in 1, right? Okay, yeah. Just to the south of Banner, and then this thing is just rare enough. You really hate to see this. This is a classic hook echo coming off of a monster supercell here. Meteorology 101 tells you that a big tornado is going to try to form right here. Go ahead and pull up the mesoscale. Where's Banner? Okay. Essentially, there's a chance that this kind of rides the Illinois River. If you're from the area here, you know where the Illinois River is. I do believe that if the tornado is still down at this very moment, it's somewhere near that river, near the Sand Ridge State Forest. Next up, it's going to kind of parallel the Illinois River between Manito and Talbot. Okay, and this is all very rural areas, but there's stuff out here. Okay, we've got the Spring Lake Missionary Church. We've got all kinds of churches in this general area. It's also a residential zone. And then from there, it's either going to continue to parallel the Illinois River, or it'll kind of branch off a little bit towards South Pekin and Midway. So an entire area between South Pekin and Pekin is where I'm currently most concerned about this potential tornado coming through here. Where's Chris? Okay, Chris is still in Lewistown. I don't know what's going on out there. Have we heard from Chris, Riley?
Yes, Chris is unable to chase. He has legitimately no windshield left.
Oh, wow.
So he's looking to see if there's anything he can do to help people. And then him and Caleb are going to be done due to the hail damage to their vehicles.
Okay. All right. you're just now tuning in, we got a tornado warning for Fulton, Mason, Peoria, and Tazewell counties in Illinois. We're really watching the southern part of the storm here to see if it's going to produce a big tornado. It looks like it's trying to. It looks like it wants to. And we did have one on the ground just moments ago. I don't know if it's still there or not, but if it is, this is still on a path to hitting Pekin head on here. Yeah, your storm chase can definitely be halted by hail, especially if it is baseball size hail like we're dealing with this storm. If you're just now tuning in, we have a very dangerous tornadic supercell thunderstorm southwest of Peoria. The tornadic part is going to move towards Pekin, but the entire Peoria metro area is really under the gun here for an extremely strong storm. A confirmed large and dangerous tornado is on the ground to your southwest if you're in Pekin, and it's heading your way. Do not wait for the last minute. Last couple of frames here, it does look like it's struggling with that last little flip. We're not seeing that big curl here, which is good news, but we still got a tornado here and lots of ground to cover before it gets into the more populated areas there. Currently have two tornado warnings. They are both in Illinois, and they are both associated with this storm specifically. So there's a lot of other storms happening right now. We've got a ton of severe thunderstorms moving through Iowa, all the way down into Kansas, but none of these are tornadic at the moment. We are mostly seeing damaging winds and hail with all of these storms that are moving through Des Moines. We're also going to see these move through St. Joseph, Smithville, Kansas City, and Topeka here soon. But once again, hail, damaging winds. That's going to be your main threats down there. Such a fascinating storm to watch on radar. Brad Arnold is behind it. I'm wondering if he still sees anything. Brad, whenever you get a second, give us an update. Are you still seeing anything out there? Getting dark, so it's harder to tell exactly where the tornado is. And honestly, at this moment, the storm chasers, this is a very important part of the process because radar doesn't look 100% convincing right now. But we really need to hear from the storm chasers if this is still down. And you can see how much more convincing the velocity signatures were back here. This is when we had the big tornado come down near Lewistown. move up just past Bryant, and St. David. And then we've got the new circulation over here. It's just not quite as robust. Go ahead, Riley.
Nick Gorman just had power flashes. We do not have a feed from him at this time, but they're unable to confirm whether or not it's from a tornado or inflow, but something is causing significant damage.
This storm, regardless of whether there's a tornado down or not, is going to be causing significant damage here in the general Peoria metro.
Yeah, sorry, this is a bad service area. I'm trying to get my screen back up. We had 20 power flashes probably about 2 minutes ago. It appears like it's on the ground, but it's tough to tell with just power flashes. That could be obviously from wind damage. But as soon as I see something, I'll let you know.
All righty. Thank you, Brad, Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, giving us the latest there. We just got a new, I believe, a new tornado warning in Iowa here. So let's check that out. I believe it's this one right here. And this is confirmed again. So this is the storm that caused the tornado back here near Knoxville, Iowa. It's recycled and it's producing a tornado again, and that's moving towards Malcolm, Iowa. Okay, Malcolm, Iowa. This is for Poweshiek and Tama County in central Iowa. Confirmed tornado was located near Malcolm, or 6 miles northwest of Montezuma, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. A damaging tornado is on the ground. Emergency management confirmed the tornado. So Malcolm, Brooklyn, and Hartwick, take shelter immediately, please. Still watching this storm approach Peoria. Man, I mean, this is just a perfect looking supercell on radar. The hail core is going to go through Peoria. You're starting to see the hail in Tuscarora and Hollis. You're starting to get it in Bartonville and Bellevue right now, downtown Peoria. Your next is going to be a very, very gnarly storm. The rotation on the southern end does not look as impressive as it did before. So hopefully that's a good sign. But I'm telling you guys right now, if this thing is capable at all of producing a tornado, it's going to happen right here. And it could be producing a tornado right now. It's dark. We've got the hook echo. We've got power flashes, apparently. That could be from strong damaging winds or from a tornado that's on the ground. It's going to come right towards Pekin. Okay. So this is a very populated area. We want everybody in their safe spots. Got two tornado warnings. One's in Iowa. That's for 8:30 p.m. For Tama County, and then the other one is in Illinois, near Peoria. We got a ton of storm chasers in this zone right here. I mean, Hunter is right here. Nick Gorman's right here. Brad Arnold's right here. Bryce Shelton's right here. Brian Allen's right here. I mean, there's no way that we miss this tornado as it moves towards Pekin. But like, I'm hoping what's happening here is the thing's falling apart. We can hope.
Thank you all for the 5 thumbs up. Appreciate y'all.
We can't talk to Nick.
I'm trying not to talk because I'm letting y'all hear him.
Are you seeing anything right now? Or what's the last thing that you saw that would look suspicious?
Hey Ryan, you got a copy?
Hey Ryan, we saw some power flashes about 5 minutes ago. We're sitting next to the edge of town. Right now, we're still trying to keep up with it. The inflow is still cranking, and we'll let you know if you see anything else. But the lightning is insane with the storm.
Yeah, Brian, go ahead.
Hey, we just went through Pekin. We're popping out the east side. We're going to turn around and get a view of the storm with the drones up. But there is no tornado sirens in Pekin at all. People just walking around. There's nothing. So if anyone's in the stream in Pekin, you need to get your safe spot right now.
Okay, one of the reasons that might be happening is because there is some power outages happening in this area too. So another fantastic use case of the stream here, a charged phone with cell data, they're still going to be able to watch. They're still going to be able to know what's happening here. All it takes is a phone call. No tornado sirens going off though in Pekin, which is a bad deal in a situation like this. If you've ever needed a tornado siren, it's right now in Pekin. As you are under a tornado warning. I'm hoping that this thing is like, I mean, it just doesn't look as healthy now. I'm hoping this thing is falling apart. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, it's hard to tell. We're hearing about power flashes. Jeez. And by the way, here is Chris's windshield. My goodness. Yeah, that's why Chris is no longer chasing right now. He's that takes some big hail to do that, by the way. And that's, the same storm that's getting ready to impact downtown Peoria right now. What are power flashes? Power flashes are flashes of light that occur near the ground, usually associated with power lines being ripped apart or like, maybe even sometimes transformers. And that's just usually a sign of very high winds. And a lot of times a tornado.
Sorry, guys. I'm back now. I had to go. Oops.
The lightning with the storm is absolutely incredible. If you look at Brian Allen's stream, he's got anvil crawlers there. And if you're anywhere in Illinois, between Winona, Pontiac, Bloomington, Hudson, El Paso.
Pontiac, man, that's gonna hit the jail.
More than likely, even from
Pontiac prison's gonna hit. It's gonna hit Pontiac prison because Pontiac prison's in
getting ready to cycle.
Pontiac, Illinois.
So the storm has been in a recycling phase for a while now. The original tornado occluded back here towards Bryant. There was a tornado that hit just to the north of Lewistown, and then ever since then,
shout out to the 6 people in chat
on this new area of circulation producing a tornado, and it has a couple of times. I just can't tell. I don't know what's going on. I feel like the supercell overall is dying out, and that's good news, but it's not a cause for anybody to not take shelter. It just means that this might not be a worst case scenario.
Come on, man. You opened back up already? Fuck. I'm gonna be live as long as he's live. I don't care who's on tonight.
the tornadic part of the storm is going to go right towards Pekin.
Not worried about that
Pekin.
shit, man. I'm worried about my
But
friends in the
tornadic
fucking
part of the storm
way of these
is
storms.
not as robust as it was back when we saw all the pictures of the tornadoes.
That too. I just said I had family that live in. Actually, you know what?
Yeah, they do.
Try to call Kelly.
They're in Iowa.
They're in Iowa. That's part of Iowa too.
I thought this is Illinois.
It's Iowa and Illinois. It's got Newton, Iowa. He's got Illinois.
Just mentioned
Illinois.
got,
I
both
tried to
two
call her
tornado warnings.
on Facebook.
One's in Iowa.
Then let me see your phone, so I can try to call
the
her.
other one is
Northern
in
moderate
Illinois.
risk
We've
danger.
kind of been focusing on this one in Illinois, but back in Iowa, I do want to show you that one. We've got a pretty tight area.
It passed Des Moines already.
We've got a curved supercell storm that is potentially producing a tornado near Malcolm. I would watch out in Hartwick and potentially Haven and Chelsea as this storm moves
I'm
off
gonna
to
have
the
to
north.
restart my fucking computer now.
But honestly, that is that's the warm front right there. That storm's going to ride off to the north. We might have to watch these ones up here near Davenport.
Davenport.
We've got this storm
Dubuque.
over here near Peoria. That's obviously causing some problems. But there's
Nothing
nothing
recent.
else down here in the warm sector. There's no more supercells right now anyways. So the very ripe environment for tornadoes is
Hear me?
kind of
Yeah, hold on.
you got her
dissipating.
number.
Or
I
the
have her
opportunity
number,
for
but I'm
storms
using
to,
the phone.
take advantage of it
To-
is slightly dissipating.
Let me
So
see if I know.
the storm
fucking
predictions center, I
stream
do
one.
believe, has downgraded the northern moderate risk to an enhanced. Now, the southern moderate risk in southern Missouri, Arkansas, and eastern Oklahoma that's maintaining. This is going to continue to be a problem tonight. We haven't even seen
I know, I
storms
bet,
down here,
Tony.
really.
I'm trying to get my other fucking computer on, man.
No.
And it's
Huh?
likely that those will be
Just
a
go in the
tornado
fucking
producers as
Facebook
well
and let
as
me
we
see your
go into
Facebook.
the later tonight into the early morning
Let me see
hours
it.
tomorrow.
Kelly. Nothing.
Man, if this ends up passing over Pekin and Peoria without doing anything, I mean that is a
new tornado.
No
warning.
new tornado warning for Illinois.
thing because this is kind of like the perfect
Nothing.
supercell,
I told you.
and it had just like the
Yeah,
worst trajectory it could possibly have had.
probably answer with
For whatever reason, though, it might not do a worst case scenario situation here, which is great news.
That's by Peoria,
I
Illinois.
want everybody in Pekin and Peoria to stay in their safe spots, though. Stay in your safe spots. Also, Germantown Hills, Washington, Morton, Peoria, Goodfield, you guys are all under a tornado warning now, too.
Tony, just be safe, girl. Oh, he went to the gas station. Brad Arnold went to the gas station. Brian Allen, Nick Gorman, Brandon Clement, Bryce Shelton.
There are no tornado warnings in Arkansas right now. There's a moderate risk for severe weather tonight.
Arkansas, if you're in Arkansas.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Really, where?
Look at the light show in Des
Like,
Moines.
what part of Arkansas?
What's up, Cole? It doesn't say. It didn't. He didn't say. He didn't say. He just said Arkansas. I heard another name. What's up, Cole? Thank you, brother. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, take it to your car now, Tony. Yeah. Let me know when you're done. I'm live as long as he's live.
Yeah, there.
What's up, Cole?
One storm chaser now. It's not a storm chaser that works with us, but one storm chaser was hit by the tornado in.
Oh, wow.
What was the name of the place? Lewistown, but he is okay.
Good.
I was honestly really concerned that more would be hit because there was such a traffic jam there.
Sorry if I can't see your comments right now, guys.
But one storm chaser got hit, and he's okay.
Thank God he's okay. Yes, thank God he's okay.
If you're just now tuning in, we are watching.
Is that
a
Mikey?
developing,
No, this ain't Mikey Cole. This is
a big supercell
Ryan Hall.
thunderstorm with a potential tornado here move through Peoria towards Washington, Morton,
Ryan Hall.
and Germantown Hills in Illinois. This storm looked like it was about to produce a big tornado. It did produce several tornadoes, but I think that right here, right before it's getting into Peoria, it's weakening a little bit. It could change very quickly, though, so we want you to stay in your safe spot. But still, just keep that in mind. I'm trying to share the good news as much as the bad news, you know? Who got hit? Storm Chaser. That's all I know for now. There's a lot of them out there, and it's none of the ones that you
Normally
have
see.
seen on my stream.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We'll go get the food. I gotta give me something to eat, yo.
Wow. I mean, that's amazing. The supercell has just... I mean, it's just being eaten alive. Still got a rotating area of the storm down here near North Pekin, though, that we have to keep a very close eye on. Anything new? No, not
Hey
really.
Ron, it's Chris. Just giving you an update. Had a huge adrenaline rush there for a second. The windshield is done for. We had bigger than baseball slapping us in the face. We're en route currently. Windshield is almost to near the Peoria area, and hopefully can get a windshield hopefully tomorrow.
Chris is abnormally happy for somebody who's just lost their entire windshield. That's a storm chaser for you, though. He'll get a new windshield. He'll be ready for tomorrow. There is an extended severe weather threat again tomorrow. I'm sure Chris will be chasing that. But by the way, I was getting ready to go back over to Iowa. There's still a very large wall cloud associated with this storm. There's a tornado warning for Tama County in Iowa. This storm is still rotating enough to maybe produce another tornado here, but it's not.
Okay,
It's
Tony, good to
not
hear that.
as prominent.
What's up, String
or
Bean?
promising, I guess, if you're looking for a tornado, as it was earlier. So if I'm up here in Haven and Chelsea, I am watching out. I'm watching that one hard.
Yeah, you guys are gonna get all this stuff you're seeing now, String Bean.
Peoria.
You guys are gonna get all this you're seeing now.
Supercell is just dying, man. It is
What's
just
going on?
going away. Look at this monster supercell back here. Produced a big tornado near Lewistown, hit some chasers, did damage near Bryant, produced bigger than baseball size hail near St. David. Looked like it was about to produce another huge tornado here as it approached Pekin, and then poof, poof. The thing is just going away.
Disappearing.
Thank goodness.
Yes, thank goodness.
You're
for
still
sure.
under a tornado warning in Washington, Germantown Hills, Peoria, so we want you to stay in your safe spots, but
Shout out to the 7 people in the chat. Appreciate
definitely
that.
it's looking like a better situation than what we had earlier.
Yeah, I'm trying to become fat, Bean. I'm already fat because the wife. I'm just kidding. It's Mike's fault. You know I'm only kidding. Hold on, man. Did I really just say that out of my fucking... Man, that better not have signed me out.
Yeah, whenever
Shout
you've
out to
got
the
a
9
bunch of
people in
storm
chat.
chasers out there in a situation like what we had there, where it was pretty chaotic and we had multiple tornadoes and there was occlusions happening and stuff. It's hard not like one of the storm chasers to get hit by the tornado.
What's up, 50 Cent? Yeah, man, I'm trying to get my fucking saying I'm not signed in. What the fuck you mean I'm not signed in?
Yeah, still a very strong storm getting ready to move into Germantown Hills. And we have no choice but to watch that storm as it moves off to the north and east to see if it tries to do anything else, because it's on the warm front. I mean, it's produced multiple tornadoes. We'll see what happens as it moves on off to the north and east. Honestly, it's on a trajectory to go towards Pontiac, but I don't know if it'll make it there. Trying to see if there's anything else happening up and down this line.
Hold on, guys.
A strong line of storms getting ready to move into Topeka, Kansas. The issue going on back here in Des Moines. We just had a big storm go through Des Moines. Another one's getting ready to come through, but the only threat is
there you go. I'm back on now.
Wind. There's a little bit
What
more
the
of a
fuck sign me
tornado
out
threat.
for?
The more
What the
east
fuck
you
is sign me
go
out for?
in Iowa, especially with this storm over here near Belle Plaine and Chelsea and Haven, but it's still nothing crazy.
No, that ain't never gonna happen. Me having boobs. Yeah, Iowa sucks for tornadoes for sure, Tony. I used to live in Marble Rock, Iowa, man. Sorry, guys, I need to stop. What the hell happened? No. Did he stop talking? Oh, yeah, he had to. Okay, he stopped talking for a minute. 106,000 people watching.
Just blown away by the the radar imagery here as this Peoria storm. By the way, Peoria, the storm's...
Oh, he was looking at something, Tony. He was looking at something.
You're down to one tornado warning, and that's the one in Iowa. So the tornado warning for Peoria has been allowed to expire. The tornado warning for Peoria has been allowed to expire. The only one that we have left now is this one up here in Iowa. And honestly, this one needs to be allowed to expire or moved a little bit to the north here. But if I'm in Chelsea, I'm definitely watching this, because it definitely looks like this one could still produce a tornado. Now we've just got a severe thunderstorm warning for Germantown Hills and Spring Bay over here in Illinois. What an incredible supercell. That was crazy. I don't know what happened there. It just hit a brick wall here near Peoria. And thank goodness it did, because this was I'm talking about a half an inch, 2 steps, whatever you want to call it, away from producing a monster tornado. This is the kind of supercell that you just never want to see approaching a metropolitan area like that. But for whatever reason, it's completely fallen apart. Remember, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a big-time severe weather risk here that is going to last quite a while. All right, you've got a continued enhanced risk for severe weather up here on the northern extent.
Here's for you, Tony.
Has been disabled. That's obviously we've seen 3 or 4 tornadoes tonight. That's what the moderate risk was for. But now,
all right, Tony, I'll look at it in a minute.
Or the target area, I guess you could say, is shifting to the south. We do believe that there's going to be some big-time storms down here tonight, and of course, we'll be able to cover that for you as we go forward. At some point, I will end my stream, but I think we're going to have meteorologist Andy Hill here for an extended period of time tonight, just in case things start going on with him. But I'm still here. I'm still going to be live here for the next while. So don't go anywhere as we're going to continue to cover these warnings. I also want to show you the future. All right, this is what the radar looks like now, essentially. This is what we're expecting to see over the next little bit. That line back here is going to continue to strengthen, and we're going to start to really watch the the potential convection out here in Arkansas and Missouri. Anything that pops up out here is going to have the ability to produce a tornado. It just depends on where it pops up and how long it lasts. Because look at all of that significant tornado parameter. I mean, the ingredients for tornadoes have never been more in place, really. But are we going to get a storm? That's what we don't know. And then once again, the severe weather threat does continue into tomorrow, and if needed, we will be live tomorrow as well, covering this through the Michigan area, the Indiana and Ohio area as well.
What's up, Scratchmaster?
This one is still rotating pretty good. I would watch that one in Iowa for sure. So is Arkansas only storms tonight? No, there is a tornado threat in Arkansas.
Yeah, it
tonight.
should
It's a
be. It
complicated
should be, B.
forecast. It just depends on if storms form.
I was live on Facebook for a minute. Tony, did you see me? Did you see me live on Facebook? I went live on Facebook first, and then I got off and came over here on YouTube.
Is Andy around, or did he start his live yet? Is he live?
No, Brian, I'm right here.
Oh, okay. Andy, we're interested in your thoughts about what just happened and the near future of these storms.
Okay, so the Illinois one first.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over this supercell. I've been watching the dynamics influencing it. So a little bit ago, it looked like there wasn't really that much support above like the first kilometer.
You didn't?
Above
Yeah, because I was live on Facebook.
For continued.
Oh, okay, got you. Okay.
I think that's
Happy
why it's
birthday,
kinda falling
Tony.
apart.
I didn't know it was
And
your
over time,
birthday.
we're actually just
Oh,
gonna
yeah, that's right.
continue to fall apart. I
Duh.
don't think it's gonna
Yeah, happy
persist at all
birthday,
as it
Tony.
goes to the north and east. So hopefully Chicago is fine from this. But again, all these areas are
Shout out to the 11 people in the
redundant
chat.
again for a cold front that's coming through with damaging winds, spin up tornadoes. So really, what happened with the development of this supercell, in my opinion, there needs to be a lot of power, a lot of local forcing for a cycle of a supercell to actually establish itself on the ground and spin up a tornado. So when it does cycle, that doesn't mean that it's absolutely going to produce another tornado. You know, it has to still be in the perfect.
What do you mean I'm
conditions.
done losing my
This one
mind,
can
man?
overrun itself. It can alter the environment in any way that makes it, not conducive for the genesis of another tornado. So I'm happy that it's mostly petered out here. Hopefully, it didn't do too much hail damage in the town or in the city of Peoria.
Yeah, I'm done losing my
But,
mind over
beyond
certain
that,
shit, man.
There's only so much we can
Going
see
on.
from the radar here, and
Depressed like a
analysis of the
motherfucker, man.
atmospheric conditions. So we're just gonna be happy for now that it was the better case.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update.
Bro,
And guys, if you're just now tuning in, this is live, wall-to-wall coverage of a severe weather outbreak that is ongoing here in the really right now the upper Midwest. But the energy is going to transfer farther south as we go into tonight and the early morning hours tomorrow. Immediately, the areas of concern are over here in near Cedar Rapids, just to the west of Cedar Rapids. There's a tornadic storm. I think the tornado warning on that's going to be allowed to expire here. We'll see what happens. But we've also got some strong storms around Des Moines. South of Des Moines, we're going to have a strong line of storms with 60-mile-an-hour winds move towards Mount Ayr. And then Maryville getting ready to get in on some 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail. That's moving towards Stanberry in Missouri. And then Halbachia down here. Let me switch to the Kansas City radar. In Wathena and St. Joseph, 1-inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. All the way down this line, 1-inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Also moving towards Topeka, Kansas right now. So we got a big line of storms with damaging winds moving across the risk area. The threat for severe weather outside of that is diminishing for a lot of these places, the tornado threat especially. But the tornado threat is not zero. So we have to continue to think about that as we get closer to storms happening. Looks like on the last frame there, our storm that just went through Peoria is going through a little bit of a split. It's still going to continue to decrease in intensity, though, as it moves off to the east, we believe. But there is a chance that some of the remnants of this will at least make it up in the general Chicago area, and we'll be watching that on its approach. Now the main tornado threat is shifting to the south, more towards, what do you call it? Arkansas, my bad. You guys know what I'm talking about. But still, the severe thunderstorms up here are going to be a doozy. As they work through Kansas City, pretty much all of Iowa, all of Missouri, all of Western Illinois here. JT, thanks for the 14 months. John, thanks for all you do, Ryan. You are fueling my 9-year-old daughter's love of weather and her want to stay informed. Keep it up, and thank you again. Well, thank you, John. Thank you. How does Rockford, Illinois look? Rockford, Illinois looks like the warm front is approaching. So these storms will come up towards Rockford over the next hour or so, probably produce some hail and some winds. So watch out for that.
I see 9 now, Bean.
Watch out for that.
Quincy.
Andy, if you don't care to give me just a few more words here, I'm going to take a brief, like a 2-second break. I'll be right back.
All right, I got you all. Hey, so just so you know, I have the scheduled broadcast that will go overnight here. Ryan will more than likely cover as much of the secondary moderate risk that's expected to go into the early night through the nighttime hours down for our friends in eastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, and southern Missouri. So that is scheduled to go on in a couple hours, and then I'm going to be on literally through the morning past sunrise. And I'll see if I can keep going after that. I'll do my best to go as long as possible and maybe go alongside Ryan on Wednesday.
Hey, Ron, we are southwest of Peoria currently, and tornado sirens just now started to go
You
off.
already know, or you're about to know. You're going to tell people. Sorry, the chaser's going to talk over me. I can't hear them when they talk, so you're just going to have to deal with that. Anyways, I'll be live. I'll be live through the night covering our friends down south there, and also wherever severe thunderstorm warnings and possibly spin-up tornadoes that warrant tornado warnings pop up through the cold front all the way up north. So Chicago will be watching out in the morning, Wednesday morning. Michigan will be watching out all day Wednesday. Indiana will be watching out all day Wednesday. Ohio will be watching out later into the night on Wednesday, which is tomorrow. And then also for our friends in southern and southeastern Ontario, you'll want to be watching. So make sure that you are staying weather aware. The system's going to last a while. Thursday, it should peter out quite a bit. So don't on Thursday, we're looking at not too much, definitely nowhere near as much of an event as today. Okay, so just wanted you to know that, overnight we're going to be keeping up with this coverage. keeping up with the coverage, making sure everybody is accounted for. So if you're in those risk areas further south, just in case, there's a chance this couldn't materialize, which would be fantastic. But just in case, make sure that you have a plan to stay up a little later tonight in western Arkansas. So that's Fort Smith, Little Rock, areas around Springfield, Missouri. It's a good idea to stay up. So get yourself a hot beverage. Play a few more episodes of the show you're watching. Have a nice family night. Treat the kids to staying up later than you can. And also, consider now just sending along a message to your employer if you have to go in. Just be like, hey, can I come in later on Wednesday if I live in Arkansas? Because I had to stay up and cover the tornado threat, just for my family, for my friends, just to make sure they're all okay. It's a good idea to, just ask for some leniency, because this isn't something that should inspire a bunch of storm anxiety. It should be something that, is good practice, keeps you weather aware, and just it's a nice way to go about things, just to make sure you're safe. Awareness is good. So that's something I want to talk about. I talked about that in the recent video I uploaded, so I'll reiterate it here just to let you know we will be covering this wall to wall.
All right. Thank you, Andy. And apparently, according to Chris, the sirens are just now starting to go off in Peoria. So if you're in Peoria and you're hearing that, rest assured that the storm is out of the area. I don't know what happened there. Siren fluke. But yeah. That's the storm is gone from Peoria in every sense of the phrase there. So there is still a warning, severe thunderstorm warning from Metamora, but I don't even know if they'll continue the severe warning as this moves towards Minonk or Minonk.
Not yet,
Shout
anyway.
out to Melina here. You've been she says, Ryan, you have been my sole role model for years now. I never miss a stream, and you are who I want to be when I grow up. You saw me on my 13th birthday, and it really made my year, so I really want to say thank you for everything. Hey, Melina, thank you. You're going to be an awesome meteorologist.
Yeah, it's fun to see that. Little kids, man.
I can't believe how incredible that Supercell was.
What's up, Walt Money? What's going on, brother?
By the way, there's a lot of video, a lot of pictures and stuff on Twitter that I'm retweeting here of this supercell. It's just phenomenal stuff. If you're into storms, you'll appreciate a lot of this. So a lot of people are asking about their towns. I know it's confusing, but there's really nothing happening right now in the southern moderate risk. We're waiting for storms to initiate. That we do have some convection down here. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that. But yeah, go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, still watching the supercell just east of Des Moines now.
What's up, Angel?
Fax in Prairie City in Iowa. I think it's right on the warm front again, so we could see that accentuated surface vorticity that would lead to a spin-up tornado in the near term. So I think that cell should be the next one we pay close attention to at the moment, because it is right on the warm front.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. This storm that just went through Des Moines, we've been watching it. It was mostly a wind and hail threat, but there is, a similar thing happening here where it's latching onto the warm front, and we might see this try to spin up a tornado here as it moves towards Colfax, Prairie City, and Newton. All right, so if we live in this area, we're not under a warning. I mean, we're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but we're not under a tornado warning, but we're watching out for the potential for a tornado warning as we go forward. Of course, I was doing so good. the whole allergies, Mississippiitis thing. But after a couple of hours of talking, I flared them right back up. Here's a picture from Brad Arnold of the tornado that just barely missed the town of Lewistown, Illinois earlier. Can my kids and I sleep safely in Wisconsin? I think that you're fine. I never ever suggest that people stay up and obsess over the weather, especially if they're only in a slight risk. But let me look at that exact location for you, just to give you a more clear view. Yeah, so yeah, I would definitely I would go to sleep. Yeah, you're fine up there. The thing is anybody who wants to be weather aware tonight should stay up and watch the situation unfold, especially if you're in that moderate risk. And Andy's going to be here with us through that. But if you have kids and they've got school tomorrow or something, if you especially if you're outside of the moderate risk by a significant degree, I think that it's okay to go to sleep. Now, this is another good moment to kind of call out something that is very helpful. A NOAA weather radio. You guys have heard me talk about these before. We've got them on my website. I talk about these all the time because I really do believe in this. His situation that he's in, can me and my kids go to bed safely tonight? That's a question that a lot of people are asking many spring nights throughout the year as these storm systems come through. Sometimes you have to, sometimes you got to go to sleep. Sometimes you can't just constantly be thinking about the weather. A NOAA weather radio from Midland specifically is your best tool to do that more comfortably. It's kind of like a smoke detector, right? Like if there's always a chance that your house catches on fire for whatever reason, but you're not up all night like looking around and looking at all the electrical outlets and stuff because you have a smoke alarm, right? A NOAA weather radio is similar to a smoke alarm, but for severe weather. So you can program them to where if there's a tornado warning for your area, it blares and it wakes you up in the middle of the night. There's even accessories on our website to where you can get a thing that shakes your pillow and wakes you up. You can get a flashing strobe light, and those are mostly for if you do have some sort of situation where you can't, if you've got some sort of disability, but also they just add to the sensation. So that's what I would recommend. Obviously, you're not going to be able to get one tonight, though. I think they sell them at Target. So I would just be weather aware, make sure you can get warnings on your phone. And follow Andy throughout the night. The Eagle Patriot said, Ryan, you saved us last week. You reported the tornado in Paris. You reported the tornado in Paris, Tennessee, 8 minutes before our sirens and the NWS sent the alerts out. I was already on my way to the shelter because of you.
That's why I like him.
I'm glad that.
That's why I like him.
I appreciate you.
Did you hear what he just
sending
said?
That message.
No.
Somebody.
I know. I
because
meet
of
you guys,
Ryan
I
Hall.
see you guys out
When
at
you're
Walmart
watching him.
now. Anytime I
He
go
left his
anywhere.
house 8 minutes before the sirens
I know
started
what
going
we're
off.
doing is
He was on his way to the
working,
shelter
it's
because of
purposeful.
Ryan. For what he's doing.
Those messages, that's why we do this. That's why we take it so seriously. It's why I have essentially dedicated my entire life to this.
Buffalo, New York? Talking about Buffalo, New York, baby. Angel is.
Well, really?
Career
Don't you laugh
success.
about Buffalo, New York?
I'm here a lot. This is what I'm doing now. And there's a lot of youngins that are interested in this stuff too. My boys are obsessed with storm coverage. We live in Oklahoma, and they want to know, where are our storms? Keep up the good work. In Oklahoma, your storms are still on the way. If you're in eastern Oklahoma, it might be a while, but we do expect that this dry line is going to continue to convect all the way down here. And that's going to happen soon. You'll see storms pop up around Wichita, and then eventually you'll see them pop around Cherokee, Alva, Enid, and
Tulsa.
I think that there's going to be some prefrontal stuff continue to try to pop up around Fort Smith as well. And I'm watching this convection down here because this is especially like this supercell or this cell, for example. We're going to have to watch stuff like this throughout tonight.
You got family that lives in Buffalo, babe.
Actually become
I didn't know that.
big hailers and stronger storms with potential tornadoes as well.
Only 70% chance of those. That's a lot of percents there, Bean. Only 70% chance of storms. Golly, look at that, man. Hold on, guys. Let me fix my camera again.
Nick Kristen Alexander says, Ryan, because of the awesome work you do, last Friday I was able to keep you on and relay the info to my sister who had a tornado about 5 miles from her house. It was the tornado that hit the town of Charlotte, Iowa. Thank you again for sending that. You guys don't have to, you're being super generous and awesome, and like, I really appreciate it, but you don't have to do that. Thank you. All pharmacy stores sell NOAA weather radios? Really? I don't think mine. Have you ever seen a weather radio at the pharmacy here? That's cool. Like, I think all pharmacies should definitely have that. That would be a cool thing.
I got you, bro. I got you, Angel.
You know where the pharmacy is. You know where.
I got you, bro.
I do think that a lot of
what's up, Tommy?
happen.
What's up, Tommy Roy?
Like a Love's.
I'll be live all night long with this because I'm going to go over to Andy Hall's channel too when he goes live. After this one, after he goes off, I'm going to go over to Andy Hall's channel. Actually, let me. Yes, String Bean, he did. He did
Cedar
sell
Rapids, you've still got
It's
some time to go before the storms are done.
it. With that, nothing much, bro. Just trying to keep people updated on the weather, Tommy. But yes, Bean, I'll talk to you about that later on, bro.
A couple tornadoes.
Let me call you after the live
Scattered
stream.
hail up to 2-inch in diameter possible. Scattered wind gusts up to 70.
They
miles per
merged,
hour
not
possible.
sold, exactly.
Guthrie,
They
Tulsa,
merged with the UFC.
Bartlesville, Ponca City, and then it also includes parts of Kansas.
Yeah, they merged with the people that own UFC. Dana White got a new show on now.
Convection that will continue down that line that we're currently seeing in Topeka.
I looked that up last night.
So that's a brand new severe thunderstorm watch.
Yes, and then the shareholders of WWE own the rest of the 49%, Angel. Yes. Dana White owns 51% of WWE now. But Vince McMahon is still going to be on the board. He's still going to run WWE. I don't care what the fucking news said, Bean. I'm telling you what I read last night. He merged with UFC. The people that own UFC merged it, and they Vince McMahon still and his shareholders still own 49% of the company. Vince McMahon's still CEO of the company. He's still running WWE. It's just that it's the branding company. It's the UFC branding company that owns it.
Where the main focus area is like several hundred miles away from San Antonio, but they ended up stealing the show because of some big hailstorm.
Uvalde?
Hailstorm Magna.
That's Uvalde, Texas. That's where that shooting was from.
By the way, the National Weather Service does this cool thing now where all the warnings get displayed in Spanish as well as English on the Twitter accounts. There's the Spanish information for that. Doesn't make it quite up to San Antonio, but it gets close.
Yeah, I know, right, Angel?
Honestly,
right?
it'll probably make it there. I mean, like, just the warning box doesn't right now. Appreciate what y'all do. No one else like you on YouTube. Keep it up. Thank you for the kind words. So nothing for Iowa City.
It passed Iowa City already.
I think
Yes,
the
Dallas
next
is
not
saying.
right. Yeah, there's going to be storms in Iowa City. You're right here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Iowa City's here. These are
I thought it
storms.
passed it already.
They're moving
No, it passed
forward.
Des Moines. I was thinking of Des Moines.
This one near Newton is still trying to rotate. Still trying to be our tornado producer. It's just not doing anything right now.
Shout out to the 10 people in the chat. Appreciate you
I
guys.
think there's a severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa, Illinois.
Ottawa?
This is going to bring some large hail.
I know where that's
probably, 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds to Serena, Northville, and Millington in Illinois.
Let's go right towards Chicago, man. I need to fucking get a hold of my mom. Well, she's in North Dallas. Dallas. Oh, my God. North Chicago.
Yeah, sure. How does St. Louis look for tonight? St. Louis looks great.
That's his daughter.
Hey, you want to say hi? Say hi.
Look, babe, look.
I see him.
Hold on, let me-
He got his baby boy with him.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was his baby daughter.
Look,
Yeah. Guys, this is my son.
it's
Say
his
hi.
son. Yeah, his son.
You screwed up.
Say hi. You see Echo? He just wants to push the button. Here, look, push this one. Push this one. Guys, this is a false alarm. He just loves this.
Look at him laughing.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Man, that fucking dogs are barking. God
They
damn it.
are.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't hear him?
He's like running
I'll be
around
right
having
back.
a ball. He loves when the lights flash.
What are y'all barking at?
Echo and the weather wife are delivering dinner tonight. Bye bye bye. Apparently, Chris Hall is having a problem finding a windshield. So Safelite has nothing available until Thursday, he says. There's a lot of people watching. If anybody can help our buddy Chris Hall out, needs a new windshield. Hopefully by tomorrow. We want him to be able to storm chase tomorrow. I don't know if we've got that kind of pull here. Y'all squad. That'd be awesome if we could find a way to help out Chris. Just nothing from Safelite. Ryan, is Davenport safe? Davenport is definitely safe. But there are storms coming. Okay, this is so this is a lot different than the last time we covered severe weather, where it was a constant, nonstop never-ending, just deluge of warnings. Tonight's a little bit different than that. There's going to be a lot, like we've already seen multiple tornadoes. We've seen, cars get flipped by tornadoes. We've got reports of one of the storm chasers, not ours, but a car got rolled several times by a tornado. We've seen several tornadoes tonight. There will be more.
Fuck off,
But it
Bean.
might be a little bit before they happen. It's not going to be back to back to back to back.
It's windy
In the
outside,
Storm
though,
Prediction
here.
Center
What are you watching?
is watching the same thing that I was just talking about.
Brightness
I'm
reinvented.
monitoring a potential tornado threat over the next few hours. A tornado watch
This guy
may be
can tell
needed
money.
within the hour.
Look,
This is for Arkadelphia, Little Rock, Pine Bluff, all the way down into Texas and Louisiana. Okay,
not him.
so this is the next area that we're going to be concerned about here for severe weather.
He does.
I know that, dude. I watch him all the
It's
time.
just slow. It's a slow burn tonight. But the tornadoes are still unfortunately coming. Chris Hall. Chris is still in. I think he's going to be able to make it up to Peoria, but I think he's in Lewistown right now. Yeah, so here's your moderate risk down here. This is the area of convection that I was talking about earlier, and that now the Storm Prediction Center is considering issuing a tornado.
I'll be right
watch
back.
for.
I'll be right back.
Lots of
I'm kicking
neighbor
these dogs out
juice
of the
down
fucking
here, y'all.
house.
Yeah, right.
Lots of it. And these storms are kind of in the perfect position to kind of bathe in it and potentially take advantage of that atmosphere and produce a tornado. Or 3. The Norse one says, have Chris contact me about his window. Man, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that through YouTube. I hate to make it difficult, because if you're wanting to help, that's amazing. If you're wanting to help, that is amazing. And I hate to make it harder on you. But
Stupid, kick my
the best
fucking
way to
vodka
do it would
bottle
probably
over.
be to join the
What?
Discord.
Kick my vodka
Or
bottle
email.
over.
What email should they send it to, Frank?
Ouch.
I'm drawing a blank. No, not Discord. Okay, well, help them. Help them.
That's
me
not gonna
help them,
happen.
help Chris.
I don't think that's gonna happen, Bean. He fucking them.
How do we get these people to reach out to us?
He said not guilty. Yeah, get them claimers, Scratch Master. Get them claimers, buddy.
Email.
Somebody's got to do it.
What email?
Somebody got to do it. Because it ain't me, it seems like.
Your email? Or my email? Aha, okay, that's a great idea. Community@RyanHallYall.com. Community@RyanHallYall.com. If you guys want to reach out via email to try to help us help Chris, that would be great. And we're not looking for monetary support, okay? We got that. That's fine. We're just literally looking for somebody who has the windshield and can help replace it. Safe Light is a bust.
Yeah, sorry, this is a bad.
Oh my God. Brad, any final thoughts on the chase tonight? And do you plan on chasing tomorrow.
Hey, Ryan. Today went about like I expected it to. We had a couple storms up on that leading edge that were finally able to tap into that warm front, and they were very close to producing a very large tornado. Just didn't quite happen. I'm not sure what all happened up in Iowa. It looked like there were a couple confirmed tornadoes. So I thought there would be two zones that performed perfectly as expected. I'm actually pulled off right now at a Casey's gas station, looking at models for tomorrow to kind of see if we want to chase tomorrow, kind of what it looks like. Initial reaction doesn't really impress me that much, but we will see. I'm not sure yet, but today was a good day. It looked like everything stay away from population, and that's what we always want. So
it's a very thunderstorm warning for Frio,
we
Texas,
did see
Frio County.
several tornadoes.
All right, Julia.
Today. And from what I know, around Lewistown, you know, there were some things and some people hit, but I don't think I've heard of the first injury or anything like that. So that's good. We had some tornadoes and nobody was hurt. But we are going to see more tornadoes tonight. We want to keep that record strong. We want to make sure nobody gets hurt. So we're going to make sure that we continue this coverage as long as needed. Once again, I'm going to go until I don't know how long I'm going to go, but I'm going to go until I can't no more, or until I feel like it's time for me to go. And then we're going to hand it off to Andy. Andy's going to do the coverage as long as he wants to for probably well into the night, into the early morning hours tomorrow. Rick, thanks for becoming an official sponsor. I appreciate that. Lots of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings now popping up here in Iowa as the hail gets bigger. 1 inch diameter hail actually moving towards downtown Des Moines right now. Indianola, you guys are going to get in on it. The storm that was trying to rotate up here near Newton isn't doing it as much now, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Rowley and Caseton and Monty in Iowa for 1 inch in diameter hail. The newest considerable severe is going to be for Savannah and Pleasant Valley. This is right on the border of Illinois and Iowa here. This has got 1.75 inch in diameter hail moving right up towards Lanesville. Get ready for that. It's going to be a big one. The leftover remnants of our super
Jasper County, Iowa, Madison County, Iowa, Marion County, Polk County, Iowa.
We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa, Northville, and Millington. I still don't know if that's going to make it all the way to the Chicago Metro, but we'll see.
Julia said hi, Trish.
And then we've got strong storms all the way up.
She said hello, Julia.
Missouri border down into Kansas. You just got a pretty strong storm there in Topeka. That's going to be moving towards Lawrence now. You just got a strong storm in Effingham. That's going to be moving towards Atchison and Eaton and Potter. We are getting some strong storms near Emporia soon. That's going to be moving towards Ulp and Waverly. But Kansas is getting in on the action tonight. We're going to see new storms convect along this line south of Wichita into Oklahoma. We're watching those. And a new tornado watch is about to be issued for these storms that are popping up around Texarkana. So things are happening tonight. And unfortunately, it's going as forecast. Which means that we will likely.
What's up, Vaughn? I forgot you were in here, Vaughn. My bad, bro. My bad. Damn it.
What program am I using for the on-screen radar? This is Radar Omega. It's the desktop version. It's what I use most of the time when talking about these storms. But you can get it on your phone. iOS, Android. There's a link in the description. They're a big supporter of us, so we always try to shout them out a few times during every stream. And there's just no other radar app where you can just click on Brandon Kopic and like see a live feed of the storm that you're looking at on radar. And
Yes.
if there is,
Tommy, Dad, that's her
there's
name.
definitely not one where you can click on Brad.
Tommy said, "Nice to meet you, babe."
Tornado sniffer. Of
Tommy
America,
Roy.
and have his
Thank
feed
you.
up.
Same to you.
So
Say thank you.
there you go. And then you got all these
Really?
other live cameras too. Stationary ones on towers. We're getting ready to have the Y'all HQ on here. It's just a very cool app. It costs money, but man, like sometimes good stuff just costs money. There's not a free radar app that competes with this one, like not even close. But hey, if you don't want it, if you don't want to buy it, you don't have to. You can just sit here and watch me show it to you for free, 100% for free on YouTube.
That's what I do. I'm not buying it. That's why I listen to him.
By what? Ghostbusters?
I do.
I'll be streaming all
I'm gonna
night.
Take a,
No, you won't.
Yeah, I will because I need to let them know.
Huh?
I need to let them know about this weather that's coming out all night. It's coming towards them. Oh, be quiet. Don't look at me like that in
I
camera.
want to.
No, you're not.
Am two,
I am not.
my
3,
Go shut up and go into do whatever you're going to get ready to do right now. What are you going to do?
$6.
Why are they in here?
Because you were in the
I do think
bathroom.
that these storms down here near Texas and Arkansas and Louisiana are going to start
And then
ramping up.
Then you
here
fell
soon.
asleep, you mean? Go ahead, say it.
So I'm going to
Yeah,
try to
that's
take
fine.
advantage of this quote-unquote break and try to eat
and I
dinner.
will be later.
That way we can be here ready to go, raring to go whenever these storms start to really ramp up again here in a second. I got the redirect set up. Andy, are you busy, or can you give me a minute on here?
Nope, I got you, Ryan. Enjoy your dinner.
Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
Well, Carly, don't forget to turn me on here. I got no camera. There we go. Hey, y'all. Let me tell you about what's going on here. There's still a lot of people here who are going to be out ahead of the path of many of these storms that will have, they're going to have an overnight brief tornado threat. Hopefully nothing significant, but I do want everybody who is still in the risk area today, throughout much of Missouri, you're going to get in on some strong storms and possible stronger tornadoes out there down in southern Missouri, south and east of Springfield, into central and western Arkansas. That will, whatever Ryan doesn't cover tonight, I will be covering through the morning. It does look like Chicago will get storms or a stormy couple of hours around.
You better listen to
7,
Julia,
8
B.
a.m. So,
She knows Mama Bear.
if you can now, it's a great idea to get some sleep in those areas now and to maybe wake up with a severe threat or have a nap or something. Whatever works best for you if you do have that storm anxiety and you want to be aware and awake for when the storms pass through your area. So Chicago, like 5 to 7, 6 to 8 a.m., roughly in there, your time, central time. St. Louis, maybe a couple hours before that or around that time. The storms are going to travel kind of slowly on the southern mode. So they're going to be passing really slowly through. So whenever the storms get to you, it'll be storming for quite a few hours. But in the northern mode, they're going to pass by really quickly. So we'll see Milwaukee to Chicago in the morning hours. And that's really where the severe risk is for today in those areas. And then it'll sweep across the glove of Michigan for much of the day. So like into the late morning through the afternoon to evening. There'll be a couple rounds possible in Michigan. By that time, though, tomorrow in the afternoon, Ryan will be back on, more than likely, if it looks like the risks are staying in place, which they are definitely significant enough for us to give you the nowcast the weather for you. So that's what to expect. Whenever Ryan does end this stream, be it in a few hours from now or however many hours from now, the way it's going to work is the YouTube live redirect is going to go straight to my channel. It's just going to take some time. So even if he's ending, it's not going to be over. We're going to do wall-to-wall coverage here. I aim, unless the threat is minimal and remains minimal, to maintain the stream going through the morning until Ryan comes back on. That would be cool, right? Wall-to-wall coverage. I think that'd be pretty cool. If it's just a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings at any point during the night, we're gonna hang out together. I'll keep you company, tell you what's going on every few minutes with each new frame of data that we get on our radars, and I'll just keep you company. That's what I'm here for, just to help soothe it and be a friend in these times, because I care about that. So yeah, that Memphis, you guys are going to be it's going to be quite some time for a lot of you in the South. Those storms, again, like southern Arkansas, western Tennessee, they're going to take forever to get to you. And because of that, there's also going to be a flash flooding risk. So we could see flash flooding concerns down in the mid to deep South down there, and whenever these storms do pass through over Wednesday. So slow moving storms down there, fast moving storms up north in the Great Lakes region are what I'll stay up to cover with you. Okay. So Indiana, add a couple hours from Chicago, mid-morning into the afternoon for much of the state, west to east. Ohio, looks like it's the evening time for you. Detroit, looks like it could be afternoon and evening time for you. Same goes for southern Ontario. So you go from west to east into Toronto. It's probably the evening hours for y'all, but you might get some morning storms as well, depending on what passes through. I think the primary risk over there is definitely going to materialize through the evening on Wednesday in your time zone. So yeah, absolutely. I care, and I'm going to be up with y'all. The last time I did this, I did stream the hailstorms that happened in the Dallas-Fort Worth area on Sunday. And even though we ended up with no confirmed tornadoes or no tornado reports on the SPC in the state of Texas on that day, as far as I know, it was still a grand time, and I think I was able to hang out with a lot of people and help them just feel better. That's the goal. That's the goal tonight. So I'll be here for you, and I hope it goes. I hope it's on the weaker side of things, so we can spare the anxiety some. So hopefully that helps. Look forward to that. Again, the way that's going to work is the screen here that you're watching right now is just, you don't even have to do anything. It'll just automatically redirect you to mine once Ryan is done. Right now he's having dinner if you're just joining us. So we've managed to make it through the primary tornado threat for the most part in the northern mode today. And we'll be, we'll really just be watching the development of the storms along the cold front. So that's Kansas City in the next hour or two. Topeka right now, it's developing overhead you, and then moving through eastern Kansas and into western Missouri over the next couple hours. We've also got that pocket of storms down south. That's near Texarkana right now. Those are the ones that we may see continue to mature. They're kind of overcoming that lid on the atmosphere that I talked about. And so if they continue to be mature down there, just strong enough to overcome that lid, then we'll see that tornado watch.
Man, that's crazy. I understand, bro.
The nighttime hours here. So hopefully that's a helpful outlook for y'all. And
Julia, you're making me hungry. I just ate.
Stream now. So take it away, Ryan.
All right, thank you, Andy. Guys, if you are just now tuning in, we are continuing our coverage of the severe weather here across this risk area from southern Wisconsin into Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, down into Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, and Oklahoma. We currently don't have any tornado warnings. We do have a tornado watch, but we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings. So I'm going to go through those, and then we'll go through the forecast again. We do have Sandwich, Illinois, getting ready to get in on some hail. We have Stockton, Illinois, getting ready to get in on some hail. and then Winthrop, Masonville, and Manchester in Iowa getting ready to get some hail. This storm here that was originally trying to latch onto the warm front and rotate has become outflow dominant, and it's now just some, in my opinion, it's some rain and hail once again coming up towards Toledo and Marshalltown in Iowa. Now, you have to watch that one closely. That could change, but for the most part, this is a severe thunderstorm. Des Moines, you've got a severe thunderstorm going through right now. That's going to continue to come towards Carlisle, Runnels, and Hartford in Iowa over the next hour or so. That's close to 2-inch in diameter hail associated with that storm. Kansas City, you've got a storm coming in an hour or two with an inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then we've got new storms trying to form just to the south of Wichita. These will eventually become severe thunderstorms as they approach Winfield, Arkansas City, and then portions of Oklahoma. And then last but not least, in our tour, we've got these storms down here in the south near Texarkana that are probably going to become the focus of our tornado threat over the next little bit. Now, I don't know how long it's going to take, but eventually that we will see a tornado watch come together here. And these storms are going to try to take advantage of the environment and produce tornadoes. How many, how big are they going to be? How long is that going to last? I don't know. We're not forecasting here. We're now casting. We're watching the radar, and we're seeing what's going to happen in the immediate future. So yeah, that's pretty much it. A lot of people are talking about in the chat, like, well, what about my town? What about my backyard? Well, here's all I can tell you. If you're in the risk area here, you have a chance for severe weather tonight. The red is the highest chance. The orange is the 3 out of 5, and then the yellow is your 2 out of 5 on the risk level. So that's it. Otherwise, we're just watching the radar. We can't literally look into a magic crystal ball and see exactly when the storm's going to hit your house. We just know that it's probably going to happen tonight. It's definitely going to be a couple hours if you're in Davenport. I see a lot of people are watching in Davenport.
73,000 people are watching it live.
This is our current watches. Tornado watch up here. Severe thunderstorm watch down here. A new tornado watch is likely going to be issued for this area soon. Ouch. Got a lot of this stuff falling from the sky tonight. That's not going to feel good if it hits you in the head, especially the spiky ones. Hate to see it. How's the HRRR looking for the next little while? So the HRRR did a terrible job with today's storms. So we really have to take this with a grain of salt. The HRRR doesn't even see our storms down here, so it's almost impossible to tell. But we do continue to see the line movies later tonight. And go ahead, Riley.
If you want to put up Caleb's feed, he's going to give us a tour of Chris's car.
Okay. Okay, we're not getting it right now. We'll wait until it pops up. And remind me if I'm not looking at it here in a little bit. Here's a live look at storm chaser Jaden Johnson, though. Don't know if he even knows he's on camera right now. What's happening here? Oh, man. But anyways, whenever we do get a feed up from Caleb, we'll show you a tour of Chris's car, which apparently has been heavily damaged. heavily damaged from our storm. Oh, look. Everybody's going to try to get in. Connor, this is Connor. I know all these guys. The Ridge Riders. This is Storm Chaser. A lot of these young guys out here trying to chase tornadoes. They do an incredible job. That's Connor and the Ridge Riders. After the storm chase is over, storm chasing just becomes summer camp, man. And everybody goes to Applebee's. Okay, we've got Caleb now. Let's go live to Caleb.
Oh my God.
goodness.
That's
is
some
Chris
hell,
Hall's
y'all.
car. This
The
is
hell?
a live look at Chris Hall's car.
Chris
Do we
Hall.
have the ability to talk with Chris? Chris, you copy? Oh, and this is Caleb's truck.
Oh, wow, man.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Chris, explain to us what we're looking at here, man. How did this happen?
Well, bigger than baseballs. The stream may come and go because service is very sketchy out here right now, but man alive. There's a dent on the back side of my car that is bigger than my hand right there. I don't know if that's going to come through or not. I'm still trying to connect to the service. I know it's coming and going. But yeah, there's a hell dent on the back of my car, bigger than my hand. But mainly just a lot of dents and a destroyed windshield. I mean, look at the front of the windshield. I don't know what size that is, but that was from one hailstone. Yeah, we were just sitting there looking at the tornado develop in front of us, and the storm took a very hard, unexpected right turn because we were plenty far enough away from the hail core at the time. And I guess it just took an unexpected right turn, and it really tried to get out of Dodge, and, well, yeah.
That took some very big hailstones to make that happen. That's for sure.
I think a lot of other chasers are in the same situation as me tonight because there was a lot of convergence on the road that I was on at the time. So
We're doing our best to try to find somebody that's got a windshield for you. I don't know if anybody's reached out yet or not, but we'll keep you updated.
copy that. I'll let's see if I can get my door open here real quick. And you can see, listen to this. This car has my full trust for the rest of my life. Let me just tell you, because for this windshield not to bust all the way through amazes me. There's no water leaking through it or nothing. It's just
Exactly.
shattered badly. And hey, I know this is off topic, but scrub blade wipers are still running good and far on.
Nice. Nice.
You see that, man?
Oh, wow. Yeah, you can see glass on the dash. You gotta make sure Chris has safety goggles from now on. Dangerous. Storm chasing's dangerous, y'all.
That's what I just said, man. Storm chasing's fucking dangerous. That and fucking being a firefighter. Two most dangerous jobs in the world. Being a storm chaser and a firefighter.
Had a few storm chasers today drive directly into tornadoes. I don't know if I should share their names, but all the storm chasers are okay. But there was like a one or two that literally got hit by a tornado and rolled over in Illinois earlier. Just really happy to hear that they're okay. Oh, we got
You guys seen
Zach
pictures?
Hall. Zach Hall's live.
Yeah, I
Zach
think that's
Hall's our
where they,
Arkansas storm tracker.
I think that's where he was, Tony.
If we can't talk to him.
I think that's where he was.
Zach, whenever you get a minute. Zach, we're live on YouTube. We just, we just went through the Iowa thing and the Illinois thing, and now it looks like we're going to go through an Arkansas thing. So just wondering what your take is on the situation and what your plan is for tonight.
Yeah, so it's kind of unfortunate, but my house is actually like in the highest tornado risk. So I've been home most of the day and kind of waited to see what happened. It looks like we've got storms going up in central Arkansas. I'm going to head east on Interstate 40 and keep an eye on those storms, but also try to keep western Arkansas in play just in case. I don't know about you, but I kind of have some concerns. I guess they're good concerns about capping. We'll see if these storms go. If they do, definitely has a high tornado risk through the late night hours.
Absolutely. So we've got a storm chaser down there in Arkansas. We're just covered from all angles here as the northern storm chasers.
Yeah, it was, Tony. It was.
Do Applebee's or whatever it is they're doing. The southern storm chasers are preparing for what could be a long night of seriously significant tornadoes. It's another one of those things, guys. This is not a slam dunk. The last tornado outbreak, March 31st, that was a slam dunk. Okay, that was like, oh my God. Like, yeah, we're having a tornado outbreak. Today, there's a lot of ways that it could go wrong. There's a lot of ways that the tornadoes won't happen, and that's a good thing. It's just one of those things we have to wait and see. The atmosphere is so fragile. Okay, it is so fragile. That's why forecast models aren't exact. Like me doing this, go outside and go into the air, and you've essentially changed the weather. Seriously, you doing that will, at some point, it might be several days from now, but will change the weather in China. And it's literally impossible for weather models to understand the intricacies of that. You know what I mean? So that's why we're not really forecasting right now. We're nowcasting. We're watching how these outflow boundaries play. We're watching how the storms react to the capping inversion, the warm air aloft. And whenever we see a storm pop off, we can latch onto it and start forecasting from there, like we did the one in Illinois today. But for now, we're just waiting and we're watching. And we're monitoring this this really strong line of storms that's severe, that's coming through Iowa here. Cedar Rapids, this is going to get closer and closer to you. We've got a lot of 1 and 2 inch hail reports coming in. That's probably going to come through Cedar Rapids in Iowa within the next couple of hours.
What's up, Vernon? Thank you for stopping by, brother. Oh, I got you, 50 Cent. Appreciate you, bro.
1.8 inch in diameter coming towards Osceola, the I-35 corridor. Ooh, the I-35 corridor really between Kansas City and Des Moines is about to be a nightmare as this line of storms kind of just lines up with it here.
All right, thank you, Tony. Yeah, I'll be on all night long. I'm going to be streaming this all night long for y'all, man.
The storm that's specifically approaching Kansas City, we've got a little bit larger hail. Excuse me.
I was watching a guy earlier today with Ottawa and Lawrence's. They were out here going the opposite direction.
We've got a little bit of larger hail coming towards Lawrence and Kansas City. If you guys didn't know, if you didn't watch the last stream, I struggled through it with the sniffles because we went to Mississippi. The tornado hit right.
Hi, Tony girl. Appreciate it.
Mississippi to go help. We were down there. And like it was a shock to the system because we really don't have a lot of pollen, a lot of budding here. But man, down there in Mississippi, they
you got how many people watching right now?
Like
we got
allergies,
74,000 people watching right now. Got 74K, man.
Fire ants, got a terrible sunburn. It was all worth it though, but the residual Mississippi-itis is still lingering. So that's why I've still got the sniffles and the sneezes and stuff. I'm fine. I'm not sick at all.
I will
infection or anything.
Try to be.
Just got a little bit of leftover Mississippi.
I'll try to. I think what I'll do is if I'll go 11 hours and 55 minutes on this one.
Stuff, when Arkansas got hit by a tornado the other day, Sullivan, Illinois or Indiana, and Covington, Tennessee, a couple different places, all got hit by tornadoes. And the Y'all Squad is showing up in those cities. Chris has been in Wynn for a while. We've dropped off U-Haul loads full of supplies. At some point, we're going to go to Sullivan and these places in Tennessee as well. We're just trying to work around it and making sure that we can cover the active storms too, because this is our main job. We like doing the Y'all Squad. We like helping. We like doing all that, but our main focus is to keep you updated on.
Well, Vernon, congratulations, bro. 500 bucks.
We are utilizing all that that we raised, and we will continue to do that all through the next couple of weeks. Here's some hail in Topeka.
You deserve it, bro.
This is from Michael Reb.
Look at all that hail, boy. Look at that hail.
Key to dime size hail. Once again, thank you for sending this in. Chenille, thank you for tagging the National Weather Service. Guys, when you see this guy on Twitter, just reply to him and be like, thank you so much. Because this guy is a trooper, man.
What are you doing?
He is just responding to every single one of these reports.
You just got done smoking.
Tagging the National Weather Service.
I could tell you did by the look on your
We can
freaking
help
eye.
him out by doing that for him. But I'm glad he's here.
Sure did.
1130? Man, they keep purging me, man. Fucking YouTube sucks. No, I'm just kidding.
Feel free to send in your reports like that if you can do so safely. We're going to have a lot of hail come through these areas over the next little bit. Kansas City is next. Topeka, you're getting now. Lawrence, St. Joseph, Kansas City, you guys are next in line for sure.
Congratulations, Bean. I keep getting purged. I almost had 700. Now I'm down to like 685. Again.
On Twitter right now, guys. Can't show it. Gotta, deal with the whole copyright thing. But if you want to see it, it's on Twitter, and it is amazing. Just amazing tornado footage from Iowa earlier today. And my goodness, this is the one, son. That's the dent. That's a hail dent, bigger than Chris's hands.
Look at that. That's from the fucking hail earlier.
Chris's car
When it broke his window out.
is plumb ruined.
When it broke his window.
It is
It didn't
ruined.
shatter the window all the way through, but
Corey in Sandwich, Illinois, earlier this afternoon. Pretty big hail there.
golly. Y'all seeing
some
this?
more video of the hail in Topeka. So this what you're seeing from NOAA here, this is coming for Kansas City. I would prepare for a storm similar to this in Kansas City. We got a hailstorm coming.
Golly, look at all that.
Yeah, the spoon for reference is pretty good. Braided Chickasaw, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Rick says, thanks for what you're doing and what your team does. Thank you, Rick. Harold, thank you so much. Ryan, thanks for becoming a member. John, Southern Wisconsin, please. Southern Wisconsin, you're under extreme Southern Wisconsin, you're under an enhanced risk of severe weather tonight. The next 2 hours or so is when the most severe weather will happen. And the tornado probabilities are low, but not zero. What was the name of your forecasting program? I know you mentioned it could be downloaded on Android. I would like to get it. So what I use as a radar app is Radar Omega. You can look at forecast models on there, but it's like, it costs extra, okay? And I'm not trying to get you guys to spend money, all right? Radar Omega, you pay once flat fee, and you've got all the good radar features that you need. But you can like look at the HRRR model and all that stuff if you get like a subscription tier. But as far as the forecasting program that I use, it's just whatever is available to look at weather models.
Yeah, I don't
Right?
listen
A lot
to
of
the
people
news,
just
bro.
put little weather. So just
He's
keep
more
that in mind.
accurate than the fucking news.
You know, if you're trying to
That's
get
why I watch
forecasting
him.
Models, you can look at those for free.
That's why I
online.
watch him, bro, because he's more
You can look
accurate
at
than the
them
news.
on the Radar Omega app too, which is pretty cool. Jaron, thank you. In Metallica, thank you for being a member for 8 months. Raptor for 7. Clark, will you tell me if Sullivan, Indiana will get hit? I don't think so. I think that there's definitely a chance for severe weather again tomorrow in Sullivan. But I don't think we're talking about the same kind of deal that we had
What about
before.
Texas?
You know,
What do you mean, bro?
That tomorrow's severe weather threat is much smaller.
You talking about with Trump? You talking about Trump, Vernon? I know.
It's not zero though, and it's for a large area. 30 million people or something are included in that risk.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Trump.
Here's some more hail
I already know.
from Andrew. This is in Neenah, Wisconsin.
Is that what you're talking about? Yes or no?
What about them?
How's Tennessee looking tomorrow? Tennessee's going to get some storms. It's not looking terrible. It's another one
Yeah.
of those wait and see kind
Yeah,
of
I know it,
things.
bro.
What about them?
Oh, Vernon was saying something about it.
Like what?
He's just sick of that bullshit.
Sir, you need to go to jail and see what it is about.
Yeah, and he needs to go to jail to see what jail's really about.
Is there a tornado threat in Kansas City? Not really. Like
I
there's
know it, for
definitely a
real.
chance.
Nah, I
I'd
got
like to
you,
see a
bro.
tornado up there, but it's very low. It's very low.
There was a storm that just had South by such a.
We're mostly looking at the potential for damaging winds.
Ooh. Damn, Tony. I'll pray for your car, Tony. I'll pray for you guys
If
as
you're just now
well.
tuning in, the tornado threat isn't over for everybody though. And actually, you know what? Inspecting these a little bit closer, like there definitely is some spin with this storm in Kansas. I mean, you see that? That could lead up to a spin-up tornado as it approaches Kansas City. There's also some rotation on these parts of the storm as well. So Kansas City, you've got a line of really strong storms heading towards you with embedded rotations. So I would definitely watch out for that for sure.
Kansas City.
I am watching the southern Arkansas storms very closely.
I don't either, Breen.
But I mean, the cap is getting to them. I mean, I see it. I see what's happening. And you'll hear myself and Andy and Storm Chasers talk about cap a lot if you're following weather. And basically all that means is
The rain and
there's warm air
and
above.
the cold air.
So there's less instability, right? Because how does weather happen? How do storms happen? You got warm, moist air rising into cooler air a lot. Well, what happens if you got warm, moist air and then you've got warm air above that? It's not going to be able to rise, even if there's a lot of cool air above the warm air that's above the warm air.
Now we're not going to get none of that.
There's a cap, there's a
Will it be
lid
sometime
on the
like
ability
2 o'clock
for
in the
that
morning?
warm air
No.
to rise.
It's already
So
passed.
that's what capping is. There's a
It's not
big
past
warm
2
air
o'clock.
inversion through a lot of
It's already
this
past
area.
us.
And a lot of
Look.
times that either leads to no storms Or
We're still in it,
can
though.
help lead to
We're
discrete
still in
storms.
like
If
the
there's
yellow.
one or two
See the
areas where
yellow
the cap
and the brown?
bursts. That can actually be a bad thing.
Oh, it's got full coverage
How
insurance?
long will I be streaming? What time did we start?
They both are.
What?
Start at 6. We'll go until at least midnight. And if there's no reason, if there's like no ongoing, like, oh my goodness, like we need to keep going, you know, we might call it a night then. But meteorologist
You just scratched me.
streaming for the rest
Cut
of
your
the night. I don't
fucking
know.
nails, woman.
Oh,
He
no,
claimed that
I'm
he's gonna
not.
go until like 8
They'll
a.m.
fall
or
off
something.
sooner or later.
So
Get out of my
we're
shit.
trying to get to a
No.
point
I'm just kidding.
where we have 24/7 coverage here on YouTube. I can do it, but
Politicians are crooks.
you know,
They're criminals.
I like to
They
see
make
at
promises
least
they
once
can't
a day.
keep. All politicians are. All presidents
Right.
are.
And we're doing shifts. And if there's any other meteorologists out there that would like to try YouTube out, we've got it down to a science, man. So we're hiring over here at y'all Enterprise. We're gonna make weather accessible.
Yeah, we got to start with Biden first, yeah.
Just awesome for
Yeah.
YouTube, I think.
I totally agree.
Way more fun than working at a news station. You don't have to shave.
No,
you
I
don't have
first
to wear
started,
a
with,
suit or a dress.
No,
The
Biden.
ex-president.
No, Biden. Biden.
No makeup.
He's the current sitting president. Then we can go with
No
Trump.
freedom.
No, they're gonna put Trump in jail.
They need to put his ass under the fucking jail, not in the jail, under it. Yep, corruption at its finest.
Oklahoma, should I be concerned? I don't think that you should be concerned. I think that you should be aware of the potential hazards tonight. There's going to be some severe storms in Oklahoma, and some tornadoes are possible, but the main threat's going to be hail and wind.
You know,
Boy,
Trump is not even a
we
natural
have
born.
hail blizzard
a natural
in
born citizen.
Wausau, Wisconsin right now. Look at that. Man, we've got to take a closer look at these Wisconsin storms because they are hailing like crazy.
Look at that.
Right.
Wow. Wow, that's way up here too. Look, way up here in northern Wisconsin. Green Bay, you're getting ready to get it. New
Green Bay,
London,
you're getting ready to get it.
Princetonville. All of these storms up here are hailing.
I was going to say, put that
Get
on
out.
your finger.
And it's that significant.
Yeah, man, you don't know how my fucking hands are.
Probably
You should
bigger
know.
than that moving into Green Bay right now.
You should fucking know of all people.
That's crazy. Big hail with these storms as well.
Monroe, Lena, Freeport, Rockford, that's Illinois. Iowa going into Illinois.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Yeah. And then this fucking finger right here, I can't even bend it all the way, and I got a ring on it. You know what? I don't like fucking wearing rings.
Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Ryan, I was just going to say I am in Wisconsin. I'm in the Stevens Point area, and I can confirm it is hailing outside, even though these storms might not have any
Look at
special
Dallas.
weather statement
Look at Dallas.
or
Nothing by
severe
Dallas.
thunderstorm
Unless it
warning.
comes in
There
behind
is
it
hail associated with
overnight.
storms, and it is going up to quarter size.
Okay, thank you, Riley.
Yep.
The storms that popped up now around Texarkana are looking less and less.
Throw me off the bridge then, Bean.
Ha ha. You need to tell me you're sorry.
Good
I'm
news.
not sorry.
I'll poke crap.
You know I'm sorry. You know I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Free.
don't go like
Murfreesboro?
500 miles south of where you're from, right in the cusp of spring.
Yeah, I know it. Nobody's worried but the woke. I already
Unless
know,
you
bro.
just want to get slapped. in the
That's why I
face
don't
by
even
allergies.
fucking. I don't even fuck with politics anymore, bro. But I have no problem talking about it though. And
Looks
YouTube
like
can
the
kiss my fucking
convection
ass.
is starting
They think
to
they're
pop
gonna
up
censor my
southwest of
voice.
Wichita now. Nothing severe yet.
I did already, bean
Some
jackass.
storms are making it into Oklahoma, and look at that cute little.
One little dinky ass storm.
Up there it went.
That's in Oklahoma. That will eventually become a bigger part of the line, and this will move east as well. And storms are expected tonight
Nothing in Dallas.
Oklahoma.
Nothing in Texas at all.
Ottawa, Kansas City, you guys are in up next. I-35 corridor between Kansas City and Des Moines. You guys are going to get hit pretty good by some hail and some winds. Considerable severe storm moving towards Lamont and Manchester in Iowa. And then just a bunch of hail. A bunch of hail up here in northern and central Wisconsin.
Of course,
Look at
you're in
that
the
snow.
fucking winter
That's
still
on
with.
snow up here near Rhinelander.
Of course, you're in a fucking state that snows 80% of the year.
Blizzard warnings, by the way, for portions of Minnesota and North Dakota.
That's you? That was you, just showed? You guys are gonna get the hell though, Tony. He said a lot of that upper state, Wisconsin, Iowa, that part of Iowa, it's gonna get a lot of hail. Talk to them, babe. I'll be right back. Talk to them, babe. I'll be right back. Babe, talk to them.
This storm to the west of Kansas City.
Oh, you're
continues to
sweaty
catch
out,
my
man.
attention.
Yeah.
It's trying to rotate.
Oops.
It's trying its best.
Manchester? Yeah, so you were right in the middle of that shit, Tony. Where's the one that was in
Close.
Oklahoma?
In Oklahoma.
Yeah, where's the one in Oklahoma?
Right
Oh, wow,
there.
you can't even see it.
You can't even see it now. Yeah. You can't even see it. There's one little cell just coming up. You couldn't even see it. You could see it on the other
You
one
can really
though.
see that convection starting to pop up here south and west of Wichita.
Yeah, Wichita. Oh, severe thunderstorm warning for Stevenson County, Illinois. Illinois is getting a lot of it though, man. Man, you know what, Bean? You could kiss
Any
my
tornadoes
fucking
yet?
ass.
Yeah,
man.
we've had quite a few today so far.
The only thing you're gonna have to really watch out for,
Having a
Tony,
little
is
bit
your
of a
car,
break
man.
right now,
Because they
which
said
is
you're gonna
great.
get a lot of hail. He said
Well,
you're gonna
we
get a lot of
expect
hail.
that there
Look,
will be
nothing
more
for Dallas.
potentially.
Well, you got a little bit for Dallas, but nothing much. See, nothing much though. But it might get bigger overnight though. We don't know. You know how we like to get our fucking real big storms at night. Scratch my back. Hurry up. Soft. No, all the way over the other side. Right there. Up. Tony Barrett, you're on his live stream. There was a girl named Tony Barrett on his live stream.
You sure it was a girl or not?
It was a girl. It said Tony Barrett on his
Wow,
live
that's a
stream.
great idea.
Not mine.
Are you sure she's not on it?
No, she's not on it. She's in mine.
Yeah, here's a good shot of the storms coming in. This is a camera from Burlington, Kansas on the Radar Omega app.
That's what I
There's a
said,
lot of
Vaughn.
motion
Yeah,
there,
it might
a whole lot of
get
motion.
bigger overnight.
And we should probably see some lightning here soon as these storms approach Burlington from the west.
Look at that. Holy shit. Another severe thunderstorm for
One day,
Buckingham
I
County,
see
Iowa, and
in
Delaware
every
County,
city.
Iowa.
Every city should have a camera like that. You guys agree?
Yeah, I totally
We've
agree.
had this conversation before, but I'm thinking about starting a network of cameras. Like putting a network of cameras up around the U.S. and making it all 100% free and accessible to anybody. But they
Yeah,
are
I know it's
focused
not
on
you,
the
Tony,
ones that
but
are focused
there was a Tony
on
Barrett in his
the
live stream.
towards the town from the east,
I
pointing
want you to
west,
talk to them real quick.
so that you can see the storms roll in and you know what you're looking for. They're all PTZ, high resolution 4K.
Delaware was you?
Streaming
Okay.
on YouTube in Radar Omega or whatever else.
Shit, he's got 70.
And, we try to have one in literally every.
He's got 67,000 people watching right now. 67K.
on towers. And I think it's just it's an awesome idea. It's just expensive. Costs like $5,000 or $1,000 to do it properly per camera. And then obviously you've got
Programs.
monthly fees that you have to keep up with. But man, it would be so worth it. It would be so worth it if literally every town had one of those. It'd be very valuable for the locals, the local emergency management offices. And it would be valuable to just everybody to have access to that free open source.
Yeah, for sure. So I agree with him.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I am kind of concerned about this little storm right here coming into Kansas City. And we definitely have to watch this close.
Greene County, Wisconsin, Rock County, Wisconsin. All these thunderstorm warnings are coming in now for Wisconsin and Iowa. And
There's still a strong storm and tornado threat tonight in the moderate risk area. But I'm telling you, I'm watching this closely. This is going to tell the story of tonight. These storms tried to pop up near Texarkana, and they had died on their way to Arkadelphia and Little Rock. If that continues to happen, if that continues to be the case, notice how there's a new little blip right here. If we continue to see these die, that's a very good sign, because that means that the Cap might be winning tonight, and we don't have to worry about it. But we don't want to get too comfortable with that idea just yet. That's why we're going to continue to monitor the updates here as we go forward. It's not as exciting as multiple warnings and stuff, but this is an important part of what we do here. Is we just monitor and we wait and we relay information. And I know there's a lot of people in chat. Like, it's impossible for me to read every message in chat, guys. There's a lot of you who are asking about your town, your state. I'm doing the best I can to talk about everybody. I mean, we've covered every state that's going to be affected. Now, for example, I haven't talked a lot about West Virginia today, or South Carolina. And that's not because I hate you. It's just because nothing's happening there. And it's not my job to tell you about nothing. Anytime that your weather app on your phone can handle talking about the forecast.
Oh, Star, what's up, girl?
When I go on vacation, it's whenever the weather is like nice. Like you don't hear from me on days where it's going to be sunny and 75.
Did they really?
Me
it's about fucking time.
Severe weather events. That's the purpose of the channel and me being here. So if I'm not talking about you.
But you see why I watch him? Because he let you know way before the storm hits you.
Once again, is show you this risk map. Everybody in the red is still under a moderate risk for severe weather tonight. There is no current immediate threat, though. We're waiting. Will the cap break, you think? I think so. I think there's definitely a good chance of that happening. That's why there's a moderate risk. If there was no chance of that happening, then there would not be a moderate risk.
For sure, bipolar moment for sure. I totally agree with you, Tony. Mother Nature's always that way. Look, man, Mother Nature, karma, your grandmother and your mother.
Minnesota, no, you shouldn't be worried.
Are the four women that can hit you in the face and get away with it. Mother Nature, karma, grandma, and mother.
Look at the map, y'all. This is northeast Arkansas. This is Missouri. This is Illinois. This is Iowa. This is Wisconsin. This is Michigan. This is Arkansas. This is Oklahoma. This is Texas. A lot of people are asking about, what about my area? Just look, this is all I can tell you. There is a chance for severe weather tonight in the risk area. As soon as there is something specific to hone in on, we will do that. Until then, we're just doing a general sweep of all the storms. And I'm sniffling. Like that's the whole show right now. Which
Man,
is great.
being
This is much better than multiple tornadoes being on the ground. I don't know if you guys agree or not.
Ravenwood County, Kansas, or that county, Kansas.
New severe thunderstorm warning just issued for portions of the Kansas City metro. I don't think that was a considerable, so that's probably 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1 inch in diameter hail. Brian, did you see that EF3 that occurred in Delaware on Saturday? Yes, I did see that. That was
Really, L-Star?
That was insane.
All right, talk to them for a minute so I could go and get me something to drink. Oh, I still have
There
some.
is nothing to drink.
I know. You're gonna have to find me some.
Good luck.
If I got to drink some Dr. Pepper.
You better tell him.
I'm going to tell him if he's not a...
Oh, hey. Do not throw those water bottles away.
No, this one's not.
No. You knocked it over.
Oh, man.
Okay, there's the box finally. Yeah, 1 inch in diameter hail and less than 50-mile-per-hour winds. So the winds with the storm coming into Kansas City aren't even that crazy. Just watching the potential rotation down here. That's all. Spin-up tornadoes are common in these kind of setups.
Hey, Beaner, that's
How's
good.
the bloop doing? It is doing just fine. Nothing to worry about over here in Oklahoma just yet. The bloop is blooping, and that's about it. Eventually, though, we will see this line fill out, and we will see more storms moving towards the I-35 corridor in Oklahoma.
I have cousins that live in Oklahoma, but I'm not sure if it's Oklahoma City or where. Hello, Elstar. Hello, Beanie Weenie.
And all of these storms up here in Wisconsin are hailing. Bailey is bracing for this brief line of storms in Kansas City. Ryan, get a fleet of these to watch rural storms to go along with the cameras in city. I mean, it's not a bad idea. Imagine if we had all of our storm chasers on the ground and a fleet of drones.
Bina said
and
hello.
cameras. Nobody would ever get surprised by a nader ever again. Ever. We're going to do it. I think.
Hi, Julia.
You did?
Are you ready to come back?
Yeah, why? Okay. Go lay your ass down.
You're gonna have to vacuum in here tomorrow.
I know, I'm gonna have to do it sometime tomorrow. Sometime tomorrow.
Oh crap. Yeah, sometime tomorrow. Like the lawn, if it ain't raining.
Oh yeah, to finish the lawn too, yeah.
Any thoughts on the metro Detroit area for tomorrow? There is an enhanced risk for severe weather in Detroit tomorrow. I'm not over I'm not too worried about it. I'm not sure about tomorrow's risk, to be honest. There's going to be some storms. I don't think the tornado potential is off the rails, but it's a similar situation to today where if the right storm gets
Mama,
in the
love you.
right
Thank
part of the
you.
environment,
Thanks
there will be a
for
significant tornado.
the
So I
love.
can't sit here and
Live.
say that, oh,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
gonna be
you
that bad,
already know,
because
Julia.
if there's just one storm, it'll be that bad. So very unlikely that we see anything bad tomorrow, but there is the chance.
Oh,
and
lovely,
there's not always the
beans.
chance. When it's sunny and 75 outside, there are some times where literally there's a 0% chance that
You
see a
sicko,
tornado.
why you farting on
Tomorrow,
me?
It's more like maybe 10%, which is not very high, but much higher than usual. Tyler, thanks for becoming a high risker. Ian, thanks for becoming a high risker. Atticus says, hey, Ryan, I'm curious about tomorrow. I live in mid-Michigan. Can you say anything about that yet? I usually don't get storms like this. Honestly, tomorrow in Michigan, that is what we're getting tomorrow in Michigan is a normal spring storm. Now, the tornado probabilities are a little bit higher than usual. We've got a 10% hatched. But tomorrow,
Shout out to the 10 people in the
very
chat. Appreciate you
common
guys.
in spring for Michigan. So just keep that in mind. Don't be scared. Be prepared. If needed, I'm going to be live walking you through it anyways. Hopefully you've got the Radar Omega app. Hopefully you pay attention to the National Weather Service. You'll get through it. We got a severe thunderstorm watch for southeastern Iowa now. So I believe the tornado watch is about to be expired completely and replaced with the severe thunderstorm watch.
Look at this. Look. That lady right there is going to have
South
brain
Central,
surgery.
South
He's
Dakota.
a truck driver.
Got 6 inches
Over the road truck driver.
of snow.
He's there for a whole week because
Jeremy
his wife is
says,
going to have brain
just so you know,
surgery.
you had more of an accurate forecast for the KC
It's so
and north area than
Why do
any
they
of the
call them
local
live long
TV
haul?
stations. Wow, that's awesome. I want everybody to know it's the first thing that people say whenever they become, like whenever they find the channel. It's always like, you're so much better than the local TV news stations. I appreciate that, and I do take that as a compliment, but just know that I'm not trying to compete with your local TV news stations. I'm just a weather nerd who loves talking about the weather, and the fact that you guys listen is very cool to me. So I'm just sitting here on YouTube and I'm just basking in it. I'm having a great time. Your local weather people do a good job, and they provide a very valuable service. I'm not trying to put them out of business. There's no beef. Two different things is the way I look at it. But I do appreciate that I appreciate it, the kind words. I get what you guys are trying to say. Elazar, thanks for becoming a member. Jane, BG. Brett says, can you let me know what time the storm near Lawrence will arrive in Liberty? Yeah. Where's Liberty? Oh, okay, I see. It's not gonna be that long. Okay.
Shout out to the 9 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys.
Okay. Hold on, I don't ever use this feature. This is like a TV weatherman thing. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, it's moving 65 miles an hour. So I'm gonna do this TV weatherman thing. Here's the storm. And it's moving this way at 65 miles per hour. So it'll be to Liberty in about 30 minutes. Impact times. Hodge in 4 minutes. Stone in 8 minutes. Vinewood in 14 minutes. Pomeroy 15 minutes. Kansas City 16 minutes. And Liberty about 30 minutes or so.
Bean, what the hell are you saying? American women, American
A
women.
new tornado watch has been issued.
I don't think he knows.
Benton County, Buckingham County, Iowa, Cedar County, Iowa, Clinton County, Iowa, all in Iowa.
Okay, Strogo Jennings is going to be.
I thought that was a severe thunderstorm
Yeah.
watch.
It was a warning now. You just turned the warning.
That was not a new watch. That was a trim to the old watch.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
That didn't get me nothing to drink. God dang it.
It is a cool feature.
Don't drink all his drinks. No shush.
And once again, available in the Radar Omega app. Let's do that. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I was just gonna let you know, it does sound like as some of these chases are starting to beat up, there is more damage reports coming out to the north of Lewistown, and it does sound like some of that damage might be incredibly significant.
Okay. Definitely what we saw on radar earlier said to me that there was a big tornado there. That's why I was so worried about Peoria. It definitely did go to the north of Lewistown, Bryant, and the other place, but I think that yeah, whatever got hit there definitely had to receive a lot of damage.
Did you tell him?
Nope.
Oh, you got the apple juice?
Mhm.
Yeah, a cap. The cap that's in place is just a lid on the atmosphere. There's a lot of storm fuel down here, okay? The reason why we are so worried about the storms today, and the reason why a couple of storms that we had earlier today up here in the Iowa and Illinois produced tornadoes, is because there's an incredible amount of energy for storms to work off of in place. But that warm air at the surface that acts as energy
Who's
needs to
Caitlin
get
Curtis?
transported into the
Caitlin
mid and
Curtis,
upper
why?
levels of the atmosphere to become a storm.
Could be with
In order to do that, warm
Caitlin
air
Curtis
has to
is the one that
rise.
sung all them
When
songs.
warm air
Oh,
rises,
with him?
right? But
Yeah.
as long as there's cooler air above for it to rise into.
She's the one that sings all the
It's
songs.
gonna
Because of the
be
massive
Caitlin Curtis and JD Huggins
circulating
music.
low pressure system here, and the huge pull of warm air from the south that's coming in this way. We've got warm air coming from the Gulf.
But
We've
they're
got
not coming
dry warm air coming from Mexico.
They're not coming
um,
nowhere near Texas.
Because of all of that warm air, there's a warm nose, a warm mid-layer level of the atmosphere above the warm moist layer at the surface. And that warm moist layer at the surface cannot rise through the warm layer above it to get to the colder air at the top to condense and create a storm. That's a cap. And that's what we're experiencing right now. Thank goodness. Or we would be experiencing another widespread tornado outbreak like the other day.
Like the 31st.
Still a possibility, but less so because of the cap.
I don't know, Scratch Master.
Oh, really, String Bean?
What?
Chiquita, aka D-Man Brain. Come on.
Upper News County, Iowa, Clark County,
I
Davis
will
County, Decatur County.
be right back. Give me just a second.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. We are just north of, we're in central Illinois. The plan right now, I just got done looking at models for about an hour, 30 minutes to an hour. It looks like we are going to head south to the Mississippi,
Ryan,
Memphis area. For what looks to be possibly a sleeper chance down there in the Mississippi Delta area near Rolling Fork, unfortunately. So right now I think they have only a 2% chance down there, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that expanded at the next risk. Definitely have supercells in a conducive environment for tornadoes down there. So we're going to go stay in St. Louis tonight, and then we will continue our trek back south tomorrow to chase that event.
Awesome. That was Brad. Can you pull Riley up? His camera's on glitched.
My camera messed up.
Well, it's not your camera. It's Zoom or whatever we're using here.
Zoom, yeah.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Okay, guys, give me just a second. Riley's gonna talk to you. I'll be right back.
Yeah. All right, what's going on, Chad? Where are we from today? I have to now have the awkward 15-second pause where I wait for chat to catch up to the stream delay.
He's saying you're my brain, Chiquita
I
Banana.
see a lot of people saying no, not rolling fork again. This tornado was most likely
Yeah, I
not
guess
a
so.
rolling fork-esque tornado, although we are going to have to wait
Yep.
to see
When
in
it comes
the
to
lake
the
tomorrow
spelling,
what
yep,
those damage
I am.
reports are going to be.
You can't even spell half the damn time now.
Oh, both
Recently.
freaking
The
crap.
furthest we have. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, chat caught up now. I see a lot of Ohio, Kansas, Appleton, Wisconsin gang. I'm in Wisconsin right now. I go to college in Stevens Point. Michigan, be paying attention tomorrow. There's a 10 hatch risk area of tornadoes tomorrow, an enhanced risk, 3 out of 5, 4 places in Michigan. So we'll be live either here or on the Andy Hill channel. So make sure to tune into that tomorrow. A lot of Arkansas, we still have that moderate risk today. Looks like Ryan's back. Hello.
Nice job,
Their
Ryan.
location spamming, yeah.
Yeah. Well, now, if you don't get a personalized forecast for your city, it's all Riley's fault.
Yeah.
Because now the chat's unreadable.
Hey, I have a 7% forecast with a chance of weather. That's my forecast.
Thank you, Riley. Guys, if you're just now tuned in, we are in the middle of a severe weather outbreak. We had multiple tornadoes earlier, some big ones, some damaging ones. We are starting to hear some reports out of near Lewistown.
You know what I did to that?
That there was some potentially significant
want to see
damage
those
from a tornado over
They're
there.
going to have a low-ass rating.
Picturesque, pretty tornadoes as well.
How's everybody doing tonight? Let me know how everybody's doing in the chat
From
tonight.
Iowa specifically, of a beautiful tornado that I don't believe hit a soul. That would happen up there in Iowa. Now what's happening is the tornado threat is gone pretty much for now. And we have transitioned over to a hail and wind threat. So we've got some hail moving towards places like Madison, Wisconsin, Baraboo, Wisconsin. And then we've got some hail also moving up towards Prairie du Chien. I think I'm saying that right. I'm probably not. In Wisconsin. But the tornado threat up there is extremely low. And then down here around Des Moines, we've got some stronger storms with heavy rain and hail and wind moving towards Grinnell and Okaloosa and Chariton. Down a little bit farther to the south near Kansas City, we've got some hail moving towards the northern side of Kansas City, towards Liberty. And then another storm north of that near Cameron, moving into the I-35 corridor with a 1.25 inch in diameter hail. Basically, this line is just littered with hail. And
that looks like freaking damn
Kansas City here soon. You're going to see it in Emporia, Ottawa, Eureka, Winfield, all the way down until this little bloop right here connects with the line, and that goes into this severe thunderstorm watch near Enid, Ponca City, Stillwater, Tulsa, and Bartlesville. Later tonight, you guys will see some wind and some hail as well. Now, believe it or not, all of that is nothing compared to this. There is a volatile area of extremely prominent tornado-producing conditions in Arkansas right now. But there is no storms. There are no storms. So that's a good thing, right? We love that. But
who did, Tony?
It does look like, as of now anyways, the vast majority of the tornado potential is not being realized thanks to the cap that's in place, the capping inversion that's in place. But that could change. I mean, look at this. You got another little blip right here. If this bursts through the cap and this becomes a full-fledged storm here, that could be a problem up towards Jonesboro later tonight. But as of right now, everything's staying pretty tame, and that's why we don't have any tornado warnings right now. That's why we're just kind of talking about the general situation. There's no
call her now, please.
Really bad weather happening right now.
Texas
some storms, some strong storms, some hail. But for now, this is a lull in activity compared to what we could be seeing later on if we get those supercells developing a little bit farther to the south. Yeah, the SBC put out a mesoscale discussion talking about that earlier, potentially talking about the idea of maybe putting out a watch, but that tornado watch never did come out, and it's because of the cap that's in place.
I had to put another one in there when I took this one.
What?
Another one of them in there in the refrigerator. What the hell is that?
Lots of tornadoes today in Illinois and well-documented ones. Well-documented ones.
Who else is all in the chat besides Tony and Stringbean? I know people are in the bushes. Who's in the
Expect
bushes?
bad storms this weekend anywhere? Well, not really, I don't think. Let's come over here to the models. Tonight into tomorrow, we are expecting storms. Stronger storms up here in the north, I believe. Michigan, right around noon. That's when the storm threat is really there for you. Down Indiana, around 2 p.m. or so. And then down here, a little bit farther to the south, like Brad was talking about, there's a little sneaky area that might try to produce some tornado problems in the Delta region that we might be covering tomorrow. But look, when you look at the significant tornado parameter, I mean, you see where all the, like it's tonight, it's right now. This is right now. All the tornado ingredients are in place right now.
She was outside
There are
watering
no
plants.
storms to take advantage of it. Watch how fast that dissipates, though, as we get into tomorrow. This is tomorrow around noon.
I don't think she's gonna need it, Tony.
Still got some
Mother Nature will walk for her.
conditions for tornadoes, but definitely less than now. That right there, is there going to be convection? That's a concerning area. If there ends up being a discrete supercell or something in that general vicinity, tomorrow around 1 p.m., that might be tornadic. So we'll more than likely have to be live for that. But this whole line here has to be watched tomorrow. And then there is, let's see. Yeah, there is kind of like a summertime storm convection.
I know, right?
Happen on Thursday.
I know, that's crazy.
In the Delmarva, eastern New Jersey. We see some storms down the eastern side of the Appalachian Mountains from Virginia down into North Carolina towards the Smokies, up towards the foothills, and then central Alabama. All the way down to the shore, really, once again, near the
She's
Gulf
like,
region.
okay.
These storms on Thursday will not be tornadic. These will just be storms. Maybe some hail, some wind, some heavy rain. Looking out even farther beyond that. By the way, there's a flash flooding threat if we get training storms here. But let's look even farther into the future here. Our big storm system gets out of here. And honestly, guys, we're quiet. We're quiet.
Oh, wow, I didn't
We're
know
gonna
that.
have some lingering
What a
moisture down here, probably bringing scattered showers and thunderstorms to the south, especially the deep south, all the way through the weekend. Sunday, Easter Sunday, looks beautiful across the vast majority of the country, excluding like Florida and South Carolina and Georgia. It's going to be rainy down there, and a little bit.
Yeah, your mom sounds like my mom,
Pacific
cocky.
Northwest on Sunday.
Oh,
But, man,
cookie.
It's going to be a beautiful Easter Sunday for 90%.
My bad, I
of
thought
us.
you said cocky.
Wow. I mean, this is been doing this for a while, and this is the most quiet. I've seen the weather models for a long time. I think the Like Mother Nature is wanting to give us a break after weeks of tornado outbreaks. This is going to be very nice spring weather for the vast majority of us. Oh, wow, look at that. Sunday, 5 p.m., 70s, 80s. Beautiful. You love to see it. Oh. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, I just wanted to say I nailed
Who's the
that, by
biggest
way,
nut in your
my most
house?
recent forecast
You,
video.
right?
We talked
You're the
about
biggest
that
nut?
nice quiet period there.
No, you.
I was really happy to
Me?
see it come through. And
Yep.
No, I
it
think
does
Michael
that big
is.
old ridge in the west and the
Oh,
big
yeah,
old
he's
trough
about
in the
nuttiest
east,
for
although it's
me.
not even that big in the east from the ensemble. So just really looking forward to that quiet period of weather for, both
Yeah,
you
he
and
said it's supposed
I
to be in the 80s.
can finish covering this storm over the next couple of days. So, while I'm here, again, I have it slated so that I start the nighttime part of this coverage. If anything does happen, hopefully it doesn't actually. Hopefully nothing much happens, but I'll be here through the night. I start that in about 15 minutes. So, if you're feeling extremely tired at any point, Ryan, I'll be there for you. I'll be there for all of y'all here.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Andy. And yeah, we will definitely take you up on that offer here soon. Once again, if nothing crazy starts popping off here, we'll probably end this stream within, I don't know, the next 45 minutes to an hour or so, and we will hand it off to Andy. And by the way, guys, Andy's going to be here through the night into the early morning hours tomorrow. If things do go south, if you want to track the weather all night tonight, Andy.
Happy Easter birthday.
Right there with you the whole time. And then if we need to continue that coverage into the day tomorrow, I will be back to kind of.
Ah, man, I hate that beat.
So really, you've got nonstop weather coverage here on YouTube for the next foreseeable future, okay, until we don't need to talk about this anymore. So make sure you subscribe to Andy's channel as well. Whenever I end this stream, you don't have to do anything. We've got it set up to where you just sit tight and it'll automatically redirect you to Andy's stream. So that's good news.
Good, then I ain't got to do no. What's up, Big Float? Dizzle?
Now tuned in, we are continuing our coverage of the severe weather outbreak.
What's going on, brother?
That is currently... we've only got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm watches. All of this line of storms from, Iowa down to portions of Oklahoma.
Ooh, it's getting bigger now.
Is below severe limits for the most part. All of our severe thunderstorm warnings right now are in Wisconsin, southern Wisconsin near Madison. You guys are getting a pretty good storm right now with some hail, but the tornado threat is very low.
How was your day today, Flo?
Will go up if, and really only if, we start to see more significant storms popping up down here in Arkansas tonight. So that's what we'll be watching for with Andy, and also
checking out this weather, man.
Continue to track.
I'll be live all night with the weather.
And there will be multiple severe thunderstorm warnings and probably even spin up tornadoes that happen with that line all the way through the risk area.
Julia spelled float wrong. Julia, you spelled float wrong.
Shortage of severe weather tonight.
She's okay. She's probably tired. You tired, Julia? You spelling stuff wrong? What are you watching?
That's the kind of car we need.
Somebody said, I'm not even a meteorologist, but I would love to work for you. Well, most of the people who work, in our team with the channel here are not meteorologists. We are in need of like video editors and just like smart like internet people to help. Like we're trying to get the weather in front of more people, if that makes sense. We're trying to make weather accessible and interesting to people in the age of the internet. And the way we're doing that through YouTube is, through our videos, which require like a special kind of like YouTube video, like editing process and the thumbnails and all that stuff. So if you're interested in YouTube and weather, this is like the perfect realm for you. We're able to reach a lot more people through this platform than just about any
I bet we all been float. Oh, Julia's drinking. Damn it, Julia. No wonder why. No wonder why. Just Stormwatch? I got to do it for you guys, man. If you're in any of this area, you guys know what to do. He's telling you what to do. Get out of my way, man. Don't tell. Don't. Hey. Don't push me. Shoo.
The storm approaching Kansas City.
Oh, don't push me. My back is hurting.
Is kind of dying out as well.
Yeah,
Don't get me wrong. We're
use your
still
titty
getting
as a
some
pillow.
strong winds and some hail up here near Fairview. But man, that is a drastic decrease in activity there. More than likely, what's going to happen though is this line. You see this like outflow boundary?
When you going live again, Flo?
Resting right now in Kansas City. You're probably feeling some cooler, drier air enter the area. This is going to undercut more than likely some of the more moist air out in front of it and start convecting new storms out here right over Kansas City.
Did I get your address? I don't think so. Did you email it to me?
Very, very.
Or send it to me on Facebook.
Setup today. A very tough forecast.
Or just text it to me.
Feel bad for all the local
I don't think.
meteorologists
Well,
and
yeah, you got my number.
Storm
Just text it
Prediction
to
Center
me.
in the National Weather Service, who has to deal with these parameters.
Julia, you already know he's doing that now.
It was not easy.
My last four is 5451. If you got the 5451 number, that's my number now.
Not much going
Fuck, I
on
gotta
in
come up with that
Oklahoma.
soon.
Okay.
Where's your
Something
papers
is
for?
happening
It
here,
says for your probation.
but it doesn't look very
It's somewhere in there,
tornadic
man.
yet. We'll see what happens.
That's why I always try to give them to you.
Ryan, let's see. How do you see additional storm chasers? I think a lot of the storm chasers, whenever they go offline, they turn off their indicator because they just don't want everybody to know where they are all the time. So you'll see more storm chasers whenever storm chasing is active. Whenever, like earlier today, you'll see them. Right now, Brad's live. Brandon Kopic is live. But they're not even really actively chasing storms right now. Whenever more people are chasing storms, you'll see more storm chasers in the Radar Omega app.
Shut up, Bean. At least I don't fap to freaking Pornhub.
Thank you, Hayden. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Ben.
Hot dog, man. I had hot dogs earlier, Bean. Haha.
Runs for 18 months. Thank you. 4-leaf roofing and windows. Thanks for becoming.
What do you watch then?
That's super cool. That's a
You
good
know
thing
you
for
watch
me.
Pornhub on freaking damn your tablet. Quit lying.
That's cool. Thanks for becoming a member. Midnight. Has got any opportunities for a weather fan that's a GIS professional? Worth asking since my background is 911 public safety too. Potentially. And like I'm just to be honest with you guys, I'm a weather nerd YouTuber. I'm not very much of like a
business.
Like a business person. So like.
Okay, I haven't checked it yet, Flo. When did you do that today?
But like, if you can find your way into our community, the best way to do it, that pretty much everybody that we've hired has just kind of presented themselves in a way that made it obvious that we need them. Discord
You're
is
a fucking
great
idiot,
place
Dean.
to start.
You're an idiot,
Get in
bro.
there, talk to the community, see what you can do to help. And if we need your services, we'll you know we'll use them.
You're a fucking idiot, Bean, I swear. March 27th
Riley,
on
the
Messenger.
guy that you've
Oh, bro, I'm gonna have to look, bro.
talking, a lot of times today. Our
I don't know
storm
where Karina
chaser
is. She was in
manager,
here earlier,
our
Julia.
digital assistant, all these esteemed titles started off as a Discord mod. And something similar like that is where Andy started too. Andy applied to be a Discord mod.
Calling Castle Black. What the hell? He's an Alabama slammer.
Oh, no joke. There are people. Another way that if you have if you're serious, if you want to help with what we're doing, and you think you might be able to help out, email. What is it? Info. Yeah, info. I think info at ryanhallyall.com. Email that, and we can try to figure something out there too. We don't need a bunch of people. I'm not trying to start the weather channel. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to make sure that what we're doing, it continues to be valuable and we continue to make it better. We had 160,000 people watching the other day during the tornado outbreak, and I have received thousands of messages since then talking about how we were the only reason they knew what was going on. They received better coverage.
He had 160,000 people watching on March 31st.
I want to make sure that we can continue to do that.
He had 125,000 tonight.
People, and it takes a village. It takes a team.
Sure the fuck does, man.
To make it work always, So there are actually a lot of meteorologists in the inbox right now. So we'll I don't know how long it'll take, but we will.
You're gonna have an enemy for life, Bean. You keep talking about Roll Tide, boy. You got a fan for life and Flo Dizzle.
Arkansas, it's really hard to tell right now. Part of the reason why we're not zoomed in and talking about these storms a lot right now is because we don't know how to feel just yet. We're watching and waiting. Okay, the atmosphere is pretty volatile down here. We do have the ability for tornadoes to occur in Arkansas tonight. It's just all comes down to how these storms form and how they interact with that environment. So far, it's just not that bad. Nothing looks like, oh goodness, this is going to be bad. So we're just kind of watching and waiting, and that's why I'm just talking to chat right now. We also have some severe thunderstorms out here, but they're not. They've got some small hail moving up towards Madison and Watertown. There will be a point tonight where the story starts to shift to more intensity. These storms will pick up more wind speed, more hail. We will probably at some point get a thunderstorm or a group of thunderstorms in Arkansas that try to produce tornadoes. But that could be several hours from now before that happens. But we're just kind of in halftime, essentially.
I know how many times, Bean.
Weather outlook for Ohio and Indiana tomorrow. Yeah, between noon and probably 5 p.m., there's going to be some strong storms coming through with damaging winds, potentially, hail, and maybe, just maybe, a tornado or two. Not likely, but possible. Man, the storm chaser community on Twitter is just up in arms right now. There was a lot of chaser traffic today, a lot of drama. Whoa, this is in mid-Michigan tonight. This has got to be from one of the storms near Madison. If it's from some of this convection up here near Green Bay, that's going to be crazy that there was no severe thunderstorm warning for that. But I would just about guarantee that's coming from the storm near Madison here. I don't know. Eileen, please, what's your location? Oh, what did I say? Oh, my bad. This is Wisconsin. I know that, but sometimes I call it Michigan. On accident, of course. Mike says, amazing work you do. I'm a paramedic in Minnesota, and if you ever want to give your chasers first aid kits and such, I can definitely help by sending some supplies. That would be cool. I'm wondering what's the proper procedure there. Should we get all of our storm chasers like trained before we start handing them medical supplies? A lot of them already are. I do want to mention that a lot of storm chasers are former EMTs and like
yeah.
have the training and stuff, but like for the ones that don't, we should probably do that, right?
Yeah.
Before we start giving them medical equipment. And I'm not talking about just like Band-Aids. I'm talking about whatever is the next level up.
I bet, Bean. Been out for 3 hours already. Are you kidding me? It's since 7 o'clock. I'll be right back. Talk to him again.
Where are you going now?
Outside again.
Oh.
Go on, me. I'll see if you can kick your butt. Yeah. What I just said.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh, I'm so hot. And I'm too hot for my shirt. Too sexy for my shirt. Oh, you don't think so? Too sexy for my shirt?
You don't have a shirt on.
That's my
Aiden says you've loads of fans.
No, it's nice
from
outside.
Ireland.
Go outside.
That's awesome.
I am. Jeez.
Still got a fire risk tonight for sure. And there is a new severe thunderstorm warning here for areas east of Waterloo. This includes Independence, Lamont, Center Point, and Benton. That's going to be for 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's the main threat there. Continuing to watch these storms to the south and west of Memphis. Not seeing, I mean, seriously, not seeing anything too concerning just yet. So we're going to hope it stays that way. I mean, this is definitely prefrontal convection. I want to run this by the HRRR. I mean, really what we're looking for would be western Arkansas. That would kind of be where it would be more concerning to see the storms popping up.
Flo, where'd you go?
What is the potential for tornadoes in Middle Tennessee tomorrow? We lost our roof in the last tornado outbreak. Let's take a look at that. You guys want to take a look at that real quick? Let me go to forecast models. Let's pull up the HRRR over here on the Radar Omega app. Let me show you tomorrow's outlook, the day 2. And then let's put this into motion. Okay. So this is what the radar could look like at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And, oh man, hold on. Okay, so this is the risk for tomorrow. Everybody in the orange is under an enhanced risk of severe weather. It's a 3 out of 5. And I'll show you the tornado risk with that. That's day 1 by that. Day 2. There is a 10% hatched risk for tornadoes for 26 million people. This includes Chicago, Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, Detroit, and Lansing. I mean, I'm just going to be 100% honest with you guys. I don't see a whole lot of cause for concern here, more so than like what would normally be needed. So what I'm seeing a lot of is tornado anxiety around.
You got
tornado outbreaks.
You got a storm chaser in there in Davenport, Tony. There's a storm chaser in Davenport, down by Springfield, Illinois.
That's mostly a good thing. Getting more people like
you got a storm chaser out there by you.
Weather and paying attention will save lives. But I do want you guys to know that tomorrow's severe weather threat is not. It's not a repeat of March 31st. It's not going to be like this historic tornado outbreak. But it doesn't matter. If one tornado happens tomorrow and it just happens to come down your street, you're going to wish you were prepared. So make sure you have a plan in place and you know what you're going to do whenever that warning comes through. But I'm not convinced that there's going to be a widespread outbreak or something tomorrow. Definitely 10% hatch risk through a lot of Michigan, northwestern Ohio, northern Indiana, and portions of Illinois. That means that there's a 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point in that yellow zone. And then the hatched risk means that those tornadoes could be EF2 or greater in their intensity.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
5%, the green's going to be
I got to check something real quick.
So that's the risks for tomorrow. Cincinnati, Lexington, Louisville, Nashville, Clarksville, a lot of western and middle Tennessee. You're in that 5%. Eastern Tennessee. Let's talk.
Yeah, it does look weird, Tony. I just looked at it.
Still looking at the HRRR. Positive reflectivity.
I saw that first one you sent me too.
Around 9 a.m. So Chicago, around 9 a.m. Let's see here, Lansing, a lot of Michigan, around 10, 11 a.m. Eastern. By the way, this is Eastern because I'm in Eastern. Just how it works.
So it'll be 11 our time then.
Indianapolis, right around noon to 1 p.m. Fort Wayne, same for you. St. Louis, probably earlier, about 9 a.m. or so. Indianapolis, Memphis, you guys are around 1 p.m. as well. And then there is going to be a sneaky threat here around 3 or 4 p.m. for new storms to pop up down here in the Delta region. The Bayou country, and there is a slight tornado risk with this as well. Storms will be moving into Louisville, Kentucky around 4 or 5 p.m. tomorrow. Let's go to the 0-0-Z. 6, 7 p.m. We've got some strong storms up here in New York, maybe moving into Syracuse. The storms are exiting the enhanced risk area in Ohio by 9 p.m. And really the threat for significant severe weather is over tomorrow by 9 p.m. Crashing cold front here. The peak tornado potential is going to be probably from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. and mostly in this area. But still it's not crazy. It's not like a crazy bad threat or anything. Is Zach Hall related? No. What about Thursday? Marginal risk farther east. But there's going to be new storms that pop up over here on Thursday. These will be hailers, potentially strong wind makers, Washington, Baltimore, New York, Philadelphia. It's actually a pretty interesting little severe weather setup there for Thursday. Nothing to be overly concerned about, but definitely some severe weather on Thursday. Will Memphis get storms tonight? More than likely, yeah. More so around tomorrow, but there will be some rumbles of thunder tonight, especially if we continue to see convection pop up like this. So, it's been fun, but I think it's time for me to go. You know why, though? It's because meteorologist Andy Hill has taken the wheel for the rest of the night. So you're not being left in the dust. All right, I'm going to go rest up for tomorrow, just in case we're needed tomorrow and we need to go live tomorrow. I'm going to go get ready for that. All right, and Andy's going to carry us through the night. When I wake up, he's going to go to sleep, and then we'll cover it tomorrow if we need to. So everybody stay put. Everybody stay where you are. Do not leave. And magically, meteorologist Andy Hill will appear on your screen in a minute or so. Okay?
Got 44,000 people still watching.
For being here and for sharing the stream and getting the word out today. I think we helped a lot of people. We are still getting reports in of damage near Lewistown. And lots of great tornado video and stuff on my Twitter if you guys want to see that. But anyways, thank you guys for helping me out and giving me the best job in the world. You will hear if we don't go live tomorrow for whatever reason, if nothing happens, you will hear again from me soon in the form of a forecast video and a Y'all Squad update. I'm excited for y'all to see that. Now, stay tuned. Andy will appear, and he's going to carry you through the rest of the night. Good night, y'all. Good night.
Well, that's the end of him, huh?
No, he said sit right here. Andy Hall's coming on. Come on, Andy, where you at? Here it comes.
Same areas more than
There
once. So it's going to be a little gnarly out there, all right? But
Some young
I'm not going to be
little
here
thing.
for that. I'm going to be
Huh.
here through the
In the
morning
corner.
hours. So when it gets to Chicago, I'll be covering it. When it gets to Grand Rapids, I'll be covering it. St. Louis, I'll be covering it for y'all. Little Rock, I might be covering it for y'all. So let's watch and hopefully stay weather aware tonight. You know, if you're in St. Louis and Chicago, I think at the moment you guys have enough time to get sleep and then wake up for the severe weather. That is totally possible. So I'm going to make sure I can tell you all what you can do for the night, what you should do for the night, and how it all goes. So welcome here in the Ryan Raid. It's me, meteorologist Andy Hill. I popped in a few times today, but the theme tonight, if Ryan didn't make it clear enough to you, is that we're going to be covering the storms for everybody who's going to get storms in the next 11 to 12 hours or so. And then once Ryan comes back, that's our shift work. So here I am, overnight shift for y'all. Y'all hang out with me. You can hang out with me if you would, if you really want to. If the storm anxiety is keeping you up through the night, I'll do my best. I'll do my best to keep you, company. I'll keep you company. Even if the cap doesn't break down here in Arkansas for our moderate risk tonight, it's very possible that it's very possible that the storms are still going to be quite severe as they come through with the cold front here in the early morning hours. So 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Central here. They're still going to be pretty powerful. Wall to y'all coverage. Yeah, I like that. I don't know if the redirect worked this time, but if it didn't, it might not have. We'll see if we can, I don't know if we can fix that, but as long as I can cover it for as many people who want to be here as possible, then that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I think it worked. Like it worked. It looks like it worked. So yes, wall to y'all coverage. Let's do it. All right, so now that y'all are here, let me go through this again. Welcome from Ryan's stream. We are looking at the latest model data and looking at where these storms are going to be, and then I'm going to cover them one by one, north to south. We're going to talk to chat, answer a few people's questions, and then yeah, that's the theme. Yeah, glad to see that it worked. So anyone who needs to stay up tonight for a few hours, make yourself a nice beverage, have a nice dessert, and really just know you're in good hands. Quell that storm anxiety. Let me help make you feel fine tonight. You know, let me help lower the anxiety for the night. That's the goal here. And of course, I've got Storm Chaser Zach Hall with me. He's parked in a parking lot in western Arkansas, just about Fort Smith. And so he's going to be tracking the storms tonight through his area. He's local to Arkansas. I've also got the Fort Smith rail fan camera. Fort Smith. I've also got the Fort Worth rail fan camera there in Texas. As Texas is expected to get storms just about 5 a.m. You can see that those pop up real nicely down here, 5 to 6 a.m. Central. They pop all the way back up along the I-35 corridor into Texas. So lots and lots of people are going to get into storms overnight in the early morning hours. That's the theme. All right, time to go through it. Thank you all for the support. Let's see what is in store. So Kansas City, in Missouri, and also in Kansas. Your stormiest hours are, right on the doorstep. Over the next couple of hours, we're watching out for you. That's true for Cedar Rapids as well. That's true for the rest of the storms that move through southern Wisconsin into central Wisconsin and along Lake Michigan, so up to Green Bay, and north of Milwaukee here. So that's over the next couple hours through midnight and into early morning hours here. So once we get to 4 a.m., it's looking like Tulsa, you might start to see the storms move through, and there in Oklahoma. 4 a.m., that's Joplin, Missouri. Jefferson City and Columbia start to get in on it. Quincy, Illinois. Davenport, they might reach as far north as you. And a little bit of the cold front makes its way through Milwaukee here. So here's the storm at 4 a.m. Central Time. Now, move a few hours forward. Northwest Arkansas gets it early in the morning. Stormy hours for Dallas-Fort Worth also from 4 to 6 a.m.
Told you.
And then we start to see that go through Springfield, Missouri at 5 a.m., 6 a.m. St. Louis, it's on your doorstep at 7 a.m. Central. Springfield, Illinois, Bloomington at 7 a.m. And Chicago Metro at 7 a.m. as well. This is where the storms are probably going to be their weakest, but starting to intensify once again. All right, when we get into the morning hours, it's going to intensify. Y'all up here in Chicago, do you remember yesterday morning? Now that earlier this morning, we had those huge hailstorms come through. Davenport, remember that? Yeah, as we get in the morning, that can happen again here along this front that extends all the way down the U.S. This is 7 a.m. And just about 10 a.m. when I will be on the tail end of my stream, for about 12 hours from now, the storms are making their way through Lafayette, Indiana, South Bend, southwestern Michigan here, maybe even into central Michigan. And they are definitely starting to pose the greater risk for severe weather today. So this includes spin-up tornadoes. This includes damaging wind. This includes hail. All for these areas, and this is 10 a.m. and then 11 a.m. Eastern. So at 10 a.m. you could start to see the storminess down here in Little Rock as well. Now we go to 2 p.m. 1 to 2 p.m. Central is when there may be some in the area of Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis, Tennessee, Jonesboro, Arkansas, you're looking at about noon. This is going to last a few hours down here. Do you see how slow it's moving down here? over like 8 hours. This is 8 hours of storm movement. It's really moving slow. That means there's going to be a flash flooding risk down here in these areas. But further up north here, it really travels these states quite quickly. So 2 p.m., 3 p.m. Eastern here, the storms are through Evansville, Owensboro, down here in Indiana and Kentucky. They start to get through western Tennessee into the afternoon on Wednesday. And they start to go through parts of, eastern Indiana into the western half of Ohio. Detroit gets in on strong storms expected in Detroit. You're basically smack in the middle of this risk up here, this risk in orange from the Storm Prediction Center. So really start looking out at about noon in Detroit, maybe a little bit earlier than that if this starts moving faster. And then over here in Toronto, even as far northeast as Ottawa, could see some severe weather at just about 3 p.m. your time, 3 p.m. tomorrow. Brian will be the one covering these storms over here, though, unless I just keep going. We could just do 2 streams. We could do whatever. I'm going to see how long this adrenaline rush lasts. So there you go. That's your outlook for everybody while we have the most people here right now. Hopefully I got your time in there. And if I didn't say your place yet, it's probably a couple hours away, like Louisville in the evening, Nashville in the evening, on Wednesday, Columbus and Cincinnati, Ohio, late afternoon to evening, Cleveland to evening, and into Western New York in the evening. There you go. There's your storm overview. The next 12 hours, again, are what I'll be covering. So good to see you all. Let's start looking at radar. Bring the radar up here. I have 6 radar sites open. So we're going to go north to south. Let's start in Wisconsin. Up here in Wisconsin, no, Ryan, you did not say this correctly. It's Prairie du Chien. Prairie du Chien. A good try, though. I'll tell them. I'll tell them, guys. I'm learning all the pronunciations I possibly can. Then we're going to have a little competition. So our current severe storms up here are definitely for hail. The wind gusts expected, but these might be a little bit lower. But we have severe thunderstorm warnings up here for hail. Those just kind of moved through the Madison, Wisconsin area. So if anyone in Madison, Wisconsin got some hail recently, let me know. Looks like some golf balls may have passed just to your east, the strongest parts of those storms. But this is moving up Interstate 39. Once again, areas that just got hail from Portage up to Stevens Point in Wisconsin. You guys are going to get some hail again. You guys are going to get some hail again from this. It looks pretty strong here in the reds. This is moving basically due this way, as far as I know. Play that loop through. Yep, that's just a strong hailstorm right there. All right, so over toward Milwaukee, let's see if anything's coming your direction. These storms over here, you know, in the Milwaukee, Waukesha region, they're mostly weak. Conomowoc. Now I'm just flexing. It's okay. Mostly weak over here, but some isolated hail possible. And again, you guys are going to get this line of storms back in here that's moving this direction into the morning. Hopefully me drawing on the map is helpful for y'all too. Let me know. Let me know. Yeah, my pronunciation vernacular here, it gets better with each stream that I do. So thank you all for helping. Is anyone going to be live in the Hits Ohio tomorrow? Yes. The plan is for Brian to go live again through the daytime risk tomorrow for Wednesday. So here I am overnight. This is the shift work that I'm helping y'all out with. And then Brian's going to help you out with the daytime again. And I might just do it too, because I might just stay up for, I don't know, forever.
Forever.
I'll need sleep eventually, but I have experience from recent meteorology undergraduate years. And pulling all-nighters and so forth. So don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. All right, let's go down to Iowa right now. This is well east of Des Moines. If you're in Des Moines, you're good. Storms have passed through your area for the night. You got plenty of rounds of hail and heavy rain today. You are fine now. You're good. Southeast Iowa, nope. Line of storms is coming to you. The hope is that it's not too bad. Hope is that it's not too bad over here in these blue arrows, but you may get some severe thunderstorm warnings rolling through, and the chance for spin-up tornadoes does exist. So if you want, if that keeps you up, then I will do as much as I can to help you out. But if you are going to go to bed in southeastern Iowa, make sure you have a way to receive warnings. Yep, that's for Burlington, Iowa. Yeah, absolutely. I helped a lot of people out on Sunday's risk. Thankfully, there were no tornadoes confirmed with it until all the way into south central Mississippi, actually. So everywhere in Texas, we didn't even see a tornado report come through for the Storm Prediction Center, but it was there were definitely some suspect storms, and I hope I was able to help out with that. Thank you guys for the support. Yeah, this shift work is rough, but this is what I was built for at the moment. While I'm still in younger age, I'm 25 right now. I can do this. I can do this for y'all.
It's only 25.
All right, so this is what it looks like moving through Des Moines, or east of Des Moines, rather. So eastern Iowa, these storms are covering the whole half of the state, meaning that they're gonna move through. So Davenport, you're gonna get in on some stormy weather in a few hours. In terms of anything tornadic, though, we're looking at the winds on the right side of the screen here. I don't really see anything imminently concerning. This is hopefully just a damaging wind and hail event through the night for everybody up here. But the tornadic threat will be in place, and it will ramp up again as it nears Chicago. So actually, there we go. We've got an upgrade to this severe thunderstorm warning, and that's this one right here, which is approaching the north side of Cedar Rapids. That upgrade was for golf ball size hail, as law enforcement in this area of Iowa, probably down in here towards Benton and Mount Auburn, has found golf ball size hail falling with this at 11 p.m. Isn't that wild? Springtime storms are wild, man. That's why we're here to help you out. So golf ball size hail, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning is the middle level of a severe thunderstorm warning. You should consider being inside, even though it's nighttime, and you probably are anyways. It's going to get loud. So hopefully it looks like the worst of this will miss Cedar Rapids north over the next 45 minutes or so. So anywhere from Central City to Manchester, up towards perhaps towards Dubuque is who should be watching out for this strong part of the line. If you're interested in listening to hail soon, you might get some there. So there you go. Let's go down through Missouri. Let's go down through Missouri. If you're just joining, the plan is to go from north to south quite a few times tonight. Every few minutes, we're going to go north to south and cover updates on where these storms are, what's going on. And then in between each of those updates, I'm gonna talk with y'all. So here in Missouri, it kind of looks just like a mess. Things are kind
1
of falling
million
apart.
views, babe.
Maybe
I'm
Kansas
Ryan
City
Hall,
isn't even going to get
one
it.
that just
That
ended
many
a minute
storms
ago.
down in here. Looks like there's just sporadic activity. What we had before, let me just play it back. Oh, we got to get more data than that now. Come on. Thank you for the support. If you missed it, I did go over everybody's risk in broad just a little bit ago once the Ryan raid came through. So I'll do it again. Don't worry. We're going to watch this through. So it looks like you saw there was some storms kind of holding this line together, but they've all fizzled out right here west of Kansas City. That's probably the best thing that could happen over here. But you might not be out of it completely. So it looks like the strongest parts of the storms are still back here in east central to southern Kansas. This is along that cold front, but it's also along a dry line, which is where it's moist, feels like a swamp on one side, and feels dry as bone on the other. So storms are farming all along this. Very interesting setup. All right, back into Kansas. The Wichita radar open here. Yeah, these storms are also kind of falling apart. We got one strong storm to the north and east of El Dorado. But these are all posing a hail threat, I believe. And also winds. We also got some winds down here. These are not tornadic. So you see all these storms down here? You see how there's this blue line kind of in front of them? These are not tornadic because any air that's trying to reach these storms is being stopped by this boundary right here at the surface. So the air is not reaching in here. That means we're not going to see we're probably just not going to see any tornado warnings with these. It would be a significant storm, a significant inflow to be able to breach something like this. So tornado threat is very much reduced right now anywhere in this area, especially down into Oklahoma, especially down in there. Okay, now into, there isn't anything to look at in Texas yet, so we'll look at Texas later once those storms start firing up in the early morning hours.
Hey,
But right
hopefully
now,
Toto
we
enjoys
also
his
need to
steak.
cover Arkansas.
Oh,
This is what Arkansas looks like right now. If you see hardly anything, you're correct. There's hardly anything. Some assorted showery activity here, north of I-40, north of Clarksville, and northwest Arkansas, and assorted showers in Little Rock and east. This is the best case. What we're looking at here is hopefully the limiting factor of anything that would be more concerning popping up. So I talked about this in my video. There's a cap down here. There's a cap down here all in this area, even up into southern Missouri. That lid on the atmosphere is just about a mile above the surface to just about 2 miles. So a mile or two above the surface, the air is staying the same temperature as you go up through that layer. Just imagine this, the layer doesn't change. It's like dipping into a swimming pool. You go down a mile in that swimming pool, if it is a mile deep somehow, the temperature is the same throughout the whole thing. That's a stable atmosphere. And if that stays in place here, we're good to go. We won't get tornadoes here. We won't get severe weather here, not until the early morning hours at least. That was the threat that was in place. So I told some people in Fort Smith, 11 p.m. start paying attention. But if that doesn't happen, that's fine. That's the best case here. You might want to stay weather aware just in case. All the models right now are not really showing much of anything popping up here. And that's what we should be crossing our fingers for. So that's for our moderate risk down here in this area. 4 out of 5. All right, so there was the top to bottom. We hit everyone from Wisconsin all the way down just now. So now I can talk to chat. So if you have any interesting questions, send them along.
This would be
and
interesting.
We can just have some
I'd
nice
like to see that
conversations
one.
here tonight. We
Which
can
was
hold
4
some
years ago, but I'd like
conversations
to
and
see
make sure everybody is feeling good
the
and doing all right with
wrestling.
any sort of
who gets
storm
beat
anxiety.
by the
you've got.
bowling.
If I could fix 3 radar holes, where would they be? Oh, what a great question. What a great question. I would put a radar right here in western, southwestern Alabama. I put a radar somewhere over here for Charlotte into Winston-Salem, North Carolina, to Greensboro. 3 of them? That's too hard to answer. That's too hard to answer, man. I would also put I would put another radar somewhere up here in Minnesota, somewhere up there in Minnesota. I'm doing good. I had some pancheros, which is kind of like Chipotle, so I'm nice and ready to go throughout the night. I've got the fuel. Amy, hope you're doing well. Any mods, hope you're doing well. I think the cap will break in Missouri. So the cold front here, you can watch that move through. That will definitely break the cap, but only right along this corridor. Let me change this back over to the rest of today's risk so you guys can see that. What does it mean when a tornado gets occluded? It literally detaches from the rest of the storm, and then the surface winds, the mean wind direction, the first kilometer or so, move it instead of it moving with the storm. So that's why it changes direction. The tornado threat is not really diminishing for Springfield. When you see this line here, this is at about 5 a.m. Central. The early morning hours still pose a tornadic threat here in southern Missouri if nothing materializes before it. Thank you for the support. Let me see if I can read through some of these. Dallas overnight, yeah, definitely 4 to 6 a.m. I think, based on the latest model data. 4 to 6 a.m. Those storms really look like they're going to blow up over there. If you need the Discord, it's literally just discord.gg/Ryan
That
Hollywood.
went straight into the thing.
When's the next big weather event? Not for a while. I covered that at the end of my last video I just uploaded yesterday. So I discussed how it looks like there's not going to be anything. The large scale pattern is in place such that a lot of us are going to have nice springtime weather, except for the Pacific Northwest, because it's always raining over there at this time of year, and maybe some scattered storms in, Georgia and Florida, because it's always raining over there. It's always storming over there into the summertime.
Oh my God.
Appreciate the support, Straight Edge. Thank you. Why are there always weather events along corridors? I think you might just be perceiving it in a certain
Oh my
way.
God. The
I mean, for Indianapolis, tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow at noon into the afternoon. So maybe just give it a couple hours. Start being weather way around 12 p.m. Eastern. Then for the next couple hours, it's probably going to be the stormiest.
Oh my goodness.
Just reach West Georgia, not in any significant capacity, no.
Oh,
It will be stormy at some point, but once it blows through, that's the last large-scale weather event that we're going to see for maybe over a week. You see the cat? He's somewhere. I don't know where he is right now. He was roaming around. Midas Kitty. Penn State forecasting certificate. If it's not the full forecasting class curriculum, everything that the National Weather Service provides, it's going to be a little bit difficult to, get something like a National Weather Service job if that's what you're interested in. Thanks for the support, Nancy. Thank you, Jeff.
Oh my God.
No, I got the camera situation
They can't
figured
play
out,
with
so that's
crap.
fine. Yeah, happy to help, Danielle. Did Tornado Alley move? No. Tornado Alley shifts in the way you see it per month. That happens every year. Tornado Alley has a climatology. It's in the southeast in the early spring, November through May. Then it shifts up to the Great Plains in May. And it goes to the northern plains into the Canadian prairies in June and July. That is true every year. In Michigan through the afternoon. Oh man, this is a lot of questions. I'm doing my best. A lot of questions. Mansfield, you guys are up in the northwest, right? Remembering off the top of my head, it's tough to remember every single town in the entire nation. But as it moves through, it's really the evening hours, afternoon to evening for Ohio. So there you go. Give me this for Emily. This is the nighttime shift, guys. Nighttime shift here. We're gonna go through every radar site from top to bottom every few minutes here, and then I'll talk to the chat and keep you all going here.
Oh, we got it.
South Alabama, low tornado threat. It's going to be a couple days before it even gets to you, and by that point, it's all going to fizzle out. Fort Wayne, just subtract a couple hours from Ohio. How tough was the year? It's decently difficult. There's a lot of math, as you may have heard. There's a lot of physical understanding, a lot of physical processes that you have to know.
Oh, geez, come on now.
Along 71, thank you. I know where that is. Just along here. So yeah, hopefully that helps. The same is true from Cincinnati to Columbus. Fort Smith, you guys might be getting in on some storms. I'm hoping they don't form here, but if you don't, it's really this cold front that gets there unfortunately. I just locked the time out here. Let me restart radar only. I hate it when I do that. I don't remember how to fix it. Fort Smith, it's going to be in the early morning hours, though. Same time that you're expected to get it in Dallas. There we go. Let's get that last run there. So Fort Smith, it gets to you at 6 a.m. Central. Same time it's really going to be blowing up all the way even possibly down here to Austin, Texas. See how that yellow, the slight risk here goes all the way down to Austin? Yep, that's for that severe weather that may pop up all the way down here into Texas. That's for damaging winds and a little tiny bit of a tornado threat. You explain how a cap breaks. That layer of the atmosphere is cooling over time. So cold air is moving into that layer in particular over time. So as long as the layer is cooling, the cap is breaking. So that cold air could be coming from anywhere over here to the south and west if there's just a colder pocket somewhere and it affects into that region.
Damn, Bean, you got a lot of power tools.
Diminish.
You got a lot of power tools,
If you
Bean.
have forcing, though, you can just have storms break through the cap and it can still exist.
We know what they are. They're vibrators.
Just still be in place. But if you have enough forcing, storms can overcome it. If you're in Chicago, your threat is right around 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Central. That is when you will have to care about the storms moving through your area. Give it an hour before that, and an hour after that, just in case. So 5 to 9 a.m. Central. Pay attention in Chicago.
Exactly like a turkey.
For now, though, you're good. What weather phenomena do I want to observe if I could safely view any? I'm going chasing in Oklahoma, middle of May to late May
And the other
for
one
2
was
weeks. So I'm going to
Biggie
observe quite a few, and I'll tell you which
and
one I
Coffee
like the
Can't
best.
See.
Just to
Really,
do
I'm
that.
hoping to see a lot different.
But I'm talking about the ones that are up top.
That one's
Yeah,
probably
I
the
don't
coolest.
know.
He was in
Keeper, so nice.
AEW.
Oh my goodness. Why is it so frequently that squalls break up approaching Kansas City? Tough call. Y'all are in that
Oh, you got commercial.
storm
Yeah.
disappearing corridor, right? Yeah, I'm used to that. That's the same thing in Asheville, North Carolina. All the storms disappeared. That won't always be the case, so don't rely on that.
You better do it.
That,
You better do it soon,
that way
Bean.
of forecasting. That's not going to be sound.
You'll be all right, Tony.
Out there in Milwaukee, heck yeah, it will be. We're gonna go through the radar. Actually, we can just look at that right now. Here's Milwaukee right now.
You're
These
gonna miss
storms
that.
develop really quickly. Look at this. Look at that guy.
Oh,
just
he actually
approaching right over.
He actually
the
hit
city.
it.
Thank you for
Wow.
telling me about
That's
that.
what's his name?
Here we go. Here's a look at the radar here.
They're all wrestlers.
Yeah.
Yeah, this literally just blew up right over Milwaukee. So as this storm pops up, it's in its maturing stage, which means the lightning activity
The other one
is
with the
at
red
its
hair
highest,
going that way.
at its peak here.
That
so
was,
it's gonna be nasty along the
Seamus.
Milwaukee Metro. Literally, you guys just had the favorable conditions right overhead of you. Look at this.
Oh my God.
This was 27 minutes ago. The storm was like nothing, and bam, just for y'all. So this is going to be moving through. It's going to be a little loud. Here we are looking at it for you. Nothing tornadic. Just a little bit of some wind possible, but this is mostly for hail. Mostly for hail, so it's going to be loud on the roofs. Nice. All cap, no cap. It's loud there in
Oh my
Milwaukee.
God, what is he doing?
It's like most of the storms have passed north of Madison for now, and then the next storms are really going to, the next storms are going to make it to Madison, and they are going to pack a punch still when they get there, I'm sure. So you guys here in southern Wisconsin going through round one right now, you're going to get it again. These storms down here near Milwaukee, they will affect Green Bay. They will affect Appleton, Oshkosh. They will go all the way up here, Fond du Lac and so forth.
Seamus.
Yeah,
Fond du Lac.
that's what I
I
thought.
had that one before. I had it. So you guys are going to get hail.
Siske,
Hail is the
Akinola,
only thing you're going to get from
Akinola,
these storms
whatever
as
the
they
hell
move
it is.
up to the north here. This is going to take a few hours. So a loud early morning for y'all. Late night to early morning. Yeah. Really looking nasty there in Milwaukee. Dang. We avoided the worst of it over here in Minneapolis today where I'm at. There were a couple of them that went through,
really?
but I didn't get anything fun.
Look
I
at him
didn't get
shaking his
anything
head.
fun.
No way.
Dallas is going to see at 4 to 6 a.m. 4 to 6 a.m. storms are going to pop up. They're going to be windy and haily. Very, very little brief tornado threat as they pass through. So you're going to have to pay attention just for a few hours. That's going to be the case for a lot of people tonight. Just paying attention for those few hours because really, I think all we're going to see is just the
Oh, no,
continuation
he's
of this
not.
cold front all the way down south and west through all of this area, all the way down through Arkansas. And that means that your storm time is just with this cold front when it gets there. It's the second round, and I think it's about 2 to 3 hours out from now. So now that we've let's go over the times again, since I went over that, but everybody's still asking. Got to
Oh,
cover
he's
it for
kissing the
everybody. All
ball.
right, here we go. Ready? First round moving through southern Wisconsin right now.
Went right past it. That's
Looks
why.
like
he
it
just-
tries to break apart. I don't trust that, though. I think you guys are going to get from 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. from Madison east to Milwaukee. Looks like that's going to be the time for the second round to move through, if it has anything at that point.
Oh
which I
my
think it will.
gosh.
So over the next few hours, these are going to be moving through. You'll see them getting round 1 now. A few hours from now, round 2. Right about midnight here for Cedar Rapids is when it's finally going to make it through. Although, is that the case? Is that the case? Yeah, just around midnight here. It's approaching Cedar Rapids, so this is a little bit, these storms are arriving just a little bit early. So we have to always adapt for what the models are telling us is going on. Always got to adapt and see, hey, is it moving a little faster now, a little slower? Always got to adapt. Make sure y'all are taking care of yourselves too, of course. If you're staying up through the night at all, for over the next few hours, we'll be covering your areas. If you can go to sleep now and wake up for the storms in the morning in Chicago. St. Louis, you guys have enough time to go to sleep now. As long as you can wake up in the morning, especially if you get the weather.
Man, gutter.
Just in case you're staying up. But if you can't sleep, I'll be here for you. Be patient, and your area will
Gutter ball.
You got strong southerlies in Missouri. Heck yeah. All right, let's go back through this. All right, so looks like it is approaching just about now in Cedar Rapids. Davenport, you guys will have the cold front on your doorstep again at about 2 a.m. It's about 2 a.m. your time. And then that will also include, well, let's just go down south here. So that's going to include
I'll be up with you,
Iowa,
Tony.
Quincy,
I'll be up on live all
Illinois
night.
here. Just about 3 a.m., 2 to 3 a.m. Looks like it's going to be on your doorstep. Follow it along I-70 east here through Missouri. You can see Columbia, Jefferson
This is the
City,
real
just about
round,
4 to 5
I
a.m.
know.
3, 4, 5 a.m. is when you guys are going to be paying attention. St. Louis, all the way up to 8 a.m., 8 a.m. Central.
They're all
Further
friends.
south along Interstate 44 here. And,
Oh my
Highway
God,
60.
really?
You can see Joplin gets in on the front about 3 to 4 a.m. your time. Springfield at about 5 to 6 a.m. your time. Poplar Bluff all the way over to about 9 to 10 a.m. your
They got the
time.
whole fucking
You
thing
can
to
see it's
themselves.
kind of
Yep.
taking its time to get through Missouri here as we go to Wednesday morning.
Oh, you know,
Further
everybody would
south,
run up
looks
to
like
them if they
the
didn't.
model's trying to resolve a bunch of
You know
heavier
that,
storms
right?
near Tulsa at about 3 a.m., 2 to 3 a.m. Central. So those haven't really materialized yet. There's a little bit of some weak stuff back in here that we're looking at right now. So we'll see if they continue to develop to the south here along this. This is the dry line down here. The cold front is up north, further up north. So this is dry line initiation, which is very weird to have in the morning. That is an unusual circumstance. Very strange development. So we'll see if that happens down here in Tulsa at about 3 a.m. Northwest Arkansas, if this tornado threat here in the red, this is the moderate area for the remainder of today through 7 a.m. Wednesday morning is when this risk expires. So this is all valid. All of these risk areas in the orange, yellow, and red are valid through 7 a.m. But I'm giving you the timings that the storms are passing through. So you're concerned up here in Northwest Arkansas, Fayetteville, through Benton, etc. Bentonville, sorry. Yeah, that's where Walmart is. It looks like you guys are looking at 5 to 6 a.m. 5 to 6 a.m. there in Bentonville and Fayetteville, Arkansas. Little Rock looks like your stormy hour is starting about 8 to 9 a.m. and then lasts for quite some time. It'll be rainy through noontime probably. Same is true for Texarkana, just about 8 to 9 a.m. Hopefully the storms fizzle out a little bit down here before that. Dallas and Fort Worth, probably going to develop to the east of Fort Worth, but it might develop right on top of y'all. This is going to be 4 to 6 a.m. Central for Dallas and Fort Worth. A couple hours before it gets to Tyler and Longview in Texas. A couple more hours before anything remaining gets to Shreveport in Louisiana. And then further south, any strong storms that do make their way down to Interstate 35 in Texas are going to be at about 6 to 7 a.m. I would be looking out from 4 to 7 a.m. maybe down here through Waco and Austin. And I doubt there will be another storm down through San
That's his
Antonio,
real
but it
tattoo.
is possible.
All that other shit
There you
is
go.
fake. See? That's his real tattoos.
There you go. Now let's go back up north. as we go into the
On both
morning,
arms,
Chicago,
the road.
6 to 8 a.m. 6 to 8 a.m. are your stormiest hours. It could arrive a little bit sooner than that, so 5 a.m. for the northwest burbs. I think that's when you'll start seeing it. Hours sooner for DeKalb. As you go into
Okay,
Michigan, southwest Michigan really starts to get stormy, as well as eastern Illinois to northwest Indiana. This is just about 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern. Moving east with time, Lansing, noon. Fort Wayne about noon to 1 p.m. Indianapolis about noon to 1 p.m. your time. And then Detroit, afternoon risk. It's when it's at its greatest. This is for tornadoes, this is for wind, and this is also for some brief hail, which could be large. This is all through the Great Lakes region. The afternoon
like
to
that.
evening is when you
Here's
want to
where
be paying
catching.
attention anywhere in most of the state of Ohio, through western Pennsylvania, through western New York, and in southern and southeastern Ontario. Afternoon to evening tomorrow. Please be paying attention, okay? The timing is not, you don't need to focus on the timing. Once we get into those risk areas, you should be paying attention as much as you can through the day. Down south here through Louisville, in Kentucky, it really gets to you in the late afternoon. And then down here, you know, the risk does extend down here. This is all damaging winds as well. If it does stay together towards the mid and deep south here, this will also be in the afternoon. There we go. If I covered it for everyone,
Bean.
let's look into some current conditions. All right, back to Wisconsin here. Milwaukee just got through the worst of it. How was it, y'all? How was it, y'all, in Wisconsin?
He won, though.
I can't tell you where there's going to be a tornado
won.
in Toronto. You have to be paying attention. The nowcasting part is the important part tomorrow, when we can actually tell you where exactly something is if it does develop in terms of a tornado, in terms of a giant hailstorm. That's what you got to be paying attention to. There's a
bet they
reason
lost.
I'm not talking about
They're
Thursday
playing
right
as a
now.
team.
Wow, look at that hail. Dang, dude,
wonder if I
right
can
right
find
into
another
the shoreline of Lake Michigan here.
Hey,
That's gotta
Bean.
be, that's gotta be
Oh.
wild.
What did you do?
I'm up here in Minneapolis. Central Arkansas, if you're in Little Rock right now, anywhere in that moderate risk or enhanced risk, I just wouldn't want you, I don't really want you to go to bed because the tornado threat down there is significant if something does develop. So we're watching it closely, but right now we don't see very much, okay? The moment I do see something, we're gonna be talking about it in depth. So yeah, it looks like it was pretty gnarly there, pretty gnarly here in Milwaukee for a second. That's a lot of lightning. It's mostly behind the cell too. Is what I'm noticing is the lightning is persisting through the
What,
southern part of this
He's saying what to you?
this storm here. It's
Bean,
kind of traveling along.
Go
with
on
it.
your
But really, we see that lightning.
messenger, your Facebook messenger,
I see dime
and
size
I
hail
sent you
report.
something.
A lot of dime
I
size
want you to
hail.
watch it.
Not seeing anything over an inch from this storm, so I think this is more kind of like a hail blizzard. Probably just fell through here. Some hail passed through downtown Milwaukee. Now it's going through the northern burbs just a little bit.
I gotta see if there's any more. God.
All right, let's go.
He saw the YouTube video.
I would explain specific differential phase and differential
YouTube
reflectivity
video?
if it were
When you
applicable
just
to
sent
most of the audience right now. Right now,
The
though,
one
it's
really? Okay.
not as important.
I'm gonna go and look and
We
see
can
if I
use
can
it to
catch
look at
any
the
more.
updrafts, specifically differential reflectivity. You can see that these updrafts are pretty strong. These water droplets are fatter than they are
Oh
tall.
heck, man! Here we go.
That's what you see in the reds there.
What's
So it
that
just
one?
tells us
The
updraft strength
Uso's
there.
funniest
Is a
moments.
basic means.
Part 1.
Can you see a cap on radar? Not really, no. You can kind of see storms struggling, but you don't observe it on radar, no. Okay, so yeah, a lot of hail falling up through here again. Along Interstate 39 here, I think there's going to be a few hailstorms again. They're going to pass through populated areas up here through eastern Wisconsin and central
Right there.
Wisconsin. These guys down here going this direction roughly. So you might get woken up by a hailstorm again up here, but the tornado
Okay.
threat is minimal to zero. Minimal to zero up here at the moment into central Wisconsin. So this is all,
Oh, they're
all
at the
about
bowling
hail.
alley
All
again.
about hail. All right, let's go back through Iowa now. Eventually, we're going to have to switch to the Davenport radar. Cedar Rapids looking actually to get in on the strongest part of this storm. It looks like it's continuing to take aim toward the city of Cedar Rapids. This is going to be wind and hail down here. So just a strong storm moving through. It's going to be pretty loud. Nothing too significant over there, but Cedar Rapids probably is going to be woken up. This is not tornadic. Let me show you guys why. You can see this from the Davenport radar. So no tornadoes right now expected with this storm right here entering Cedar Rapids. Here from the Davenport radar, take a look at this. Look at this this green line here. I'm really going to draw it in yellow. So you see this line out in front here? This line of green? This is an outflow boundary. The storms are putting down wind. It's going this direction, and it's cutting off any sort of wind to move into the storm from the surface. So wind can't get through. Can't get through this boundary here. That means no rotation at the surface. No tornado threat down here. This is all wind and hail. All wind and hail. And that's true for Dubuque. Looks to be true for Cedar Rapids. Anywhere where we see this line out in front, though, if this line out in front kind of starts to get ingested into any particular part of the storm, then we have to be paying attention to that. But right now, this is a good indicator to say that our tornado threat is minimal with this part of the storm moving through eastern Iowa. Some wind and hail down here. So that's the case. Cedar Rapids, you're about 20 minutes out from this, but it's going to get windy. It's going to get windy here before the storms move in. So wind first. It's cold. It gusts out, and then the heavy rain's behind it. That's what's going to happen here. I wish I could see further south here, but I think the same is going to be true for most of southeastern Iowa. We got to keep a close eye on it just in case, though.
Oh no.
Let's go down to Kansas City. Looks like you all might be getting out of the worst of this. Our boundary is right back in here, which means that anything back in these areas is very minimally tornadic. You're not going to see any tornadoes up here in Lawrence, Kansas. You're not going to see any tornadoes basically in Kansas City. It's like it's all getting cut off there. Okay, so let's go down to the Wichita, Kansas radar. You can see this strong storm moving through southeastern Kansas. Looks like this is a focus of the line. And you can see like there is some sort of rotation here. This is our area of rotation, but it is removed from any sort of wind that can get into it. I really don't think the tornadic threat is anything right here. Very low over here. That's not impossible, though, for wind to just get in there. If it's really strong inflow, it can happen. I think it's
I need to go down.
minimal tornadic.
I want to see it.
Unless we're down south. So over the next couple hours, this part of the line is going to move to the east. So this will include western Missouri from from Bates County down south, maybe through Joplin.
They can hear that.
Might see the heaviest impact from this part of the storm.
They can
If
hear
it
it in the
persists
street.
as it
I'm
is
not getting
now,
a
we'll watch
fucking
it evolve.
copyright for that.
Yeah, if you think today was a bust, it was not for the northern edge of the event. Last I saw, we had 14 tornado reports in Iowa and Illinois from earlier today. So that's just fine. We're waiting to see if we get those tornado reports down south, though, in our other tornadic-driven risk area. That is a good thing if we don't, though. So we're still crossing fingers that we don't get that. Okay. So there's the southern extent of the line right now. That's the southern edge of the line. We haven't seen development down through much of Oklahoma yet. We just got some showers popping up here. in northern Oklahoma, not doing much of anything right now. So we'll see how they develop with time. Now let's take another look at Arkansas just in case. So through the recent times in Arkansas, we can see that we might have some showery activity rather, as developing right here. We do see that. The hope is that this does not become intense. If the cap is broken right now, and these are the result of the cap being broken, and these grow upscale into supercells, that is bad. So we have to be paying close attention to this. I have Zach Hall's feed right below me. Whenever his stream's working, you'll see that come through. I don't know why that was there. So whenever his stream is working, you'll see that come through down here. I was hoping we'd get another railfan camera up, but that might not have happened, unfortunately. There we go. So Zach Hall is chasing down here in his home state at the moment where he lives at, so he can help anyone out with any storms that do develop down here. Again, our moderate risk area is just about in this area right here, in this blue circle. So if we see development down here, this is we really have to hope that this does not blow up. Does not blow up. From my latest analysis, I still see a pretty strong cap in place down here, but I think if I'm looking at this right, which I know it looks okay, right in here is where the cap is the weakest. So this is where we have the weakest cap. This might be why we're starting to get showery activity down on the southern half of that area. So as these move off to the north, if they congeal and become supercells, that's not good. We'll be watching this closely. So close eyes on this. Close eyes on this. I would try not to go to sleep. Try to have a late night tonight in anywhere in this area, Hot Springs, Arkansas, Fort Smith, Arkansas, up through perhaps around the Springfield, Missouri area, and just to the east. This is definitely a night where it's just better to have a later night. Stay up through the next few hours just to see if something develops. All right, so there we go. There's our coverage of each of the storms that are active right now. Let's see. Wow, that's actually interesting. So this, let me see the new run of the H-triple-R model. Does it get that development? It does do something with this development, just some weak cells here. These might be somewhat concerning, but right now they don't look like much. But we don't rely on these models too much. However, we are starting to see, look at that. We are starting to see just some more consistent presence of something in our moderate risk area through early morning hours here. So this is the reason, one of the main reasons I'm on tonight is this right here in the red zone. So this is why I'm here. If these develop and are mature, they will pose a strong tornado threat. The Storm Prediction Center really wants you to know that. Meteorologists in this area really want you to know that. They really want you to know this right here, because this is 3 a.m. This is what it looks like at 3 a.m. maybe. It's a possible solution. And if anyone in these areas are asleep at 3 a.m. and this rolls through with a strong tornado, that is the absolute worst case scenario. And that's why I want you to stay up. All right? That's why I want you to stay up, or tell people to stay up right in this area. Definitely cross your fingers for that. Tornadoes are not going to eat you. So it's good to have a plan in place. If you haven't done so already, get yourself a nice hot beverage. Watch a couple more episodes of your show while I'm on the side. Down here in basically northwestern Arkansas, western Arkansas, and southern Missouri. Springfield, Missouri, right in here. Be thinking about your neighbors too. You know, if these storms do pop up, definitely be thinking about someone you know in the town over. That's the best case. So this is the area I'm concerned with. This is why we have a moderate risk here, which is a 4 out of 5. And if you absolutely have to sleep, just please please have a way to wake up tomorrow. You know, Ryan's talking about that NOAA weather radio. That's a good idea. Midland WR 120. So there you go. Hopefully this doesn't happen, but it's starting to look a little bit more consistent. We're seeing showery activity in the area. So just really don't want to see this come to fruition. But that could break. Storms just could be strong enough to break through it anyways. Oh, and now I see. I do see where this cap is breaking now from our most recent forecasts. It's really there in north central Arkansas too. So yeah, we'll be watching this closely. Look at that. I mean, literally in the last scan. You see this? I just talked about this, and there it is. Starting to see the oranges and reds here, stronger showers. You know, there are times where I hate being right. I hate being right, so we're keeping a close eye on it.
Did we just watch this?
Yeah.
Lebanon, Missouri is right on the northern
Now they're playing
edge
video
of this
games.
red area over here. So I would say yes. Yes, be paying attention tonight. There's Lebanon. All right. So we'll be watching these closely. Really hoping. There are times where if you get a group of showers like this, or up here, you can see them all congeal together. And when that happens, all of their forcing together, every little cumulus cloud, all those puffy clouds that are together, if they all just congeal into one, then all of that combined forcing can give us a strong supercell. So
Brian, you're in southeast Missouri.
Of showers like this, it's not the best look.
You should get it something. Hopefully, you'll get just the rain tomorrow.
But hopefully it just doesn't do that. Does it affect Texas? Yeah, down here in Texas, we've been looking at it. Down here in Texas, you guys can expect some development overnight into the early morning. This is 5 a.m. Central. This model is resolving quite a few strong cells, but down Interstate 35 through Texas, the west of Austin and Waco, that'll move in 5 to 7 a.m. So further south, there might be some strong storms down there too.
Oh, okay.
This model really likes it down there. See how strong the storms are along the cold front too. Eventually this moves down. So into the early morning hours, we really get some strong storms. This is 6 a.m. Possible hail core over Fort Smith if this resolved perfectly.
Arkansas.
Looking like a rough early morning down here. Atlanta, no, you guys will be fine for quite some time. Takes a while to get to you. That'll be Thursday, and it's going to be like nothing then. Northeast Arkansas, you're out of the worst risk. You saw those supercells pop up right in here.
That's okay.
Let's go back to that. There you go. You see them moving right through there. Doesn't really look like they stay fully.
I'm staying live with this, guys.
Make it up here into Poplar Bluff.
If you guys want to go over there, you guys can come back. I'll still be live
until tomorrow morning. About 12 hours from now. So if you're in Jonesboro, Memphis, you guys can sleep.
Oh, look.
If you're in Kentucky, you can go to sleep. You have time before storms will
it's
get
9:30.
anywhere close to the state. You'll be awake for
Susan
tomorrow.
C. Brian.
Ryan will be on. So you can ask about Kentucky.
Yeah, I am. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go live on
my phone?
Literally
Yeah,
what I'm
I'm
going to
gonna
do
go
is
to
pass it
Susan's
right
live.
back to
on
him.
their phone. She's going to go live.
Lots of lightning in the Burlington, Kansas camera. Yeah, we can look at that.
How
Let's,
much
take a look
do I
there.
have on that?
I can't tell.
Burlington, Kansas radar Omega camera here. You can see the flashes off
I can't tell. 85?
everywhere.
No, it's less
So
than
this
that.
part of the storm is moving in.
I don't know.
It's like close to 50, maybe.
This is basically where that strongest part of the line is. Or maybe just the north of it. If you look down here in Kansas.
Arkansas.
Down here in Kansas,
Arkansas.
Burlington is up here
Called Arkansas.
in eastern Kansas. And our
Kansas.
severe thunderstorm warning down here is for wind and hail. To the north of Independence, Kansas, so moving through Benedict, Buffalo. Strongest part of the line right here is setting up. powerful part of the storm. Any part of this cold front, you can see this here, can kind of just self-develop and persist. This is what I would call a mesoscale convective system right here. This is just an area where the line is separated from the front and is beginning to bow out. See this bow shape here? It looks like a bow and arrow. So this is where the storm is locally the strongest. Some pockets of hail in here. It looks like Burlington, Kansas will get the weakest part of it maybe, but perhaps the most powerful winds at the surface. So all sorts of localized features in here. This is kind of not what you want to see. I don't really want to see these MCSs form here in the mesoscale convective systems, because if they do form, they can outpace that outflow boundary I was talking about that's preventing any air from getting in and starting to form rotation. So over here might be another focus for the now casting part of the stream as it moves toward the Kansas-Missouri border, probably to the north of Joplin and south of Kansas City. This might be an area for perhaps all severe hazards. So if you're in Kansas City, I feel okay about you going to sleep.
I see it
but
now.
have a way to wake up to warnings just in case. Yeah, this is it. This is current radar. If I'm ever on this app with the black background, this is current. Unless I say it's 25 minutes ago. There we go. This is definitely a wind bag down here. Definitely want to be inside in Buffalo and Benedict, Kansas. Kansas City radar. The storm is a little bit stronger. It's in a very unique environment, though.
What?
If I check out the observations in this area,
What?
I can see that it is about 47 degrees at the surface here in Lawrence and also Topeka. And so despite this cell looking a little bit suspicious, looking a little bit interesting, it's definitely going to struggle to put too much together. But this is a proper supercell.
Really?
Perhaps in the cold core part of the storm, I would say. You can see how that is moving. That's moving basically due north-northeast.
You want a J Sarge coin?
This will approach the St.
Me?
Joseph,
Yeah,
Missouri
the
area
$20.
eventually if
I
it
can't
persists.
afford
I
it.
told them to hold us.
A pretty nice,
Tell them to hold
strong
it for
morning time storm.
$20 donation for two of them.
I would not go to bed
I
in Mountain
still
Home,
can't afford
Arkansas.
Right
No.
now, they're telling them to
Gotta
hold
stay
them
up over
for
the
us.
next couple hours to see if supercells materialize in your area.
Do good job,
The
Bob.
reason I'm here tonight for that moderate risk in the 4 out of 5, if you haven't seen it yet, down here in this red area, that includes Mountain Home. You said Mountain View, there it is right there. Also in the moderate risk. If these supercells develop, they may pose a strong tornado threat at 3 a.m. your time, and I don't want you to be asleep for that. Don't want you to be asleep for it, so have a little bit of caffeine. You can sleep in St. Louis. Storms are going to get there at about 8, 9 a.m. I would start seeing, at least expect to start seeing storms about 7 to 9 a.m. in St. Louis. Same is true for Chicago. So that's about when you'll probably be waking up, but have a way to receive warnings. You'll probably be woken up by the storm. And at that point, I'll still be here.
Oh, she's live.
So I'll still be here when that happens. So if at any point you wake up tonight, because you just have to go to bed for whatever reason, despite what I'm telling you, especially in these areas in the red on this map, and you get woken up, if you get woken up by the storms, I'll be right here unless my internet goes out. But I don't think it will. Yep, you can sleep in Jonesboro. It's going to be a long time before the storms get to you, almost certainly. Farmington, you're near St. Louis to the south, so yep, same idea. These storms are mostly north-south, so they're going to be arriving along much of these areas at the same time if I'm calling them out. All right, let's go back north into Wisconsin. These storms are very far away from Milwaukee now. Very far away from Milwaukee. Up next to get some hail, though, like I've been talking about, it's going to be the Appleton to Oshkosh corridor here. Green Bay down the line within a couple hours from now. These are moving pretty fast too. So you can see
Those are
this hail's going to
warning.
come in. This is just hail up here.
For North Dakota, South
That's
Dakota,
also probably going to be true along Interstate 39 here for quite some time.
Wyoming.
All these hailstorms are going to move through, and then we're going to see these severe thunderstorms approach from the west over the next 5, 6, 7 hours into the morning, from west to east, and that will be wind and hail. Champaign, add an hour to it, maybe an hour or two. It might start getting stormy in the mid-morning through about noontime. South Bend, add an hour and two from Chicago. You go to sleep in Tulsa. Wind and hail is probably going to wake you up, but I think the tornado threat in Tulsa is probably it's probably minimal. We'll see how those storms develop over there, though, over the next few hours. Rochester, you're fine in Minnesota. Everyone in Minnesota is fine now. If you're in Michigan, that is going to be the tail end of my stream at about the 11-hour point, 10 to 11-hour point, once we get into the mid-morning tomorrow, and the start of Ryan's stream. So he will be covering this. He will be covering most of the heavy stuff in Michigan, Toronto, Ohio, Eastern Indiana, Indianapolis, Owensboro, Evansville, Louisville, even Nashville, down to Memphis. You guys are going to be Ryan's stream tomorrow. So if I listed any of those cities there or areas just around them, you're fine to go to bed now because the storms are going to take some time to get to you on Wednesday, but they will pose a big threat, so make sure you're paying attention.
So which $10 tickets do you guys want to see? We'll do Lucky Wins.
Cool.
We'll do these 30s that I know.
Okay, let's look at Iowa now. While this hail moves up towards Fond du Lac. Gosh dang it. You know what? Google, tell me how to say this. Tell me how to say it. I have access. There's no lady to tell me how to say this one? Are you kidding me? Farthest end of the lake. That's not how to pronounce it. Maybe I'll just call you guys that. Furthest end of the lake. In Wisconsin.
Because I might
Great.
be going live tomorrow with Sarge. I know. The 7th ticket was good to me when it first came out.
If you're in Arkansas and west, in Little Rock and west, do not go to sleep.
And I never would do good on this.
I cannot, in good conscience, advise you to go to sleep.
Do the all. Okay. So let's
Lac,
start
Fond du
with
Lac.
the Lucky
Just the
Wins,
Lac.
and then you guys can tell me.
I said it right. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Hey, I remembered. So that hail is about to move into Fond du Lac.
All right. I only got 5 of these guys.
Or is that Lock?
I haven't really done these.
Here,
Lock, Lock.
go back to what you were
I'm
watching.
seeing everybody saying the different things.
Well, no.
All right,
Why,
it looks
you
like
ain't
it's
gonna
Lock.
watch her?
Let's go.
No.
Why?
Lebanon, do not go to bed. You're at the northern edge of the moderate risk. Didn't I answer that guy already?
Did she even say
Make sure you
hello?
guys are keeping up with the current time on the screen.
Huh?
If this timer down here in the
Jason?
bottom right, if the minute on the hour does not match what the
Jason?
minute on the hour is
I don't
on
know.
your phone, then
Didn't
you're not
even say
watching this
hello to
currently.
you?
So you need to make
He
sure
probably
you're
did
watching
when
the
I was in
live
the-
part of the stream.
Freaking ads.
Yep, cap is breaking in Arkansas. We just were talking about that. See if it's developed anymore. Still pretty weak development, but several areas of concern are starting to materialize down here. Anywhere where there's showers, and they keep going, they keep turning orange and red, that's bad. And that's why you need to be awake down here, even into southern Missouri. So we're watching this very closely because these are just tracking right through the worst conditions for tornadoes overnight. All of this area is just the worst conditions for tornadoes overnight with anything discrete here. Southeast Indiana, yep, you guys will have a tornado threat tomorrow. It's going to be in the afternoon hours. I don't know what the red exclamation points mean on the Weather Channel. I'm not a part of the Weather Channel. I just answered for Indiana. Northwest corner of the state, 8 to 9 a.m. Central. Southeast corner of the state, 2 p.m. Central. Storms are moving through. Rockford, you got about 4 hours or so, 3 to 4 hours. It's going to get there, though. And I'll be here for you.
Okay,
Yeah,
Tony.
if you're in the wet, I don't know how many times I can circle this, but if you're in this area, do not go to bed tonight. We are concerned about supercells here with strong tornado threats. If you go to bed, there are 50%. It's a 50% reduction in
He just
people
gave you a
responding
magnet.
to warnings
Ooh.
and thus taking
Cold.
shelter in tornado warnings
I
overnight.
told him it
here.
was me.
So please don't go to bed if I circled your area. Should be able to read it on the map. All right, up here in Iowa. If you're along this line and to the west, you can go to bed right now. The storms that pass through your area, this is the last of it right here as it moves east. So if you're in Dubuque, it's getting there. It's not tornadic up here. You can see this line out ahead of it. This is not. This means that inflow cannot reach the storms at the surface. No tornado threat over here. It's just going to be wind and hail. It's the same for Davenport over the next couple hours. Burlington, all the same here. If you're in Chicago, 6 to 8 a.m. Wednesday. That's about 8 hours from now is when it's going to be the stormiest. 6 to 8 a.m. You hear the cat? Yeah, he's going absolutely haywire. What time for the circled area? Over the next 4 hours in Arkansas and southern Missouri. And then you'll have that strong storms. You'll have that cold front move in the early morning thereafter. I don't know if there will be another tornado watch. If those storms do keep materializing, yeah, they're definitely going to issue one. So we can expect the Storm Prediction Center to respond. That does happen. Madison, Wisconsin, same thing for Rockford. It's about 2 hours out from your area, 3 hours out from Rockford, just about hour and a half to 2. And wind and hail up here. Once we get to 6, 7 a.m., that's when the tornado threat starts to increase as these storms move through. So like once you get to Chicago, it might be much, much different over here. This could be the tornado threat increasing as the storms move into your area in the early morning in Chicago. So it's important that you're paying attention.
Excuse me.
Michigan, most of your threat starts in the mid-morning to afternoon tomorrow. Let's take a look since everybody's still just asking. We'll have good conversation soon. But right now we got to do locations. So here's the expected risks tomorrow. This is 6 a.m. Central. You can see those storms move into Chicago, like I told you. Maybe a couple of storms out ahead into South Bend, Indiana. They really start moving into Michigan in the early morning hours into the afternoon from west to east. So 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Central, 1 to 2 p.m. The strongest parts of the storms here are in that red, orange, and even the pinks showing up. It's through Michigan. Here it is through Indiana. So here's 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern. And there's 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern in Indiana. So Cincinnati, 3 p.m. Eastern. Toledo, 3 p.m. Eastern. Dayton, just about 3 p.m. Eastern. Detroit and Toledo, 2 p.m. Eastern. It's really when the strongest storms get to you. And really the same as, it kind of just follows, like Erie up here. So Toronto also getting into it about 2 p.m. Eastern.
I didn't know how to do that.
Lots of storms up through there.
Go here. Here.
So here's 2
Go to
p.m.
quality,
Eastern.
Go to advanced.
I think
That's
Memphis
all
is
right
in
there.
Central. So 1 p.m. Central,
Go to
all
quality.
along the Mississippi and the Ohio River junction right here.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, back in here some. Let's go back through the more present risk areas here. So Cedar Rapids going through it right now. Kansas City, stormiest part is going to be over the next hour to 2 hours or so. Columbia and Jefferson City, 4 a.m. Central, maybe a little bit sooner than that. St. Louis is going to be about 8 a.m. Springfield, Missouri, as the cold front moves through, it's going to be 5 to 6 a.m. Central. Joplin removed 2 hours, so 3 to 4 a.m. is really the stormiest hour. Tulsa, it looks like storms are just now developing over eastern Oklahoma really quickly. Look how they blow up there. So this is 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and 5 a.m. So you see how fast those blow up, and then they have a really significant hail threat with them. But they may also be tornadic too if they can manage to establish inflow and not just have winds out in front of them, a gust front. So we'll see that move through Fort Smith. This is 6 a.m. Central. Along northwest Arkansas, this is 8 a.m. So for Little Rock, it really looks like the mid-morning is the stormiest part if they do hold together down here. And then once again down here into Texas, storms really blow up right just over probably the eastern Dallas-Fort Worth metro. If they do form, it'll be about 5 a.m., 4 to 5 a.m. Central here. And then they'll move east along Interstate 20 over the next few hours. And that's possible all the way down south to Waco, maybe even as far south as Austin could see some severe weather along this line. But really, our focus for this tornado threat is not 8 a.m. Central, like I just said. It's these supercells right here that may develop. If these guys right here develop in the next 4 hours or so in this red risk area, that's what we really, really need to be paying attention to. These are the tornado producers if they do show up. Right now we're seeing they're struggling. I talked about that lid on the atmosphere in my last video. And they're still kind of just starting up here, but they're still struggling to mature. But any one of these, once they get together, is it could be bad news. So that's why I want y'all to stay awake. Anywhere in southern Missouri,
we got one person out here. It's Tony.
Western Arkansas, like this. If you need to take a nap, yeah, but just have a way to receive warnings. Have a good alarm that'll wake you up. But I wouldn't recommend, these could be mature supercells in an hour or so. Down here in northwestern Arkansas and western Arkansas. If the worst case comes true, they'd be a supercell in an hour. Thank you all for the support, by the way. Ryan's in Kentucky. Good to see you all. Happy that you're all hanging out here tonight. Hopefully I'm can help as many of y'all as possible. It can help you. Lawrence, yeah, you'll be all right. The storms are going to get to you at some point. Down in Alabama, Mississippi. But down there, it's really just, we'll see. But right now, it just doesn't look as bad as the northern area. The Great Lakes region is getting in on like a rare risk tomorrow. It's a rare upper level risk tomorrow. We're going to see the Storm Prediction Center outlooks during the stream. We'll see them issue it. So if the risk is increased for Wednesday, as we get into the day one period, I'll let you know that. We'll show it on the stream, show you guys what that looks like. So anywhere in Ohio, that's tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow noon to afternoon to evening from west to east across the state. So we've gone through all of that. I think I managed to quell as many people as I could asking about their areas. Cedar Rapids looks like it just fell apart over you. Isn't that great? I like it when this happens. The Cedar Rapids, the storm just fell apart when it got to you. It's still going to be pretty gusty, I bet. Iowa City is getting a little bit of a strong cell approaching it from the west here. So this is now the strongest part of the line in this area. It's going to be wind and hail down here, okay? Wind and hail down here. You can see this green line out in front of it. That's our outflow, our gust front. There's all the severe thunderstorm warnings expiring. So this wind out here, this is what gets it cold outside. This is that cold air blowing in, really gusty. It's what you hear first. Any sort of rainfall is well back behind it. So no tornado threat over here right now. Very, very, very little tornado threat. as this moves into Dubuque toward Davenport. I think this will change, though, when we get to Chicago. That's 7 hours out from now, 6 to 7 hours. When this line makes it over there, that can change. You can see the gust front. These storms start to speed up some. Then air can flow in there and possibly produce tornadoes. So right now, this looks good. That won't be the case for the entire morning, though. And I will be here to tell you about that. This is the shift work, wall-to-wall coverage. Yep, we're watching all areas of the storm, covering as much as I can. St. Louis, 7 to 8 a.m. Central is when it gets to you. You have a little bit of time to sleep now. Will there be tornadoes when it hits St. Louis? Probably not. Probably not as much, but we can take a look at the tornado threat for tomorrow, just as it is right now. Very little. So here's our tornado threat. The area in yellow and that hatched is the primary concern for tornadoes. So like I said, it starts up just again in the early morning hours in Chicago, all the way down through Champaign-Urbana, Indianapolis into the noontime hours. And then the stronger parts of the storm here in northwest Ohio, through the mitten and into Ontario, southern Ontario right here. That's the focus of our tornado threat from the Storm Prediction Center now. So this will be morning time. This will be mid-morning. This will be noon, afternoon, just like that. So afternoon, it really starts to take on this S shape here as it gets through Ontario. So all of that is our primary tornado threat tomorrow. Murfreesboro, basically not too much. Not too much in Alabama, tornado-wise. Looks fine for y'all. It'll be damaging winds if there are even any strong storms. I think the flash flooding is your concern down there. Thinking flash flooding. Down here in the mid to deep south. Largest concern is flash flooding. I graduated in 2021, so I've been a meteorologist for a couple years. And I've been with Ryan for just over a year now. How long will I be streaming? 12 hours. So from now, given I started an hour and a half ago, 10 and a half more hours. Little Rock, start looking out for those storms. I'll be covering them in depth. In depth, we're covering the storms. Let me just play this back so you guys have something to look at. We need more data, though. We need the data. There we go. Look at that. As we get into the late afternoon, this is 5 p.m. Eastern, all these storms start to really just go to nothing. They go kaput here as they go through central Ohio into northeastern. There may be a couple of strong cells remaining, but it looks like the risk really is maximized tomorrow afternoon. That seems to be when it's at its worst here. Perhaps still some strong storms up into western New York, though. There you go. Lots of coffee. I don't need too much caffeine. We'll be good. We'll be good. Dardanelle, Arkansas, lots of thunder and lightning starting. Good report. Thank you. That's what I want to hear, just to make sure we're on top of this. Really, really keeping a close eye on these storms down here. If they do develop, this is our worry. This is our worry if they come together. Looks like it's staying steady state, though, if we play this back. We saw like this concerning area for a short time, but it's petered out just a bit. So we still have some of the cap in place. The lid on the atmosphere is still down here. But at the moment, I think it's at its weakest right in this area, right where Storm Chaser Zach Hall is, who's sitting just behind, just below me, rather. That's Zach's feed. Let me refresh just to make sure he's still going. In the clear in Kansas City, this is your stormiest hour, I think, in Kansas City. If nothing happens over the next hour or so over here, it does look like this part of the line is still developing, though. So strong storms persisting, you might get woken up. You might get woken up in Kansas City. If this part of the line over here comes through the metro, could be loud. We will see. So yeah, like I said, this cell over here, it's 47 degrees at the surface right now. So all these storms are, you know, well behind all this all of the cold front over here. So these are post-frontal, which means that they don't promote much of a tornado threat at all, but they can still be they can still have damaging winds and hail. This is the same kind of atmosphere at the surface here that had baseball-sized hail in the Quad Cities yesterday morning, now that we're past midnight. So these storms can still be strong, but they will be wind and hail. Like this one down here in Allen County, Kansas, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 1 1/4 inch hail. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it, Karen. The biggest hail I've encountered is just quarter size. I've only been in Minnesota for 2 years, just about 2 years now. We've had a couple of hailstorms, but the largest I've seen is just about 1 inch. Cap break in Missouri? No, not quite yet. I'd love to storm chase with Ryan Hall. Tunica, you guys down there in Mississippi have a damaging wind threat more than anything. So the storm might be strong when it moves through, but it's just going to be another springtime one that you're used to. The really unusual threat is around the Great Lakes region that we've gone over quite a few times. Thank you guys for liking the stream. It helps YouTube know that, hey, this overnight coverage, this shift work that we're doing to make sure that everyone's accounted for who's staying up or needs a friend, somebody to talk them through the night. It lets YouTube know that that's a good thing. It's a good thing. I've only been on for 1.5 hours, guys. I'll stand up after it's been 6 hours. All right? I'm fine. Thank you for the coffee money. I can't have coffee. I will actually lose it. I won't be able to speak. I'll stumble over all my words. Where I moved from? Asheville, North Carolina, after I finished my degree. I have a favorite model? No. No, I don't have a favorite model. That's a funny question, though. Would I ever work with a local Minnesota storm damage company? You know, once I got into the y'all squad here, there's so many people that message that I just don't even know how to filter it out at all or how to find I mean, I'd love to help, but right now I'm doing the part of my job that's looking at radar and doing meteorology shift work. This is what they do in the National Weather Service, guys. They have meteorologists that cover you all night long. So I am serving as a relay person in part with my own dash of expertise to see if anything's happening at any given time. So much the same. Shout outs to any National Weather Service workers in the offices who are going through their mids. We appreciate y'all. You're just now getting in the office for your mids probably. So shout outs to NWS. No, that's such a terrible take, Steven. The reason why I'm on right now, it's to make sure that people who are in these risk areas, we tell them that, hey, there's a possible overnight threat. It's not blown up for viewership. It's to make sure that people are safe just in case something does happen. We can tell you about it. We serve as one more call to action if something does happen. We're hoping nothing does. That's the point of this. I'm 25.
I can't believe somebody just said that to me.
Appreciate it.
What?
I can't believe that somebody just fucking said that to somebody that's fucking, oh my God. I cannot believe
Missouri,
that.
Tornado threat should be
Who
less.
the fuck cares about viewership? He's saving,
strong storms get to you.
he's saving people's lives.
Central time.
Hate that fucking shit, man.
Right,
What the, I don't know who the fuck just said that.
See if,
Said that to him. That's some ignorant ass fucking shit.
Showery activity. Let's see how our Wisconsin storms are doing.
I'll be
So,
right back, man.
most, basically all severe thunderstorm warnings up here have been allowed to, except for this one for hail. So along the line, looks like it's petering out just a little bit, but strong storms still headed towards Iowa City in the next 20 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. Butte will get some heavy rain. And we're really just looking at the hail up here into central Wisconsin. These are all just hailstorms. So if something moves through your area up here, lots of lightning and hail. Fond du Lac just went through it. Oshkosh and up to Appleton are next. To get in on some fun hail. Gonna wake some people up. Time is the worst for Arkansas over the next 3 hours. Next 3 hours, if something does develop down there, it's really when it's going to be, it could be nasty. 3 to 4 hours. And then we'll see the storms from the cold front move through from west to east through the morning.
Hello, Vernon.
So like after dawn, I should say. Right at dawn at Fort Smith, Little Rock, a few hours after that, 8 to 9 a.m. Thank you, Joe, for the support. I really appreciate it. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, you guys aren't in a watch yet. Severe tornado watches are issued, 6 or so hours out, maybe a little bit sooner than that. 2 to 6 hours out. So no watch for you guys yet. You're in a risk area that we talk about. There is some tornado risk for far northeastern Texas if something does develop down there, yes. We're hoping that nothing does develop there. Thank you, Amy, for the help. No, it's okay. If there are any bad comments like that, I use them to constructively tell you guys what's going on. If you are in western Arkansas to the Little Rock area, I would not go to bed. You guys are, and then into southern Missouri around Springfield. You guys should not go to bed. I said in my last video, I wanted you guys to stay up late tonight, watch a few more episodes of your shows. That's what I wanted y'all to do, just in case we get an gnarly supercell down there.
Hi, Tony.
The next 3 hours, okay? No, I'm from Southern California. I did my degree in Asheville. So let me show you guys this day 1 tornado. Again, we're still looking down here. This is where I want people to stay awake over the next 3 hours, okay? Right in here. I circled your area. Please stay awake.
Hey, look what I found outside.
You can see the reason for that being these supercells right here if they develop.
Okay.
This is 3 a.m. Possible
Somebody lost it.
Possible look at what could be coming. This risk extends all the way down south here. If there were supercells down here, that would be the reason for the tornado threat. But it does look like they're expected to develop more to the north.
Oh, they're still in here. All right, hold on, guys. Oh shit! I forgot.
Northwest Tennessee, you guys will see the storms move through afternoon hours, noon to afternoon. There could be a brief tornado threat over here with any supercell out ahead of the line.
Hey.
Sullivan, Indiana,
Look what
about
you
11
did.
a.m., 10 to 11 a.m. Central. It's when those strong storms make it through. There may be something out in front, so stormiest period is probably early to mid-morning, 7 to 11 a.m.
So how you been, Vernon?
If you're in Central Time.
How you been, bud? Hello, honey bear.
St. Louis? Yeah, St. Louis can go to bed. The storms are going to get to you at about 8 a.m., 7 to 8 a.m. So have a way to wake up if you need to sleep those full 8 hours. Same with Chicago. Same exact time.
I've been out for 4 hours and 30 minutes.
To Rochester,
40
New
minutes
York,
already.
It really is about.
I'll be up all night.
Really is into the afternoon.
Streaming this
Several
live
hours.
stream. Shout out to 3 people in the chat, whoever you are.
In West New York, you can see that there's just this extension.
Man,
of
I've been
line,
good, bro.
Possibly storms moving through, and then
I've
the
been
cold
good,
front
brother.
itself comes through right about 5 p.m. Eastern. So longer term tornado threat up here. It's really going to be focused in the afternoon to very early evening. It's really noon to afternoon up here. Then further west in Chicago, it's in the morning. So Indiana, Chicago, Eastern Illinois, it's in the morning. Michigan, morning to afternoon. It's a very interesting earlier in the day risk. OKC, you're almost zero threat down there.
Why did I
Storms
not
just
get
stay
that
east.
message just now from you, Vernon?
Tyler, you'll get in on some storms that they do develop down here. Take a look. 5 a.m. right here. So Tyler about 8 to 9 a.m. if they persist. Goodness. Lots of people. Thank you guys for asking these. Thank you guys for asking these. All right, so let's look at Arkansas again, see if we've got anything happening significant.
I'm good,
development.
man.
Maybe down here we're starting to see some consolidation. You take a look. This is the south of Highway 270. We're starting to see some stronger things pop up. This could be our first supercell right here if it continues. This is around the Mount Ida, Arkansas area. So if this right here becomes our dominant supercell, we'll be watching this for a long time. Possibly we could see the same thing up here. Anywhere in this atmosphere, in this environment over the next few hours is supportive. So hoping that doesn't happen. But this right here could be our concern for quite some time. Nothing really to look at. We are literally watching the genesis of something that could be bad. So I would say be awake between 3 and 4 a.m. because if you are, this could be a supercell in an hour. You know, then it could be posing a threat in an hour. That's not 3 to 4 a.m. That's 1 a.m. That's why I'm hoping that y'all are staying awake over the next 4 hours. I don't know, like the cold front moving through in Little Rock, it might not be that, it might not be super bad. It's a great idea for them to not hold classes though. You know, it's just good. It's just good conscious.
Ouch.
You just said.
Right. Doing nowcasting and a brief forecasting for the severe threat that goes through. You can see information on west, southwest, also Canadian provinces that aren't in the severe threat in my latest video. Naperville, Chicago Metro is 6 to 8 a.m. Wednesday morning. So that's in 6 hours from now. That's Central Time. Yeah, this is building quite a bit here. So if we see this establish itself, it's going to be a problem. Might be a problem. Iowa City, if it's not storming right now, it's about to be. Once it's done, you're good. See this? You can probably see it off to the west. So if you see it off the west still, it's moving in. And once it's through, you're good. Ottawa might be a little far away from the severe weather. You definitely will see some thunderstorms, though. I think you'll see some flashes make it up there. Florence, you're looking at flash flood risks, so there will be quite a bit of rain. Late Wednesday, I think. All right, so let's severe thunderstorm warning allowed to expire here in Wisconsin. So just smaller hail is going to fall through Oshkosh to Appleton towards Green Bay. Should persist for quite some time. Up through Mauston or Mauston. These are just hailstorms up here, so it'll be loud if you get a hailstorm over your house. Oh, it looks like Cedar Rapids managed to get in on it after all. So these storms are moving mostly north and east. You see this? So Cedar Rapids actually getting in on this because all the individual cells behind this gust front are traveling to the north. So Cedar Rapids loud storming incoming for y'all, but it's not severe warning. Don't worry too much about that. Goodness gracious, man. I feel like I've been talking about these same areas 15 times. How have you guys not heard yet? You silly geese. You silly geese. Any more pertinent questions that are not, what's my location? We'll go over it in spades, so don't worry too much about that. So I'll wait for that message to come through since we got the delay, the latency on the stream. Yeah. Appreciate the report. Lots of thunder in near Mountain Home in Arkansas. Yeah, let's check on the lightning activity down there. It's important. Lightning activity does determine how much, how mature the cells are. I think I answered the storms breaking up over Kansas City. They don't always do that. There's no particular reason other than the conditions in place. How many storms are there? There are quite a few along the cold front. It's going to be nationwide from north to south once they all develop down there into Texas. What are cells? Individual storms, essentially. So this right here would be an example of a cell. This would be a cell, and if it were a supercell, it'd be rotating. It looks like it's trying to hold on, yeah. We're still seeing the lid on the atmosphere stay mostly in place, but as long as there's strong enough rising air, it can break a little bit of the cap. So it's all about that relative, like, is this enough? Is this just enough? And that's why we have to watch it closely. No, Tornado Alley shifts with as we go through each month of the year. Midas is the name of my cat. Little Midas kitty. Low chances of seeing a tornado tomorrow in Clarksville. It'll be in the afternoon hours to evening. Same with Nashville. Very low chance. Yeah, the SBC issues a new outlook for day one in about 40 minutes from now, I think. It'll be just about then. This is a Shure MD7 mic. Good question. Yeah, just having that plan in place here in the moderate risk here in the red. Having that plan in place is the best thing you can do. It's a healthy and nice thing to just have a plan in place. Practice being in the risk area here, even if nothing does materialize. It's for good consciousness. So, there's a reason we talk about this. Everyone's like, oh, I always get so much storm anxiety from this because y'all are talking about it. Well, if we didn't talk about it, you wouldn't know what's coming if something does come. So it's most important that you know about it first, and then we can start to assess, like, okay, well, how do I deal with this? How do I feel more comfortable about it? Use our stream here if we're covering the event. Use any other stimulus you have access to. Use the weather alerts that come through on your phones or any devices that you have, like the weather radio. And as long as you have that, you're good to go. We still got Storm Chaser Zach going below me too. He's through northwestern Arkansas right now, along Interstate 40 actually is where he's driving. At least he was recently. So he is here in place just in case we get a tornadic storm. He will be covering it. I think he's positioning out ahead of that storm, that cell we're seeing pop up near Mount Ida in Arkansas. Yes, practice safe weather. What's a hook echo? The hook echo is just the part of the supercell that dips down below it. That's usually where the tornadoes are. So that's why we identify a pattern with how the supercell presents itself on radar. It's a result of the southern end of the cell coming down to the surface. So descending air on the back end, and then the inflow wraps up right in there, forms a hook. It's a cape looking. It's going to be 1,500, 2,000 joules per kilogram through the night. It's mostly just about that cap. So the instability will stay in place, especially along the cold front. But down here, it's just out in the warm sector in spades. So that's why we see this risk area right here. One of the reasons. The color tables make velocity easier to read? Yes, if you're used to it. It's all about pattern recognition. So you look at thousands of storms. Yeah, let's look at the Mount Ida cell again. This is definitely our one, so let's take a look at the echo tops here. The storm is already about 37,000 feet tall. So it's definitely a maturing cell. You can see it was almost nothing back here in these and then we see up to 40,000 feet. So that to me tells me that there's heavy rain moving in here. This is going to be a problem. So let's keep watching this storm.
Oh, here comes.
That's what don't say I didn't forecast
Gigi,
this.
come on.
45 minutes ago, I was like, these showers down
That's
here,
it.
if they
Not
consolidate,
him.
it may be an
Who is
issue.
it?
Oh no,
So
not him.
if this
He
if
was on
this
the couch
continues
when
to
I
be an
came
issue, we might
Well,
see a
he's trying to
tornado
open the
watch
door.
down here. Storm Prediction Center is seeing this down here and thinking pretty hard about what's going on right now. There's even a 60 DBZ pixel in here, so yeah, this is definitely a quickly maturing storm. Can you sleep in northwest Arkansas? No. You should not be asleep in northwest Arkansas over the next few hours. That is why I keep highlighting those areas. Please stay weather aware over the next couple hours. We will be tracking any tornadoes that do happen. Zach Hall, here he is. Here's his dot right here. In Clarksville, Arkansas. He's likely watching this storm down here as it tracks off to the north. Once it becomes a mature supercell, though, it's going to curve off to the east a little bit and become a right mover. So we'll see it probably track towards Russellville, maybe a little bit more to the east if it does become a full-blown supercell. This is definitely the most concerning cell for like the next 3 hours, I would say. Got that hail in Oshkosh finally. It's headed up towards Appleton next. Green Bay will probably get in on it. So mean? Nah. I'm being real with you. Now, 38,000 feet is not too tall for a storm down here. Especially in springtime. Beginning of summer, storms get taller. No, I'm not sponsored by Sam's Club. What tipped you off on that?
I told you.
No, you can't sleep.
Well, I'm not
Gotta
saying
stay weather
I'll be
aware.
up all night.
You're concerned
I
about
said-
it. There's a reason I'm
can put
electing
him right
to
there on
stream
the
for
bed.
10 hours today, 12 hours today. The reason is I know that tornado warnings
Tough for
are
you, aren't you?
perceived, therefore received. 75%.
Well, come here.
75%
come
of
here.
people receive a tornado
Come
warning
here,
on
buddy,
average
buddy.
during the daytime hours.
Come here.
35%
Come here,
receive it at
Kiki,
3 a.m.
Kiki.
Therefore, the response is also quite a lot lower, which is dangerous. And that's why I want you guys to stay up. Can I talk to the chaser? He didn't respond to me. I'm sure he might be
What's
bored,
wrong,
though.
Chichi-Minuchi-Minuchi-Minuchi?
I didn't even give myself a thumbs
So
up.
if he does see my message to him,
There's my
we'll see
thumbs
what
up
he's
to
got
you.
to say coming through. And then he'll come through on the stream.
Good job.
I don't know where Dent County, Missouri is, but
Yeah.
there's so many counties out here. But if it's not in this
I
circled
know
area,
how you feel. Believe me.
this
I
is
do.
the primary concern right now. I don't see it anywhere in there.
Do you really?
Yes.
No, you don't.
It's hot.
Primary concern. So Springfield, I'd recommend staying up in the Ozarks up here. We're starting to see the development of
at
possibly
Gigi.
our areas of concern. Jefferson City, Missouri, 4 a.m. is when that cold front gets to you. Southern Wisconsin, it's going to move through another round of wind and hail.
It's hot,
The
buddy,
tornado
buddy,
threat
buddy,
down
buddy,
up there, though,
buddy,
it's
buddy.
not really much until about 6 a.m. Central.
Okay.
So wherever the storms are at 6 a.m., which is
Mm,
going to be
south.
about to
Okay.
Milwaukee,
Here we
not
go.
over Lake Michigan up there in Wisconsin. And that's when
Matthew,
our
go with
tornado
it.
threat starts to increase in our northern zone. I would say you're fine to go to bed in Kansas City, yeah. Because you're in the cold air now. It's cold in the metro.
He acted like a dead
Cold
possum.
air's moving through. You should be okay.
Aww.
You might get woken up by some lightning.
Look at him.
Joplin, storms are they're developing over there. You see these severe thunderstorm warnings in eastern Kansas. They're gonna be pretty strong. And they're gonna keep developing.
Don't
down here
you
to
start
Oklahoma,
that crap
into
with
Joplin
me.
over the next,
Don't you
3
start
hours
that
or so, 2 to 3
with
hours.
me. No, don't
When
you
that
dare.
happens, you can get some
Don't
wind and
you
rain.
dare. Don't you dare, young
I
man.
moved to Minneapolis with my partner. I also like the city a lot. I visited it a couple times, so I'm like, yeah, I like this place. This part of the storm is intensifying as well. We should pull up local rock radar just in case. I'm going to have 7
What?
radar windows open
What?
just for y'all.
What?
So let's
What?
do that. Oh, wait a second.
Come
I
here.
see something up
Come
here.
here.
What's
Come
going
here.
on up here? Just some strong storms. Maybe some sporadic hail, even as far north as like western Wisconsin here, northwestern Wisconsin. It would be amazing if someone in Duluth, Minnesota, got some, some heavy sleet into maybe even small hail, maybe grapple up there, and reported it here in the chat. That would be wicked. The time in Bentonville over the next 3 hours. Please be paying attention. The cold front will reach you in about 5 to 6 hours,
What?
and that will be wind and hail.
What?
Up there. We definitely got some hail falling right on the Minnesota-Wisconsin border here along the St. Croix River. Most of Iowa's fine. Strong storm moving through Cedar Rapids right now.
Most of Iowa's fine, he said, Tony. Most of Iowa's fine.
Contact me now.
What?
I would hear it. I would know.
What?
I literally have the chat pulled up where I'm contacting. So
What?
it's an interesting thing.
What?
Are you watching Zach's stream? I mean, I don't know why he wouldn't be paying attention to me. Maybe I'll have to pull that up.
What, buddy? What, buddy?
I would actually hear him. I have him on Zello, so the moment he comes
What,
through, I'm just messing with you. Ozark, Missouri. Should they
What?
stay awake? I would recommend staying awake in Missouri. Would recommend it.
Oh, here's the Spanish dictionary. I gotta send
All
this
right,
to.
so let's go back down to the Little Rock radar. That was what I was doing. I got distracted.
I
by
got the
weather.
Spanish dictionary,
It's
y'all.
interesting. So my apologies. We are down in Little Rock.
What?
Hmm.
What?
Okay.
Get that from?
Really just not happy
Soul
that
Harbor?
these storms did finally break through the
I gotta
cap
send
just
this
a
to
bit
Lenny.
here. Not happy about it, but I will be here to cover it. Yes, that's getting gas.
It's getting gas.
Play Arkansas, please stay awake over the next few hours. That includes Little Rock. Areas to the east of Little Rock, you guys are fine to go to bed, I think. It's really where these storms are popping up right now, right in here, and off to the north and east. So right up through this area. So that includes Ozark, Springfield. That is where I am concerned over the next 3 hours, 3 to 4. Could be hail in St. Louis, possibly. And that'll be about 6 to 8 a.m. when the storms start coming through there. Zach knows I'm talking about him. Well, hello there, Zach. We got you on for the night. If you need to talk to, well, there you go. You can just talk to me directly on Zillow. Since we're on a delay, I'll just text you. Actually, let me just contact you and then I can get you to. Or apparently I can't because you're not a contact. What the heck, man? I don't know if I can. How did we not straighten this out?
Uh-oh.
Why are you
Do not let her see that, Chief.
Already seen it.
We might not be able to talk on Zello, actually. We might not be in a compatible channel. I thought we would be, though. So that's my bad. It would have to be Frank or Ryan themselves that would do something like that. And I think both of them have checked out tonight. So don't worry, I've got your stream up. So I'll listen to you on stream. It's just going to be a delay back and forth. Just in case something comes through. Just in case we get something. I don't think I'm in a shared channel here. Whoa, my webcam has decided to freak out. Fixed it. All right, we're watching Northwest Arkansas and Western Arkansas right now. Storm Chaser Zach Hall on the case there. Watching these things develop. He's going to be in place. Southwest Arkansas, the hope is that development doesn't get all the way back in here, but it's possible that it could. It's possible that it could. South of Little Rock, it's risky. I can't in good conscience to tell you that you can go to bed. I'd prefer if you were staying weather aware for the next few hours. Is there Perryville cyclone report? Oh yeah, there we go. Yes, the Perry County Weather Watchers. We got those here. We do have this. We do have this video. It's not really going to tell us much of anything here, but we'll have this webcam here from Radar Omega just in case.
Of course, it fucking shot up my.
Starting to hear thunder.
What?
Yeah,
What?
lots of electrical activity
What?
actually with these storms. So
What you
they are
looking at?
developing at a brisk pace, I would say. Very,
What you
very,
looking at?
very high lightning
What you
activity.
looking
Like they don't
at?
look that impressive on radar, but there's a lot of lightning strikes with them. Am I staying up all night? Yes. Yes, I am staying up all night.
I am staying up all night too.
Yeah, right.
That's why I'm
I
sitting
bet
over
you can
here.
go to sleep.
That's why I'm sitting over here.
Yeah, right. You're falling
Kentucky.
asleep.
You can go to bed. You'll see your stuff tomorrow in Kentucky. Tomorrow afternoon through the evening, west-east. Yeah, I'll be here all night watching these things. Really hoping they don't develop too much, but we got the means to track them if they do. This is the manifestation of our moderate risk here. 4 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. The scattered blue, all this like blue area here is just a little bit of it's just a little bit of energy that the beam is hitting, the radar beam is hitting. So anything that's in the clear air, any disturbances, we just see a bunch of clear air returns here. That's what's happening. So this is not rainfall or anything. Rain is showing up in these greens, yellow, orange, red. That's what we're looking at here. The
What's
cap
Randy
is
doing?
literally a part of the atmosphere, about a mile to 2 up.
Mm.
It can be higher, it can be lower, but today it's about a mile to 2, where the temperature stays the same as you go through that layer, as you go up through it. So because the temperature stays the same, it's more stable, and that means storms have a difficult time punching through it. Simple as that. Yeah, I just looked at the St. Croix River storms, so there's just some hail up there. Same's going to be true up through central Wisconsin. Northwest corner of Illinois, and over the next couple hours, the cold front's going to move through your area, wind and hail possibly. Our tornado threat has really ramped down everywhere except here in Arkansas and southern Missouri. That cold front is basically going to have wind and hail with it. I've looked at it quite a few times now, and I don't see any reason for it to be tornadic right now, but of course things can change quickly. That tornado threat's going to ramp back up though. Ramp back up as it approaches Chicago. That's 6 to 8 a.m. Central. So that also will, the tornado threat is at its highest really down south to Champaign or Urbana. So St. Louis, no, tornado threat is lesser down there when it gets there at 8 a.m. or so, 7 a.m. Springfield, cold front gets you at 4 to 5 a.m. But we're watching these storms right now. If they do track anywhere close to Springfield, they could pose a significant threat over the next few hours. No, you guys are not expecting softball hail in Columbia, Missouri. You might get a little bit of hail with the cold front. Northeast Arkansas, mostly you guys are okay to go to sleep, but have a way to wake up to warnings if you're going to go to sleep in Northeast Arkansas. Our primary risk area is back in here for tornadoes today over the next few hours. Springdale. At one point I knew where that was. So hopefully that circle helped you out. Little Rock, you're right on the edge. I hope for you guys to stay up, just in case.
What the?
Conway County, you guys are in it. In that circle. Bentonville, nope, don't go to bed. The best idea is to stay awake. Northwest Arkansas, don't go to bed. Best idea is to stay awake. Be thinking about your neighbors too, y'all. Like, if this supercell does develop into anything concerning, you guys should be weather aware even a county away. Yeah, how many circles do I draw tonight? How long will I be live? Probably over the next 10 hours. Is this shift work? Then Ryan will be live covering tomorrow's tornado threat. So if you're just now getting here, Ryan will be covering after I've done my 12-hour shift. Wall-to-wall coverage until this storm system is done with its primary threats tomorrow. Springdale's by Fayetteville? Right. Well, I just talked about Northwest Arkansas, so please stay weather aware over the next few hours. Northeast Indiana, tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow at noon for Fort Wayne, just about. It may reach you a bit earlier, though. That cold front's moving at a brisk pace up in the northern mode in our Great Lakes and our Midwest area. Down in the south, though, it's moving much slower. So there will be flash flooding and way less of a tornado threat as a result tomorrow. Yes, in Michigan, you guys can go to sleep. You guys are you're gonna want to be awake though by the mid-morning. So anywhere in Michigan should probably stay weather aware from 9 a.m. Eastern onward. So right now, get some good sleep.
Somebody
All
put
right,
in,
these guys
what about
are
Dallas, Texas?
developing kind of rapidly here. We're going to check in on them in just a second. Let's go back up and check if we have any severe thunderstorm warnings throughout this line. Again, no tornado threat up here right now. No, very, very little tornado threat up here. So you can see, if you look at the radar right now, you can see this green line out in front. This is a gust front. Air can't get back in here. And if it can't get back in there, it can't make the storm rotate at the surface. So you guys over here in Dubuque, Iowa, Davenport, Iowa, you guys look fine. No tornado threat over here. All of these cells are back behind the gust front. Very, very unlikely for tornadoes here. That includes Quincy. And anywhere where this line of storms is going through. But about 6 hours from now, whenever these storms are over here into northeastern Wisconsin, that is when the tornado threat will redevelop. So Chicago will be 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. west to east. Kansas tornado threat should be minimal. It's really those strong winds that are moving through right now. We can take a look at that. This is the strongest part of this line over here. We're starting to get that stronger development back into Oklahoma as well, but that's just going to be wind and hail. We can look at that from Kansas City radar. Here we go. Yep, just localized areas of damaging wind and hail as the storm moves to the east across the border. So this will probably be, you know, some heavy rain for Kansas City coming up. Like I said, you guys can go to sleep. See how this line is all the way out in front of you? Very minimal tornado threat back in here. It's already in the upper 40s Fahrenheit.
18,000 people
Already
watching.
cold out. You just got some heavy rain moving in
18,000
on the
people
back
watching
end.
him right now.
So even though you see this
I wish
area
I
right
had
here that is
18,000
possibly
people watching
rotating
me.
a little bit, very minimal threat, I would say. Strongest stuff, though, could be concerning.
Hold on.
Let me take a very close
Hold on,
look at
buddy.
this and tell you how surprised I
Why
would
are
be
you
if
helping
we
him out?
saw something
What,
crap up
cheeky
here.
boy?
I would be extremely surprised.
What, buddy? You need to lose some
I
weight,
would be
fat ass.
incredibly surprised right here.
I said you need to lose
This
some
is-
weight,
this
fat
is just
ass.
gonna be some heavy rain.
I
Yeah,
thought you
Chief.
called me that.
Down here,
No,
we
I'm
have
talking
a
to
severe
Chief.
thunderstorm. This is actually in the warmer air down here. So this is to the south of this storm. It's still 74. To the north of it, though, up here, it's about 50 degrees.
You know where the heater is?
Where?
Is it here?
Where'd you put it?
Right there.
Okay, good.
I got a spot for it over there.
Okay, good.
Yep, really
So I don't run into
hoping that this southern mode busts. But we still have those storms that are just materializing. We have a couple of hours for them to do something down there in Arkansas. The highest I've seen the clouds get, I've seen echo tops of 65,000-ish, I think. 65,000 feet. As you get closer to the equator, you can see storms that are 75,000 feet though. Closer to the North Pole, they get much shorter. That's how the atmosphere works. The cap is not broken. The problem we're seeing is that storms are just powerful enough to breach it just a little bit. So it's a constantly fluctuating thing, whether we have strong enough updrafts or just enough cap, just like that. So yes, there are concerning developing storms down there. We're watching them, but right now I'm looking at the rest of the line to see if we have any further development. Like this storm down here is basically riding on the front. So you can see it going through here, and this storm is like right on the edge of it. It's probably just behind the front though, so the hope is that it stays behind the front so it doesn't pose any risk of tornadoes. But strong storms can change their local environments. We got to watch it closely. This is approaching western Missouri, well to the south of Kansas City, and through Bates County, Missouri. But I don't think it's going to do too much. Right. Of course, watching the hailstorms go up through central Wisconsin into eastern Wisconsin now. Green Bay, you're going to see hail eventually as these storms approach you. Areas along the Lake Michigan coast. Sheboygan, you're out of it now. Probably got some hail.
Are you able to control the weather? What the fuck kind of
rain.
question is that? I hate these dumbass people,
Yeah, I don't think
man.
people would pay attention to that. It would be helpful for some, but
Who the fuck
the
asked
videos
you,
that are on
could
this
you
channel,
control the weather?
The way YouTube works,
If they could control the weather, you think they'd be having fucking tornadoes and...
individual
Only God can control
educational videos.
the weather.
But we could have a separate channel for
Oh
that.
God.
But that's a lot of work. I've already worked to a thread now doing these long-term streams and then also having to make videos on top of it. We got to make sure I don't burn out so I can help you guys as much as possible. You're over there in the Kansas City metro. Yeah, it's a strong storm, lightning and heavy rain, but it's not severe warned. And it's pretty cold outside, pretty chilly at the surface, so it's just those storms behind the front. The way a front works is at the surface is where it's the furthest out. So as you go along the front, you're going back to the west where it came from. And that's why you can get thunderstorms back behind the front when it's very cold at the surface. So it's like a slope, like a hill. Ohio, your guys' risk starts up in the afternoon tomorrow. Ryan will be live covering that part of the risk, okay? So we're doing wall-to-wall here. I'm on for the next 9 hours or so. And then he'll be awake again, and then he'll be telling you about the tornadoes that happen, if they do, in any parts of Ohio, the Detroit metro, in Toronto, southern Ontario, southeastern Indiana, if it does extend down there.
Shout out to the 5 people in chat. Appreciate
Well,
it. Whoever it is.
Focusing on the near term here as storms move through. Okay, let's check back in Arkansas. This has remained mostly steady state. These have petered out a little bit to the north of Little Rock. This is the one, these ones over here are the ones we're most concerned about. This is in west central Arkansas, headed up towards Russellville. Really, this storm has hardly even began to rotate though, so we're still watching the infancy of it. Thankfully, it hasn't just rapidly developed and blown up essentially. That's what we don't want to see. But the fact that we do have a mature storm here is not great news, especially because it's putting out a lot of lightning. So it's definitely healthy. Definitely a healthy storm, and that's why we have to watch it. Fort Smith. I'm really seeing that all the development that could be concerning might stay to the east of Fort Smith. So to the best of my ability right now, it looks okay. You guys are probably going to be woken up by the cold front storms that come through at about 5 a.m. or so. But I think right now, it looks like the tornado threat is moving to the east of Fort Smith. So hopefully that remains the case. That remains the case. Well, if you see a storm like this and it's got a bunch of lightning, it has broken the cap already. Bless you. It has broken the cap already if you see something like this. Breaking the cap means getting above about 2 miles above the surface. This storm is almost 8 miles tall, so it has broken the cap a long time ago. Let's go back and look at Kansas City just in case. Wild radar signature down here. What in the world? Nope. This storm over here approaching Kansas City is just going to be lightning and rain. Lightning and heavy rain coming in. Does look like something actually managed to stay together as it approached Kansas City. Here we had several people in the chat who were like, oh man, why does everything just fall apart in Kansas City? Well, here you go. We're breaking that drought. As we can't call this a bust yet today. We literally have storms active and starting up.
What's up, Buzz B? What's going on, bro?
Why are you calling it that?
How you doing this morning, Buzz B?
Let's just focus on the nowcasting. What does it mean when it's broken? It means that the storms have managed to sustain themselves in, being full-blown thunderstorms. Air has made it above that stable region, and thus it is free to keep rising. I would say in Columbia, Missouri, it's looking like it's going to be wind and hail primarily. The tornado threat doesn't really start to increase until it's much into central and eastern Illinois. So hopefully y'all can go to bed here, but please have a way to receive warnings. And if you do, I'll be here. So if something comes through or you get woken up by the storm, you can pop right back in here in the middle, pretty much anywhere in Missouri except down here. So if you're in this area, I'd recommend staying awake. And if you're in Columbia, Jefferson City, Kansas City to St. Louis, just have a way to receive warnings if you do need to go to sleep. Do you like when they're breaking up? Yeah, so do most people. But yeah, this is about to move through. So this is going to be a loud storm. There may even be some isolated small hail back in here. So this would go through Edwardsville and Muncie here and towards Pomeroy, the western extent of the KC Metro here and into Kansas. A little bit of hail possible. Yeah, DFW might see some storms about 4 to 5 a.m. start forming up down there. So we'll be watching.
Okay, so 4 to 5 a.m., babe.
Toronto, Ontario, please be
We'll
paying
get storms
attention
4 to 5 a.m.
afternoon.
45?
4 to 5 o'clock in the morning.
I can't change the rail fan cameras, unfortunately. So when the storms do pop up in Dallas, Fort Worth, I got the Fort Worth camera down there, but what's that? Those Zach's feet. I can't change it though. That has to be framed. This is what happens when we do overnight coverage. I'm working with what I can.
Yeah, I told him I need to get him off of that so it doesn't fucking start a
Same with
fight.
upstate New York as Toronto. Same timing, afternoon. Please be weather aware. When
That's
does
quicker
it
for you. I
increase?
got you, bro.
Is a nap
I got
free?
you.
Yeah, if you can nap for a few hours, I would recommend
I
waking
got you,
up
brother.
at 4 to 5 a.m. maybe, so you can nap for a little bit more for that if you are planning to wake up in the early morning in central Illinois. I think it's really eastern Illinois that's where the Storm Prediction Center has the higher tornado risks. There's so much lightning on those storms in western Arkansas. My goodness. Starting to hail there. Yep, that hail's coming through western Kansas City Metro. Nice to have real-time verification of that. Thank you for the report. Now let's look at Iowa real quick. Strongest storms in Iowa are just this elevated hail. This elevated hailing cell here. This is going to move. This is basically moving towards Dubuque. You can see it going to the north and east. So Dubuque might get in on the worst bits of these loud storms, but these are not tornadic over here. Not tornadic over here in eastern Iowa, approaching Dubuque, going through any parts of Wisconsin right now and into Illinois. Fascinating. think we did get half-inch hail in Cedar Rapids. So if anyone got woken up in Cedar Rapids, you guys are fine now. You guys are fine now. Indiana, from northwest to southeast, about 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Central for South Bend, and to 2 p.m. for the southeastern part of the state towards Louisville. 2 to 3 p.m. down there. So Indianapolis right in the middle of that, about noon. If you're in Michigan, I would recommend going to sleep right now. Southwestern Michigan starts to get in on it at about 8 to 9 a.m. Eastern to be awake in the morning hours. Wake up okay to sleep. You guys are probably just going to get some. You're probably just going to get some lightning down there if something does develop that far south. We'll be watching it. It's going to be very much this finally popped up at 5 a.m. That's what Waco's going to be. Stay awake in Springfield, please do. For the next few hours, please do. I'll be here for you. What time will it hit Russellville? We're watching that. I'm going to get back to Arkansas in just a second, okay? I don't think I really have. We covered most of the current storms that are doing anything. Hail coming through Green Bay, Oshkosh. That's all that's going to be up there, though. It's just some small hail. Same thing over here, though, along the St. Croix River, Minnesota-Wisconsin border. So that would be interesting if we got hail as far north as Duluth in Minnesota. That might happen. It's to your south a bit. It would be impressive, though. All right, let's go back to Arkansas. So this storm, very, very weak rotation, but we are starting to see a
there was
a shape here. So this is about 20 minutes out from Russellville. It's not doing nothing right now except lightning. 20 to 30 minutes out. But this lightning, I bet, is going to be pretty loud. So all of these storms down here are mature. None of the other ones look super concerning right now. I think these are going to be our troublemakers over the next couple hours. Yeah, definitely going to get louder there. Yep. Mattoon? I don't think Mattoon is west central. It's east central Illinois, isn't it? I would say that you guys are going to get in on the storms at about 6 to 7 a.m. or so in central time. Sheboygan should be fine, yeah. You guys are pretty far north up there. I think from the risk into Wisconsin. By 3 a.m., when the time for storms can actually, be mature. USBC day one's out. We gotta wait for it to come up on the site, and then I'll show you all. Takes a few minutes for it to update on the site so that I can show y'all on that. Ryan's doom and gloom. Yeah, I'm aiming to help you guys. I'm just telling you what's going on. Mostly no frills, so as long as you know what's happening, I'm hoping that helps quell any storm anxiety, which is why I want to have more conversations with y'all, rather than just saying location, 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 location. If we're having a good conversation, we can, when something is pertinent, we can focus on it, so I can tell you exactly what's going to happen. But if we're just having good conversation, you're distracted from that, you're just having a better time, you're feeling all right. Especially for all these people who are concerned down here in the western half of Arkansas into southern Missouri. And we're finally approaching Conway. Yeah, pretty far away, but yeah, that thunder can come out of the storm 10 miles away. It's all about location, location, location. Happy to help. Mount Vernon, you guys will get in on the storms in the mid-morning Wednesday, so I'll be on when that happens. 6 hours from now, 7 hours from now. So the forecast for there, or the nowcast for southwestern Missouri is that we have these troublemakers down here that could pose a strong tornado threat. I'd not be surprised given the maturity of these storms down here that we would get look at this. Look at that. I would not be surprised with a tornado watch from the Storm Prediction Center soon. This storm is already rotating. And I'm sure Zach is very well aware of that from this latest radar scan. So we've done it, guys. We've made it to the point tonight where we are now seeing rotation. Unfortunately, it looks like this is not busting at the moment. So let's maintain calm. Watch where this goes. Russellville about 30 minutes out. A lot can happen 30 minutes from now. So let's watch this happen. Would not be surprised at a tornado watch, because now we're starting to see mature rotating supercells in western Arkansas. Now the thought is with the development we have right now is that basically this corridor would be at most concern, but as these mature, they will start to turn to the right just a little bit. So they'll start, they would take a track like this and then maybe turn a little bit more to the right. So anyone along in just the east of this track to the northeast should be paying attention. So that'd be Heber Springs, I believe it's Heber, Clinton, Arkansas. We're watching this one for y'all. There's the thunder in Kansas City. That was how I got into meteorology. That one's simple. I watched the Weather Channel when I was 4. My dad put it on, and I never stopped watching it. Direct hit on Conway. No, you guys are pretty far to the east of the one we're looking at right now. We'll see. But I think we're starting to see a pretty focused corridor for these particular cells. Yeah, this one's catching up. We could see, it's a good point. We could see a couple of supercells here maybe start to interact with each other. That could tamper the tornado threat, which would be good. What are the wind speeds in Kansas City storms? Probably not too much, given it's not severe thunderstorm warning. I'd say maybe 45-mile-an-hour gusts at most. More mature showers. If we watch this back, look how fast this cluster right here develops right over where Zach is. So now this was 24 minutes ago. Now there are a pocket of some heavy showers here approaching Clinton. So if those continue to develop and come together, then we could see another supercell up there. Is Fayetteville in the clear now? I don't know. We really have to see if any development occurs further west here. So I'm hoping that everywhere out on the northwest corner of Arkansas is fine. That's Springdale, that's Fayetteville, it's Bentonville, it's Fort Smith. Hopefully everyone's fine. You are going to get in on some storms though. Let me show you that. This is a great way to look at it. You're on radar Omega. Let's get that day 1 risk. Oh, this is the day 1 now. Shoot, now I don't have access to it because radar Omega updated. But here you go. So here you can see, let's play it back. This is a look at the national radar panel. So back in here in Fayetteville and Fort Smith, you can see our development is ongoing now, from stretching further south. These storms eventually will be more of a full line once we're over here, and they will move into northwest Arkansas. So all of these will be over here at some point. They will probably be stronger by the time they're over here, but they will pose a damaging wind and hail threat more than anything. That's what I think for these areas. So you may get woken up here if these supercells we're watching right now continue to travel in this direction and avoid northwest Arkansas. That would be the hope. So if you do decide to go to sleep, you may be woken up in 4 hours or so from now when those storms get there. Thank you guys for the support. Doing this hard shift work, it's not easy, but right now I'm doing perfectly fine. We got a long way to go. The red boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. The purple ones here on my screen are tornado warnings, if we do get any. But this one right here, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Right here. That's what you'll see on Ryan's stream, and those will be the colors. There is no tornado warning in Iowa. How do you detect rotation on this? It's too coarse of data to do it right on this. You have to go down to the single site radar like this. So we can go to the Little Rock storm here, single site radar. Now we have much better. This is what it looks like on the other application. You can do this in Radar Omega too. See all of the lightning data as well. And then you can come over to velocity, just like this. Yeah, I'm from Ventura. Nap time? Yep, I certainly hope so, but have a way to receive warnings, of course. Always have a way to receive warnings. These are looking concerning. It's kind of weird. It does feel weird. We've also got this guy over here. This is also a mature cell in eastern Arkansas. I'm going to take a look at the environment ahead of that thing so I can tell you if there's concern, which there might be. You gotta be aware over there. The cap is much stronger over there, so I'm surprised that this is even here. Much stronger cap over there. That's actually kind of weird. All right, what do we got in place? Oh wow. Yeah, I mean we have an uncapped environment, so the cap has broken properly where these supercells are. That's why you see them taking off. Here is the. I'll show you guys this really quickly. Okay, this is the reason why there's a reason why I'm saying that. So let me show you. This is the verification, the science of that. So here's the Storm Prediction Center mesoanalysis. The cap is everywhere shaded in blue. So you can see right in here, there's an area of white where there's no cap. No cap. So that's why these supercells are going up right in here, because it is gone away just as it was forecasted to do. And now we have an environment capable of producing and sustaining supercells. Over here, this guy's an anomaly for sure. So that's a look at our current conditions in the atmosphere. This is what I'm looking at on this side whenever I'm looking over here and checking out the observed environment to take a look at what's going on. All right, let's see. Let's take a look at this more closely. This is rapidly developing every scan, so I'm going to take a close. I'm going to focus here for a little bit. Okay, focus here for a little bit. These storms are developing. Iowa City, you guys are fine. If you do get anything, it's going to be thunder, a little bit of wind and hail, if there is any. Is Jonesboro safe tonight? Well, given our storm over here in East Arkansas, it's tough to say. Tough to say. This guy is a little bit of an anomaly. Hopefully he just goes away. Right now, our primary concern is where these supercells are in an environment free to sustain themselves.
Oh.
Continue to pose a tornadic threat. I mean, you can see them, right? Like, look at the supercells right now. You see how they're just already classic. They have a classic look to them. It's already just a classic supercell. Because of that, we really see the potential for these are going to be tornadic. They end up breaking. What happens is that we get a pocket of cold air at that specific layer in the atmosphere, so about a mile or two up, and it's moving in from a different area, so it's called cold air advection. When that happens at that layer in particular, the cap cools, and thus it no longer exists. No, I went to Nordhoff. That's cool that you taught at Camarillo. I did not go to Ventura. Look like they'll miss Mountain Home. We can't be sure for now. I would say no. I'd say no. You need to be watching out for Mountain Home.
Charlotte Flair's real name?
Yeah, these circles keep popping up on me. These are not warned yet, but we're keeping a close eye on them. Very good. Yeah, this is headed towards Russellville. Right now, they're not doing much of anything except lightning, though. Let's look at Kansas City really quickly.
Ashley Elizabeth.
Power
here.
Did y'all get any hail over here in Kansas City? Now that the storms moved through, take a look at it.
Flare.
Definitely went right through downtown there, so the southeastern burbs kind of missed out on it, but they may get some heavy rain. in the hail in Kansas City. I heard one report of it. This is just a mess down here. But it might be a little bit concerning. We'll keep a close eye on this cell down here. This is in Bates County, moving up into southern Cass County in Missouri. So this is well removed from Kansas City. But it will pass up towards Warrensburg, eventually cross I-70 near Concordia. I don't think this will become tornadic down here. It's a little bit difficult for wind to get all the way in, but we'll be paying attention to it. Yeah, hail, yes. A couple of places got hail in the Kansas City metro. I think it's moving towards where the airport is up here. I forgot exactly where it is. It's near Farrell.
Severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson's County, Iowa,
So I think it just
and
moved to the
Washington
airport
County,
area.
Iowa.
This is not a tornadic storm up here. To the north of Kansas City. Not tornadic. Alright, let's look at Iowa City real quick, and then we'll go back to Arkansas. A severe thunderstorm warning for Iowa City, actually. This is just for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter size out. It's the stronger storm of the night down here. Track its direction. Looks like it'll go right through downtown. Just to the north and east like this direction. A little bit of a fun time expected for y'all.
Geez, thanks, Andy.
Most of this line is
I
falling
got friends that
apart,
live out there.
though. Very interesting.
She's on my stream listening to
We
you.
have a frontal
Thank you.
structure. Our cold front is up here, and then it kind of deviates back like this.
Who is that you watching?
Very interesting.
Now
cold
it's Rare
front.
Ripley Bowling.
Let me see that. Let me see that. Hurry. Hurry. Unplug it.
Yeah, you definitely glad
I'm
that
plugging
that
it,
storm
let me
woke
see.
you up in Arkansas. If you're waking up in Arkansas, the
Let's hit
lightning, it's good. Let's join us here. There's a
I'm just kidding,
possibility
take
those
it.
storms could be significant down there in Arkansas, up through Springfield, Missouri, and to the east. Feel your eyes drooping. Let's go. Let's go. Make it through that second wind. I'll let you know the moment that it's fine to go to sleep down there in the other moderate risk area.
Uh-oh. Chattahoochee County, Kansas, and Montgomery County, Kansas. Considerable thunderstorm warning, considerable. What are you doing?
Nothing is organized.
Well, you
here.
got your little fat ass
West
buddy over there with you.
yet. But this
Look, he's
this
in
is
the way.
definitely turned into
Look,
a
he's in the
proper
way,
supercell
laying the
now.
wrong
It's
way.
like
It's okay.
a few minutes away from just being one. Look at the organized showers here, right over Van Buren here, Van Buren County in Clinton, Arkansas.
Oh, Zach
This
Hall is
area
getting
for
a lot.
organized showers is now basically a supercell. So here it
Oh,
was.
excuse me.
Here it was 25 minutes ago. Now we are on the doorstep of another supercell up here that could begin rotating shortly. This one would pass close to Mountain View and Mountain Home in north central Arkansas. Thank you for the support, son.
Oh, really?
You took work off tomorrow to chase
Little fat buddy's right there.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting name.
No,
I think the
no.
dynamics
Yeah.
of time frame
Yep,
on
yep,
Wednesday
yep.
for tornadoes, definitely in the mitten of Michigan. I don't know. I haven't
Come on,
taken a
GG.
close look at it. Honestly, I've been knee deep into preparing for streaming here, so I've just been trying to keep up with it as best as possible. Robinson,
Come on,
Illinois,
leave him
you guys are
alone.
going to get in on some
What?
strong
He said
cold
leave
front
him
storms
alone.
and also
Yeah, right.
a heightened chance for tornadoes at about 8 to 9 a.m., 7 to 9 a.m., just about in there in Central Time.
See? He said leave him alone.
Yeah, it's not severe thunderstorm warned yet
Don't move.
because it's just popped up. All right, let's take a look at our considerable warning. That's for that one cell. Or not. It's down there. Development's really quick. Really quick. We see those storms just blowing up. These are the same ones. I think we're going to see this trend. I don't have a radar site open for down there, I think. Let's open the Tulsa radar now. We're going to see the same trend of storms blowing up down here into southeastern Kansas and now into northeastern Oklahoma. So you see these storms. This is rated for, this one is rated for 70-mile-an-hour winds, I believe. Yes, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and also half dollar size hail moving into Independence, Kansas. Look how fast these ones back here to the east of I-35 in northern Oklahoma popped up too. We saw that on the radar, and then they approached Tulsa at 3 a.m. or so. Maybe a little bit faster than that, just around 3 a.m., and they'll be strong by the time they go through there. And I think, given that we're seeing this development down here into Oklahoma, that risk for the Dallas-Fort Worth Metro at about 4 a.m., I think that probably has a good chance at playing out. So I bet storms will start to develop down there at about 4 to 5 a.m. as well.
That's what the weather does, man.
Given we're seeing this
fucking
development being
bipolar
pretty
ass weather.
robust, even through Kansas, southeastern Kansas, and now into northeastern Oklahoma, I think that there's a good chance it gets all the way down there as well. Aurora and anywhere in Chicago, you guys are going to want to pay attention from about 5:30 a.m. to 8 a.m.
He just looked at you like, what the fuck are you saying to
So if you
me?
go to bed now, you're going to get like a 4-hour nap, and I'd recommend waking up at about that time. You need to be paying close attention to this data. Weak rotation in here. These cells are starting to interact, though. This is good. It should tamper the tornado threat briefly down here. This storm up here is beginning to rotate as well, approaching Clinton, Arkansas. So, again, I wouldn't be surprised. Has the Storm Prediction Center issued a mesoscale discussion? Yes, they did actually 20 minutes ago. Storm development over west central and north central Arkansas is being monitored. A tornado watch is possible. 60% issuance. Given what the storms look like now compared to 20 minutes ago, I'd say that watch issuance is probably.
Nope.
It does look like it's going to be pretty far to the east of Springfield, Missouri.
Hey.
So to the best of my conscience right now, given this guidance, I would say that anyone from Springfield, Missouri, through northwest corner of Arkansas, through Fort Smith, that's watching and aware for tornadoes, the threat for tornadoes tonight, I think that your risk is going to be low. I think that it's focused over here to the east. So if you're in Bentonville along Interstate 540 here,
right here,
Fort Smith to Springfield, I think you're okay to go to bed.
I moved them.
That would include Joplin too as well. But you guys might be, even if you go to sleep over here, you might get woken up anywhere from 3 a.m. up here to 6 a.m. down here. You might get woken up in the early morning as that cold front passes through. That's going to come through probably with some hail and wind. So even if you go to bed, you might get woken up, have a way to receive warnings. But I think that based on the Storm Prediction Center guidance, my own look at this, that this area is hopefully remaining away from the tornado threat tonight.
Wait a minute.
Burlington, Iowa, you should be okay. You should be okay. You might get woken up, but you should be all right.
All right.
Okay.
Shout out to the 4 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys.
If something does persist over there,
there he is.
Might wake you up. Have a way to receive warnings just in case.
Here I am.
Hot Springs safe.
There you go,
I think that, yeah, maybe. I think Hot Springs might be okay. It looks like focused development has occurred just with these storms in particular. Let me take a look at, I hate that this is a radar hole. Let me take a look at the Shreveport radar just in case. Again, you guys might also be woken up in Hot Springs by any sort of morning storms. Yeah, I'm not really seeing more development back in here. So the hope is that Hot Springs, Arkansas is also okay to go to bed. Yeah. Make sure you guys are. Make sure you guys have a way to receive warnings. So. Western Kentucky, you guys are going to get in on it tomorrow afternoon, probably early afternoon. You should expect Ryan to stream during that time. You should expect Ryan to be streaming early that time. The storm up here is rotating. Looking about 4,000 feet up into it. You can see our rotation right about in this area in Van Buren County in Arkansas. Moving away from Little
It's
Rock.
underneath the pillow.
It seems to be moving away from Little Rock.
Really?
Little Rock is
A little
included
bit.
from this Storm Prediction Center guidance, but given that was 20 minutes ago, as long as nothing develops to your south-southwest down here, you'll be okay. So right now we're watching this develop in real time. These supercells that are in the moderate risk area that's persisting through the end of today's outlook, which is over the next 5 hours. So really expecting these to do something, if they do, in the next 3 hours through this corridor mostly.
Mhm.
If you're in Wright County, Missouri, you're a little bit on the edge here in terms of where I'm concerned. A little bit on the edge. No, Jackson, Mississippi is okay for now. Y'all are
You got
fine.
your nasty feet on me, boy. Get them off me.
We summit, you guys, again, if you're above to the north of Kansas City, this is an elevated storm
your
up
problem?
here. It just has some hail in it.
What's your problem?
This is a hailing storm. If you're
What's your
anywhere
problem?
around Kansas City, I found Lee Summit. This is a heavy rain moving through, possibly small hail. No tornadic threat with this. So as long as you can go to sleep to the hail, you're good to go. Happy to help Night Out. Thank you guys for the support. Oof. Jefferson County. Let's see.
Okay.
Always have to play Find the County. Find the County. Dang it. I don't know where that is. Is that closer to Kansas City? Looking at as many counties as I can at the same time. Oh man, there's just so many of them. Conway, Arkansas. Again, storms are looking just to your west right now. Just to your west. We don't have any warnings right now. I think we're at the point where the moment that I can start calling out warnings is when, we're focusing on your area, all right? That's when I will stop responding to chat, asking for the area. And we are possibly a few scans away from a warning on this cell in
You better
particular,
give him his
exhibiting
face.
some rotation here west of Clinton.
There you go.
Possibly a couple scans away. So we're going to start paying close attention. to
Okay,
these
that's my
storms.
eyeball.
But he wants to clean it.
Memphis, you guys are fine until like 12 to 1 p.m. on Wednesday. So about 12 hours from now. Maybe a little bit sooner. Warrensburg, yeah, I'm watching that cell that is approaching Interstate 70 East. Quad Cities, I think you guys are okay. You guys should be all right to go to bed. This storm, any of these cells over here could be strong as they approach from your west towards the Quad Cities.
Hey, green. Okay.
But they are just going to pose a wind and hail threat at the moment. So Iowa City's getting in on that now. Coralville. Fort Wayne, about 11 a.m. to noon your time tomorrow.
He's doing you like he does me.
What are you trying to say,
Oh my
Chief?
gosh. Yes, that will happen, Jerry. Your barometer will do that.
You ain't green in my nose. Fuck that.
Right. So yep, this severe thunderstorm warning just for wind and hail moving through Iowa City right now.
Okay, Busby.
Bunch of
I got
hail
the-
possibly moving through
No,
north
get green. No,
or
get
like
green.
eastern
Nope, I gotta roll back
Wisconsin
over.
or possibly Green Bay. If you guys are
Get
getting
green.
on any hail, let me know. Storm's finally making it to Dubuque. Doesn't look like anything significant.
Fucking dog licking my nose and up my nose and shit.
Springfield, I'm in Missouri. I'm hoping it
He
goes
loves
to
me,
your
though.
east.
I
Hoping it
love
goes to your
him.
east.
He loves me. I
We're
love him.
very concerned about the supercells developing down there, but I'm hoping it goes to your east. Same with Joplin. I think Joplin's okay. You guys are probably going to get woken up in a couple hours when the strongest storms in southeastern Kansas move through.
Yeah, for real. He was fucking licking my nose, up my nose. He was trying to clean my boogers out of my nose.
All right, let's look at that strong
He
storm
wants you.
No, he's not getting me. Hell no. He's not licking in my nose
in
anymore.
western Missouri here. Can't really see much of anything ongoing with
Ready
it.
to go CP?
It's not severe warned. Honestly, that's kind of impressive, but this is probably just a bunch of smaller hail. that's falling in here. So again, this storm is close to being concerning because it's sort of along the boundary here. I don't think it will do anything significant as it approaches Warrensburg and Concordia here, but it is going to be a strong storm. It'll keep you guys awake for
Yeah,
sure
booger
when
liquor.
it moves through. So definitely wanted to just be indoors for it. 79-mile-an-hour wind gust. That was almost an hour ago.
Think it's still that though?
79 mile an hour.
CP?
He's on
Oh,
my
I see.
back.
So that was with the gust front from the storm.
See him?
Okay.
Okay, fine,
so
buddy. You
I
can
think
stay
that
there.
one of the most powerful parts of the storm is probably this area right here.
He's
This,
my little
uh,
chihuahua,
this
buddy.
Sort of rear inflow.
He's a
that
chihuahua,
this gust front right here moving
Busby.
through Clinton, Missouri. Has
I think I've showed him on the live
history
stream before.
Oh,
Pretty
I like
high,
him.
pretty high
What?
damaging wind gusts.
He's laying like a dead cockroach.
79 miles per hour. It's nothing to sneeze at. So
You can't
this
get
storm's
up.
probably going to be
You
pretty
can't get
windy
up,
as it
sucker.
moves through,
Ha ha.
even though it's not severe wind.
Ha ha.
Wouldn't be surprised for the severe
Get up,
thunderstorm
sucker.
warning for this storm
Get up, dead
Come on,
cockroach.
through Johnson County, northern Henry County.
Come on, buddy.
Yeah, time to fly a kite for sure. You'll never see it
So
again.
let's look at that one.
Come on.
Let's look at the Tulsa radar really quickly.
There we
You
go.
can see our strong supercell moving through areas.
Oh,
probably
he's
just
not
to
an
the
ankle
south of
biter. His
Independence,
bite,
Kansas.
his bark is bigger than his bite.
Actually, it's probably going to go right through.
He
it.
fucking barks at anything.
So definitely some hail falling in here. Definitely strong winds. Independence, Kansas. This is headed probably this one will track to the north of Joplin, but it'll look different by the time it gets over there.
Who
It's
remembers
also
the
behind
Joplin
this line.
tornado?
You see this
What
line
year was
right
that?
here? There's some
Can't
light
remember.
returns
What year
showing
was
up
that
right
Joplin
here.
tornado, Busby?
This
Do
is
you
our gust
remember?
front once
If
again.
you know what I'm talking
No
about?
tornado potential with this storm.
Joplin
because
gets
any
hit with
winds
a
are being
lot
blocked
of
right here.
fucking tornadoes.
They can't reach the cell.
Joplin,
back here,
Missouri.
or they're very likely not reaching it. So very, very low tornado potential over here at the moment towards Joplin. I think that's going to continue being the case anywhere along this line.
I can't remember what
in,
year that
Oklahoma.
Joplin, Missouri was. An
Not even
EF5.
into Dallas-Fort Worth as it moves through. These are mostly going to be wind storms.
Mostly windstorms in Dallas
All
Fort
right,
Worth.
now let's go to our area of concern. Tightening rotation right here on the storm approaching Russellville. This definitely, you can even see what looks like the split updraft here in this supercell.
Dang, I don't
Even
know
though
what
it's
year it
kind
was
of
either.
embedded now,
Hey, let me see your
semi-discrete.
phone.
Supercell's right in here near
Okay,
Centerville,
never mind.
Arkansas.
Look it up. I'll look it up and see
and,
what year it was.
Russellville and Pottsville. Zach is in place to intercept that. You can see all the lightning in his cam below me. Storm Chaser Zach Hall.
What?
Rotation also getting stronger up here north of Clinton, Arkansas. This is approaching areas west of Mountain View, probably east of Mountain Home. So right along this line here.
Oh, really?
So,
Joplin, Missouri? No, Tony said her ex-stepdad's father lived there in Joplin for a while when I was
sky over
younger. So
here in eastern
I have visited
Arkansas
there.
is still kind of
The
going.
522, thank you, Busby, for looking up.
Looks the
That was
shape
all the
of
way
this
in 11.
This thing looks
That was
fun.
one of the biggest tornadoes
It's a
of that
funny
time.
shaped cell.
Was that ES5?
He said no.
No? Okay, fine. You're right.
Little Rock looks to be fine, yes. It looks like all the development has gone around Little Rock. I hope that Little Rock is okay. We could see more development down here, though. Could see more development down here. These are where those showers popped up an hour ago, so that we could see even more showery activity.
Yeah, in
back in here
ES5,
that
yeah.
does the same thing as it moves north and east. Again, this
you
environment
going?
down here.
Where you going?
There's a tornado warning.
So now we're
Just
gonna
hit a
start seeing
tornado
those
warning.
warnings come through.
There goes a tornado.
We're back, guys.
Seriously, Colony,
Back
Arkansas.
into the Tor warns. There we go.
It's all in
North of
Arkansas.
Clinton.
It's all in Arkansas, though.
Watching it like a hawk. That does include Mountain View, because when the supercell matures, it can start moving more to the right than it previously
sorry to hear
was.
about
So
that, Tony.
You can see that movement go off to this direction. And that's why we have that polygon there. Okay, our moderate risk is doing something down here. That's why, and I hope I was able to keep y'all staying awake down here. That was the goal. With the cat. Beaver Springs seems to be to the east of you. or I'm sorry, to the
Well,
west.
the cap
rather.
broke now.
These storms down
That's why
here,
all
we'll
these
see how
storms are
they
showing
evolve
up.
over the next few hours. First tornado warning. Am I an actual meteorologist? Yes.
Western Arkansas, I don't know. By Clarksville, Arkansas, Busby,
Indiana, about 7
Clarksville,
to 8 a.m.
Heber Springs, Rosebud.
All right. So the first torn warning down here is not for the cell Zach is on, but if this ramps up whatsoever down here near Russellville, this is the cell approaching Russellville. If this rotation ramps up whatsoever, then we're going to see another tornado.
That was the one he warned him about earlier, Tony. So, yeah, the same one. Yeah.
Y'all watch out. Heads up
for
a possible warning if this supercell continues on the path it is for Pope County and Western Conway County. Conway County. So that would be up towards Jerusalem,
all that damn licking you're doing.
Pattyville, and
okay, that was my
probably to the west of Blackwell here in Arkansas.
I would like to see out of that eyeball.
I think this is going through east of Russellville.
Okay,
there's a severe thunderstorm warning for it. This is going to be a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning as we see the rotation.
I love you too, buddy.
So to be upgraded should it continue to be concerning. We've also got this cell on the back end of it. This could start to wrap up as well in due time. Tornado watch also issued right with the warning. All right, let's take a look at that watch, actually. Thank you for telling me. Well, when it comes up, because it was probably just issued.
Aw, he wants more.
I pan out quite often. It's
There
just
he
that
comes.
when I pan out, it looks like this.
Swanee Mac, how are you?
It's not very...
Hey, he's gonna take over.
They're looking at Arkansas right now, north and west of Little Rock. He'd be zoomed in to see what's going on with the
No,
rotation.
actually, I'm not, because he's live right now, Swanee Mac.
Are you
He's
talking
live
about these
right
things
now.
right here? These symbols, I don't know if they're on Radar Omega.
And
This
I'm
is
pretty
interesting,
sure
this storm
he
down
wouldn't
here.
mind if I was
Still
doing
got
that.
some
So,
tiny cell mergers to go. So
What?
this cell right here
Swanee
is
Mac asked me,
coming
are
up
you
through it
paying
and is going to
Andy
be
Hill
absorbed
for-
into the storm. As that happens, it
for
could
my-
accentuate
for
tornado
restream.
genesis or the formation of a tornado.
A new
Or could
tornado
also
watch
disrupt
has
it.
been issued.
There's another tornado watch
We got it coming through.
for Clay County,
We got it coming through.
Craighead County, Green County, and
Yeah, I
Poinsett
wouldn't be
County,
surprised if
Arkansas.
Little Rock was the eastern extent of this, but this may even go as far east as seeing these storms over here. So Storm Prediction Center might see the storms in eastern Arkansas and include a lot of them. But I'm going to bring up that Tor watch just a moment. It's on the Storm Prediction Center website. This is definitely a dominant supercell. Zach's about to have a good look at that. You can see the lightning just going absolute ham in Zach's feed. Thanks for the support. Southern Illinois, probably about 9 to 10 a.m. Central down there is when storms will move through. Who's in the car? This is Storm Chaser Zach Hall. We'll bring up his feed very shortly because he's right in front of a maturing supercell. Tornado warning up here does include Stone County. Stone County here, and northern and eastern parts of Van Buren County in Arkansas. This is still concerning rotation again. Every frame of data matters here, so kind of take a close look at it.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
So that tornado watch actually goes all the way up into
I ain't worried about that, Tony.
Randolph County.
I ain't worried
So
about
that
that.
tornado watch goes all the
I'm
way
pretty
up
sure he's
here,
not worried about me
including
restreaming his
Chester,
live
Illinois.
stream while he's live. Pretty sure he's
Take a
not
look at
fucking
that in
down.
just a second. The moment I can
man.
bring it up.
Yeah.
We're close to it. It's just got to load on the site. So you're getting that on your phone? Hopefully you guys are getting that on your phones. That tornado watch. These little cell mergers are so important in this cell up here in north central Arkansas. They're so important.
North
Bring
Central
to test something
Arkansas,
completely
Busby.
different.
That's where that supercell was. North Central
Let's look
Arkansas.
at, I'm gonna look at some data. Yeah, I definitely want to know what this environment looks like here. Dang.
Yeah.
That is a bit of a volatile environment. Yeah, I don't like the looks of this one. So there's a reason this moderate risk is in place down here, and these storms, if they take advantage of what I'm looking at, it's not.
And this dude's only,
Definitely paying
25 years old.
So if you're in Stone County, please be in your tornado safe spots in Mountain View, Arkansas. The storm's headed toward you. Look at that; it's taking its right turn.
Here.
It's going to head
Feel
right
better?
towards the Mountain View area where the.
He even said it
rotation
was
is.
going to do that before it even became a supercell. What are you
Right
doing?
in that direction. So please be in your
Oh,
safe
there
spots
you
anywhere
are.
here in Stone
Here you
County,
are. You getting
Arkansas.
some of the air now? Mm-hmm.
I do talk about Michigan. It's just that nothing is going to happen in Michigan until tomorrow. Later today. In about 8 hours from now, through about 13 hours from now. You guys are just being silly. So silly.
That's pretty cool. What's up,
All right,
Ted?
so watching these
What's
storms
up,
move
Beanie?
through. This blob of storms up here is organizing. Unfortunately, this is in a complete radar hole.
What's up, Julia?
This is the place where we can see the absolute minimum. So if if this area up here, this storm in particular, gets a tornado warning issued out here into southeastern Missouri, it's going to be a preventative one because we can't see the data in the lower part of the storm.
The storms are just now popping up.
Make sure
The
you're
cap
ready for
just
that.
broke through.
Strong storm will
The
be
storms
moving
just,
through there.
the cap's
Part of
just
the tornado watch.
broke, and now these supercells are coming
I
up.
have that now. Nope, I can't have that yet. I don't know why they take so long to update on the website. I feel like that should be the first thing to update. All right, guys, I would not be surprised in a few minutes, next few minutes, if we saw a tornado warning down here into Pope County, Arkansas. Consistent rotation, just on the border,
Say,
just
give
on
me
the
your
border
face.
of probably
You're my
the
brother. You're my brother.
threshold
I'll look
that's
at all the
my
bits
eyeball.
and
issuing a
pieces.
tornado warning.
That's my eyeball.
So we're watching this storm down
I got
here.
people in my chat now.
Definitely thinking that a tornado warning is coming soon. That's going to include Pottsville. So please,
Will you quit if your
guys,
foot on me?
consider being in your tornado
was
safe
actually
spots.
rubbing your
Interiormost
butt.
room of your house, up towards Pottsville. Storm's about 12 minutes out from you. Rotation will be moving into your area.
Shout out to the 8 people in the
Tornado,
chat. Appreciate you guys.
Tornado warning is possible on this storm in the near term.
See, the map on the left is for rainfall.
Yep, this
The
is
map on
development
the
back
right
in
is
here,
for
once again,
winds.
near Mount Ida. We might see these showers do the same thing as they travel up to
Pottsville, you
the
saw that,
north and
Tony?
east here.
You saw that?
So we're going to get another round down here. Still should
All right,
stay to
Chad,
the east
got
of
you, bro. I'll be
Ozark
here.
in Arkansas here, and all of these areas in northwest Arkansas should be really traveling through north central Arkansas. It seems to be the focused area of development for anything that may become tornadic in the short term. Okay, now, can we get the watch? Yes, we can get the watch now. So this does go into southern Illinois. Let me bring that up.
Uh-oh.
Booyah! There's our tornado watch from the Storm Prediction Center website. So through southern Illinois, valid until 9
Oh my
a.m. Central.
God.
We do see all of our supercells popping up as modeled. And they're going to
Jesus.
travel to the north and east generally
Northeast.
through this watch box. We're going to get several rounds of this. Another round possibly developing down here that will track in the same direction as well. Just opportunities
Yeah,
for
that's crazy
powerful
as hell.
storms to pass through your areas.
That's why I like
If
watching
you are
these guys,
in
Tony,
this,
because they're way better than the fucking news.
just
Right
To
now.
be honest with you,
goes through 9 a.m. this morning. I'll be
Lay down.
live for the entire duration
lay
of this
down.
tornado watch.
You kiss me.
Back ended stream. See that. He might have just dropped. Oh no, he didn't. I'm sorry. I just don't have his stream on that scene. We were just looking at the tornado watch for a second. I don't know why he's not there. I usually have a rail fan cam on that scene. That's why he wasn't there. Nope, we still got Zach.
We're still
worry
in
about that.
Arkansas, Bean. We haven't made it out there to Tennessee
Yeah,
yet.
for a
That'll be
second.
this afternoon.
Again, if you're just now joining and you're up here in Mountain View, in areas around in Stone County, Arkansas, please be taking shelter. We are in a tornado warning. It is the middle of the night, guys. It's exactly what I was talking about in my weather video. The one I uploaded yesterday. There's a point in the video where I'm like, the perception of a tornado warning at 2 to 3 a.m. is half of that in the middle of the day. That means that half of the people, on average, are receiving the tornado warning down here in Mountain View than would be during the day, because they're all asleep and they don't have a way to wake up to the warning or whatever. And that means that the response to it is much lower as well. So it's so important that we can make a difference with a stream like this to getting people to their safe spots, and thus.
Oh, this would be playing all day, guys. They always hit at night, Buzzy. You're right.
Definitely the goal.
They always,
one of the primary
that
goals of
Joplin,
the stream
Missouri
like
hit
this.
at night. That ES5 in
Looks like it's falling apart,
2011 hit
thankfully.
at night.
Not intensifying right now as it approaches
That's why-
Pottsville. Still
That's why a
dangerous
lot of
storm.
people passed away, because it hit at night.
Zach is alone, I believe.
Yeah, Zach's alone.
Zach is alone.
Zach's by himself.
But he is a very experienced chaser. He knows what he's doing. I would trust Zach if I were chasing with him.
Yeah, Zach's by himself. He's a
You're not
damn
going to
good
see anything in
chaser.
Alabama until later tomorrow, like 3 p.m. Yeah, plenty of time to sleep in Florence.
But he's a
Alex
good
in,
he's a
the
good
Little
storm
Rock
chaser,
metro
though,
area.
Busby.
As far as I know. I remember looking at it. At least I thought it was. Isn't there a cabin in the metro area down here? Pretty sure that's where cabin. Oh, there it is over there to the northeast. It looks right now like all the storms are moving off to your west.
You made him get back up.
Found it. Found it. Yeah, definitely make sure your friend knows in Mountain View. Don't be scared to give him a call. That is activism that we definitely need to have. Weather awareness. Indiana's in the path starting at 8 a.m.-ish.
That's why I do.
Central Time.
That's why I'm gonna
Moving
start
through
doing
2
these
to
live
3
streams
p.m.
when
on the
they're on.
southeastern side of the state.
Good night, Julia. I love you, girl.
8 to
Tell her
8.
I love you, Julia.
Love you,
That's Randolph
Julia.
County in Indiana.
Good night. Be
Bye,
There's
safe.
one over here.
Sweet dreams, Julia.
Sweet dreams.
Yeah, sweet dreams.
She said, "Sweet dreams."
Kentucky looks like tomorrow.
Oh, wait a
I
minute.
think Conway, it looks like storms are,
You scared
you're
me.
in the area of
You scared
concern.
me.
You're in the tornado watch.
You
It looks like
scared me,
storms
buddy.
are in a corridor that's just off to your west. So be thinking about your neighbors and stay aware just in case, I would say. Because this guy right here has probably got quite a bit of lightning with him. So he's going to keep you awake no matter what as it goes through, close to the city.
Oh my gosh.
And thankfully, this rotation's not doing too much right now near Pottsville in Arkansas.
You're talking like Tweety Bird. Yeah, she's talking like Tweety Bird.
I need another
Right,
radar
right.
up here.
String Bean
This
said
is a
that.
radar hole I would fill.
String Bean said
That
that.
would be great. That would
Good
be great.
night.
Whoever asked that earlier.
Good night, buddy. Good night, Nene. Chi-chi.
All right, Buzz. We appreciate you, bro. You be safe out there. Stop that.
I'm trying to push it
Alright, let's
that
see
way
here.
so y'all can feel it too.
I can feel it on my stomach.
I hear stuff.
Izard County or Izard County.
I'm trying to get.
Oh,
where
I
you can
see.
feel
So
it.
they've activated the warnings out ahead of this. That's good. Definitely be taking shelter out ahead of this storm. If it
Melbourne.
does get another tornado warning issued for it. It's good that you've already been hearing the sirens here in Melbourne, Arkansas. Great report. Thank you. So yeah, definitely be. They're great at being weather aware down here.
EF1 is
In,
only
northern
what,
Arkansas.
75 mile an hour wind to
My best.
95 mile an hour wind or
This
something
is
like
the
that.
nighttime shift, the mid shift.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm not focusing
How do
on
you know?
Australia
We
right
can
now.
have
That's what I'm talking to. How do you know?
See, Zach is just outside of
Okay.
Like I
the
just know.
I
heavy
think
rain
he's
in
going
this.
to sleep.
Rotation's falling apart
Look
as
like
it
at that
approaches
possum
him.
now.
But we can keep his we can look at his cam briefly
Night
here.
night, Chi-chi.
I got him somewhere. There he is.
Hmm.
Storm chaser Zach Hall here. just
What?
to the east of Pottsville in Atkins, Arizona, along
Okay.
Interstate 40 there
Yeah, that's crazy.
in So he's looking at the frequent lightning going on with this storm. Frequent lightning going on with this storm. Russellville looks okay for now, but you got another storm approaching that
Feel
will
it.
go over the city. So get ready for
I
that.
feel it.
Get ready for that.
Mm.
Just west of the watch area in Missouri, I don't. The watch area,
Can you
watch
feel
areas
it?
are pretty broadly
You feel
encompassing. So the Storm Prediction Center is like, okay, this is going to be the corridor where the storms are going to go. Maybe we look a little bit outside of that too, just in case of development. So outside of that should hopefully be removed from it, as their goal is to let you know that it's coming towards you. So if you're outside the watch, the hope is that you'll be fine. Definitely have a way to receive
Severe
warnings.
thunderstorm
Warnings can
warning for
happen
Morgan
outside of
County,
watches.
Missouri.
I didn't say Arizona, so yeah, we're fine.
It's Missouri.
There's a lot
Missouri.
of lightning going
No,
on.
there's
Yeah,
no way I
definitely
can.
sure to wake anyone up with that amount of lightning. This is falling apart though.
Severe thunderstorm warnings. Tornado warning
Mountain
for
Home, look
Stone
at the moment.
County, Arkansas.
Cells are to your south and east and far southwest. So the moment, not much is happening for Mountain Home. Just be on the lookout. No, I do like lightning. Lightning's one of my favorite weather
Chiquita,
phenomena.
you said it right.
I like positive.
How you say
it?
lightning.
How you say it again?
It's intense.
Missouri.
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 Missouri, I know.
Yeah, that cold front's going to go through northeastern Texas.
I'm messing with
even,
it, man.
Down Interstate 35. I think it's going to be diffused.
It's
down
like
there.
you guys say
Storms are still
Illinois. It's
expected over the
Illinois.
next couple hours to blow
Illinois.
up. Maybe
Illinois,
2
that's
hours
what I
or so
said.
from now.
People say
That will
Illinois.
include Dallas-Fort Worth
No.
if that is seen.
I thought it
That's seen
was.
through.
But
No, Zach is not on the tornado warning storm. Are you okay in Heber Springs for now? You're all right. But the storm could pass to your west. It's like Van Buren County. I'm not seeing anything concerning since all of these storms have popped up. The tornado warning storm is falling apart a little bit here. Rotation's
That monkey
broad.
language, yeah. I'm speaking that monkey language.
It looks less impressive. The one near Pottsville
Okay,
doesn't
calm down,
look
monkey.
like the one that Zach's
See what
going
you
after.
just did?
It doesn't really have strong rotation with
Talking
it
like a
anymore.
monkey, you got the monkey
It did
responding.
not. It did not follow the pattern where that rotation kept.
Look at him, he's
increasing. There would be a
responding.
tornado warning for it. So thankfully,
He's
no warning
responding
for
to
this
the
because
monkey
it's
call.
Not continued in intensity.
who was not
An
that?
owl call.
Yeah.
Hoo, hoo.
Not continued in
Okay,
intensity.
Hey man, did I tell you guys about that fucking
See what
raccoon?
happens though.
That raccoon almost
It's
fucking jumped in my face.
Like the CP.
Last night
We
was
get
that last
another
night or
round
the
of
other
this
night?
through
Last night.
a lot
Last
of these
night,
same
man.
areas. We have development back near
No,
Mount
it
Ida.
was the other night. It was tonight.
Back near Mount Ida, Arkansas again. That's going to travel up in the same direction to
Nothing.
the north and east.
That's the
More
funny
than
thing,
likely
Bean.
develop
She
just
hasn't
like
been
these
drinking
cells
or
have.
smoking anything.
Possibly pose a severe risk once again.
Cock. You know what I mean?
Cock.
Southwest Missouri are going to be windbags. There's reason I'm not talking about
Who's
them
got
right
a
now.
cock and a
All
rooster?
men's do.
Huh?
Men's have cocks.
I mean the rooster
Damaging
cock.
wind is possible. They're just going to keep you awake.
Fucking sick fuck.
That cover the active tornado threat at the moment.
Bro, Bean, I'm dead serious about that, bro.
But those
It was
storms
like
are going to
10 inches from my
Tulsa,
face, bro,
Oklahoma in the
coming
next
off the
hour
roof.
or so.
I was always
Joplin,
wondering who was getting into the
Tulsa,
fucking bird feed. I
corridor
found out who it was. It was
hour
the
or
damn
so.
raccoon, not the
It's gonna
cat.
get loud there. I wish I could ask Zach, yeah, but we don't have Zello communication set up, unfortunately, so I can't
Beanie
talk
said he's
directly
got a
to him
rooster in
because
his
it's not my
pants.
contacts for
Yep,
whatever
I
reason.
bet you do. I bet you it's small too.
Can't Mount Ida causing storms again. Farmington, no, you guys are in the tornado. I believe you're right on the edge of the tornado watch, so that'll go through 9 a.m. If you have to sleep through that point, which you probably do, because that's all night, I would just definitely have a way to receive warnings. But that is part of the area of concern that we are focusing on for this stream through the morning. Jacksonville and Arkansas safe. The hope is that yes. The hope is yes. Storms are going around Little Rock at the moment. This is southeast Missouri. Dardanelle, bunch of lightning there. Another storm headed your way. It's not doing much tornadic right now, though. It's going to be loud. Mount Vernon, probably storms for you at about 8 to 9 a.m. During the next couple hours. That's when you want to be weather aware. Clinton, looks like the storms are approaching you. Definitely want to be on the lookout in Van Buren County in Arkansas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So there's our extension into Izard County, or Izard County here, including Melbourne. They've already had the sirens going there. I've heard people in their safe spots around Melbourne, so they're in Arkansas. There's your extension. Rotation somewhat broad, but still a possible tornado-producing storm, so please be taking shelter. Around Texarkana, it doesn't look like developments occurring down there. So our tornado watch, it goes through a bunch of central Arkansas as a result. So hopefully you guys are removed from the worst of it, but you are going to get the cold front storms at about 8 to 9 a.m. down there as well, I think. Sometime in the mid-morning.
Chiquita, you hear someone
Springs,
getting
I don't know if I would
you know
advise
it's G-Man
sleeping, but I
Spring
did tell
raccoon.
somebody else to have a way to receive warnings to
Sicko
go to
fuck.
bed in Hot Springs, Arkansas. It
That
looks
had
like
to come
development
from
is
me.
staying
It
to your
did.
west, but not maturing until it's
Bean.
far to your north.
Watch your mouth.
Go to the naughty corner, Bean.
That's right. Go to the
There you
naughty
go.
stuff.
These
Oh,
storms
put
up
this way.
here, again,
Go
they're
to
too
the
far away
naughty
from radar, but they are
corner
rotating.
underneath
So
the
any
steps.
preventative tornado warnings that are issued up here will be something that
Yeah,
we can't
there
really
you go.
tell what's going on at the surface. So if those do come through for any part of southeastern Missouri through Carter County, Wayne County, Madison County, Iron County, Reynolds County, through Fredericton towards Farmington, Perryville, and Cape Girardeau, and Bollinger County. These right now are staying to the west of Poplar Bluff. So if they do come through, it's going to be a preventative warning because the storm is rotating a left. But we can't tell very much from that, so that's the best I can do for those areas. Yeah, DFW might see development around 4 a.m. or so. Most of Oklahoma can try to go to bed. You're only in the risk for it's really just going to be winds and hail that move through. Like we have plenty of damaging winds moving through southeast Kansas that are approaching Joplin. And, over an inch of hail reports. Over an inch diameter hail reports are coming through from Independence, Kansas that we were talking about earlier. So those will approach Tulsa. So you might get woken up because it's going to be loud. Jonesboro looks all right for now. There is one storm over here that seems to be trying to do something, but it's honestly pretty minuscule. So right now, I'm not too concerned about Jonesboro, Arkansas.
What's up, Karina? What's up, girl? Where have you been? Don't tell me you're just waking up.
South of Warrensburg. All right, let's go look at that storm. Thank you. Yeah, we're still getting, that's just, I've been concerned about this storm. It's really where the boundaries are coming together like this. So it can wrap up if it decides to. I
figured that's what happened.
surprised. So this is still a powerful storm. We've been looking at this one going to the east of Warrensburg. It did get that severe thunderstorm warning that I was talking about. I was surprised it wasn't severe warned. So this definitely is worthy of a severe thunderstorm warning. Happy to see that come through. So definitely a storm to watch. I'd be on the lookout here in Pettis County, western Cooper County in Missouri, Saline or Saline County in Missouri. This is moving towards generally the Nelson to Boonville to Fayette area to the west of Columbia. So if it tracks east more, you can see it riding the boundary there for a while. See how it's riding along the boundary. So that means it could pose the most significant threat of any storm in this area. This is probably the most significant storm in this area for over the next few hours. The hope is that it goes to the north of Columbia in Missouri, so it'll pass north of Jefferson City a ways. But several storms have materialized down back in here. These are behind the front, so they will be in cold air. They'll be elevated, which means they'll just be hailstorms and some wind. Much less a tornado threat with anything back behind this. All right. Let's see how that's doing in northeast Oklahoma. Looks the same. So the strong storms are approaching Tulsa within the next hour. I don't think there's anything left in Iowa that we really need to take too close a look at. Just a couple of severe warning storms impacting localized areas. These are just for hail and wind right now. I think the tornado threat is going to be in about 4 hours from now or so for the Chicago area. So with any development that occurs over here, about 4 hours from now. So DeKalb about an hour earlier for NIU. Anywhere in central Illinois, Rockford, about an hour earlier from now. Chicago is looking at strong storms in the early morning hours. Same is true for St. Louis, though I think the tornado threat is reduced down there. Early morning hours, right about sunrise, over the next few hours after that. That's when we should be paying attention down there. The Chicago Metro, definitely extend that as far north as Milwaukee. I wouldn't go any further north
What
than
the
that,
heck
so
is
Sheboygan
that?
should be okay.
Him?
I know. He kicked
But the
me.
tornado threat is going to start to
My face wasn't there.
start to increase again
How you
tomorrow
think I feel when he
as
does
we
it
get
to
into
me?
eastern Illinois here. So you have that tornado
Huh?
watch that extends back into
You're way off the bed down there, ain't you?
back down into here in southern Illinois.
Fudge.
But also in northern Illinois, these storms will start to intensify in the northern half of the state, further to the east. So that would include Champaign-Urbana in the morning, into northwest Indiana in the morning. I'll still be here covering that. So right now, if you live in those areas and you're asking about them continuously, I would just try to get some shut-eye, get a good 6 hours sleep,
Better?
and then they'll be probably on most of y'all's doorsteps
Huh?
by the time you're done with that.
Yeah.
Let's go
Now I'm
back to
gonna have to get
Arkansas
him
now.
but here somehow.
Put up.
Definitely a lot more concerning rotation. This storm doesn't look very powerful on radar, but it has kind of a pretty hefty rotation here. It is broad for the most part. But this is gonna.
I'll be
this
here,
is gonna
Tony.
head
Don't
up
worry
into
about it.
Sharp
I'll be
County
live all night.
and
You'll probably be
Fulton County.
sleeping.
in,
I'll be sleeping though,
Arkansas.
but
So
this
anywhere
is
along
gonna
these
stay live
lines,
though.
I'll be taking shelter.
If I do
I'll
fall
be taking
asleep,
shelter in those.
this is gonna be live still.
Those two counties, so Cherokee Village, Ash Flat.
But
consider
as for
being
right
in your
now, I'm
tornado
still
safe
wide
spots at the
awake.
moment. Get ready to do so. Good to be prepared ahead of time because this is a rotating storm.
Anybody that wakes up and comes
May
into
see
my
that
live
moving
stream,
extended,
they're gonna see
towards
this
the Missouri
instead of
border.
my ugly ass face.
There we go. Do you still feel it?
Let's see.
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Zap up there. There we go. If storms do pop up, in the Dallas-Fort Worth, you guys down there will be paying attention to the rail fan cam below Zach's feed. It'll be frozen, of course. Let me see if I can get that back. That's in Fort Worth, so if any sort of lightning pops up down there, you'll see it. But we expect that to be another couple hours from now. Another couple hours. I think southeast Arkansas is fine. Yeah, you guys are
I'm
fine.
scared
down
y'all only can feel it if I
Okay,
there.
Tony.
Here in Perry County,
Just go
development is
ahead.
occurring to your west
I don't care if you
And,
sleep right there.
and maturing to your north,
I just want him
right
to
around
feel it.
Perryville,
I ain't
Arkansas.
worried about
That's gonna
me.
be a
Same is true for
problem.
Conway.
I ain't
So
worried
we
about
got
me.
another round of storms possible back in here that's been developing over the last 30 minutes.
Shout out to the 5 people in
I'll
the
be
chat.
This is
blocking.
where our supercells
cares?
have
Just go.
originated from and gone through. You can see their life cycle
Lay
so
your
far.
ass down.
Does look like the
Oh,
one
if you lay
in
down like
Conway
I do,
County
lay
is
with your
falling
head down
apart.
that way.
This is great,
Because then I won't be able to feel the air.
Wow.
as well as the one just to the
Right.
west of it. So we may have unfavorable conditions just right in this area. But given that this storm up here has been rotating pretty rapidly for a while, I'm kind of concerned as these storms move into the same area that prompted the first tornado warning tonight. I think they might try to do the same thing. They might try to do the same thing. Once again, we can see very far away that the storm is rotating in southeastern Missouri, but again, this is a radar hole, so we just don't have good data up here. We can't tell if there is a tornado warning anywhere in this area of southeastern Missouri ahead of this storm or ahead of any one of the next storms that moves into the same area. Then it will be a preventative tornado warning. We know that the storm is rotating, so if it looks significant enough, then a preventative tornado warning would be, hey, there's a chance that this could be doing something at the surface. It's important that we let these people know what's happening, especially because it's in the night, and we get them to take shelter. So
Thank you, Tony.
I would
Appreciate
say
it.
that any tornado warning into southeastern Missouri out along ahead of these storms is not impossible. Possible. But unfortunately, that is the best I can do, besides tell you that conditions in those areas are favorable. Storms are going to go through Belvedere at some point, yes, in Rockford.
Sweet dreams, Tony. I'll be here when you come up, when you wake up. This live will still
Let me
be
take a look
streaming.
at current conditions just to make
I
sure.
don't care if I go past
I don't think we have
10, 11 hours. I don't care.
Update in like 5 minutes, so I'll look at that
Can you
again
feel
soon.
it?
Yes, I can feel it.
Gotta be paying attention to mesoscale.
I can't feel it now.
analysis.
No, I'm
Man,
just kidding. I'm
Just to
just
make
kidding.
sure we know what's
I'm just
happening
kidding.
with these
This way and
storms.
that way.
Oh, you got to turn it okay.
It's like Zach's feed's back. He's going east along I-40. I think he's going to go. If I had to guess, he's probably going to follow these storms to the north. He probably sees the same pattern I did, where this previous one, or not this previous one, this current one up in Stone County is warned as it passed to the north and east of Clinton. So if this storm down here goes north and east of Clinton, just about in Arkansas, then it might experience the same supportive environment. So
Okay, Tony, I'll be
you
here.
can see the rotation kick up.
Yeah, go get you
as
some
it
sleep,
heads
girl.
Through Van Buren County in Arkansas.
Get you some sleep too, girl.
Yeah.
I'll be up as long as I can be up. If you guys don't hear me responding, I fell asleep. You might hear me snoring.
Happy to help you. Let's take another look at our strong storm in Missouri, western Missouri here. It's a little bit interesting. Again, this storm is a concern as it approaches areas in between Concordia and Boonville along Interstate 70 here. Because it's riding on a couple boundaries, so we already see 1.5-inch hail reports with it here in Knob-Noster. Knob-Noster in Missouri, east of Warrensburg.
Knob-Noster? Is
This
that
is
what he
the
just
only
said?
concerning storm over here in terms of all severe hazards. The rest of these are all going to be damaging winds and hail.
Man,
that
no,
would include
I'm not
Joplin,
drunk like I
damaging
was
winds and hail.
last time, Bean.
This cell up here is the one to be concerned about. Yeah. It looks a little, it's tough to tell with these types of storms on radar. It's a messy presentation. We can't tell too much about what's happening here. You can try going up in height. Yeah, it's just difficult to tell. I guess I wouldn't be surprised if there were a tornado warning issued for this cell. It's definitely able to receive inflow, just barely. The inflow into the storm has to push through a little bit of a wall here. Here's our wall of outflow, just right here over Dresden, Missouri. But if air does connect in here, we can see rotation. It can make it in. So just in case, this is a strong storm regardless. Y'all watch out over here in Boonville, Missouri, Rocheport, and areas to the west of Columbia. I think this will head to the north. This storm will probably track just north of Columbia, but it might go through some of it. So
That's
in advance,
crazy,
y'all watch
Corona.
out
All right, lay
over
down.
in this area.
Lay down, Mama. Lay down, Mama.
This is central Missouri that it's headed into. As we get further away from the radar, we're not going to be able to see it very well. Once again, Columbia, Missouri is also in a radar hole. So at that point, we may see more of the blanket tornado warning, the preventative warning, the one that's issued.
No, it
We
ain't.
know the
I don't
storm's
think so,
rotating, but we
Karina.
don't have good data.
I haven't
closer
drank
to the
anything
surface.
tonight
So it's just
except water
be like,
and
hey, Don't want to mess around with this one.
And tea and soda.
Watching it closely, it might be just barely elevated, but it is right in that concerning zone. And definitely a really interesting supersonic trap, though.
I said I might pass out. I don't know.
Just in case.
If I do,
Definitely
the stream
a
will be
difficult
running
case,
still.
I would say. All right, let's go back down to Tulsa really quickly here. Storms are going to start. I think these storms over here, these cells or these little showery bits here, approaching Tulsa, are actually going to develop pretty nicely. I think we expect some pretty robust development through northeastern Oklahoma, and this will be for damaging winds and hail, like we're observing up here with this storm that's probably going to pass to the north of Joplin just a ways. No, I'm in Minneapolis. All right, now let's go back to Arkansas. So yeah, I think that we'll probably see that tornado warning come through. There's our preventative warning that I've been talking about. I'm glad that one came through, but yeah, this is like the best look at the storm that we have. This is the best look that we have. Maybe a little bit better from Memphis, but here's that preventative warning for Carter County in Missouri and northern parts of Ripley County. For this cell, we can see it rotating. See those greens and reds together? This is 2.5 miles up in the storm. We have no idea what's happening at the surface here. No idea. So preventative tornado warning issued out ahead of the storm. That includes Elsinore, Hunter, and Grandin in Missouri.
Wow.
Northern Ripley County, north of Doniphan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then the National Weather Service is working together to issue that warning in eastern Oregon County. So that's two separate National Weather Service offices. Now we have the continuation right here in the purple box. So those are tornado warnings here going into southeastern Missouri. So glad I talked about that. Hopefully the preventative warning thing makes sense. And please be taking shelter in these areas. Again, I'm pretty sure that this warning is going to be issued or extended into parts of Sharp and Fulton County in Arkansas as well. So that's Cherokee Village, Ash Flat, Evening Shade, and Salem in Arkansas. Probably going to be right on the border of that warning. So that also includes Camp.
Have you tried? Oh yeah, duh, you can't. You just said that.
Yeah, maybe Paducah. Let's see. I doubt this is a better look though. These are all going to be over 2 miles up in the storm. Now this is even further away. This is 3 miles up in the storm. So rotation. Please be taking shelter. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps make sense.
I'll pray for your sister, Karina.
All right.
Pray for everybody.
So next up, after this warning is likely extended because we still have some powerful rotation right in here. Some powerful rotation on the winds on the right side of your screen. I'm looking at the wind speeds there. This storm is approaching that same area that has previously supported a tornado warning. So different storm. We'll see if it takes advantage of the environment here just to the north and east of Clinton with any further development. The ones back in here are struggling a little bit, but we're seeing sort of a consolidation once again of these showers together. When they all merge together, that's when we'll see a possible supercell develop once again back in there. It looks like the storm that went through Russellville is really falling apart, so that's good. That one is falling apart as it approached that town there. Yeah, Ryan will be streaming tomorrow for anyone in Michigan, Southern Ontario, Ohio, Eastern Indiana. We'll be starting up in the morning, continuing coverage of this event. I'm doing all of the nighttime shift here. So thank you guys for hanging out with me here. And then we'll have Ryan back. Looks like I need a cup of coffee. No, I'm going strong. The tornado warning part of this is the most difficult, sure, but this is what I was built to do, I guess. So yeah, I'd say that our initial rotation was actually back in here. That's kind of fallen off the storm. Now we're seeing rotation starting to develop out in front of the more the stronger part of the storm here. That's going to approach Clinton in Van Buren County. So, watching this develop, you can literally see that just start developing there. These this area pinks are just approaching the greens here. It's going to wrap up. Right, let's go back to our central Missouri storm here. So this storm is so interesting to track. Very intriguing, difficult supercell to understand on radar. But what we're seeing here is right where these greens and reds are touching. This is a little bit of, this is probably rotating, just sneaking in there. But it's possible we could also have some issues with the radar passing through hail just in this part of the storm. So tough to tell. But again, y'all are definitely watching out here in Boonville, just around Columbia, Missouri. This is a strong storm, no matter if it is tornadic or not when it gets to you. Right, monitoring everything here. Let's see. Let's go to, I don't know if there's really anything else that's strong to look at. I think we're doing okay. Great university professor, have to get a PhD for that, which I was actually on track to do. I was accepted into a PhD program, but I didn't. I mean, this happened at the same time, and I like that I'm able to make such a big impact in this way. We got some storms ongoing near Detroit. Let's see if we can take a radar.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's the extension into Sharp and Fulton counties, as I was talking about there in Arkansas. So hopefully y'all are taking shelter just near Cherokee Village. Includes Agnos, Glencoe here in Arkansas, and Ash Flats. Now in a tornado warning. Strong rotation continuing with this storm for quite some time. Right. That's exiting the Mountain View area, but there is another storm that probably will pass to the south of Mountain View on the back end here in Arkansas. So thank you, Ryan. Are we okay in Stone County? Almost okay. My name is definitely Ryan now. This is good. All right, so let's take a radar over to Detroit just in case, because there a lot of times when you're in a risk like this, the Great Lakes region, you get those morning hail time storms. We saw that come through Davenport, earlier this morning, almost 24 hours ago. Super strong storm came through, so it's worth looking at. Just have to decide which radar I'm going to take. I'm looking at eastern Iowa still here, not really anything of note. So any storms that do come through near Davenport are, I don't know, they're not really going to be that impressive. So let's go over to Detroit just to see what's going on over here. So yeah, I mean, really, you can see there's even a severe thunderstorm warning up here in the northwest corner of the mitten here. Near Traverse City. Yeah, a bunch of morning time hailstorms are moving through here. You even got some here north of Detroit. That's how you know that the atmosphere is primed over here in eastern Michigan. It's getting ready to be a day to be weather aware for. And Ryan will be streaming most all of the primary risk time for Detroit, which will be at about 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern. So he'll be there while I take care of the morning here. You can see these develop. Pass through the I think this is the Tri-City region, right? You guys call that Midland, Saginaw Bay City. I think that's the Tri-City. That's got a name up there. I can't remember what it is though. So yeah, these hailstorms are developing over northern Detroit metro right now into Macomb or Macomb County. Here along Interstate 94. And what an interesting set of storms here. Yeah, definitely a lightning show with these two. You guys can see this clearly. Probably no other clouds in the sky over here. Take a look. No, it's okay. Yeah, you got like a clear slot just in time to watch these things from the metro. So I bet that looked pretty cool. Nothing severe in Traverse City. That warning was just allowed to expire. Take a quick look up there though. And then we'll go back to Arkansas. Tri-state. But it's in the same state. Oh wow, yeah. So yeah, stronger storms about to move into Traverse City. It's gonna be really heavy rain up here, I think. It'll last a good while too. Tri-City, got it. Hey, look at me, I know something. We don't get to cover Michigan too often. It's tough to get that moisture right up through the mitten because usually it's coming from the Great Lakes and it gets modified this direction. And right now we got that perfect southerly air streaming up into Michigan through the day. It's going to feel pretty humid out there. It'll definitely feel like a stormy day, especially if you go outside at 10 a.m. and you're like, wow, it feels pretty stormy out here. The southerly winds are ripping. It's going to be
Shout out to
unique out
everybody
there.
in the
So,
chat. Appreciate you,
before the
guys.
storms get to you, well before they're out there, if you're in Lansing, just go outside in the middle of the morning. It's probably going to feel pretty different. You don't get to feel that often up here, I think, especially in April. All right, back down to Arkansas. Well, first let's go to central Missouri just to see if anything's updated with this. It looks a little bit disorganized right now. Just a little bit disorganized. I'm not sure if it is wrapping. I don't know if it has the potential to wrap up here, but it might. So I'm monitoring this storm closely. That's to the west of Columbia, Missouri. Now let's go back to Arkansas. So hopefully you guys are taking shelter in Ash Flat toward Cherokee Village. You're toward the Arkansas-Missouri border. Zoom out for you there. You guys are. Here's your pink tornado warnings here. This one up here into southeastern Missouri is a preventative warning for Carter County and northern Ripley County. So we can't see too much about this storm. We just know it's rotating, so please be taking shelter up there in those counties in southeastern Missouri. You got another storm headed your way too. Some of those areas will see another storm, maybe just to the south. So Donovan up next in the line of fire, perhaps. And then we got this. Look at that pattern recognition, guys. It is just, it just is clear as day. Right when it gets to Clinton, Arkansas, we saw the previous one start rotating right here in Van Buren County. Here's our next supercell. It's persisted for quite some time, but it too has began to rotate. It almost looks exactly the same here on the velocity. Looks nearly exactly the same. So this is probably going to do the same thing where it continues to intensify in rotation and then receives a tornado warning down the line. So probably due to pattern recognition here, I'd say y'all watch out. You've already got some severe thunderstorm warnings extending to the north and east here, but y'all watch out in Hanover, Mountain View, St. James, and Bethesda in Arkansas here. As this rotating thunderstorm approaches you.
Look what you
The
went
development back in here is struggling a little bit to consolidate, but it does still look like it's possible. It looks like Little Rock is being fine tonight. Looks like it's being fine. Looks like northeastern Arkansas towards Jonesboro is also mostly okay right now. I think most of the possible supercells will track west of you. Conway, good to go to sleep? Probably Probably. As long as we don't get any further development back in here, which is possible, that will be the one to track through the Conway area. So definitely have a way to receive warnings just in case we do get development down there. It's tough to see because we're in the nighttime, so I can't really see if we're getting cumulus fields down there. Have the satellite up.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's our Tor warn. Just for the cell we're talking about taking off. Y'all watch out here. That also includes parts of Cleburne County here, Heber Springs. It's going to be just off to your north and west. So the cell should pass the north and west of Heber Springs. Everyone in Iowa is pretty much okay to sleep. Yeah, you guys are okay in Iowa. There's just a couple of remaining little cells that could pack a punch, but they're not going to do much more than wind and hail. Iowa's good. Is Fort Smith okay to go to bed? You'll be woken up probably by storms in a few hours from now, but I think you're fine in the northwest corner of Arkansas and also the western border. The storms are going to come through with wind and hail. There's your new tornado warning. Hopefully that y'all watch out helped you out there. Yes, southern Missouri will also get in on another round of weather. Even if after these move through, we're going to get that cold front. You can see the warnings back in here in these red boxes. They're going to go this direction. They're going to approach and go through southern Missouri. Every single person is going to get some rain and storms from the cold front all through these areas at some point on Wednesday morning here as we go through. It is going to have rain and storms with it. The hope is that all they pose are just damaging wind threats. I know, MN, but I'm working on it as best I can. Gotta include them. Yep, the Memphis radar is the closest one. It's still over 2.5 miles up in the storm, though. For that Missouri warning. Yep, that was what we were looking at. Rotation's really developing here. Let's see if this is going through a merger. Yeah, it definitely is. Okay. So this cell right down here is probably going to merge into the updraft. When that happens, we could see, well, it's really just going to be a minute-by-minute case here that we'll have to watch. So quite a bit of rotation up here. Impressed with this storm. It's not really been falling apart too much, but it looks kind of like garbage from the radar sight from so far away. Kind of like garbage. Like Salem, it's going to go to your east, but please it's a good idea to be in shelter. Storm's going to pass through the warning polygon this direction, but any sort of possible tornado that could be at the surface, it can deviate anywhere in this polygon. So definitely be taking shelter. It's a good idea to practice it too. Storms approaching, so I'll start fizzling. We'll take a look at that in a second. We have a couple hours, I think, for anyone along that line. This is definitely concerning rotation here, but this is that southeastern Missouri tornado warning. Carter County, northern Ripley County. It's moved out of Ripley County for the most part now. So Hunter and Elsinore need to be in shelter. Good idea to do that out ahead of this thing in Mill Spring, Williamsville, and Greenville in Missouri, in Wayne County. It should go to the north of Poplar Bluff. But if a new tornado warning comes out for this, extending the risk down, or extending the warning down rather, downstream, those will be the areas included. If they do include parts of Butler County here, then Poplar Bluff, you might get the tornado warning on your phone, but the storm is definitely going to be far to your north and west. You might get it on your phone, I'm not sure. Evansville, Indiana, probably about noontime, noon to 1 p.m.-ish. And yes, there is possible bad weather down there. So at that point, Ryan will be live covering the risks. Same thing for the storms as they go through Kentucky. You guys are going to pay attention to Ryan, all right? you're in Kentucky and Indiana, you got time to sleep now. Not too long to sleep in South Bend, though, in the northwest part of Indiana. In the eastern Ohio, Michigan, you got time to sleep now. You got time. Northeast Oklahoma safe. Well, the storms are getting to you now, so if you've been waiting for them to get to you, it's kind of silly you'd go to bed right before they get to you. So we'll take a quick look at that, since that was next on the list. All of these storms are developing back behind this gust front here in northeastern Oklahoma. About all the road names. There we go. There's a cleaner look. So if these blow up right as they approach Tulsa, then they'll pose a damaging wind threat here. Columbia, yep, let's look at the storm approaching y'all there. It might go just to your north. We've been watching this one closely. Not sure if it's, not sure on its tornado potential. I think it has a possible tornado potential. It seems to be riding a boundary. So we do have some observed rotation in it, and also some pretty powerful winds on this part of it. So I've had a, you know, you guys are coming toward, a strong storm is coming toward you for a while now. Might go to your north here in central Missouri. But there's another one back behind it. This one will not be tornadic. This one will probably approach Columbia pretty much directly on, but it's not going to be tornadic. This one over here in front is the only one I think that has a tornado potential at the moment. Storms popping in northern Illinois. Probably those elevated hailers. It's the same thing as yesterday. That's interesting though. Let's take a look. Whoa, look at this thing. That is wicked. This is in south central Wisconsin. That is, look at that thing. Dang. This is just some rain, I think. I think this is just some rain. Very interesting presentation, though. Sometimes the radar is just fascinating when you look at it. Zach's in the middle of the road. It's probably his feed that's frozen. I've been refreshing him every now and then. He'll come back here. Yeah, there we go. We got some more hailers popping here in north central Illinois. So someone here is from Belvedere. These are not the main storms. Like if you get more storms, they'll be passing through from this front that's back in here, moving through the area from west to east. But you're already getting in on some more hail action here. It's like a seahorse. Yeah. Milwaukee getting more storms? Dang. More hailstorms just moving through. None of these are severe warned though, so it's just going to be a lot of pea-sized hail. So I bet that these ones down here are also going to move in the same direction over towards Kenosha, Racine, and Milwaukee. Show you where the cap's broken? Yes. So on this map right here, if I take Zach down for just a second, give you guys this. This map right here is the mesoscale analysis from the Storm Prediction Center. These areas in white are where the cap is broken here in northern Arkansas, southern Missouri, and southwestern Arkansas. So anywhere shaded in blue is still a capped region. Storms can be forced up through this cap along the cold front because that's very powerful forcing, very powerful rising air. But out in here is where our supercell threat is, and that's why we have those storms popping up just in that area. We're looking at the instability there. Russellville, Arkansas safe. It looks like all the storms in your area have fizzled out, but there may be a couple more attempts at redevelopment. So Milwaukee getting in on some more small hail coming through parts of the metro here. And then more back behind it is likely to approach same direction. Okay. So the same thing's ongoing with Detroit right now too. Lots of these morning time hailstorms. They're all elevated. Just telling you that, hey, the atmosphere is pretty unstable over here. So when we get that sun coming through as we get into the morning, then we're really starting to see a severe threat ramp up. All right, back into Arkansas. This is not the right radar. Back into Arkansas here. Zach is back. Zach is back. We have his feedback. He is approaching this
A new
tornado warning from the
warning
south.
has been issued.
So Butler County, let's see where that is. Carter County. Okay, so that's for this one right here. So we have an extension of this tornado warning again. It's a preventative warning. This is the closest radar we have to that. So hopefully that y'all watch out ahead of time into Wayne County. Oh, and it did include parts of Butler County. So Poplar Bluff, is anyone in Poplar Bluff in the chat? You check if you got your if you got a tornado warning on your phone. Now that that's gone through for Butler County. The storm is going to pass well to the northwest of Poplar Bluff, but this little area of Butler County was included in the warning.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, okay. Let's take a look at that. So PDS warning issued up here. I think that's radar indicated. Yes. Okay. So this is a radar indicated, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. This includes Cherokee Village, Ash Flat, Williford, and to the east of Salem and Camp here. So right in this dark pink box, this is a PDS radar indicated, particularly dangerous situation. And the reason for that is because we have very tight and rapid rotation right in here. These dark browns, in case you need a reminder, 119-mile-an-hour winds on this side of the storm, about 1.5 miles above the surface. So rapid rotation means that this could produce a significant tornado if it were to drop one at the surface. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that too, but it makes sense with rotation like this, so that's why we look at it. So we won't be able to tell if a tornado is on the ground here as it approaches Myron and Franklin in Arkansas here, north central Arkansas. It's going to take some time if a tornado is on the ground to loft debris that far up for us to be able to see it ongoing. So please be taking shelter no matter what. This is an upgraded tornado warning, still radar indicated, meaning that this just be taking shelter, please. So yeah, Cherokee Village again, Ash Flat. You're about 4 minutes out from the storm approaching you, maybe about 2 minutes out. And Cherokee Village, you're about 5 minutes out from the storm, the rotating part to get to your area. So please be taking shelter. Take us with you, or take me with you rather. It's just me tonight. Take me with you. Take your shoes, interior-most room of your house here, or basement if you've got it. So this storm is going to continue off again through northern Randolph County in Arkansas here. So this will go north of Pocahontas. And it will include Ravenden Springs, Dalton, Poynor in Missouri, and Doniphan in Ripley County.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, so we have that. So that was this warning back in here. So this is to include Izard County as well, Franklin and Myron in the northeast corner. So that's what this warning was upgraded. Also radar indicated, particularly dangerous situation. Please be taking shelter and be thinking of taking shelter out ahead in Doniphan, Fair Dealing, Missouri, out ahead of this storm. Very dangerous storm moving through these areas. Tell anyone you know in these areas. Again, it's 2:30 in the morning out here. 2:30 in the morning means that we're really going to have difficulties making sure people know this. Making sure people know this is going on. So let them know out ahead of time. Yeah, definitely take your shoes, take a helmet or a pillow, something to cover your head with, just in case. It's always good to have that by your side. No, these are radar indicated, particularly dangerous situation warnings. This is when we see powerful enough winds on the radar, 120-mile-an-hour winds in this dark brown here, to indicate to us that there could be a significant tornado if one were to be ongoing at the surface. This is far up in the storm and we don't have confirmation. So the potential is high, and that's why it's a dangerous situation. For Donovan, the storms are probably about 45 minutes out. And be taking shelter in Wayne County as well. I didn't see if anyone was in Poplar Bluff in Missouri, so feel free to repost that if you are. I don't know if they're gonna, I don't know if you got the warning on your phone down here or if they're sounding any sirens down there in the city. Storm is heading well to the north of Poplar Bluff, but we'll go through Greenville, Missouri in Wayne County here, southeast part of the state. Down the line, a couple counties away, that's Cape Girardeau, Jackson, Missouri here, Fruitland and Oak Ridge, Marble Hill and Zalma and Grassy in Bollinger County. Bollinger, you know what I'm talking about. So these are tornado warnings up here issued that are they're issued when we can't see the storm is too far away from any radar sites, so we have to issue preventative warnings because they have the potential to be doing damage. Let's keep a close eye here. Just in case. No debris signature showing up yet. Totally possible we could see debris though. If it reaches this height in the atmosphere, which is about 9,000 feet, if a tornado is ongoing, then it will likely be a significant tornado. So that's why we need y'all to be taking shelter over here. Cherokee Village, again, please be in shelter. Ash Flat, be in shelter right now. You're in Piedmont, Missouri. All right, so that's a look at all of our tornado warnings down here. I expect this supercell to the south to travel through much of the same areas, go a little bit south of where our current warnings are. So that includes Batesville, Cave City, this cell back in here that's currently tornado warned already. Likely will be able to do the same thing as these strong rotating storms up here are doing right now. So those are the areas I'm focusing on. I will focus on these areas that need to be in shelter more than anything and down the line from them. That's the part of the now casting operation. Waiting to see new scans here. Could we look at Memphis too? A little further away. I'll check both radars just in case. So rotation is overhead Elsinore right now in Missouri, approaching Williamsville and Greenville in Wayne County. If you're in Poplar Bluff, the storm is far to your north and west, but does include parts of Butler County in the tornado warning. Very strong rotation here, approaching Ash Flat and Cherokee Village, of course. Let people know, okay? Call people here and tell them to take their shoes, some information with them. You know, take a device that you can play the stream on to keep you up to date with what's going on through here. Watching it closely. All right, really quickly, we're diverting to central Missouri here. Storm has lost its severe thunderstorm warning. It is a little bit disorganized looking, but you can see that basically all of Missouri now has got a pretty straight line of storms here going through. So this is going to impact all the regions. It looks like it's about an hour early. So Columbia gave you 3 to 5 a.m. time slot. Looks like it's going to get there just about after 3 a.m. Same with Jefferson City, 3:30, 4 a.m. So St. Louis probably closer to 6 or 7 a.m. Going to get in on these wind storms over here, wind and hail. Joplin, you're about 30, 45 minutes out from severe thunderstorms approaching your area. And really quickly, looking at northeastern Oklahoma, these storms really have not developed at all, actually. So very intriguing. We'll have to keep a close eye on Dallas-Fort Worth. That'll be a couple hours from now when those storms might pop up. A quick update for all of y'all over there. Let's go back to Arkansas. from the radar for 10 seconds. What about Arkansas? All right, back in Arkansas. This is what about. We have this tornado warning. This is northwestern Cleburne County or Cleburne County, southern Stone County. Again, you guys are in another warning. So this would go all the way north to Mountain View, Arkansas. So this is a different warning. If you're in these same areas, I think it can be confusing to get multiple tornado warnings, but it's a different storm moving through. It doesn't look extremely concerning right now, but please be taking shelter in these areas out ahead: St. James, Bethesda, Batesville in Arkansas, Cushman and Mount Pleasant, and Cave City. Storm back here is also starting to mature a little bit more, and we have more development again. Another shower popping up back here near Hot Springs. Of course, that's not going to do anything to Hot Springs. It's going to take a while before it develops, but we do see the result of our cap breaking. The lid on the atmosphere is being removed or weakened, and these storms are taking advantage of that. Oh man, we need a radar site over here. Dang it, dude. We need a radar site over here. Jurido? Thank you. Cape Jurido. Appreciate that. Okay. Wow, look at how fast this one blew up. What's going on there? Look how fast that is. This is like the most unstable part of the atmosphere over here. This one's already exhibiting a hail core. That's so fast. Okay, so these are a particularly dangerous situation. Radar indicated, meaning we don't know if there's a tornado ongoing with these storms up here in Sharp and eastern Fulton counties in Arkansas. This is approaching the Missouri border. So down the line, we have Doniphan, Missouri, Dalton, Arkansas, Gatewood, Pointer, and Briar, Missouri here into Ripley County. It's going to go through northern Randolph County as well in Arkansas. This is a dangerous storm. Rapid rotation aloft, too far away from the radar to tell if anything is ongoing at the surface, though, in terms of a tornado at this moment. So please be taking shelter. Gerardo. Okay, so the enunciation is different. Got it. Gerardo. Thank you, guys. That one's a tough one. Emphasis. No. The tornado warnings, none of the tornado warnings in Arkansas are confirmed. Cleburne. None of these are confirmed. They are all radar indicated warnings, but some of them are particularly dangerous for a rapidly rotating storm. Please be taking shelter no matter what. Okay. Thank you guys, yes. Okay, this one, let's look at this from Memphis radar. Out here in southeastern Missouri is lost quite a bit of its rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if this tornado warning was not extended further as it approaches Cape Girardeau. So would not be surprised. And we're looking very far up in the storm here. I don't think we're going to see anything. We're not going to see anything in terms of a tornado potential here, or in terms of something that tells us there's an ongoing tornado. This is so far up in the storm that these are preventative tornado warnings. So please be in your shelters in Greenville, Missouri, Williamsville, Missouri, into Wayne County here. Let's look at Paducah radar just real quick to see if there's anything concerning out in front here. Then we'll go back. These are mostly disorganized out in front, so I'm not too concerned about them. approaching Perryville. Not too concerned about them up there. Okay. All right, so once again, this storm is starting to wrap up. This is our southwestern one. This is going into, basically, it's a skirt in the northwest corner of Cleburne County here. So this one's gaining intensity as it moves into the same environment that's supporting these strong tornado warning storms. So expect this tornado warning to continue and include again St. James, Arkansas, Bethesda, Batesville, in Independence County, Eastern Stone County, and southern Izard County. Evansville will get weather at about noontime. Okay. In Ash Flat, stay in your closet. As long as you don't hear a tornado overhead, it should be okay, but this is a rapidly rotating storm. That's why you're in warning. You're doing good. I'll let you know when it's past your area, but right now, just stay in the closet in there. Bentonville, you guys are okay over there, yeah. Northwest corner of Arkansas is staying fine. Lots to track here. Man, look how fast this is just blowing up to the northwest of Walnut
We'll
Ridge.
take a whole bring a bunch of armadillos to help dig yourself a
The storm blew up
bunker.
in Randolph County
Yeah,
very
right,
quickly
Ted.
here. So severe weather is likely to impact Einboden, Pocahontas, and also
Yeah, I know.
in Randolph County.
But you were
Arkansas.
snoring hard.
No, there is no confirmed tornado on the ground with
Crackmaster.
these storms, but please treat it equally to that. This is radar indicated, particularly dangerous situation. No
Wind,
confirmed tornado here from the National Weather Service. Blizzard, thank you, Izard County.
Well,
I've been switching it back up and forth.
yeah, I'm
It's
still
being
awake,
reported on
stream
the ground
being.
from the news station. It's the same deal. Just be
Why would I
taking
not
it,
be
as
awake?
the same seriousness. Right now, the National Weather Service has not upgraded it from what I can see, and I have the latest data. It is looking okay now, but you're going to get woken up by strong storms in a few hours along the front. Those will be wind damage. Where's Zach going? Zach is just behind this supercell back here. So he is chasing right here. Here's Zach. He's chasing this one that's approaching western Independence County, northwestern. Yeah, definitely watching this one. These cells are popping up very quickly over there in Randolph County. Columbia, Missouri. Yeah, I'm watching it. I'm watching the cell that's approaching you quickly in the next 30 minutes, but it's lost its severe thunderstorm warning. Last I checked, it's a bit disorganized, but it'll be a strong storm. Yeah, Central Illinois will get more storms on the early morning hours. Jonesboro's okay for now. Storms are off to your north and west. Anyone in Illinois is going to get storms through the morning. All right, rotation is passing to the east-northeast of Ash Flat now. Headed up toward Highland, east of Cherokee Village, but we're very far away from the radar, so it's hard to tell exactly where things are going. This definitely is a concerning signature right in here. Let's double check. Yeah, we can't see any debris signature yet, but we are very far up, so hopefully there is no tornado ongoing. Mountain hoping to be bad. Looks like it's pretty far to the east of you right now. Just keep your eyes open for the next hour. Why does it look so much worse? I think it's very much further away from the Little Rock radar. All right. Once again, this rotation back here approaching Hanover, Arkansas is increasing. There's likely going to be a new tornado warning issued that will include parts of Stone County again, up to Mount Pleasant, west of Batesville, more than likely. It looks like this storm's tracking a little bit more to the northeast. So now Mount Pleasant and anywhere in this circle from Melbourne to Batesville is the next in line for this, probably the following tornado warning. Russellville should be okay. This corner of that Arkansas, guys, I've said about 6 times now. You guys should be all right. Oh my goodness. All right, let's go to Central Missouri. These storms are not tornadic at all. They're out ahead. There's a gust front out ahead of them that's preventing any air from reaching in at the surface. So these are all elevated. No tornado threat over here. At the moment, no tornado threat over here. They are just behind the cold front, but they could be catching up with it. But yeah, right now they are elevated storms. So no tornado threat with these at the moment. Right, good. As these move through central Missouri. The ones we're focused on are in the tornado watch in the southeastern part of Missouri, north central Arkansas. I need more radars, dude. Why is there not a radar up here? Yes, so northwest Arkansas is looking good, all right. Springville
What's up,
sleep, you
Anna?
guys are
How
going to
you
be
doing, girl?
woken up by storms in a few hours. They're
Good
going to be
morning.
strong when they pass through, but again, hopefully not tornadic. Just damaging wind and hail. Columbia, the storms are approaching you, so it's going to get a little nasty over the next hour. Not clear yet. They haven't got to you yet. Fredericktown, right now it looks like the storms are going to mostly pass to your south. But definitely be thinking about your neighbors at the moment. Plains, isn't that near, I've seen this place before. Thought it was along Highway 60. Right, a lot of people are asking that, so I'll look it up real quick. West Plains, Missouri. Mississippi State University. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's along Highway 160. I goofed. Oh, it's literally right in front of my face. How about that? So Mountain View and West Plains here in Howell County. Looks like the storms are mostly tracking off to your east for now, yes. But please be weather aware over here. You know, we've got some showers popping up. If they do develop, they would track in this general direction towards
What do you
West
mean
Plains.
if you didn't break
We're
a
not
rib?
sure about that right now.
What's going on, Anna?
Tornado warning storm make it to Randolph County? Yes. Northern Randolph County is probably going to be in a tornado warning shortly. This is still a very rapidly rotating storm just to the east of Cherokee Village. Ash Flat is out of the way from it now. Out of the way from it now in Ash Flat. It's now east of Highland and Cherokee Village. It will go through the Dalton area in Randolph County. And again, down the line, it might actually, merge with this hailstorm that's popped up Randolph County proper. These cells rapidly developed, and they're probably going to interact with the supercell that's producing our upgraded tornado warning. Still no confirmation if there was a tornado ongoing with this. I'll look one more time, but I don't think we have yet. Yeah. The Paducah radar is best for southeastern Missouri storms, so let's go over there. Man, this is really annoying that we don't have a radar over here. Poplar Bluff, man, there's a lot of stuff in Poplar Bluff. Didn't mean to rhyme. There's a lot of stuff over there. Like, this is a decent city. Why can we not have a radar site right in here? It would be so helpful to these people.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's your extension into Izard County from this cell down here. So that's going to include the areas around Mount Pleasant, Arkansas, St. James, Melbourne, here through the rest of Stone County into Izard County. So we've been watching that. There's your extension that I've been talking about. This storm approaching Greenville, Missouri is kind of petered out in rotation from what we can tell. But please be taking shelter in this tornado warning still. It's not over for Wayne County.
You're welcome.
Wayne County, Missouri. You're gonna hear it in Greenville, in Silva here. Pocahontas, you guys are getting in on the hailstorm that's to the east of the tornado warning at the moment, but it will be extended into your county shortly, I think. It's likely to be extended because it's still a rapidly rotating storm. Here's a look at that right now. So here's the hailstorm, windy hailstorm here just around Pocahontas in Randolph County. Here's our tornado warning storm. It's going to go off this direction just around Dalton, Arkansas. Oh, man. Okay, Zach, Storm Chaser Zach Hall still chasing this storm. It's definitely, there's its new tornado warning. Maybe he's just about to turn off onto State Road 9 here. Actually, he may be going backwards to get this supercell. That's popping up right behind it. It looks like he's going backwards now. So he's gonna try to look at this one here. Also about to go over Clinton, Arkansas once again. That one's a rapidly developing one, so he's probably gonna look at that one. So that's the video feed right below me that you're looking at. Okay. All right, so maintaining our warnings right now. And these storms are passing generally through the same areas. So even though Ash Flat just went through that particularly dangerous warning, radar indicated, there's possibility that the next tornado warning storm is going to move through the same areas. There's our new PDS actually issued out in front of it. That's going to come through.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, big lightning in Zach's feed. Jeez. So now Dalton, Raven Springs. And talking about y'all there, northern Randolph County in Arkansas. There's your new warning. Radar indicated particularly dangerous situation. We don't know if there's a tornado ongoing at the surface right now. But the wind speeds here, there's a dark brown pixel here, 127 miles an hour on one side and 11 on the other. This one's now 145 mile an hour on one side. So this is rotating at a rapid pace. But about 2 miles up into the storm. So we know there's a strong rotating part of the storm. If a tornado dropped at the surface and was connected with this part of the storm, it would do significant damage. And that's why there is a particularly dangerous situation warning for these areas. And now that's into northern Randolph County. So that's what you see coming through on your phones there. If it's in, if you're getting them in Pocahontas, the tornado warning storm is off to your north and west. Yeah, no CC drop, but really hope that doesn't start showing up. We might be able to see it if it does, but this is in the worst radar hole over here it's one of the worst ones. Like, there's no coverage here under 2 miles from this above the surface. Now, I do want to keep talking about this, since this storm is particularly dangerous situation warning storm, and we've seen previously strong rotation observed up here in around the Carter County area. It's very possible that tornado warnings are going to be possible all the way to Poplar Bluff. So if you know somebody in Poplar Bluff, there is a strong tornado warning storm that is probably going to head basically in that exact direction. They're in a tornado watch right now. It's about 45 minutes out from Poplar Bluff. It's a great idea to call people there and let them know, hey, There's something going on. Even if this storm over here merges with it and destroys any tornado potential it has, it doesn't matter. It's a great idea to tell people, Donovan, Naylor, Poplar, Bluff here into these counties. This is what the tornado warnings would look like if they were extended in the same direction. So let people know in Poplar Bluff out ahead of time in this populated area in Butler County that a strong tornado warning storm is headed in their general direction. It's a good idea now to just have a plan in place. Wake up, make sure you're paying attention. Yeah, Memphis now is a little bit closer to this, just a little bit closer. So one last look at these storms. Lots of lightning activity on Zach's feed. So the storm back here in Clinton is, of course, maturing at the moment and may do the same thing and give us another tornado warning storm again. So from the Memphis radar, we can still see this rotation pretty clearly over here. This is now passed away from Cherokee Village and Ash Flat. But keep an eye out down there. You may have another tornado warning storm eventually headed in your same direction. Really hoping that this doesn't do anything. No debris signature yet. It takes quite the significant tornado to get debris this far up. So we're watching it as closely as possible. All right, so our tornado warning storm up here in Wayne County. Eventually, this is going to pass. Well, we can look at the loop here to see which direction it's going. Seems to be moving mostly this direction at the moment. So this is going to go towards Marble Hill to Oak Ridge and Jackson. Next into the northern bits of Cape Girardeau. Girardeau. Dang it, dude, I already forgot. The intense coverage gets to me, man. Teach him Southern. I lived in the Bible Belt for 5 years. Just need a break on these pronunciations. Let people know Poplar Bluff. They're just now waking up. Strong storm, tornado warning storm, going ahead in those general direction, toward their general area. Girardeau. Thank you. All right. That, I'm not going to forget it this time. Girardeau. Poplar Bluff. Girardeau. Got it. Girardeau. So yeah, this is a tornado warning storm that's going to pass generally just to the north of Cape Girardeau into the Cape Girardeau County area. Cape. No, I got it. It's good that I learned these things, guys. It's important. Every stream, there's a new one to learn. And it's so concerning. I really don't like the look of this. I'm keeping a very close eye on this. I really would, if there is anything you guys could do for me tonight, it would be to call somebody you know in Poplar Bluff right now. Poplar Bluff. And tell them that there's a dangerous tornado warning storm, 45 minutes to an hour out from them. Same with Donovan. If you know anyone here in Ripley County and Butler County, this is a dangerous, unusually strong storm. So please let them know ahead of time, all right? And then when you call them, you can tell them to get in their tornado safe spots. Interiormost room of their house. Just move their shoes, have a pillow or a mattress there. Out ahead of time. And yeah, just make sure everyone's accounted for, because this is not one you want to mess around with. All right, so if there's one thing y'all can do for me tonight, it's doing that, because 3 a.m. is the time that people get the least response to tornado warnings. The least response. This is when most people are asleep. They're not going to get them. So you really, really need to do me a favor here and let them know. Let people know that know people in Poplar Bluff. Like, it's that good. All right, it's that simple. So you don't want to mess around with this. Hopefully it just dissipates. Hopefully its rotation just falls apart, but it keeps looking concerned from time to time. And I don't want to give up on them right now.
Okay, Karina.
Yeah,
I just
Southern
saw your
Illinois is
message.
in the tornado watch. These same storms are probably going to persist into the Southern Illinois area over the next few hours, maybe several rounds possible. St. Louis, you guys are going to get the damaging wind storms. They're going to approach your area in about 3 hours from now or so. Power flashes in this storm, yeah. So this is the storm again that's going to go towards through Cape Girardeau County here, through Bollinger County. It's the Marble Hill, Zalma area in Missouri.
A new PDS tornado warning.
So there's
has been
the
issued.
extension of the PDS tornado warning into the southeastern corner of Oregon County in Missouri. So that's Myrtle towards Gatewood again. They're gonna issue more warnings for this. This is 2 separate National Weather Service forecast offices. Okay, so we're gonna get a warning here for this corner of the county, and we'll get another warning into Ripley and Butler whenever this is extended. That's where that's the reason we see that warning coming through. I need to look at. I need a Little Rock radar open. Give me a second. Let's see here. There's more hailstorms moving in through the Kenosha to Racine area, southern Milwaukee metro. These are just going to be hailstorms.
A new tornado warning.
They're just going to
has
be
been
hailstorms. Nothing to worry about over here. Same with Davenport. Just wind and hail possible over here, guys. So nothing to worry about here. All of the severe warnings over here were allowed to expire, but you can see our line coming in. This right here, this line of storms right here, this is going to be what goes through Burlington over the next 30, 45 minutes, through Hannibal, into central Illinois, and eventually make it over here to Chicago, okay? This is the line of storms we're watching. This is what's going to go up towards Chicago, even northern Illinois. And then as it goes back to the west here, this is going to be the part that approaches St. Louis, goes through all of central Missouri. Severe thunderstorm warnings are going to happen throughout the next few hours, all through those areas. Okay, so I need a radar. I'm going to keep this one. Do I have to open another one here? Okay, I'm just going to open. I'm going to have 8 radars open. Fine, that's what I have to do. Do it. All right, so let's go down to Little Rock again. I need another Little Rock radar. Need to view these storms from the south. Just in case we get more development back in here, if these consolidate into supercells,
All right, Karina.
they will affect the West Plains, Missouri area down the line here. Go through Mountain Home. Right now, they're just showers, but we're watching them develop just in case they intensify. So this is still a dangerous area. This is still our moderate risk over here into southern Missouri. So I have to keep eyes on it as best as I can. All right. So again, Ripley County now has that tornado warning for them. This is from the National Weather Service in Paducah. So now we have both National Weather Services working together, both offices working together to issue these warnings out ahead. Rotation does look a lot weaker from the Memphis radar than about 5 minutes ago or so. So this is good news. But again, we're so far up in the storm, we can't really tell what's going on the surface. So hopefully everybody is taking shelter now in Doniphan in Ripley County along Highway 160. This is going to head right into the direction of Poplar Bluff. Storm down here in Stone and Izard counties in Arkansas looks like it's kind of falling apart. This is probably the weakest storm that's warned at the moment. I would not be surprised if this warning is allowed to expire in the next few minutes or so. If this warning is canceled, rather. So please be taking shelter until then, but right now the cell doesn't look like it's posing much of a threat as it goes into Izard County again.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's our extension into Bollinger County. This is to the west of Cape Girardeau now. County over central Indiana. That's in the noontime hour tomorrow. So we're about 9 hours out from now. 9 hours out. Okay, good. Looks like these are the cells we're really focusing on for now. Still have strange bits of development down here. I want to pay attention to these two, just in case. Those are concerning. So they're going to move into the same environment. So let me see if I have a better radar look at this real quick. Ongoing showers, possibly down here. So yeah, if these sustain themselves and move up here into this environment, again, we could see another round of warnings possible. Just a bunch of random development down there. But these storms down here could be, or these showers rather, they're not even storms yet. They could be concerning. So I have to keep an eye on it so I know ahead of time what's going on. Yeah, Quincy's fine. You're going to get in on those cold front storms probably in the next 30 to 60 minutes or so. It's going to be wind. From Poplar Bluff, good. Everyone making phone calls, good to hear. That's exactly what we need. The storm really looks concerning right now. It's 2 counties away from you, just about, in Poplar Bluff. So right now, if you're in Poplar Bluff, just joining in, I'd recommend having your shoes in place in this area. Recommend having your shoes in place, having a pillow or a couple pillows or a mattress to protect your head with, just in case it gets to the worst bit. And then just make sure everyone's accounted for, and bring some devices with you so that you can keep up with the storm as it gets closer. That's what I'd recommend, because the storm, if it continues to exhibit rotation as it has been doing, it will pass basically straight into the direction of Poplar Bluff. So that's why I want Poplar Bluff. That's why I want everybody to be aware ahead of time. You're not in a tornado warning yet here in Butler County, but I want you to be weather aware before these storms reach you.
Watch out.
So let's look at Bollinger County here. This includes Marble Hill. This rotation is definitely wrapping back up here north of Greenville in Missouri. So the cell, again, is going to pass towards Jackson and Fruitland at the moment into Cape Girardeau County. Poplar Bluff. Southern Illinois, these storms are eventually going to pass across the border, across the Mississippi here, into southern Illinois. Y'all are in a tornado watch down in this part of the state at the moment. So conditions are favorable for these supercells to continue producing a threat for tornadoes into southern Illinois. That's about this leading storm is probably
Pickneyville is where I went to.
so
I was in prison
the
at.
border here.
You see where it says
We'll
Pickneyville?
see what it does when it passes through. But
That's where I was in prison at.
Thank you for the support, y'all. I'm doing the midnight shift here. By the way, if you don't know, I'm going to be on until like 10 a.m. So we got 7 hours to go. That's 10 a.m. Central. Springfield, Missouri, in a couple hours from now. Cold front storms will make it to you. Wind and hail. Oh, man. I hope I'm helping as many people as possible. Still going strong into the night hours here. Keeping steady. Yeah, I see conditions continually favorable for these supercells here to persist into southeastern Missouri. think the cap is also just going to break in southern Illinois as well, maybe just a little bit. So that's why this watch is perfectly issued by the Storm Prediction Center, by the way. Perfectly issued. So again, watching rotation coming up here. Grassy, Marble Hill, and Ballinger County in Missouri. Good idea to be in your tornado safe spots now. Interior, most room of your house. Eastman, if you got it. This is, y'all watch out ahead of this towards Jackson, Fruitland, and Oak Ridge and Millersville here in Cape Girardeau County. Oh, there we go. Now we got the Oklahoma storms in here. Let's take a look. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Yep, there they go. Right as they get to Tulsa. A-R nailed it here. Right as they get to Tulsa, they're starting to blow up here. So this is now a considerable warning, which is probably for 70-mile-an-hour winds or possibly golf ball size hail. So this is going to approach, this will be the storm in part to approach Joplin in the northeast corner here into Ottawa County here in Oklahoma. So these storms are starting to blow up. This gives me confidence with these storms blowing up here that the same will be true down further south into Dallas-Fort Worth in about an hour or so from now. We're going to see that line of storms keep traveling south, blowing up as it goes to the south through eastern Oklahoma. So Oklahoma City's all fine. It's now you're in that cold air. So, but down all the way down here, these storms are going to keep blowing up over the next hour, I think. It's going to be a pretty continuous line of storms all the way down. And it'll be a wind and hail threat with those. All right. So there's Joplin's heads up there. Let's look at central Missouri real quick. So let's zoom in here. So central Missouri has a couple of strong storms. This one did go to the north of Columbia. So Paris, Missouri up next for a severe thunderstorm here, wind and hail. This one definitely is, I don't know. I think this one definitely is not rotating in a tornadic manner. So I think that this is all wind and hail. This will be what goes close to Hannibal, Missouri, near Quincy, Illinois. And the rest of these storms down here, continuing to the southwest, are going to, be along these lines in hour increments. So in 45 minutes to an hour. And then St. Louis in, 3 or so hours from now, just a little bit longer. So they're in place. Springfield, Missouri, 2 hours from now, they're in place. They're going to track through they have no reason not to. So wind and hail is going to wake people up. Lightning's going to wake people up as this travels through the state into the early morning hours. Eventually to dawn. We're going to see them continue once we get to daybreak. All right, so let's go back to our tornado warnings. This one here is the one approaching Ripley County, Missouri, about to cross the Arkansas-Missouri border. Eventually, this will be the one that gets to Poplar Bluff. It still looks pretty concerning. So it is on track, passing just northwest of Dalton, Arkansas right now. Thank you, Brandy, for your help into the night. Appreciate it, Brandy. I'm sorry if you're sending things. I haven't done that yet. No, we don't have Nightball yet, but that's okay. I see it now.
Shout out to the 7 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys.
Frankie's not with Zach, in case you're still curious about that. So no, we can't do that setup, unfortunately. Zach is on his own at the moment. Speaking of Zach, he's his stream's still coming through nice there. Let's see. Does he have anything ongoing? These cells have kind of gone kaput. So this is what he was watching. He's watching just the last little breaths of these rain showers down here. They have not continued. This tornado warning was allowed to expire. That would include Izard County, and also the second storm that would have been possible for much of Sharp County that just went through a PDS warning. It looks like this is not tornadic anymore, but still some damaging winds and hail possible with this cell as it enters Sharp County. Should go to the south of Ash Flat and Cherokee Village, where y'all were just taking shelter. Just would recommend being, away from windows for a little while. But y'all are doing fine over there. Y'all are doing fine. So looks like these are all petering out back to the south and west. But we do have the cell is trying to do something here in southwest Arkansas. So I'll be watching this one closely. We need to tell people we've got a means to do it. So I'm watching this one closely. It's just a little blip though. It's just a little dude. He's not doing much yet. Illinois, Indiana area. You guys are gonna get in on some storms at about 8 to 9 a.m. A little further south, and it'll be a little later than that. So the time to be weather aware is into the mid-morning hours. If you're anywhere in Chicago and east through Michigan and so forth, Brian will also be back on when he wakes up. I will be on for another 7 hours minimum here. We're 5 hours into the stream, almost. And then if I am falling asleep, then I will pass the baton back to Ryan. If not, then I will continue also alongside Ryan covering the main risk that's setting up tomorrow. Okay, so that's everybody who's about to ask for Michigan and so forth. Again, your time to be weather aware starts in about 6 hours through the day. It's good to be paying attention. It's good to be thinking of your neighbors and so forth. Yeah, we're already seeing that massive line coming through, and then development will continue further south, eventually into Dallas-Fort Worth. All right, let's cover our active tornado warnings from the closest radar site I can. This warning extends into Ripley County at the moment. Let's take a look at which direction it's going. It does look like it might be starting to track. It's basically going the same direction here. So if it takes this track, it's going to go just like this, the rotating part of the storm, just about in these areas through Donovan and through Poplar Bluff as it gets to Butler County. So you guys will be likely up next for a tornado warning unless this thing completely, craps itself. So watching closely. Watching closely. Yeah, definitely a lot of lightning in these cells. You've seen a lot of lightning activity over here. No shortage of instability. Yeah, happy to help. So Poplar Bluff again. Fancy y'all, watch out if you're just now joining in. We've been talking about this storm for how long, guys? Hour and a half, 2 hours? Watched it as it was just a little tiny shower. Now it's a big old supercell. Poplar Bluff. You're in I'm Bowden or M Bowden here. It's just a severe thunderstorm approaching you. Looks like most of the rotating storms have moved out of your area. We're keeping a close watch out. You'll probably get some heavy rain again. Start some music. No. I'm good. Poplar. And Donovan in shelter, good. You're doing good. It doesn't look as strong as it was. But you are doing perfectly right now over there. In this radar hole, this is the best I can do to help you out. This is ridiculous that we don't have data to help these people over here, especially like Poplar Bluff. It's not Poplar Bluff. Isn't that like 50,000 people in it? It blows my mind just a little bit. It does look weaker. Where we're looking. Yes, everywhere in Oklahoma is going to be fine from naders. All those storms moving through are going to be elevated just behind the cold front. You're going to get you're going to get that quarter-size hail that Robbie's telling you about there in southeast Kansas. You're going to get some damaging winds. That's about it, though. The tornado threat is minimal with those cold front storms. West Tennessee is okay. Marble Hill area, the tornado warning storm is approaching you. Definitely looks pretty concerning. A bit of let's look at the Paducah radar. So still some rotation here. Y'all should be taking shelter. This first area of heavy rain that you guys are going to hear, maybe some hail in here. That's not the tornado warned part of the storm. This is off back to the west. It's going to travel right through the same areas. So if you get in on some heavy rain here in Marble Hill, once that's done, it's not done. Once this lets up, this is not done. 15,000. Okay, I overestimated a little bit, but it's still very important, right? Once this rain lets up, it's not done. The tornado warning part of the storm is back behind this. There'll be a second bout of heavy rain moving through Marble Hill and Bollinger County. Down the line again, that's going to pass through northern Cape Girardeau County towards Oak Ridge, Jackson, and Fruitland along Interstate 55 here. So through Millersville in Missouri. Hot Springs is getting lightning. Yeah, that little cell down there is doing something. So just a tiny little blip. Sexton, you're down the boot heel, right? I feel like I know that. There you go. Yeah. Down near the Mississippi. I think that down the line from Poplar Bluff. Thank you guys. I'm thinking about it now. I think down the line along Highway 60 here, it might go to your north, but it's not going to be too far away from you. So definitely a good idea to stay weather aware looking at this over in this area. Thanks for tuning in from over there. Russellville, you guys should be okay. Should be okay. Storm is still rotating. Yeah, I expect. So hopefully you're taking shelter in Marble Hill. Please be doing so. Stay in there. Little Rock is looking okay right now, but we're going to monitor just in case. There's always more to look at down there. Eventually, Little Rock will get in on some windy storms. And that will be around 8 to 9 a.m. Because of the storms to strengthen at night, these are a special exception. We had a lid on the atmosphere all day until it dissolved just enough due to some colder air moving in a mile above the surface. Dissolved it just enough to where these storms could start and take off. So this is a little bit of an exception. This is a case where we have to, monitor a certain part of the atmosphere that would prevent storms once that goes away.
Warning has been issued.
Madison County. Oh, I see. Okay. So this is St. Louis's. Yeah, so this is St. Louis's region. So St. Louis issued a tiny triangle tornado warning. Just to complete this polygon here, because this is concerning rotation right here, approaching Marble Hill and Grassy. So yeah, this is concerning rotation right here. Do you see this right here on the left side of your screen, circle in blue? Right in the center there is a weak echo hole. What that means, or we sometimes call it a donut hole, a bounded weak echo region. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there were a significant tornado ongoing with this. So please be in shelter in Grassy, Glen Allen, and Marble Hill, Bollinger County, however you pronounce it. This might be a significant tornado about to occur here. This tells us that there's a strong bit of rising air right in the middle of this area of heavy rain. So this is rain wrapped, more than likely. Strong tornado might be ongoing. Please be taking shelter. Dang it. So that was that tornado warning. It's just this tiny extension here. Marble Hill. Can't stress it enough. It's a good idea to be taking shelter. We don't see any debris from it yet, but this is a concerning signature. Don't like the look of that one. Yeah, down the line, this is Millersville, Jackson, Fruitland, Oak Ridge, and Missouri, Cape Girardeau County. Farmington is pretty far to the north and west of this. Right now, it looks okay for you guys. All right, so I wouldn't be surprised shortly. This storm is entering Ripley County in Missouri. let's take another look at that. I'm most concerned up here in Bollinger.
All right,
County,
Bean, appreciate
so
it.
I'm going to be paying close attention to this. But let's look at our storm approaching Poplar Bluff. Definitely a lot less intense rotation here. This is good. This is good. The storm is losing rotation, but of course, be paying attention here. Again, I would not do anything but recommend that you be in your safe spots out ahead of this in Poplar Bluff. Would not recommend you do anything but that. It's just a good idea. If you're awake, you're tracking this thing, just do it. Just do it. When you have time, like, just make yourself a little bit of a hot beverage, bring it with you, and get cozy, okay? Get cozy in there. This is good practice. There's a little bit of storm anxiety in there. That's necessary. It's natural. It's what happens. But don't be scared. Be prepared. This is Missouri, southeastern Missouri. There's that boot heel for you. Springfield, Illinois, you guys are going to get in on the cold frontal storms at about an hour and a half from now or so. It's going to be moving through central Illinois. It's going to be damaging wind and possibly some hail. Tornado threat begins to increase once we hit about 6 a.m. Central. At that time, it'll be approaching the Chicago suburbs, NIU campus from the west. And then it'll be through Chicago, hopefully by 8:30 a.m. or so. Was I expecting to stream this long? Yeah, this is 5 hours in. I was expecting to stream 12, so we have 7 to go. And then Ryan's going to be awake again and streaming again because we got more to cover. All right, guys, one more update here. Let's go through. Still concerned about Grassy, Missouri right now. Grassy, Missouri, and Marble Hill. No evidence of any debris yet. Oh, God. Yeah, this is not a good signature. I'm very concerned about this. So let people know, especially, like, this is just the worst when the tornado bit of it is back in here and you're like, oh, I just went through some heavy rain, now it's letting up. I think we made it. No, you didn't. No, you didn't here in Marble Hill. That tornado warning part of the storm is headed straight toward you afterwards. And this rotation right here is incredibly tight. Incredibly tight. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a debris signature coming up here, so I really hope everybody in Grassy along State Road 34 is in shelter here. Let's get a look at this. Glen Allen to the west of Marble Hill as well. It's going to go through Grassy Tower Site State Public Hunting Area. Approaching Marble Hill pretty directly here. Pretty directly here. So if you know anyone in Marble Hill, let them know. This is important. Just really hoping every frame that comes through, I don't want to see that blue blob show up. But I'm not going to be surprised if it does. So really paying attention here in Bollinger County. Really quickly, let me take a look at Radar Omega abroad, this whole thing, just so I'm not missing anything. Possibly some hail starting to move through southern Ontario. Strong storms have moved through Traverse City. There might be another round just to your south here in Michigan. The Kenosha, Racine, southern Milwaukee area getting in on that hail. A little bit of it is falling probably over there. And then this part of the cold front here is developing out here. I want to emphasize this. The reason why the tornado threat is going to increase when it gets to eastern Illinois here is because of this orientation right here. You see how these storms are mostly straight north and south, then we start going southwest down further south. Right here, this orientation is perfect for spin-up tornadoes. Spin-up tornadoes is perfect right here. When we see the storms more north and south like this, at sunrise, we're going to meet the conditions here over here with this orientation. That's good for spin-up tornadoes. So over down here, much less spin-up tornadoes possible through this part of Missouri. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I see this orientation of the storms, north and south here. I'll draw it in black. North and south here, just like this. Much higher chance for spin-up tornadoes as we reach the Chicago suburbs. So that's why I was telling everyone 6 a.m. or so, and Chicago is the time to wake up and be weather aware. So that's what I'm looking at now. All right. Do we have something? Not yet. Not yet here. We may be seeing the very, very beginnings of a possible debris signature right here. This is the correlation coefficient product, just to the north of Grassy. It's a concentrated area, but the values we look for are much higher than usual. But this can be the preceding frame before we can confirm a tornado on the ground. So this is not a signature to be messing around with. You see this red right next to the blue here. Draw that in yellow for you. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is likely a significant tornado ongoing. So this is Bollinger County in Missouri, approaching Millersville, Jackson, Fruitland, and Oak Ridge in Cape Girardeau County. Approaching Interstate 55 north of Cape Girardeau. This is definitely, I mean, I don't know, like this is as close to a significant tornado as you can get starting on here. Definitely looking to go here. Brandy, if you're listening to Bollinger County, that's where I want you. Bollinger County, Missouri, if they got anything. All right, Cape Girardeau, if they're doing an EMS prep ahead of time, this warning's definitely going to go into Cape Girardeau County. Please call somebody in Jackson, Missouri, if you know. Very concerned about this. If it's not a confirmed tornado, it's about to be. Right now it's radar indicated, but this is very, very bad. All right, so waiting for the next frame of data. Let's look at Poplar Bluff real quick here. Poplar Bluff. So it does look like rotation's still ongoing here. Might be re-intensifying it just as it gets to Doniphan. He's been taking shelter in Ripley County. With a rotation signature like this, it's not too strong, but I do expect that the warning will be, again, extended into Butler County for Poplar Bluff. Okay, these storms back in here in northern Arkansas are not rotating yet. They still look concerning. I'll go towards northwest Randolph County in that severe thunderstorm warning. All right, let's see. Do we have data? Of course not. What is going on here? These people need to not be in a radar hole. Oh, there it is. Guys, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Like I'm looking at this. It's nearly clear as day to me. Big tornado on the ground right now, headed towards Glen Allen, west of Marble Hill in Missouri and Bollinger County. Dang it. Big tornado on the ground. Right there in this blues and greens here, this is our debris signature. We can see debris being lofted. Uneven objects are making this show up low percentage values here. So this is tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground, getting deeper.
New information.
Here's our confirmation.
This tornado warning.
Good work on the National Weather Service, working quickly here. Let's talk about areas. This is moving through the Grassy Tower site, state public hunting area right now. It's going to approach Woodland RIV High School. The Woodland RIV, Woodland R4 High School, to the west of Marble Hill. The school district office up there. It's going to go basically right through Glen Allen, a couple of blocks in this town, the Glen Allen Police Department, USPS, Jim Bob's Auto and Repair. All these buildings, there's a lot of buildings in Glen Allen. Right along these, I really hope they're in shelter. They've got about 2 minutes. 2 minutes, this tornado approaching from the southwest along State Road 34 here. Out ahead of this storm, please be letting people know in Jackson, Fruitland, Oak Ridge, Millersville, Neely's Landing here in northern half of Cape Girardeau County. Cape Girardeau, you're going to get that tornado warning on your phone. People you know are going to get that tornado warning. It looks like it's going to pass hopefully to the north of the city here, but it will cross over Interstate 55 if it stays on the ground. Just can't see nothing, man. Oh, man. So it looks like it's going to pass through Glen Allen here. The First Baptist Church, Glen Allen United Methodist Church as well. Junction of ZZ and 806 roads there. ZZ. Not sure what's going on there. Big tornado on the ground here. Bollinger County in Missouri, headed towards Cape Girardeau. Yep, getting larger here. This is not, I want to encourage this. This is not the actual size of the tornado, this entire debris signature. This is the debris field around the tornado. The tornado is probably right in this area. It is about this size of going through Glen Allen. Populated area. I hope these people are in their shelters. But again, right now it's 3:40 a.m. It's literally the lowest time for the perception and response to tornado warnings. Only about 30% on average of people get these at this hour of day. So I really hope that we can help as much as possible. It looks like this is going to go just northwest of Marble Hill, the Jay's Barbecue, 573 Coffee House, Senior Living, Stonebridge Senior Living in Marble Hill. Hopefully this passes just northwest there. It might be occluding into the storm as well. It does look like it's taking this northern path, so I think Marble Hill hopefully is spared. Please be in your safe spots down here. This is also a radar confirmed PDS. Did that ever come through? The PDS come through? I don't think it did. But it was upgraded to a particularly dangerous situation. I saw the confirmation, but I didn't see the PDS. Should have come through. So this is passing a little bit north. Oh man. Jeez. This is ridiculous. This is passing a little bit north of Glen Allen right now. It's going to head towards Millersville, Missouri here. Everybody in this polygon to the north here towards Sedgwickville needs to be taking shelter. It's likely to be wedge tornado. It's definitely rain wrapped, I can tell you that much. And it's 3:43 a.m. It's just like the worst thing that could happen for these people. 3:40 a.m. rain wrapped large tornado. Like, yes, it is confirmed it's also a PDS. Particularly dangerous situation. All right, let's check in while we wait for the new frame of data here. Give it 5 seconds. Getting off the phone with your parents in Jackson, getting animals down the basement. Let's go. Thank you guys. Definitely doing good work here. Appreciate y'all. Telling people out ahead of this. Oak Ridge, Pocahontas, Fruitland, even as far north as Appleton, the southern part of Perry County. This will go to the south of Perryville in Missouri, but it will impact somewhere along Interstate 55 here if it stays on the ground between Beale, Appleton to Jackson in Cape Girardeau County. Significant tornado likely ongoing. All right, let's check really quickly on our friends here toward Poplar Bluff. If this warning is extended, which it might be into Butler County, this rotating storm will approach Poplar Bluff. I'll be watching it closely. Just be in your safe spots out there ahead of time. Yeah. Probably large hail about to fall in around Williford and Ravenden in northern Arkansas, moving towards the border of Missouri again. These strong storms are in a line here. This looks like a large hailstorm now. Here in the pinks and purples. All right, there's the extension of the warning. Hopefully that comes through. There we go.
A new
So now
PBS
this
tornado
includes
warning has been issued.
this includes Cape Girardeau County. There we go. Hopefully everybody's getting the warning there. This is gnarly looking. Just not letting up at all, guys. This is a significant tornado ongoing right now. Headed towards Millersville, Oak Ridge in Missouri here. There we go. Northern half of Cape Girardeau County right now. If you're getting it on your phones at Cape Girardeau, hopefully everybody's waking up. It's going to go towards Pocahontas, Oak Ridge, Fruitland, Neely's Landing. Hopefully spares Millersville here. Maybe starting to dissipate a little bit. Hopefully it is losing intensity here. But you can already see the beginning of the debris just about in this area being ejected off into the storm here. So this is debris starting to go off into the storm. So yeah, you're seeing the debris fall out, which means we definitely saw a significant tornado ongoing. The northern part of Glen Allen there, I hope that town was not hit, but that probably went around Eden's Edge Lawn Care First Baptist Church. So let's talk about areas out ahead of this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's your tornado warning for Poplar Bluff. Poplar Bluff now in a tornado warning in Butler County, so please be taking shelter. Out ahead of this, to the north of Marble Hill. Looks like Marble Hill is escaping this. We have the New Salem Baptist Church, which is it has just gone over that. Out ahead of that, we have Sam's Maple Farm, Mount Zion Church out here, James Tax Services. Scopus, Missouri, unincorporated area out ahead of, in between Glen Allen and Millersville here. So this is about to go over Scopus, Missouri, or Scopus. A bunch of cemeteries out here. Still a significant tornado ongoing. Thanks for telling me all you're getting your parents and so forth in Jackson, Missouri over here into shelter. Towards Fredericktown, you guys are far removed from this. It's to your north and west. It's not in Madison County. You guys are removed from this storm and it's not tracking in your direction. Now that we're looking at this down the line, we're also thinking about Grand Tower, Carbondale, Illinois, Maconda, Cobden, and as far south as Jonesboro in Illinois here. This is Union and Jackson counties in Illinois. We need to be thinking about them down the line. Start thinking now, about 25, 30 minutes removed from the storm. When it gets to you, will you be in your safe spot? Please. St. Louis is okay from tornadoes right now. Yes, this is far south of St. Louis. It should stay to the south of Perryville in Missouri. Everyone in Poplar Bluff, be taking shelter now. Should be tornado sirens down in that city starting shortly if they aren't already. Interior-most room of your house. Here in these tornado warnings, interior-most room of your house or a basement if you got it. Still a large debris signature here, ongoing as it approaches Scopus and Millersville in Missouri here. Springfield, you're going to get on cold front storms. Cold front storms are coming through with wind and hail over the next couple hours. Darnell, you might be woken up by those cold front storms too. It might be about 7, 8 a.m. Northwest Indiana, you got till about 8 a.m. Cold front storms coming through. Those will start posing more of a tornadic threat. We'll talk about them. Oak Ridge needs to get in shelter. Pocahontas, everywhere along here. My hope is that this tornado is in the process of lifting at the moment. Oops. Hopefully this is lifting. We definitely see weakening rotation. This is good. This is about 78 miles per hour to 32. That's still a strong tornado. But back here is where it really looked really bad. You can see those pinks next to the brighter reds. So there we go. Hopefully this is lifting at the moment. Let's take a quick look at Little Rock just in case. Storm down here petered out. Little Rock right now looks okay. Looks good down there for y'all. Yeah, Des Moines is going to drop sharp. We've got those cold temps moving in. I think this is lifting out. Yeah, and this is going to pass north of Gordonville, north of Cape Girardeau by quite some time, or quite some distance here. I think this tornado is almost done. Joplin, probably pretty soon. Yeah, you're about one county away, so about 15, 20 minutes out from this severe thunderstorm over here. We've had a bunch of 1-inch hail reports just around the area. These are starting to move through southwestern Missouri right now. They should be done with Tulsa already, so Tulsa's out of it, but the northeast corner into Ottawa County and Oklahoma is going to get in on wind and hail. Everywhere along this part of the storm here that's moving to the east, this line of storms is wind and hail. No tornado threat with these at the moment. Very, very low tornado threat. I'm gonna close this radar after I look here. Strong storm with some hail and wind going through in between Jefferson City and Columbia, more than likely. So Ashland, Missouri, about to be woken up. Rude awakening. Oh, maybe close radar, maybe again. Why does it do that? All right, let's go back to our active tornado warning here. Still probably an ongoing tornado here. This is now probably a cone tornado right in here. We see only about 2 pixels next to each other in Bollinger County in Missouri. This is going toward Millersville again. So still an ongoing tornado here, but it's now much smaller. So hopefully it's dissipating. There's a tornado possible near Mount Pleasant. Okay, yeah, let's go look at that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I don't see a severe thunderstorm warning though. I assume you mean this one down here. In another radar hole? Of course. Okay, I found it, yeah. All right, so this one, we're watching for some rotation. Again, I talked about this. This part of the line up here that's moving, more north. It's the storms are oriented more just directly north and south. These have much greater chance of spinning up tornadoes right in this area. And that will be true as we move through northern Illinois. So we'll be paying attention whenever those warnings come through. We'll be scanning it for y'all out here. Right, so yeah, this tornado is still ongoing, but it is much smaller. It's maintaining intensity at the moment. And thank you guys. Thanks for the support. Working through this right now. Working through this. Yeah, very definitely a cone style tornado at the moment. You can see the debris is still being lofted. This is right over Scotus, Missouri here. So right now it's near the Church of Christ. Approaching Millersville, it'll probably go just northwest of the small town of Millersville here, a couple blocks. Hopefully it goes to the north and west, but please be taking shelter. If this continues, it'll be closer to the Fancy Walk Farm. As it passes over State Road 72 here. Memphis will be more at like noontime. All right, let's go look at Poplar Bluff. See what's approaching y'all. Still some broad rotation with this storm. It kind of looks like garbage. Looks like garbage over here in this radar hole, but I think it's less concerning. This is now past Donovan, exiting Ripley County. Looks like it's any sort of rotation is going to go to the north of Poplar Bluff, so the north side of it, more towards Rombauer. But be in your safe spots here. It's really good practice over here in Poplar Bluff to be in your safe spots. You're going to hear the storm. Plenty of lightning. You guys hear the thunder there in Poplar Bluff? You guys hear the thunder? I'm curious. Lots and lots of lightning in this area. Lots and lots of lightning. Especially with this leading storm out here. A ton of lightning strikes with this. Gonna be loud for a while. Jonesboro looks fine for now in Arkansas. I think this tornado is about to lift if it's not doing so already. Very, very small area of rotation. Okay. Out to lift. Please be taking shelter though. Stay in your shelters anywhere from Jackson up through Oak Ridge. You might be seeing the end of this one. Yeah, Cape Girardeau should be seeking shelter. It's not a bad idea to do so as well. Storm's pretty far off to your north and west, but still some powerful parts moving through the north of the city. You know, as we watch this happen, so something to take away from this, okay, is right near Grassy. Right near Grassy is where we started seeing this tornado ramp up significantly. So if we look at the similar locations in the environment here, if we did a line down here to the east of Poplar Bluff, there might be similarly good conditions in the atmosphere for this approaching storm to improve in terms of tornado potential. So we really need to be watching this storm back in here as it goes to the north and east along Highway 60. So hopefully Poplar Bluff escapes the worst of that, but we really need to be paying close attention since we know something occurred up here. It's possible that something similar could occur to the south of it as the storm moves in the same area. So close attention warranted here. Watching for the pattern to continue. One of the most important things we can do. And twisters occur in Middle America because it's east of the Rockies where we get that cold air aloft from the mountaintops and the warm, moist air at the surface from the Gulf of Mexico. When those collide, it's a unique geographical feature of this area. That's why we have a tornado alley. All right, thank you, El Eddie. You should be okay if you're in Cape Girardeau right now, so just don't go out from under shelter. This tornado's lifted. The best of my ability to tell, we don't have a tornado on the ground anymore. Millersville has been spared here. Please stay in your shelters anywhere here in northern Cape Girardeau County. This is a sort of a complex of storms in here, so it's possible that any part of this could really, merge together in a weird sort of way here. We could get another tornado from this system. So you can see from this band of storms, so you can see a little bit of an accentuated band of wind right in here, these lighter greens. This may prove to, try to do another cycle of this tornado, try to establish another rotation. So the storm is still pretty dangerous here as it moves off through this polygon this direction. Yeah, if you're in Dexter, Sykeston, I know we had Sykeston viewer Benton up here. All along here, I'm watching the storm back in here. Really concerned if it, as it approaches the same area that just incurred a significant tornado genesis, the birth of a significant tornado up here near Grassy. If the same is true down here to the south near Dexter, then a strong storm could take advantage of that. So we're watching really closely as this one back in here moves into the same area longitudinally. Yep, Sykeston watching out. I would recommend here in Dexter, Stoddard County, just and even as far east as Sykeston, just get your tornado safe spots ready. If you need a refresher on that, that's the interior-most room of your house or basement if you've got it. Bring your shoes and a pillow or something to cover your neck and your head with from debris, and bring your device. I definitely think we could see some sort of cycle here. We're going to watch this closely as it approaches I-55. I think southern Arkansas is okay right now. I don't know where Harrison is. Poplar Bluff, please be in your safe spots now if you're not there already and you're just joining. This is an anticyclonic rotation. Lots of interesting stuff going on this spring. I'm watching every single frame of this storm as it moves through northern Cape Girardeau County here. I think it may try to reestablish, drop another tornado here. Gotta watch it closely. We're watching this develop like every minute. Northwest corner of Arkansas right now is okay. The line of storms from the cold front that will be damaging wind and hail is getting to you within an hour and a half to 2 hours or so. Cabot, anywhere in Little Rock is okay for now as well. Storm should reach you from the cold front about 8 to 9 a.m. as far as I know. Might be a little bit earlier. Northern Illinois, we're going to start talking about you, okay? St. Louis, cold front reaches you at about 6 a.m., a couple hours out from now. Damaging wind and hail. Low tornado threat there. Fort Smith, same thing. Northwest Arkansas, West Arkansas. Thank you for the support, y'all. Doing the midnight shift here. I still have another 6 hours to go. But it's important. These next few hours are going to be super important. I think the tornado threat might start to increase as the storms approach Chicago from the west. Okay. Waiting for a new scan here. Hoping this stays disorganized, but this is still a concerning signature. Carbondale, right now the storm's still in Missouri, hasn't passed the border yet, but it's taking aim. It's taking aim over there. So you're doing the right thing by staying here. Cincinnati, the storms will be there in the afternoon, 2 to 3 p.m. Eastern time. Is Little Rock safe to sleep? Yeah, but you'll probably get woken up. You'll probably get woken up by the storms when they move through this morning, 8 to 9 a.m. I am plenty full. I had a huge dinner ahead of this. It'll be perfect. Don't worry about me. Yeah, if you're just joining us, we had a significant tornado. We had a significant tornado go through Grassy and Glen Allen here in Missouri. So take a look at this. Here's the loop of it. There it goes. Go through Grassy, Glen Allen, and dissipate. Now we're watching a possible cycle currently. It's at 4:04 a.m. Central. Hannibal is up way north. You guys are going to get in. I think you're pretty close to again this area of heavy rain moving through. Not severe warned. Nothing significant moving through there. Area between Jefferson City and Columbia, Missouri was warned. So Kingdom City, Alvas. Alvis. Oh man, that's a tough one. You're gonna get in on some wind and hail. Alvas. Carthage, Illinois, you're starting to see this part of the storms, and also Davenport, you're about 30 minutes out from some heavier rain here. This is the part where we're concerned, increasing spin-up tornado threat over here, heading into northern Illinois with time tonight. So, and not tonight, this morning. Hailstorms look to be moving through Chicago right now. We can take a brief look at that, and then we're going to go back to our torrent storm down there. Get the Chicago radar. I think we could get some small hail in the metro here. It might wake some people up. Yeah, look at that. Look at these little cells popping up here. Over Naperville, just brief instances of heavy rain, maybe some small hail, in little pockets around the metro here, the northern part and the western part of the Chicago metro. These are not severe, just small hail. The line of storms you're concerned with are back in here. They're going to be there in about 2 to 3 hours from now. Oh yeah, let's, oh my gosh, there's so much to look at. Okay, first off, back here, just in case we get a possible cycle of our tornado. No tornado that I can see is ongoing right now as it crosses Interstate 55. Hopefully that stays the truth. It's not okay yet to come out in Cape Girardeau County. I'd stay in shelter anywhere if you're taking shelter in this county. Same thing with Poplar Bluff. Storms passing off to your north and west. So yeah, we could be pretty concerned. Instead of closer to Dexter and Sykeston, we could be closer to the northern edge here near Advance and Zalma. This storm down here that is tornado warned, if it continues on this track, it may approach the southern part of Cape Girardeau City, or the city. And given that we saw that significant tornado near Grassy and Marble Hill, I think that you know, the conditions right in this area out ahead of the city may be equally supportive. This cell is also more isolated right now, so like less is interacting with it. So I don't like this right now. I don't like this over here. So please be paying attention through Advance, north of Dexter, Benton, Scott City, Cape Girardeau. I don't think this is over. I don't think this is over tonight. All right, new scan here near Oak Ridge. There's some pretty tight rotation here. Could be watching for a possible new tornado. Just near Oak Ridge. We're looking at southeastern Missouri right now. This should stay to the south of St. Louis. You're in Poplar Bluff. Hope you're in the interior-most room of your house at the moment. Looks like the storm is going out to the north and west of the city. Yeah, happy to help. What are those little hand-drawn shapes? These are things that tell me a lot of data. So they focus on storms here, and then they tell me all the atmospheric parameters that I'm looking at here. So the CAPE is there, the shear is there, and so forth. So this is just concise information. Any warnings that you see are going to be these thicker polygon lines. I have these here just to help me diagnose, just in case. Yeah, siren's definitely good to go off in Poplar Bluff. Storm's passing to your north at the moment. I'm really concerned it's going to do a similar thing to what we just saw, but in about 30 minutes from now. So Puxico, Dale City, Advance, you have my largest concern at the moment. Donovan looks okay now, yeah. Donovan looks okay for tornadoes. Shouldn't be another tornado down there. Mid-Southern and Centralia. Oh, I see you. I think you're going to stay south of the tornado threat right now. So you guys are going to get in on the cold frontal storms an hour or so after St. Louis, which is about 2 hours from now. So maybe 7 a.m. for y'all. Poplar feels fine. Yep, it's off to your north. But even as this passes through and you're staying in your safe spots here,
What's up,
think
Rocket?
about your neighbors. You're thinking about your neighbors here. We really want to manifest this not doing anything significant as it moves off to the east-northeast in this direction.
Yeah, I hope you don't lose it either, Rocket.
Definitely be sending them good vibes, okay?
I don't think so, Karina.
We're looking at the Sykeston area right now. I think it's going to pass off to the north. Sykeston, you're definitely going to see the extremely electrically active.
I'll be surprised if
here.
he's still awake.
Lots of lightning here that's approaching Dexter and Dudley. So towards Sykeston, it's going to be lots of lightning. But I think the tornado threat is going to be off to your north for now.
Said he went to go change his phone and he ain't back yet.
Chesterfield. I know Chester. I don't know where Chesterfield, Illinois is. If you're in a tornado watch, then definitely keep an eye on your area in here. But Perryville, Farmington, Fredericktown, looks like all of these tornado producing cells are going to be to your south. Sorry. Joplin, you guys are about to get in on the storms. Probably getting loud there now. That's why you're asking. So it's going to be rain, wind, and hail. Rain, wind, and hail. 10 a.m. in Arkansas is going to be rain, wind, and hail. Cold frontal storms. Oh, it's St. Louis. Right, I knew I heard of it before. So St. Louis, 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. Rain, wind, and hail. Severe thunderstorm warnings probable for y'all for wind and hail. Are they okay? Absolutely happy to help. They're in Poplar Bluff. For put your pants on faster. Appreciate the preparedness. I'm happy they woke you up. It's good to hear that feedback. Thank you for the support. Storm's passing off to your north now. In northeastern Ohio, it starts to become a little bit more muted. It's really that afternoon area, so northwestern Ohio and western Ohio is really where that tornado threat is probably the highest, and into Michigan. Michigan's later on this morning, so like 10 a.m. on in Michigan. From west to east, it'll be Detroit about 2 a.m. or 2 p.m. Sorry. Cause the sail to be extra large, and updraft supporting it, not throwing out of the storm. Oakwood, it's gonna be a chance. What do you mean right now? The Chicago Metro is gonna be 6 to 8 a.m. ish, west to east. Spin up tornadoes are possible. Peoria, about an hour sooner than that. It's not too far. Yep, now the wind is getting to Joplin. Hopefully I helped you guys realize that. Wind, rain, possibly hail. Been yammering about it. Thank you guys for the support. Tough one to cover that significant tornado. I'm really hoping another one doesn't set up here. This kind of looks a little disorganized though. Hopefully it stays that way. Again, we're like 20, 25 minutes out before this particular cell that I'm focused on right here gets to advance or so, Zalma to advance. Because right here in Grassy is where that last significant tornado began and occurred rapidly. So right in this area, I'm concerned that atmospheric conditions are similar and may do that again because we have a strong cell moving into it. So that's what I'm thinking might happen. There's a good chance, because it's in a similar area over here. I did have Zach Hall down here in Arkansas, but he has since called the chase, I believe. He has since called the chase. Jefferson City, you guys are going to get in on the storms about 30 minutes or so from now. Yeah, there's a significant tornado. There it is, ongoing through grassy Bollinger County. See that right there? It's about 30 to 45 minutes ago. Springfield, we'll see. Right now, the tornado risk for y'all is like there in Illinois. So that was a significant tornado. Tornado warning allowed to expire in around the Poplar Bluff area. I'd say it's fine to be out of your shelter now. Could be one more strong storm, severe thunderstorm moving through soon, though. That might wake you back up, but it looks okay there now. Looks okay. Oh, Bass. Okay, thank you. Oh, Bass. Yep, the storms are going to be strong again in Indiana, Ohio later this afternoon. Not right now. Later this afternoon. Yeah, there's likely going to be tornado watches around the mitten of Michigan, northwest Ohio, northeastern Indiana, more than likely. Definitely for southern Ontario too, from the ECCC. All right, let's while we wait for this storm, which I hope it doesn't do the same thing, but I'm really focused here on the approach to Puxico here, northern Stoddard County and Scott County. Really focused here at the moment for the threat of another significant tornado. Let's go through the cold fronts where it's popping up now, because now we're past 4 a.m. So we've got that storm moving through northern Joplin primarily here. So Webb City is going to get in on the wind and hail. All the storms are east of Tulsa, Oklahoma now, so you're good. You're good in Tulsa. Fort Smith, looks like the heavy rain is just starting to your west. A little bit of a band of storms out ahead here. It's about 20 minutes out or so. Some strong storms also, again, like I've been talking about, moving through just around 4:30 to 5 a.m. through northwestern Arkansas, Fayetteville, Springdale, Bentonville, etc., up Interstate 540. So again, those are going to just be wind and hail right now. If they do have any severe threats when they reach you, it's going to be wind and hail. The strong wind and hail also going up Interstate 44 towards the northeast corner of Oklahoma. Let's go down here into Dallas, see if our storms are popping up. Bang, there they are. So now you're starting to get woken up by lightning in Dallas-Fort Worth. Hey, we've been talking about this. Avaz, thank you. Avaz, got it. We've been talking about this. There's big thunderstorms now popping up in Dallas-Fort Worth. There's going to be a big old bag of heavy rain and wind, and a little bit of hail too. A couple of hail reports in there already. Not too much lightning actually with this, but definitely starting up a couple flashes. So heavy rain moving through southeast Tarrant County into Dallas County here. No tornadoes. Yeah, no, seems low tornado risk for Fort Smith from here on. Looking good over there.
Oh. Never mind,
I'll keep a close eye on it, though, just in case, because we have 2 lines of storms possible. Here we go, all the way down. Development is occurring all the way down in through Texas here. So as it approaches I-35 from the west, we'll see if any stronger storms pop up with some larger hail and wind. But right now, Bisbee, Sublette, Webb, Florence Hill in DFW is about to get in on some small hail probably. So it's going to wake you guys up. Over here, I bet. There's your DFW storm. How long ago did we call that out? 4 or 5 hours? Lots of lightning approaching from the west here to Sykeston, all along Cape Girardeau. It's going to be loud. Going to be loud. Severe thunderstorm warning issued up here for our previous tornado-producing storm. This is completely fallen apart, just for you guys up here. So Carbondale, Murfreesboro here in Illinois, all along DeSoto and Highway 51 here. This is a severe thunderstorm for wind. Just for wind. So looks like the tornado threat is much lower with this in particular at the moment. Thankfully. And we've also got that severe thunderstorm warning issued for the rest of this. So all of this band of storms here is now severe warned. There's still strong storms moving through. It's a good idea to just be inside here. Lots of lightning possible through southern Illinois, southern tip of Illinois here. Yep, hopefully we just avoid any more tornadoes down here. Highway 51 from Marble Hill to Grassy and passable. Oh wow, we've already got people out in this area, yeah. So impassable due to the tornado passing through in this just about this area. I really hope that there's not damage in Glen Allen there. Lots of buildings right in the few streets through Glen Allen. So we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully it went to the north. Whew. So we did have to cover a significant tornado so far tonight. Now the focus is going to shift, I think, to spin up tornadoes. I think the focus will really shift to spin up tornadoes, and it might take a couple hours to sort of come together here. So, still watching this part of the storm though, just in case. Just in case something wraps up here. All right, let's look at North Illinois while we wait for updates down here. There's so many radars open. Let's see if we can find anything. Yeah, this again, if you're just joining us, this north-south orientation of the line, when it's more straight north and south like this, that's when we can see spin-up tornadoes and warnings issued for them more frequently. Way more than down here. When these storms are moving southwest like this, or they look like they're going to the southwest, that's a tornado, or spin-up tornadoes are far less common. It's really these areas that we're focused on. This is the orientation of storms for this year. It's a complex interaction, but it's a pattern that I recognize. So I am mostly concerned as this part of the storm begins to move through northern Illinois over the next couple hours. Probably some hail, small hail falling through the northern burbs of now. Any of these pop-up cells here. Yeah, eastern Iowa, I think it's not quite going to do it over here. It doesn't look like it's strong enough. That's why we see the tornado threat start to increase as we get towards Chicago. That's where we have the 10% hatch from the Storm Prediction Center. And take a look at that right here. So here, let's look at the day one outlook. The tornado outlook in particular has been actually reduced over here. Well, that's a nice surprise. That's a nice surprise. This outlook begins at 7 a.m. 7 a.m. Central Time. So it's possible that, we do start to see the tornado threat increase.
GG Production, what's up, bro?
As we get to the Chicago Metro here. The two area in green here, 5% chance within 25 miles of a point in brown, and 10% there in the yellow. So really our tornado threat seems to be focused now from the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. It's focused right here, Lansing, southwest Michigan, through Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, just on the edge of Cleveland, northwest Ohio, Indianapolis, northern half of Indiana, and into Detroit and southern Ontario. So this is for tomorrow, or later today. If we take a look at the expected or a possible solution of these storms, we can see that through this primary tornado risk corridor here, the storms will arrive in northwest Indiana at about 8 a.m., like I've been saying. Wow. You're telling me this stuff down here persists all the way through Indiana? That might be possible. I didn't even consider that. Let's see. Okay, so looks like 7 a.m. for Chicago, northwest Indiana, southwest Michigan, 8 to 9 a.m. So that would be 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern, Lansing about 10 a.m. Eastern. Detroit, it's a real mess up there, but just about noon to 1 p.m. And then up to Toronto is really about into the afternoon hours. So northwest Ohio, afternoon hours, Indianapolis, maybe looking at a couple rounds of storms here if our supercells persist. So a stormy morning, and then the main line moves through at about noon. Is Indianapolis in Eastern? I think it is. Eastern time zone here. So just about noon. So that's for our primary tornado risk. If you're outside of that, these areas in yellow here, then I'm focused a little bit less on y'all, but strong storms will move through. They're gonna lose their intensity, lose their steam as we get into the evening hours for much of Western New York, Western Pennsylvania, and the rest of Ohio here. So really, really dying out here, especially, we might see some heavy rain for Evansville and Louisville, but especially just falling apart. Seems like about the mid-morning to maybe about 1 to 2 p.m. is really where our tornado threat is the highest. So that's about 4 to 9 hours out from now. So there's your forecast. Let's dive back into the data we've got in that time. Strong storms about to move through Carbondale at the moment. Disorganized. Don't see anything tornadic primarily right now, but these have the chance to be tornadic in the future. So watching them closely. Can't see anything about this storm now. Thanks, radar hole once again. Annoying. So more heavy rain's going to move through Poplar Bluff. Lots of lightning just moving through these areas in southeast Missouri at the moment into now the southern tip of Illinois. Yep, Dayton, Ohio is right on the edge of that 10% risk, so you'll want to be paying attention around noontime. Cleveland, again, just afternoon, early afternoon. Yeah, now it looks like these storms down here are actually going to persist. The HRRR resolves them moving through Indianapolis, really, which I'm not sure if that's quite going to happen. It looks like they want to move more to the east, where they should pose less of a threat with time. We'll see how they develop. St. Genevieve, you guys are removed from it. The cold front of storms, though, is about 3 hours out from y'all or so. So you're going to get wind and rain. Maybe some hail. I don't know where Woodstock, Illinois is. If it's in the Chicago area, it's about 6, 7, 8 a.m. East Central Wisconsin, you should be fine. You get any small hail over there from the storms a couple hours ago? Okay, we can look at DFW again. I don't think anything bad's really going on down there, but it's definitely blowing up. Look how fast this blows up, guys. Let's download more data. Yeah, just a bunch of heavy rain moving through Dallas County now, southern suburbs. Quite a bit more lightning activity with it now as well, as it blows up. Same with to the north and east through Plano. Once this moves through your area and it moves off to the east, you're done. You're done. So Fort Worth, you're already good to go today. Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's about 10 to 11 a.m. It's going to start up. 20 miles from Detroit, yeah, you can sleep. Your risk is highest right about noon to 2 p.m. there. Farmington, you're good. The cold front storms will move through with wind and rain in 3 or so hours, 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, we'll go through central Illinois in just a second, but it will be over the next couple hours after St. Louis. Gonna go through all the risks. Happy to help y'all. Thank you all for the support. Again, going through these midnight hours, it's not required of you. I'm doing okay, but I really appreciate y'all. Really appreciate y'all. Hope I've been able to help as many people as possible so far. We're going strong. We got time to go. I can go another 6 hours. But now we're done with tornado warnings at the moment, so that's good. Does look like as far south, Waco, you're going to get in on some heavy showers in the next hour or so. Yeah, these storms are developing all the way down there. All right, lost my Tulsa radar here. All right, let's look at central Illinois. Actually, I'm going to stand up. Now that we have no more tornado warnings, it's time to raise the roof. Time to raise the roof, get some stretches in. Make sure y'all are stretching and taking care of yourselves too through the nighttime hours here. Hopefully I can help you as much as possible. Look at that lightning in the Fort Worth rail fan cam down there. You can see it in the cloud. You can see the lightning in the cloud down there. It's pretty interesting to actually see it in the thundercloud properly. Okay, so through central Illinois, you guys see this line of storms here. Let me go over to GR2 scene here. This line of storms here, even as far north as the southernmost extent of Wisconsin here, so maybe through Kenosha, Racine, possibly as far north as Milwaukee. This line of storms is moving east, moving due east this direction along this arrow, and where it's oriented mostly north-south like this, there will be the threat of spin-up tornadoes over the next couple hours here. So that is what we're going to be watching closely. But anywhere it does go through, like Galesburg here, Davenport at the moment is probably being woken up by some lightning and strong gusty winds. So as it goes east, we're going to be watching it. There may be some tornado warnings issued for any spin-up tornadoes possible, but I have to keep a close eye on the radar just in case. These ones can be tough to spot. These are the toughest ones to spot. Or, whenever I'm in the back end for Ryan, I'm like, oh gosh, where's it going to spin up now? It's tough to look, but we can find them. We can sniff them out. All right, so let's look at our southeastern Missouri storms again. I'm not seeing anything wrapping up here, which is great news. But these storms are still going to just pack a punch here. Electrically active, strong winds and rain approaching Cape Girardeau. Going through southern Illinois now. Still watching these just in case something spins up here. This is still in our tornado watch area for the next couple hours here into the southern part of Illinois here. So this is our tornado watch. Super humid in the South Chicago suburbs. Dang. Yeah, the temps raising over midnight there. That cold front's still off to your west, but once it passes through, that'll be it. That'll be it. So it's you'll be done with it, 3 to 4 hours from now into the morning in Chicago. Just got to go through one more round of storms. Yeah, the bottom live feed is Fort Worth. On live feed is Fort Worth, Texas. I don't have another feed to put where Zach's stream is. I think he's done. So this is not an active stream, but I don't have anything else to put there, unfortunately. Unless I do some magic here. We could try it real quick. Let me see if I can use some magic. Okay, that's a little stuffed. It's a little scuffed. I would hope it would have worked, but not quite. Okay. A little scuffed. Almost got something there. I'll just keep it blank for now, though. I think it might. Winding down, there's nobody chasing through the night. Zach gave us a little bit of a look at some of the Arkansas storms as they passed up, but really southeastern Missouri is where they ramped up the most, unfortunately. So we did see one probably significant tornado. Looks okay now. Central Arkansas about 8 to 9 a.m. for Little Rock. 8 to 9 a.m. for Little Rock. Springfield still windy and humid. Wow. In central Illinois, it's looking over the next couple hours. So let me show you guys. Here's our storms entering central Illinois from the west. So it's already past Quincy, already past Hannibal. You guys can go to sleep. Burlington, Iowa can go to sleep. Davenport's about to be able to go to sleep in the Quad Cities here if you're staying awake for the storms. The heaviest bits moving through. Dubuque, Iowa can go to sleep. And then over the next, I'd say it's about 45 minutes out, maybe a little bit less than that from Peoria and Pekin. Maybe an hour out from Bloomington, normal. Same with Lincoln down through Springfield, Illinois. And you're about 2.5 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours out from Champaign, Urbana. 2 hours out from Western Chicago. And then about three hours or so should be out of Chicago. So hopefully that is a good, hopefully that's a good time span for those of you in central and northern Illinois. So Rockford in an hour, Rochelle and NIU about an hour, hour and a half. Sound good? St. Louis, probably about an hour to an hour and a half from west to east across St. Louis Metro. Checking for those spin-up tornadoes just in case they start up. Right now we're down to no tornado warnings. I see those southerlies streaming through Illinois. Southerlies and humid out. 62-degree dew points at 4 a.m. in early April, and into Illinois. That is wild. Probably feels like heck in Chicago.
No, I didn't, Bing.
If you're northeast Oklahoma, just wait for those storms to stop if they haven't already, and then you can go to bed. Yeah, if you're in Tulsa, you're good. Northwest Arkansas over the next hour. We'll look down there in just a second here. We'll scouting one more time to see if we see any rotation in particular. These cells popping out in front are interesting. What is going on over there? Let's see, just in case, I'm going to take a look at the environment. Take a look at the environment here. Yeah, I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like this very much. I'm going to keep an eye on these central Illinois cells just popping out. Happy to help Sims. So nice to wake up in Dallas. Yep, absolutely. Thank you for the support. Chicago, 2 hours from now. All right, let's go down through Missouri in just a second. I'm just a little bit concerned about these central Illinois cells. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like these right here near Dunlap, north of Peoria. We're gonna have to keep a close eye on this. This is development that I didn't expect. These out in front could pose more of a threat for all severe hazards. So we're gonna come back to those. Something new to look at. Heaviest rain and hail now moving through Dallas proper, through the county. All of Fort Worth and Tarrant County is good to go now. Storms are to your south and to your east. This is going to be loud, heavy rain for a lot of Dallas. If you're here now, it's moving through. And then east along I-20 for Tyler, that's an hour or two out from you in Longview. And then all the way down south through Interstate 35, Waco, about 45 minutes out. Austin, maybe an hour and a half out. If the storms do get that far south, which it looks like they might. So let's go to Missouri now. I just need a radar on Tulsa. Let's see here. Need a radar on Tulsa. Bring it up. How are y'all doing? Are you taking care of yourselves? Thanks for sticking with me. Even if there's no SIG tour to watch, we're still paying attention to everybody here. Still paying attention. New show, getting through the worst of it now. Maybe 2 rounds. 1 inch hail is falling around these areas, so this is a considerable severe thunderstorm for 70-mile-an-hour winds possible. Moving through the southwest corner of Missouri. And it looks like the Fayetteville to Springdale corridor here in northwest Arkansas is getting in on some heavier rain. It's not severe warned yet, but it's approaching right at about 5 a.m., which I'm pretty sure that's what I said 5 hours ago is when it would be here. So happy to help. Hopefully I nailed that forecast for y'all. Yeah, Tulsa. No, you guys are fine in Tulsa. You guys have been fine. It's been an hour since things passed through there. It's getting cold. Fort Smith looks like the heaviest stuff is to your north and south. Could see a little bit of development make it there and give you another round of heavy rain possible. Same is going to be true for Bentonville. Possibly Springdale over here. And maybe a couple rounds of heavy rain possible, but not too bad over here. Most of the severe stuff is just off into the state of Missouri. So let's bring it over here to look at that. Yep, plenty of what is that? This is just side loading, I think. Interesting storms down here. I don't think this is quite rotation down here. It might be very broad rotation, though. We've been seeing a lot of this tonight, where we get this sort of disconnected, disjointed bookend. So this back end of the storm is kind of curling in just like this, kind of like a shrimp. That's what we look for with the bookend, the shrimp shape. And back in the head of the shrimp is where it can rotate. But I don't think I don't know if this is a legitimate signature. I don't think it is. So right now, I'm not super concerned about this. It's just a bunch of nasty conditions outside. Again, think about is what I've been telling you. Looks like these storms are going to approach right on cue.
You fought it in my
See
direction.
this right out here, this boundary right here.
You're a sick fuck, dude.
It's in front of the storms. That's going to pass through Springfield. That's an outflow boundary. It's also the cold front probably. So it's multiple things at the same time. This is going to bring heavy wind. So gusty winds are going to approach right as this boundary passes over your house into Springfield. And then all of that heavy rain and stuff is well behind the boundary. So first
Learn from Chiquita.
get the wind, then the cold
Yeah, right.
temperatures are cooling in. Temperature drops rapidly, and then a while afterward, you get the possible severe weather that's moving in. And what that tells me is that the tornado threat here, right along Springfield, is zero. Basically zero right here as we get into the morning hours. Because right here, wind is trying to stream into the storms in these following these blue arrows, and then it just meets this boundary and gets pushed away. It can't reach, it can't connect to rotate. No tornadoes here in Springfield, Missouri for now. But back over here, like this is a strange sort of bookend vortex. I don't think it's going to do anything too significant other than make it look nasty outside. But I'll keep my eye on it. And we just got storms moving through. It just got loud in J City up here. You guys call it J City? I'm starting to learn all the colloquial isms. So that severe thunderstorm moving through Jefferson City a little bit later, 4:30 a.m. Bowling Green, Missouri. Do I have the St. Louis radar? I do not. Okay, I'll pull that up. Bowling Green, Missouri is in a severe thunderstorm warning, so the worst of the conditions there are going to be wind and rain and hail over the next 30 minutes or so. 20 to 30 minutes, then it'll be out of your hair. Isn't that nice? Jeff City, got it. That makes sense. So up here near Bowling Green, you can see the same thing all the way down to I-70. Here's that barrier right here. So little line of little light green, blue line here. So that's going through Bowling Green right now. It's windy outside in Bowling Green right now in Missouri. And that strong rain is, 5 minutes removed from that. It'll start raining like 5 minutes after it's been windy and getting colder. So that right there, these are elevated storms. No tornadic threat with them right here. The same is going to be true all along the line. Looks like it's the same idea here and will be the same as it approaches St. Louis. So hopefully this minimizes the tornado threat for everybody in St. Louis when the storms get there in about an hour and a half or so to 2 hours. You're going to be woken up by these storms. Basically everybody in Illinois eventually is going to, have a strong storm near them at some point. But if it's a part of this and you're south of Rushville here, so the southern half of the state, St. Louis Metro into Illinois, it looks like it's going to be a lesser threat for now, for the next few hours for tornadoes. Very little threat. All right, so there you go. There's a look at everybody's risk there. Joplin's about to be done with it as the storm passes through the southern part of the city. So let's look at northern Illinois now. Actually, let's look at southeastern Missouri one more time. Okay. Just heavy rain and winds moving through here. All sorts of funky parts of this line going in every which direction. Looks like a bunch of lathes. Don't think those are significant rotations though. East Texas have any tornado threat? It looks to be minimized. I would say no. I'm saying it's going to be pretty marginal at best. No. Should be fine. Should be okay. Last of the storms have really moved out of Arkansas before the next line of just wind and rain moves into the state from the northwest and crosses over the state over the next few hours. Just going to move through from the northwest to the southeast. Yep, northwest Arkansas is just rain and wind right now. All right, so all parts of this area look okay for now. It's just a ton of lightning. Very loud storms down here, I think. Ton of lightning down here. I'm just thankful that we didn't get another tornado from this group of storms, at the moment. In the Cape Girardeau area. Just thankful that didn't happen. Hopefully it doesn't happen now, but I don't think I'll jinx it. All right. Now we can go to northern Illinois. All right, a look at the storms at the moment. We are starting to see possible embedded tornadoes. If they're not, oh yeah, definitely. Okay. So we can start to see possible embedded tornadoes moving along the Interstate 88 here to the east of the Quad Cities. Any of these strong parts of the line, we have a blanket severe thunderstorm warning. Peoria is just an isolated cells, just some heavy rain right now. Nothing over there right now. These cells out in front I was concerned about, but they're not doing anything yet. It's just rain. But yeah, spin ups are going to be possible all along this line. So if we start hearing any sort of tornado warning coming through, more than likely it's going to be up in these areas in western Illinois into northwestern Illinois. More than likely, we can start to see spin occurring all along this line. So I'll point some out to you so you can see it. Right here to the south of Galesburg, right here south of Cambridge. And all along these areas to the...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah. There you go. So I think this one was warned right here. I believe that's the warning for this one. It's the southwest of Cambridge, Illinois. There you go. Tornado, I don't know. What do you call me? It's not the tornado whisperer. That's Brad Arnold. I got it. Yeah, I got Jeff City. Definitely getting hail in Texas. Loud on the roofs, but you should be fine. All right. Spin up tornadoes, guys. I've been talking about it. I talked about the line orientation here from north to south. This is where we'll see those spin ups. And then we start to look. We start to see small areas of rotation show up. And look, I don't want to take credit for something, but like this is just good pattern recognition. So happy to help. Nader investigator. That's it. That's it. You remembered. I knew you would, you two. No, it's Jeff City. I'm acknowledging it. Poplar Bluff is just some more heavy rain moving through. No more warnings over there right now. All right, so yeah, we could definitely take a look here. It's highly doubtful that I'm going to be able to see anything on the correlation coefficient, but you can clearly see the rotation right here. Very, very small rotation, passing just to the south of Cambridge. Peoria is fine right now. It's just some heavy rain moving through, y'all. You're good. You're good. You're good. These cells don't seem to be doing anything out in front of the line. Here, I'll look at where Maycomb is. Really gave me Detroit. Maycomb, Illinois. That is south of Galesburg, over here. Nope, no rotation over there. Just heavy rains. No severe thunderstorm warning down here in Maycomb. Not that I can see. Watching our tornado warning here. Wouldn't be super surprised if one of these near Jocelyn in Geneseo. You've seen a lot of tornado warnings lately up here along Interstate 80, east of the Quad Cities. Wouldn't be surprised if one of these turns into something more significant.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
And if it does, then we'll also see a tornado warning up here. Nader investigator. Davenport, you're good. You're good. It's through Davenport. Macomb, thank you. No, I'm not going to look at the violent tornado parameter. Please. I don't have a reason to really look at that right now. We're in the nowcasting part of things. What state am I showing? This is northwestern and western Illinois. It's tough to see it because there are a bunch of storms in the way. Western suburbs of Chicago in the next couple of hours. Looks like hailstorms, a little bit of hail. Pea-sized hail is just popping up in these little isolated showers over the next couple hours. But this line of the storms going to reach you at about 6:30 a.m. or so. Yes, I heard the watch. That was an extension or an alteration of the current watch. A continuation. So, cutting a lot of the counties out of the watch. Or was it a new one? Let's see, actually. Was it a new one? Well, since it was just issued, it's going to take me a second to get to it. We had 15 tornado warning, or tornado reports rather, for April 4th into the morning hours here. Developing thunderstorms will pose large hail and severe gusts. So this would be a severe thunderstorm watch. Okay. So no, that tornado watch would just be an alteration. Let's see. This is for the one that's already in place. Yep. I'm looking at all of Illinois right now, concerned with spin-up tornadoes as this one passes to the south of Cambridge, just to the north of Kewanee. Kewanee. Fort Smith is raining and windy there.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
What on earth is going on down there? Is there actually a new tornado watch down there? They didn't put out a discussion about that.
All right, Trina.
Okay, I'm going to wait for that to show up. I'm not so sure about that. I think that might be a severe thunderstorm watch. It's going to take a few minutes for the Storm Prediction Center to show it, though. Irons in Bluff. Poplar Bluff? Poplar Bluff is okay right now. It's just some heavy rain. Kewanee. That's how much your attempt to pronounce has assisted me. Southern Illinois, you guys are getting in on that storm complex right now. I'm watching that every now and then. Right now we're watching the line for spin-ups up here into northern Illinois. But I'm watching down there too. We're going to switch back and forth between them. Oh, yep, that is a new tornado watch. Okay, I see it. I see it popping up in the Storm Prediction Center. I'm going to bring that up in just a second, okay, y'all? We're going to bring that up. That is a new watch for southeastern Oklahoma, southwestern Arkansas, and northeastern Texas. We're going to look at that. Kewanee. Please be taking shelter over here in Henry County. This is south central Henry County into eastern Henry County. Does include Anawan Mineral over here in Illinois. Spin up tornado in the line of storms approaching you. Strong winds are, you're hardly going to be able to tell the difference unless it comes right over your porch. It's a very localized threat here. But we're watching for these spin-up tornadoes just in case. watching this one near Erie in Illinois, just in case it develops. We might see another warning. I wish the Storm Prediction Center watches would go on the website sooner. I'd like to use the website instead of the third-party thing. That would be the best, but of course it takes processing time, I'm sure. Peoria is fine right now. Maybe just a little bit of hail showing up right in the northern side of the city. Storm will reach central Indiana at about 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. or noontime. Right, Bowling Green, Missouri's getting through the worst of it right now. Plenty of hail reports in Jefferson City. That severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire. It's okay. Mount Sterling, Illinois, getting through it. Not too bad down there. Some gusty winds. Galesburg just about through it here. I look as much chat as I can. Sorry if I missed a super chat. I do appreciate it. All right, let's go. Let's take a look back down. Let's take a look back down around Fort Smith. See if we can get that watch up. There we go. Okay, I see. That does include Northwest Arkansas, actually. Oh, wow, look at that. There we go. So these showers have matured very quickly, and they are taking advantage of the environment. So this is a problem out here. This is why I think I said this once. This is a problem out here because this is a leading edge of cells. This is not the cold frontal cells. These are the cold frontal cells back in here. This leading edge up here in Northwest Arkansas can definitely rotate quite a bit more than our cold front can. So I'm starting to see rotation up here in and around Fayetteville. No tornado warnings issued up here yet, but we'll have to keep a close eye on these in the short term here. Might be super important. Okay, so let's show that watch. Show the watch. There we go. So here's your new tornado watch for much of western Arkansas, from the northwest to the southwest part of the state, extreme northeastern Texas, and eastern, especially southeastern Oklahoma. One round of storms going through that would prompt that watch is up here, especially in northwest Arkansas. These have matured pretty quickly here. Let's take a look. Pancheros is really good. I just get a burrito bowl. Very good stuff. Okay, let's see. Oh. You can see kind of how fast these started to increase in coverage here. We were looking at them back here when they were right on the border, and now they've all started to hook up here in this area of northwest Arkansas. Oh gosh, dang it. There we go. So we were looking at these right back near the border, and then they really start to hook as they get up here in the Fayetteville, Springdale area. So we're paying close attention now up here. It's on the screen now. Bunch of mini rotating cells here. Rotation in all of these, but it's weak. If something significant establishes itself, we'll have the first look at it. Mississippi Delta, we'll probably get in on the storms around late morning to noontime. So yeah, that's your new tornado watch. Down until noontime. I find it interesting how far west it's been put out there. So I'll watch these storms closely. I could see how some of them could incur this watch, though. We can see some brief rotation in these as they show up. They really show up near Braggs, Oklahoma here. These small cells, small rotating cells. Okay. Alright, so still watching for Northwest Arkansas. It looks like it's moving out of the Interstate 540 corridor pretty quickly here. So just about to be out of all the people all along Interstate 540. This first round of storms. Yeah, there's a small thunderstorm showing up all around Chicago right now. Let's do another look at Dallas-Fort Worth, if I have that. Oh, there we go. Just patching.
Okay, drive safe,
through
bro.
the east part of Dallas Metro now. Dallas proper in downtown is just about to be out of it. That'll be the last of it for today. Really, it is blown up to the southwest here. So yeah, Waco, you're definitely gonna get in on some super heavy rain here. These storms have blown up quite a bit here, but I think the risk will maintain just damaging winds and heavy rain outside of the tornado watch that we have now. So that's all of these areas down Interstate 35. Should just be damaging wind and rain. Let's sit back down. Quad Cities, you're good. You're good in the Quad Cities in Iowa. It's past you. All right, let's look at Southern Illinois now. Southern Illinois, no super tight rotation. Just a little bit of broad rotation here, passing over I-57 around West Frankfort. This is all disorganized over here now. All disorganized over here, so for most people, it's getting good down. It's getting to be okay down here. A little bit more heavy rain moving through Cape Girardeau County here. So Jackson in there in Missouri. Eventually, though, you'll get a second round. That's going to be there at probably, goodness, I don't know, probably 4 hours or so from now, 3 to 4 hours. There's not much development reaching southwest Arkansas. The Texarkana area is okay right now. Russellville in Arkansas, you're in the new tornado watch just barely, I think, or just right outside of it. So those cold front storms will probably wake you up. Michigan, you guys don't start for another few hours, so you're fine now. Take a nap at the moment, have a way to receive warnings.
We can do it. Just let me know.
That's Southern Illinois. Just strong storms moving through here. 67
You
mile
did
an hour
already,
wind
Ted?
report
What do you got to go
around
back for so soon?
So just some heavy winds. I don't even see much of any hail in here anymore in Southern Illinois, so it's just going to be gusty, gusty storms. Yeah, happy to help y'all. Happy to help. Anywhere in Chicago, you guys start about an hour and a half from now. Hour and a half from now. From west east. If anything's going to wear me out and make me tired tonight, it's going to be the constant locations. Oh my goodness. So I'm just going to cover these as I go. And this Fayetteville, it's just about to move out. This first line of storms moving out. And then you got another one coming in. Now it's to the north and east of Fayetteville at the moment. Any bit of rotations down there. Yes. We'll hold together over Lake Michigan. There is a reason why there is a threat area over there. The answer is sort of, and it will redevelop back over there. Just some heavy rain down here. Heavy rain and some strong winds reaching the surface down here, south and east of Fort Smith. Wind is the severe thunderstorm polygon here in red. So that is for wind at the moment. Okay.
We have both of them.
Still just like minor rotation
we have
all up
Costco
here.
and,
now east of the
Sam's Club.
I-540 corridor in northwest Arkansas. That was hard to say. Wow. And then once this is through, you got these line of storms on the cold front back to the west. It's going to move through over the next 30 minutes or so, 45 minutes. So it'll take another 45 minutes for Fayetteville and so forth to be out of any more storms. These ones are probably, you know, a minimal threat at the moment back in here. Joplin, you're good to go. Let's take a look at the Springfield, Missouri radar. So there's that line of winds about to enter Springfield. So the gusty winds enter first. Just along this line, you can kind of see it showing up there in that light blue and green area. So these are those gusty winds pushing out from the storms. And that means that the tornado threat back in here is next to 0. Down here, though, this cell's kind of attached to it. It's trying to run out in front of it a little bit. So I don't think this will become tornadic, but it is definitely got, this is definitely the most powerful part of the line down here. In and around Mount Vernon, Missouri. So that's gonna head into Springfield. Yeah, generally this part of this storm down here is going to head into Springfield. So it's gonna be a pretty powerful storm shaping up for Springfield. You're gonna get a severe thunderstorm warning more than likely in just a bit here. For Greene County rather, and Northern Christian County in Missouri. So yeah, Springfield, Missouri, looking at a strong storm coming through. This is going to be one of the stronger parts of the line. So definitely some hail in there. Definitely a powerful wind gusts. And get a little gnarly over there. Fortunate good, you have another round of storms moving in from the west that might be there in another 30 to 45 minutes. Just going over water break with the storm. It's because the Lake of Michigan is cold surface and you need the warm, moist air to support storms. So if it's colder, there's less moisture that can be held by the air. So you're feeding unhealthy storm fuel as it's over the lake. Yep, I'm still going. I got another 5 hours or so, which is going to be a little rough, but we're doing well. We're doing well. Best I can. And there is no, oh yeah, right. Yeah, the tornado warning is for a spin-up tornado. It's likely still maybe ongoing here, but for a very highly localized area, just like literally one street. It's going to pass the south of Anawan, so it's going towards Sheffield, Illinois. Might feel the greatest impacts of any localized damage from these powerful winds and maybe a little bit of a tornado. But it's persisted for a while here. Oops. Persisted for a while here, so you can see what prompted the warning. It may be allowed to expire, we'll see. There's our spin-up tornado. I don't see any more up here right now. I don't see any more areas of tight rotation that would warrant a warning. This part of the line down here is rotating, but it's rather broad over Williamsfield, Illinois. I hope you're all doing well while you're waking up here. This is the busy part where everybody asks about their same location. We've even got severe thunderstorms moving up into Madison. So now southern Wisconsin, I called you out a little bit ago. These are up in place for hail. So up here we could see larger hail. So Madison, another hailstorm possible here in Dane County, Wisconsin. Also down here on the border for Monroe, Wisconsin and Orangeville. These same conditions are going to be what's moving into Rockford, Illinois, Janesville, Wisconsin here, that those areas in between. So right now it looks like hailstorms up here. Right now it looks like hailstorms. So that's moving in 20 to 30 minutes for Madison, 30 minutes or so for Rockford. And toward the east here into Chicago, it's going to move in about an hour and 15 minutes from now. It's about 6:30 a.m. for the Western Metro. Okay, so that's that line of storms in particular. Tornado warning allowed to expire with it. In Chicago proper, we've been seeing these tiny little hailstorms popping up all morning, actually, the last few hours. They were here in the North Metro first.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They were here in the North Metro first. That tornado warning was actually extended for that same area we were just looking at. At least I'm pretty sure. So a bunch of little hail storms are moving through now the South Metro and Chicago. We've also got the severe thunderstorm warning in Northwest Indiana. So again, this is kind of what happened yesterday morning. In a lot of these areas, we saw hailstorms move in the morning. And this is just happening again. So now all this area in Northwest Indiana, the southern Chicago suburbs, seeing those hailstorms pop up. Even into Western Michigan. So no tornado threats with those right now. That's later in the day. Later in the day. And guess what? Ryan's going to be back on to cover those once he wakes up and is ready to take this over from me. I will hand it off to him and go to heck to sleep. So, yep, there we go. So this is the same warning, same tornado warning we were just looking at. It's now been extended. So now it's including Sheffield, like I just called out. So this tiny little area of rotation right here. There it is, circled in blue. So a little spin up tornado there is persisted for just some time. It's going to pass through Sheffield, more than likely. Follow the polygon. Respect the polygon. So now it's going into Central Bureau County. It's going to include Princeton, Illinois. It's just a good idea to be taking shelter, but already we see that this has mostly completely died out. So now that rotation in a matter of 2 minutes is gone. But there's all sorts of areas along this line that can rotate quickly and pose a risk for a spinning tornado that might happen in 30 seconds and then be gone. We might not even see it on the radar. It's that fast. So down the line, if this continues to intensify here, we may start seeing those blanket tornado warnings issued where there's multiple areas of rotation and we're just like, it would be confusing to issue so many different ones. We can start just issuing boxes ahead of it. We saw this on Friday, I think. Yeah, on last Friday. So that might happen again. Okay, let's go back into Texas. No severe thunderstorm warnings down here, but if one were to be issued, it'd probably be for the west of Waco here in Texas. This is the strongest part of the storm down here. A bunch of really heavy rain consolidated in this area. We'll be moving towards Hillsboro in Texas. Mostly out of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro, just moving out through the south and east parts. Rockwall County is super small. It's an interesting county. It's very small. Thank you, Erica, for the support. I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for any support through the night. Get me through this mid shift. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Hey, I've looked at least 2,700 different locations this morning. me help you out in Branson, Missouri. Give me a sec, because I don't know where the heck that is. Branson, Missouri, south of Springfield. You guys are about to get in on the severe thunderstorms from the cold front. The tornado threat that I kept you up for, that has mostly passed off. Yes, but it does look like a secondary one is materializing. You can see rotation down here near Hinesville, Arkansas. This is in the northwest corner of the state. I'll circle that in black for you here. This is some rotation. So these supercells down here are rotating. They're now east of Fayetteville, Springdale. The initial ones we're concerned with. So this may move up towards Branson, unfortunately for you. We'll be watching it as it moves up this direction across the border. We'll see if it maintains rotation here. This could be tight enough. To warrant a. Oh yeah. Okay. This could be good enough to warrant a tornado warning soon here. So that'd be northern Madison County and into Carroll County in Arkansas. Eventually, that would pass into Stone County in Missouri. Stone County, Arkansas, Stone County, Missouri. We're here in the southwest part of the state. Possibly into Taney County.
You
As well.
play
This
2
looks
7
like
in North Carolina?
this isn't side load, which I mean, I don't think it is. It is a little bit. So if this is legitimate rotation, though, this may incur a tornado warning shortly. So good tornado watch by the Storm Prediction Center. Conditions are favorable for things like this to happen, so we may see a new warning. Let's look at it from Fort Smith radar. All the way over here, it looks the same. It's going to be the same story from both radar sites, so if you see a warning come through, now you know why. Being young, yep. I did at least 40 all-nighters through my undergrad years getting my meteorology degree with a double C. Requesting light hours and help in Glen Allen, Missouri, where that tornado went through. Anybody can delegate resources over there in Bollinger County, Missouri. Definitely had a significant tornado went through. Finding people in the woods. No. All right, waiting to see right now if this does get a tornado warning here. This would be to the north and east of Hinesville, Arkansas. Watching this, it might go up towards Berryville, Urbanette, Eureka Springs. So y'all watch out here. It's a rotating storm. Might be a little bit distorted from the radar, but we'll see what happens if it is issued over there. We'll be right back to it. So y'all watch out over there. I mean, to me, this is probably consistent enough from 2 different radar sites. Seems a good candidate. Even though we are seeing a little bit of side lobing. Possible tornado warning coming for northern Madison County, Carroll County in Arkansas. Could extend to the north and east towards Branson, Kimberling City here in southwestern Missouri. That was for that significant tornado that went through Glen Allen. We were hoping that nobody was impacted, but we're listening, or we have people listening to the back end emergency management services that are over there. Now, Carbondale is good for now. Most of the storms have moved through that area, so the strongest stuff's moved through. You heard it and so forth. Yeah, I've been up all night, so I'm focusing on now over the next couple hours more than I am Indiana, Michigan, and so forth. That's later on today, later on this morning in the afternoon. 1 round possible earlier from the northwest part of Indiana with some hailstorms moving in through there now. But that's not the tornado threat. That's later today. Ryan will be live for that part. Okay, so waiting to see if we get a tornado warning over here. in northwest Arkansas. If that does come through, we'll come
Shout
right
out
back
to you
it.
guys in the chat, 4
So
people.
consider it. Y'all had the,
I know Ernie came
y'all
out and
watch out.
everything, but
So let's go back to Illinois. This tornado warning is just over Sheffield. Doesn't look like the rotation's there, but it's still going to be strong winds as it goes through Sheffield. So if you're there, I mean, it's just a good idea to be taking shelter as it approaches Princeton. But I don't see the rotation that prompted the warning. These things move quickly. They'll be done for. Anywhere up and down this line, besides that, we could see
A new tornado warning.
there's the
has been
tornado
issued.
warning for Arkansas. We could see a couple more tornado warnings for this line of storms up here, but at the moment, not seeing too much that's telling. That Madison, Wisconsin hailstorm is about to move in, approaching Janesville and Rockford from the west, and a bunch of areas here in central Illinois as well, in the west. Jacksonville, Illinois, probably getting in on the strongest part of this storm down here, and Morgan County and Scott County. There you go. Let's go down to Arkansas. Called this warning. It looks a little weaker now from this radar, but this is going to include through Carroll County, so Berryville, Urbanette, Oak Grove, one word, and Green Forest here in northwest Arkansas should be getting in their tornado safe spots. Look at that from Springfield. This shows the rotation a little bit better. Welcome, Mike. I think it is June or July. Nope, we got those strong dynamics in place. Strong dynamics in place. Oh, cool. And now I have a cat, friends. So Midas has come here to bless a little bit here. There he is right there, perched on top of his tower. Midas Kitty has graced the stream, so hopefully he brings good luck. Cross your fingers for the rest of today while I'm on. Old Midas Kitty. He's going to start putting... So now we are joined by company. All right. Springfield, Missouri. Yep, the winds are coming through now. That's what you're hearing outside. Strong, heavy rains, 5 to 10 minutes removed. They'll come through. No tornadoes over here right now. No tornadoes in Springfield, Missouri. You guys are just going to get a bunch of heavy rain and wind and hail. Strongest part of the storm is moving through the city of Springfield. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Get me through the nighttime hours here. Indiana's later today. 4 hours from now at minimum. Fayetteville, first round's passed through you. Second round still from the cold front, 30 minutes to your west or so. Favorite color is orange. St. Louis, hour and a half from now. Hour to an hour and a half. Wind and rain. That's for St. Louis. This rotation's falling apart just a bit here, so that's good news for this tornado warning. If it looks like this, in 20 minutes or so, this warning will be allowed to expire, but please be taking shelter up through most of Carroll County in Arkansas here. Let's look at Southern Illinois first, just in case. Gotta find it here. Southern Illinois first. I don't see anything in here. None of this is severe warned either, just a bunch of lightning moving through the southern tip of Illinois at the moment. Don't see anything in particular down here. Let's go back up to our central Illinois area here. Tornado warning allowed to expire for Princeton, but the storms are still going to be strong when they move through. They're crossing through central Illinois now. About an hour or so from Chicago, western suburbs. Bunch of hailstorms are popping up through northwestern Indiana. Got that in blue. In blue. A bunch of hailstorms popping up through northwest, or basically the southern and southeastern Chicago suburbs here in this metro area. So small hail possible all through there. Maybe even some, maybe some quarter-size hail. Will be all rider with me. Good grief. Yeah, happy to help. Happy to help. Yep, I'm looking at Rochelle right now. Is it possible? Yeah, well, they'll issue a tornado possible with this because you're going to have spin-ups all along this line. This is a possible spin-up. This could be a spin-up near Deer Grove. And this is going to change with every single radar scan. So these are small tornadoes that may last for 30 seconds or something if they do. This is probably the most concerning one. Right there near Manlius, Walnut in Ohio. Ohio, Illinois. That's the northwest of Peru. So all sorts of different places here. This may warrant a tornado warning if it persists another frame here. We'll see these spin-ups quite frequently here. Don't be scared, be prepared. If that warning comes through, you know what to do. Cape Girardeau. Down there, it's mostly over. Storms have passed through your area. The rest of the cold front's going to get 3 hours or so from now, maybe 4 hours. It's just going to be rainy and windy into the late morning. Thankfully, it looks like the tornado threat has diminished significantly down here, okay? I forgot how to pronounce it after I said it 47 times. There we go. Nope, I have been looking at Jacksonville, Illinois. I said it was the strongest part of the line. It was back in Bowling Green, producing hail. Bowling Green, Missouri. Yeah, I know NIU is in DeKalb. That's where my partner did his undergrad. I wish I could put the virtual rail fan up. I need though. I can't edit the back end. Gerardo, thank you. You see, I said it 47 times and I forgot. Introduced for Ohio, Northwest Ohio mostly. I'll be in the afternoon, early afternoon. Ooh. This is one source of weather on the internet. Use me as one single means of action, call to action if you need it. I'm not the only one. I am here to help. All right. I'm here to help, not to fulfill. It's important to make this distinction. I'm here to unify all sources of weather, act as another one to give you another perspective, and so forth. All right, would not be surprised. Yeah, this is persisting for a few frames now. Wouldn't be surprised at a tornado warning here toward Ohio, Illinois. Ohio's the town, and Illinois the state, near Walnut. Would not be surprised with a tornado warning right in this area for this rotation, moving up to the east-northeast. Possibly even down here near Bradford as well. This would head into the south of Princeton
Lucas,
towards
what's up, Lucas?
The Peru area. So we'll see. We'll see if those tornado warnings come through for these quick spin-up tornadoes in the line, if they are happening. So we'll see if that happens. But now we're going back to northwestern Arkansas, where we could try to see this tornado warning. Still, yeah, it's still maintaining some intensity here, and there it goes, kaput. Nice. So hopefully this peters out more and is allowed to expire. Yeah, this is what prompted our tornado warning down here into Carroll County, Arkansas. So please be taking shelter in Berryville along Highway 62 here in northwest Arkansas. I'm gonna go on my first legit storm chase next month. In and around the plains for 2 weeks. This is GR2 analyst. GR2. Springfield, Missouri. I talked about it a few times. Welcome to the stream if you're just joining. Strongest part of the storm moving through. Wind, hail, rain. No tornadoes. Springfield, Missouri. Jackson, Mississippi, you're fine. Nothing going on. Oh. So let's see if any other parts of this line in our tornado watch area are rotating from the Fort Smith radar. Thank you for the support, Robin. Appreciate it. Really working hard here. We're getting in the early morning now. We got 4.5 hours to go. Yeah, right now that's not warned, Naomi.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So there's your Bureau County warning. That's one of the 2 spin-ups we were looking at. Bring it back there. There it is. Walnut and Ohio, Illinois. Quick spin-up tornadoes possible here. It's just a good idea when you see the line looking like this to just be taking shelter out and ahead of it. Don't want to be outside it. Just a good idea. Thank you, Spike Fast Racing. It's working hard. I don't want to be greater than anybody. I want to be an addition to the resources available. That's what I want. Yeah, home stretch. Big nap later. You know, it's very possible that I can just restart I can direct you guys to Ryan's new stream when that happens and restart my own and keep going. But I was originally planning on doing that so I could do like 16 hours or so of coverage, but that might not be possible. Thank you for the support, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to teach with this as well. Filling the space here. I really want to talk to you guys more than the locations here, but it's important to make sure we're covering here because I'd like to. I wanted to make sure that this stream also served to reduce storm anxiety. We're having some nice chit chat here and there, and I'm feeling okay. But there's so many people who need information that we're not prioritizing that at the moment. East of Cincinnati, it starts to diminish by that point. It's really northwest Ohio. That's at the greater risk. The storms will fizzle out in the late afternoon once they reach that area. Good question, though. Thank you. Thank you for the support. 4029 local weather is reporting debris. All right, well, let's check their claims. I have a feeling we're not going to be able to do that because it is garbled data. So what you're looking at here, I have my center marker, that red square. Here is an area of lower CC, but here is that same area on the radar, on the rainfall rate here. We can see that it is in an area of clear air. That is not debris. I don't think this tornado is on the ground, but please be taking shelter. It is still exhibiting tight rotation. It's really going in and out, but I think it's because it's mostly side load. So it's a little bit messy in the radar data. As best we can tell, it's worth a tornado warning. It's worth taking shelter in Carroll County in Arkansas here as this exits Madison County. This warning may be reissued, of course, near Branson, Missouri. Somebody's spamming that all night. So, advance, y'all watch out in Branson, Missouri, Forsyth into Taney County here. In the southeastern part of Stone County, Missouri. So Kimberlin City, Coney Island, and Blue Eye. Advance, y'all watch out just in case this warning is continued into those areas of southwestern Missouri. Some people were definitely impacted. We have injuries being reported from the earlier tornado near Grassy Missouri, and Glen Allen. So there are people being taken to the hospital. There are reports of a couple homes hit, so that was a significant tornado we watched go through.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So another spin-up tornado here, or an extension of the warning rather, into Lee County. This is for this rotation right next to Ohio, the town, in Illinois, the state. Anyone in Chicago, you're about 45 minutes out. The western suburbs about 45 minutes out now. So this line is rapidly getting closer to Rochelle, to NIU campus in DeKalb, to Rockford, where it's going to pose a threat for all severe hazards. So spin-up tornadoes, hail, and winds are going to happen all along the line here. See these severe thunderstorm warnings come out, go through Madison, Wisconsin, Janesville, Wisconsin. So this is going to be true for Milwaukee. In an hour from now, this is going to be true for Racine, Kenosha, all the way down through the Chicago suburbs. And then an hour and a half or so for Champaign-Urbana. Champaign-Urbana. And yeah. All right, let's, so now that we've got the spin-up tornadoes covered, please be taking shelter in Lee County in Illinois as a stronger part of the line heads towards your area. It's gonna get it's getting active. It's getting active. There's no tornado in Ohio. Not right now. That's later today. That might happen. Good grief. Okay. So Peoria, weaker part of the storm down here. It's about 20 minutes, 15 minutes out from y'all there in Pekin and Peoria. Waking up in the morning to take a look at it. Do I have the St. Louis radar? Yes, I do. Here's a look at the storm nearing Jacksonville, Illinois. Told you all that this strongest part of the line down here is in this storm approaching, going through Scott County and approaching Morgan County, Illinois. Looks like hail and wind right now. No minimal tornado appearances down here on the radar. Everywhere down here through Missouri, so St. Louis, y'all's tornado threat is next to zero. You can see that because we have this line right here, this light snaky blue line here on the west side of your screen, the left side of your screen. That's the gust front. That means air is not getting into the storms. It's being stopped out in front of them. So no tornado threat right now entering St. Louis. No tornado threat. That could change, but right now it looks good.
Yeah,
Same
most of
true
them
all
are.
the way
Lucas.
down through Missouri. This line is out in front of the storms all the way through Missouri. Lebanon, Missouri, all good. No tornado threat. It's gonna be strong, gusty winds. Springfield's getting in on the worst of it now in Missouri. We've been talking about. All good. All good along this line of storms from throughout St. Louis and so forth. Hopefully that helps calm some of your nerves over here.
Most of the active ones, he's
Alright,
looking
let's
at
go
the
back
active
to
ones,
Northwest
the
Arkansas
warnings
here.
and shit like that.
Severe warning storm here. It's gonna go through again Fayetteville, Springdale to possibly up to Bentonville. This is going to be the last one to go through your area. Once this severe thunderstorm is through the Interstate 540 corridor up here,
A
you're
new
good to
tornado
go.
warning has been issued.
You'll be good to go. New tornado warning down here. I didn't see this one. This is eastern Madison County. So same county, new warning here in Arkansas for a different storm. This one's rotation is ramped up really quickly. So here it was about 6 minutes ago. You can see it was basically nothing, 12 minutes ago or so. And now in the last few scans, National Weather Service is on it because they're watching one area. You can see a tighter rotation right here in the browns and reds next to each other. So Weathers, Kingston, be in your safe spots. Down the line, we're looking at Newton County in northwestern Arkansas. So that would be Ponca, Jasper, and Compton here. If this rotation persists, Harrison in Boone County, Arkansas would also be down the line. So new warning there. New warning there. Eastern Madison County in Arkansas. Ozark, severe thunderstorm moving through. Probably just looking a little nasty out there right now. Don't see anything with it. Okay, so let's look at this storm approaching Branson, Missouri. Rotation is mostly disorganized here still. So we have the severe thunderstorm warning in place out ahead of it for Taney County in Missouri here, but the storm right now is not it's not looking significantly tornadic here. So this may be allowed to expire unless this rotation wraps up again. Right now it looks a little dry. Michigan State getting started. We got some hailstorms moving through over there. Morning time hailstorms possible all through the Great Lakes region. Out ahead of the cold front. Let's take a look. It'll let me go. Michigan State down here. Yeah, a bunch of morning time hailstorms. I'm starting to get those words mixed together, guys. It's getting in the early morning. Beacon, next 20 minutes. Just a severe thunderstorm with wind and rain.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so there's that extension into Boone and Newton County, Arkansas. We were talking about that. So, yeah, hopefully y'all are getting in your shelters down there. Y'all watch out. It's northern Chicago in for tornadoes, damaging wind, hail. Cold front's moving in. It's about 45 minutes out. Sirens went off in Carroll County. Good. Sirens in Lee County as well in Illinois. Okay, good to hear. Things are going as they should be. Look at the rotation approaching this area. Papa, you're out of where it would have been. The rotation's already gone. It was right in this area near Ohio. So you can see it right there. Right here is where it was, prompted the warning. And now it's gone. Looks like in the area near Peoria and Pekin, I think that we have the little bit of the gust front out in front, so the tornado threat should be low for these areas over here in Peoria. Should be low over there. Got a hail video? Let's go. We're staying safe. Not seeing rotation. Not seeing rotation up here around Rockford, so it looks like you guys are just going to get in on the hail through Ogle County and Winnebago County in Illinois. Western Kentucky is in the afternoon. What is that flask? That's my water bottle. Anywhere in Chicago, guys, 45 minutes out. Chicago's 45 minutes out. Make sure you're watching this live stream in HD, by the way. I should give you a reminder about that. Make sure it's in HD, because I'm streaming in HD. It is on your end if it's not. And make sure you're following up with the date and time in the bottom right. Make sure you're on the same minute of the hour. Just about. Okay. Don't want to be behind in a live stream where we're covering pertinent weather as it's happening. That would not be good. Yep, Rochelle's about to get in on it. This is not a tornado in the distance. This is just the damaging wind and the line of storms. You can see it out to the west. Same is true in Springfield. Same is true in Peoria. Same is true in central Illinois, all along the line here. Water bottle. Well, if it were anything else, I don't think I'd still be awake right now. It's just if you can trust me on that. That's a funny one, chat. It's a funny one. Bunch of those hailstorms moving in just around Michigan City, to the north of South Bend in Indiana. Those are just morning time hailers. Strong threat is off to your west still. Moving quickly though. It's getting there. Right on time. So there we go. That's for that warning. It should be allowed to expire here in Lee County, Illinois. Let's go back down to Arkansas. Still some rotation. So this probably will be continued north and east into Taney County in Missouri. So if that warning comes through, now you know why. Rotating storm approaching you in Branson, Missouri. This one looks more concerning to me. So again, that's going to approach Ponca and Compton here in northwest Arkansas. This is northwestern Newton County. And our far southwestern Boone County in Arkansas. So eventually Harrison, Belmont, along Highway 62 here in Boone County. This storm's coming for you, rotating part of it. Those are our warnings right now. Yeah, in northwest Arkansas for Fayetteville along Interstate 540 up north. One last severe thunderstorm to get through with some wind, possibly hail. One last one to get through, and then you'll be done. Okay, Springfield is going through it right now in Missouri to your north. Then it'll be done. Little Rock will get some storms in a few hours, a couple hours from now. Any one of the bit of the line back in here, that will make it to central Arkansas. Wind and rain. Wind and rain. Gosh, thank you guys for the support. It's a lot. Southern Illinois, no warnings over there as far as I know. That blob is mostly petered out. That's over here. Southern Illinois, don't see anything concerning right now. It's kind of falling apart. Just a bunch of heavy rain up into here. Bunch of heavy rain approaching to southwest Indiana. But no warnings over here. Nope, Toronto will be later this afternoon. France okay. Is it? Youngstown, Ohio. Isn't that on the east part of the state? It should be it should be lower by that point into the evening hours. Eastern Arkansas. If Little Rock's like 8 to 9 a.m. over here, maybe about 3 hours from now, then Eastern Arkansas into Memphis, Tennessee is probably noon time. Getting on I-88 in Rochelle. You're driving through this thing? Dang. Thank you for the assistance. Thank you for the coffee money. You guys are helping me out a lot here. I appreciate it. I really do. Just don't want to make it about the money. We're doing good work for y'all. And this is moving into Chicago in 45 minutes. There can be spin-up tornadoes in Chicago, all right? Keep your eyes peeled. Yeah, let's look at Texas real quick. Okay, so we're down here in Texas. buddy. All right, let me check on the conditions down here just in case.
A new tornado warning has been
So
issued.
that's the extension of the warning into Boone County, Arkansas. That's for what's the town called? Harrison? Yeah, Harrison. Now, Harrison, Arkansas, please be taking shelter in the tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There we go. Now it's into Stone and Taney counties in Missouri. So that's for Branson, Missouri, and areas around there, southwestern Missouri. In that tornado warning, please be taking shelter interiormost room of your house or a basement if you've got it. Bring a pillow, bring your shoes, make sure everyone's accounted for. Stay up to date with the information here. It doesn't look like much is happening in Texas down here south of Dallas-Fort Worth. I think we're okay for now over here. I think we're okay. Just looking at this kind of suspicious storm. So I was checking out the environment. What's going on here? It looks really not that great. It looks really not that great for this. So I think this will hopefully fall apart. This is well south of Waxahachie. So some strong parts of the line, but it really looks like we're just getting a bunch of downpours down here. Let's go back to central Illinois here. This line's still moving through. The support. West Plains, yeah, we were talking about you guys earlier. So there are a couple counties over from where these storms are that are becoming tornadic. The counties over. Wow. Definitely something going on there. We got 3 different warnings up here from, I believe, 3 different National Weather Service offices. So that's wild. three different warnings up here, just to make sure everybody's all accounted for. It looks like it's going to go to the south of Branson, Missouri. So this is for primarily Reuter and Protem. Here in Taney County, please be taking shelter. You're in Harrison in Arkansas. In a trailer, you got time to get to a neighbor. It's about 15 minutes out from you. Oh yeah, that warning into Boone County was just for the northwest part of it. Okay, I see. So this has yet to be extended to Harrison. But it probably will be. So you have time to find a neighbor if you're in a trailer. Pro 10. Carbondale, Illinois. Aren't you guys fine? Yeah, nothing's going on over here. Just some wind in the back end, probably. Branson sirens, good to hear. Just be taking shelter. Happy to help Patrick. St. Louis, storms are about an hour or so out from you. They will be non-tornadic. No tornadoes in St. Louis. Yeah, missing day. Don't worry about it. It's because Zach all went to sleep. I can't do anything about it. I have this, but it's kind of scuffed. So I just opted not to use it. In Rockford, Illinois now, about to get there with the hail. The hail is the severe thunderstorm warning up there. Thank you, Amelia. Thank you, Rachel. I'm getting sleepy. It's getting a bit tough, but we got 4 hours. So Ryan shows up and he's like, stop streaming, you dummy, and go to sleep. Bentonville, yep. Northwest Arkansas, take a look. Over here, strongest part of the storm's moving through. Just one more severe thunderstorm warning to get through. Wind and hail. Wind, hail, heavy rain. Then you're done. Over here in Northwest Arkansas along Interstate 540. Ohio, you guys are hours away. I'm not going to talk about you right now. Everybody waking up to the storms. They're blowing through Illinois right now. They're going to wake a lot of people up. We were talking about that cold front for quite some time. And then everybody in Chicago is going to wake up and be like, Chicago, 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 Chicago. I'm like, yeah, it's there. Wind, hail, spin up tornado right here. Okay, we cover it. That's what's going to happen. Happy to help. Happy to help y'all. Springfield, Missouri is almost
Not
done
in
with the
there
worst
yet,
of this.
Bean.
Everybody in let me show you guys this.
I don't even think they're
Everybody
focusing on
in,
Tennessee right now.
In central Missouri here, besides where these
Focus
supercells
on
are
the
right
active
now,
one.
posing a tornadic threat over the next hour or so. So this will be tornadic threat up through these areas possibly. So through West Point, Douglas County. But everybody up north here through Rolla, through St. Louis and so forth, this part of the storm is going to be non-tornadic as it moves through. No tornadoes along Interstate 44 here. Some strong storms that moved through Springfield, Missouri. People can tell you how it was. It was windy. It was rainy. It looked like heck. But all up here, all through St. Louis, no tornadoes. No tornadoes right now. It's because this line of the storm, this part of the line of storms is going southwest to northeast here along this line. And out in front, we have a gust front, or the air that's blocking anything from moving in that could cause rotation. So here we have a gust front here that's saving y'all from any tornadic threat right now. No tornadoes across this region. Down here, though,
Not
we have
yet,
these,
Green. I don't
supercells
know
out
if
front.
he's
These are
It'll be
these
probably
are cells
tomorrow
that
afternoon or
continue
something
to
like
pose
that.
a tornadic threat as they move off the east, northeast. They're certainly doing that right now. Would recommend being in shelter in Taney County, Missouri. It's about to cross into the Missouri border. We've also got this tornado warning storm that is approaching Harrison, Arkansas, in Boone County. Rolla, thank you. Rolla in Missouri. So everybody waking up. Everybody's waking up to the storms through Illinois. We're tracking them. Fortunately, if you're waking up and just joining, you don't see the 17 times that I've covered it already, but I don't care. I'll cover it again. Here we go. Here's north central Illinois. Out to close in on Rochelle. So DeKalb, will be about 15 minutes out from that. Wind and rain. Wind and rain for basically everybody here. There's hail up to the northern mode, but all the severe thunderstorm warnings into southern Wisconsin were allowed to expire. So you're still going to get some hail up in here. Still going to get some hail up in here, approaching the Milwaukee metro, southeastern corner of Wisconsin. Down here, though, is really where the wind threat is focusing. As these severe thunderstorms move off to the east, they're now only 2 counties removed from the Chicago metro, western suburbs. So there you go. There's your update. These will be here at 6:30 p.m. or a.m. rather. Losing track of my time of day. 6:30 a.m. for the western suburbs of Chicago. Exiting Chicago probably by 7:15 a.m. Central Time. So there's that severe thunderstorm warning all the way to the east through McHenry County. Starting to get into the suburbs here. That again would be for wind, damaging winds, heavy rain.
We got the thunderstorms
Some
coming
might
here
be
now.
This, I think there will be a little bit. It feels muggy out there. Whenever it feels muggy out there in the morning, you know those storms are going to come through.
It's raining
It
too.
shouldn't be this muggy at 6
We'll go
a.m.
check. I'll be right
on
back.
April 5th in Chicago, right? So you know there's something.
Yeah,
up
there's
there.
that. Yep, there's that thunder.
There
Yeah,
you
it's
go.
raining here.
Peoria and Pekin, No severe thunderstorm warnings down there. This part of the storm down here is much less strong. At the moment, it looks like this part is going to be much less impactful as it moves through central Illinois. So Bloomington area, Peoria area looks okay. Springfield, Illinois, you got the stronger part locally moving toward your area right down here. This is going to be wind and hail. Yeah, so
Let me go show you guys outside real quick. What's that noise? Yeah, the sky is crying. Hey, Bean, do me a favor. See how long I've been on for, man, because this is saying I've been on for 6 hours. There's no way in hell. I'm almost like 9 hours, bro. Check and see how long I've been on for me, please. There's no fucking way in hell I'll do. Yeah. $10 hours ago, okay, that's what I thought, bro. That's what I thought. Like 9 or 10 hours ago. Thanks, bro, for looking. Appreciate it. In 2 hours, man, I'm gonna have to end this one and come back live again, man. Look at that fucking lightning, man. He said we were gonna get this, man. What's going? Ask Wizard when you land in. Haha. That's funny, Bean. I know a lot of people went over back to Ernie's one that was in here earlier. It's okay though. I ain't worried about it. Thunder and lightning. Let's go back inside, man. I don't see how they can drive in it either, Bean.
I'll wait until about 25 people ask me about the count, and I'll be like, tornadoes. Yep, Peoria, not even in the morning down there.
I don't even know where the
Heavy rain
remote.
moving through Pekin and Peoria. No warnings down there. Looking good. Hopefully that stays the case as it moves towards Bloomington. You'll be in the weaker part of the line, and you'll be happy. But it looks like
Man, shut up, Bean, about that
the
raccoon, bro.
strongest part of the line is still just persisting up here through north central Illinois. So that's
It's
really
been
going
like
to
this all
impact
night long.
Chicago.
You've been sleeping all night long with
Also,
like that.
up into southeastern Wisconsin now. It's to the southeast of Branson in Taney County, south and east. Is not DeKalb in Illinois. You will be roasted alive for that. All right, here's our little look at the spin-up tornado possible here, just to east of Poplar. If there is one that develops, it
Hey,
will
let me
be
see your
off
phone.
in this direction, should be to the east of DeKalb.
I need to get in his live stream and let him know it's raining in here, out here.
Fort
Real
Smith,
bad.
you're almost done. Taney County good. You're in a tornado warning. Be in your safe spot. I'm looking right now in DeKalb County, Illinois, and north and eastern part of Lee County. So this includes NIU campus. There's Ryan's channel name, Ryan Hall, y'all. Whenever I'm done with the stream today, you guys will be automatically redirected today. So that's wall-to-wall coverage. Is Joliet everywhere in the Chicago burbs? We have yet to see. Looks like Joliet may stay out of the worst of it. I think the northern suburbs are really looking to get into the worst of this. But it's still going to be a little bit gnarly there. Southern Wisconsin, nope. If you're over here in Milwaukee to Racine, Kenosha, you're good. Or you're going to get in on it. If you're in Madison, you're good. If you're in Janesville, you're good. Guys, wherever this line of storms is right now, if you're to the west of it, you're fine. Already went through it. This is the end of the severe weather for people as this specific part passes through. All right. So that's what it's looking like for DeKalb in Illinois. Up down to Arkansas and southwestern Missouri. Still some pretty decent rotation approaching Harrison and Bellefonte along Highway 62.
Oh, I'm not even subscribed to his channel. Fuck, I can't.
In the rest of our severe weather, the one last round of it's moving through Fayetteville, Arkansas, in just a moment. Same will be true for Fort Smith, maybe 30 minutes down the line. One more severe thunderstorm, possibly in the area, and then you'll be done. We'll be done down here for the night.
The rest of our severe weather, the one last round.
Well, for the day.
Phase,
For
though,
severe
Arkansas,
weather, for hopefully for a week. That would be great.
Same
It's possible.
for Fort Smith, maybe 30 minutes down the line. One more severe thunderstorm,
The
possibly
outlook
in the
after
area.
the storm would be
Done.
absolutely fantastic.
Be done down here for the night.
All these storms are moving east to northeast.
Severe weather for hopefully for a week.
I got it. I'm not subscribed. I wasn't subscribed to his
Just,
channel.
to the east of this morning, it should move.
Damn, babe.
Should go off to your west and
How
north.
the hell did I get your hair on here?
The rotating part of the storm should be pretty
It's
far
a
away
long
from
ass
you there
hair.
in Marion County, but it does include the west.
I gotta be subscribed to him.
So
Andy Hill talking about being.
practice safe spot measurements that you take.
Should go off to your west and north.
Springfield, Missouri is good. Yep, just about to finish passing through the city there. Yep, spin up tornadoes can do damage, so can straight line damaging winds. Let's get into Taney County real quick here. So it kind of looks, I don't really see any type rotation with this at all. This definitely is dropping some golf ball size hail though. So as it moves into Taney, I think it's losing its tornado potential quite a bit here.
I don't really see any type rotation with this at all. This definitely is dropping some golf.
Branson, the storm's off to your east. Technically, you're still in a tornado warning, but it is off to your east now. I wouldn't go outside because there's still going to be plenty of lightning here. It's still a dangerous storm. Oh. Alright. So those are our storms down here. We hit southwestern Missouri. Once again, if you're just joining, everybody in St. Louis, all through the central Missouri area here, Rolla, and so forth, all along Interstate 44. This is not going to be a tornado threat for y'all when it passes through. So for everyone who doesn't get impacted by these cells back here, this line of storms will not be tornadic for all of these people, including St. Louis. No tornado threat as it moves through. Alright, back over here as this line of storms goes through Rochelle. It's done with Rochelle basically now. And storms in IU.
You know who Andy Hill is, right, Bean?
Anywhere to the east here and into Michigan and northwest Indiana and so forth, these are just hailstorms popping up ahead of the cold front here. Unsettled weather over there. That's not the main event. That'll be later today.
No, I got two more.
Yep, happy to help if you're waking up. Tired and getting snappy? No, not really. I feel less snappy now than I was earlier, actually. All good. Any chance for hail in St. Louis? A brief, I think a brief, perhaps. But it doesn't look like the line is super strong over there, so it might not be super impressive. Waco, heavy rains moving in along the Interstate 35 corridor down there. Yeah, all down here. So anywhere in Champaign or Bonnet, along Interstate 57, more of these hailstorms just popping up in front here. Small hail expected. This is kind of what happened on. This is kind of what happened yesterday morning, but it was over here in Iowa instead. So you're seeing it again. All these little hailstorms popping up in the morning because the atmosphere is super unsettled out here. Everybody is going to get impacted by this line of storms. You can see it real nicely here. Everybody's going to get impacted by this line of storms. You can see just how huge it is. This is what's going to be moving through west to east today. All the way down to Austin, Texas. This will be what's moving through. This is what's going to provide the severe weather for everybody in these risk areas here. Today's tornado threat. West to east with time. ever so slightly punchy. Probably because I repeated myself one too many times. There you go. Huge line of storms. Big old springtime severe weather storm. Pretty interesting there. Looks like a derecho. It's not quite one though. Not even close. Mountain home storms off to your west. There in Arkansas. Should be okay. Then the cold front will move through. These ones down here are less of a tornado threat as they approach your area. Yeah, no severe thunderstorm warnings down here in Texas at all. It's just going to be a bunch of heavy rain moving through. Okay. Storm's moving into DeKalb County, Illinois right now. Now we're closer to this radar site so we can start to see where the tornado threat is focused. There is one. Spin up tornadoes possible all along the northern part of this line from really from like Earlville and DeKalb to the north. So this is where we're really focusing right now as this enters the Chicago metro over the next 25 minutes, west to east. Should be out of your hair by, at least like 7:15, 7:30 for most everybody.
It's okay, Bean. Don't worry about it,
Over
bro.
the next hour, the stormiest hour for Chicago is coming. Stormiest hour is the next one. Start the timer now. Sirens just went off in DeKalb. It looks like all of the spin-up tornado threat is actually south of the city there, near Waterman. But these things are changing rapidly. So the initial circulation that prompted this warning up to DeKalb is a little bit, it is still down here. You can see there was another one near Scarborough that just sort of got absorbed there pretty quickly. North Carolina time frame. I don't know. Friday, Thursday night, something. This is Illinois that we're looking at right now. Strong storms quickly approaching from the west for Waukesha, Milwaukee. About to go over Oconomowoc. About 25 to 30 minutes out for the Lake Michigan coast here. Get close to the western Chicago suburbs. Looking about 15 to 20 minutes out. Victoria's fine. You guys are good actually. You're good for hopefully the next week, starting right now. Hopefully. But yeah, the moment that this cold front passes through your area, all along down south along this thing, the moment that this passes through your area, the hope is that we don't have severe weather for most of us for a week. That's something to look forward to. Northeast Arkansas is fine right now. It'll be there, around noontime or so.
Be safe, Karina.
That's the cold front, wind and rain. We don't know how they're going to be approaching Lake Michigan right now. They could ramp up in intensity towards Chicago. They could remain steady state. Maybe lose a little bit, but the atmosphere is supportive for a steady state right now, if not ramping up just a little bit with the first bits of sun out here. What's interesting, I think, is that none of these hailstorms over here are clouding up the sunrise over here in Chicago. You could have the sunrise go into this line of storms as it approaches from the west. That would be really interesting if that were possible to see there. But I think it's all clouded over. Might be a little bit of clear in parts of the Chicago metro. But I think it's all clouded over, so you might not be able to do that. Ryan Hall will cover the tornado risk for Indiana when he's on just a few hours from now. Look at all these hailstorms popping up down here. Looks like Champaign getting in on a little bit of hail fallout. Anyone in Champaign down here in Illinois? You get any? Are you getting any hail right now? Is it loud? Okay. Let's look at Arkansas while we wait for that.
Yeah, it's 100 and
These ones are just about doing the same thing, although the Taney County, Missouri.
there's 20,000 people
apart,
watching
which is
right
good.
now.
Yeah, this one is just completely falling apart. Not really any organized rotation in here. This tornado warning will definitely be allowed to expire soon, as it goes off to the north and east part of the county. It's definitely still going to pack a punch with hail. We have golf balls falling with this.
I'm glad you put that damn
This
What you
broadcast
call it
will
up there on the
automatically
porch,
be
baby?
direct to Ryan's broadcast if
That
he does
lawnmower.
decide to start it up, which I think he will. Harrison, it's already passed through. It's now to your east. You're in a tornado warning though, so it's good practice to be, take your shelter as best as possible. Fayetteville's getting in on the last storm of this week, I hope, for y'all. This week, I hope. Here we are in northwest Arkansas. Out to get in on the last one. Severe thunderstorm moving through, wind and hail. Gonna go to the roof.
Oh, we got you, Karina.
It'll be in the afternoon for central Kentucky. Be around noontime on the western Kentucky border. Maybe a little bit sooner than that. Maybe 11 a.m. over there, central Kentucky, about 2 p.m. Somewhere in those in that vicinity.
It said started 12 minutes ago. That's a damn lie.
We're getting a little old here. Just now joining, do you have any interesting morning time conversation? I've heard a lot of people talking about my, seeing the awards behind me. I'll show you guys what that looks like in a bit here. As soon as these tornado warnings are all allowed to expire, we can go over that. I think this one is probably going to persist here into northern Marion County. This is looking like the only one that's going to maintain a tornado warning. So we'll probably see the continuation of this northern Marion County into Arkansas here. Should go to the north of Yellville, the northwest part of the state. Fayetteville almost done. Fort Smith, one more strong storm moving in from the west. Might even miss the city. And then you'll be done.
What do you mean,
after
who
this one
lied?
moves
Ain't
through,
nobody
wind and
lied.
hail possible with it. You will be done. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate all this coming through. Sorry if I'm not able to look at everything. Harrison, looks like we don't have a confirmed tornado. So hopefully that was able to help you out there, but this warning might be extended to northern Marion County. Little Rock, 9 a.m. when the cold front moves through. There's several confluence lines coming up here, though. Bands of showers out ahead of the cold front, which is back in here.
Oh, it says he started his
These will
stream.
be super bad, but
He
there
said
is
he
a tornado
started his
watch out
stream
for all of
12
this
minutes
part
ago,
of,
Bean.
for Arkansas here.
All right, that's a
If
fucking
anything
lie. He
does
started his
develop
stream
and intensify
way longer than
to
12
the
minutes
max
ago.
over here, and you can expect that. I'm in Minneapolis. This is Arkansas right now. Ryan, I don't know when he's going to get here, but I still have 3.5 hours left on my stream. So by that point, we're good. West of Detroit, just a hailstorm right now. The main event is later today. I am not the Andrew Hill Weather Kid video. There's lots
A
of
new
people
tornado
about
warning
that.
has been issued.
Here's our extension into northern Marion County. That'll show up shortly here for this rotation. So north of Yellville. Good practice to be in your safe spot in Yellville, Arkansas, though. Yeah, it's a painting of foxes. Dent County, what state? TC drop in Harrison? I don't think so, but we can check from the Springfield radar because it is closer. What's a little more significant? Let's check. Nope. No CC drop with this yet, but this velocity is concerning. So that is the latest scan. This is data as of 2 minutes ago. So this approaching Zinc, Peel, Bull Shoals, and Oakland here, northern Marion County, toward the border of Missouri and northwest Arkansas. To be in your safe spots. Pretty significant rotation starting up here. Looks pretty legitimate. Down the line, that'll be Gainesville, Missouri, and Ozark County. We're thinking about y'all maybe up, maybe further east to West Plains in Howell County. So that's possible path for this storm to take as it goes off to the north and east here with a concerning signature. So we're watching this one pretty closely now. Everybody in Chicago is moving in from west to east over the next 20 minutes or so. Going to be wind, hail, and we'll look at spin up tornadoes as they approach to go back and forth. All right. Now watching this just in case something comes through here. Right now we don't see any evidence of a debris signature. But I hope everybody in Zinc, Arkansas is in their safe spot. About to approach you, this rotating part of the storm. Hopefully it's not producing a tornado. If you're joining now, we did have one significant tornado overnight. That was in southeastern Missouri. That part of the storms is now completely done with, though. That was about 3 hours ago, actually. It's wicked that 3 hours have passed since then. So, yeah, we did have one significant tornado. We're still dealing with plenty of tornado warnings in the early morning hours here. They probably called it a different thing. They probably called it a debris signature instead of a CC drop. Still looking more north. Yeah, I think the northern Chicago suburbs are going to get it a little bit worse than the southern ones. So Joliet maybe a little bit easier off than the northern suburbs. We'll look at it in just a bit. Battle Creek, a few hours from now. Some storms may be moving through. They're just going to be little hailstorms. You're concerned about things that pop up later today into the mid-morning hours. So you got some hours to go, my friend, in Michigan. This is northwestern Arkansas. Should be going to the west of Mountain Home. Aurora's going to see, everybody is going to see storms in Chicago. Everybody's going to see storms. It's not going to just not rain. Everybody will see it. Shortly. Yep, this went on all night. Cincinnati, afternoon hours. We're really focused on the tornado threat for later today for northwest Ohio.
Yeah, I know, Bean. That
Indiana,
fucking sucks what
and the mitten of Michigan.
he did to
southern
him.
Ontario. And that is
Brock's gonna pay for fucking what he did to Cody Rhodes.
To 2 p.m. from west to east. Look at the support brace. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for getting me through here. I've been on for 8 hours. 8 hours so far. Hailstorm alarm clock, yep. It's pretty effective, isn't it, as you're all joining right now. Been on 8 hours tonight. Not seeing any significant updates here, but please be in your safe spots in northern Marion County, Arkansas. Let's go back to Chicago. Quickly approaching. Some hail cores evident here It's just to the north and west of Caneville. Strongest part of the storm there. Looks like we got wind down here for the southern edge again. This is going to be the part that goes into Joliet. This will be the part up here that goes more towards areas north of Naperville. So I think the worst, right now what's shaping up to be the worst in Chicago is the area right around from Elgin to Bloomingdale. Elgin to Bloomingdale, north of Aurora, right in this area is probably going to get some of the worst part of the storm.
I know where all those places are at.
From west to east. It could go as far north as Inverness as well. This looks to be the most, the nastiest part of the storm at the moment, and maybe the part of the storm that doesn't pose a spin-up tornado threat, so a brief tornado threat. Champaign, you're looking at an hour or so from now. You got all these hailstorms moving through. The line is approaching from your west over here.
Yeah, I know. That's what
It's
it
about
was.
to impact,
I think it was set up that
It
way.
looks to have ramped up a little bit. We may see a severe thunderstorm warning issued over here from McLean County. Indianapolis around 11 a.m. to noon for y'all. Yeah, I forgot where. Yeah, you're on like the very far northern edge. I don't think much is happening down here in Terre Haute. Yeah, should be fine there in Indiana for now. Storms are about 2.5 to 3 hours out to your west. Southern Ontario, yes, tornado risk in the afternoon. Same for Detroit. All that area is looking at about early afternoon. Peak tornado threat. St. Louis is fine. Tornado threat there. Weakest part of the storm's moving through there. You're good. You're good. St. Louis will be just rainy and windy over the next hour. You looked over there. There's a gust front out in front of the storms there, so it's preventing anything from moving into there. It's an outflow mountain. So nothing tornadic over there. Still confident about that. I think for the Twin Cities, well, I'm up here, so unfortunately I'm not keeping track of my own weather, but it looks okay. Looks like nothing. That'd be Terre Haute and Indiana. Did I not just say that? 2.5 to 3 hours. Fort Smith, one more severe thunderstorm moving through, wind and hail, and then you're done. About 30 minutes out. South Bend, storminess along the area, but the cold front is to your west, just about 2 hours out. Chicago Metro, hopefully the tornadoes are weak if there are any. No strong tornadoes, no. No strong ones. Should just be weak spin-ups. The worst case scenario would be a spin-up that actually somehow is strong, but they're going to be rain-wrapped all in this line. You're not going to be able to tell. Again, primary area of concern into the Chicago Metro here is this area right here, north of Naperville. So this is Elgin, Bloomingdale, as this moves in. This is probably
I think his career is over with,
most
bud.
likely area for
I think he retired.
tornadoes that we could see along the line, like here near Kingville, possibly moving in, as well as the heaviest winds and any hail that falls. So it looks like it's shaping up right in this area of the northwestern Chicago suburb. Severe thunderstorm warning does extend to the north. We've been talking about Milwaukee. It's just about 5 to 10 minutes out for most of Milwaukee. Moving through Waukesha and approaching the Lake Michigan shore for Kenosha, Racine, and so forth in these areas. The severe thunderstorm warning up here is for wind and hail. West of the cold front, they're falling down into the 40s to 50s Fahrenheit. Once you're back west of the cold front, it's gonna be pretty.
Ed
chill
should have
compared
retired a
to
long
how
time
humid
ago.
It is out there right now. 79-mile-an-hour wind gusts came through here in Lee County. So yeah, again, the stormiest and strongest part of the winds here is moving through basically the central northern DuPage County into northern Cook County. This is where I'm most concerned with the strongest stuff going through Chicago over the next 15 minutes to about 45 minutes from west to east. Now let's go back to Arkansas real quick. First,
Shout out
let's
to
look
the
at,
4 people in the
Texas.
chat. Appreciate it.
Things to the south of Waco have really fallen apart. It's just a bunch of splotchy showers. Heaviest rain is going along Interstate 20 again. What a surprise. Oh boy. So a bunch of stronger storms in here. Wouldn't be surprised if severe thunderstorms out ahead of this. Perhaps staying to the north of Tyler, Texas. But just a bunch of heavy rain down here at the moment. So this is northeast Texas.
That's what we're getting. We're getting all that rain.
To Arkansas, you can see this storm.
Thundering and lightning.
Vanished. That was in the Taney County area. But this one down here, we still need to be watching northern Marion County in Arkansas. If we look at that from this radar, it's approaching the Peel, Arkansas area and Oakland. On the other side, it'll go near Gainesville, Missouri, Tecumseh, and possibly up towards West Plains. So West Plains should be on the lookout for this cell. It'll be to the west of Mountain Home. You're good over there. Cool. Flipping. That's a nice town name. All right. So let's see if this cell did anything. Right here for a second, it looked pretty gruesome. So we can check if this did produce a tornado. I don't think we had a tornado with this storm, though. Looking good here. Looking good here, but please be taking shelter. We avoided the worst over here. Happy to help you all. Thank you all for the support. I'm still awake. Yep, this is hour 9 now of my stream. Well, Shoals, please be taking shelter here. You're in this polygon from the National Weather Service. Right in here. This pink polygon is a tornado warning. So yeah, right now the rotation is weakening on this storm as it goes through toward Gainesville, Missouri into Ozark County. This may be continued. I'm not sure though. So if this tornado warning is not continued, it's because it's taking a weakening trend right now as it crosses the border. Detroit is fine right now. You guys are concerned about 12 to 1 p.m. and on for a couple hours. All right, so back to Chicago. Again, some hailstorms still popping up here towards Gary, Indiana, Michigan City. All these hailstorms down here. Tons of little pop-ups out ahead of this cold front here. All right, so close analysis now is needed as these storms enter the Chicago metro. We have really good radar data, so we can see really closely if there are any particular areas of concern as we go through the populated regions here. Branson's fine. You guys will get that strong storm in from the cold front in like the next hour or so. Austin, Texas is fine. All right, yeah. Let's look at Central Illinois real quick. I don't know if I have that open. Yeah, in St. Louis, if you're just joining us, the storms are entering the metro from the north and west. There is no tornado threat with these storms right now down here in St. Louis. You guys will be okay. It's just gonna be some heavy rain. No tornado threat over here in St. Louis. So we're gonna switch over to the Central Illinois radar here instead, so we know that. You're protected from an outflow boundary ahead of the storms. It prevents any rotation from really spinning up below the storm. You'll be okay. Okay, so Springfield, Illinois is about to get in on the storms here. No severe warning for this, so just heavy rain moving through. You guys are used to it. Same with Sherman. Same with Lincoln. Same with Bloomington, Illinois, all the way up here. Champaign is about an hour out from you, maybe 45 minutes. I wonder when Ryan's waking up. Yeah, Gainesville.
29 more minutes, okay.
You guys
Still drive safe, Tony.
So consider taking shelter out ahead of it, even though you don't have a tornado warning yet. It's a great thing to be practiced. It's a great and healthy thing to be practiced. Anyone in Michigan, you're just getting hailstorms right now. The threat begins west to east from, a few hours from now, so like 3 hours from now or so, into the afternoon from west to east. Detroit being about 1 to 2 p.m. Dayton, Ohio, 2 p.m., 1 p.m. Chicago over the next 15 to 30 minutes. Fort Wayne about 11 a.m. to noon. You're gonna be watching. You're going to want to be watching, and at that time, Ryan Hall will be streaming. Holy y'all! We're just not having conversation tonight. That's okay. As long as I'm able to help with storm anxiety, that's all right. I was hoping to have some conversation though. Indianapolis about 10 to 11 a.m. It's looking like for y'all. About 4 hours out. Intense lightning in Grand Rapids. Yeah, these hailstorms are no joke. It's going to go through. It's going to hail. So one little bit of severe weather this morning, but that's not your tornado threat. St. Louis going to be a long morning. Thankfully, no tornado threat there, though. As far as I can tell, it looks removed for now. I'm not expecting any warnings down there. All right, let's go back to Chicago radar. Watching this as it comes in very closely here. So Aurora's under the gun in the next couple minutes, as is Elgin. Oh my goodness, what the heck? What's going on with the chat? Why you guys just start up so fast? Moving into Milwaukee now, and Kenosha and Racine in the next 10 minutes or so. 15 to 30 minutes across Chicago Metro. Still going good. Severe thunderstorm on the East Oklahoma-West Arkansas border. Doesn't look like it's rotating right now. Once it's through Fort Smith, you guys are done for the night, or for the day. Done for the day. Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, you guys will be with Ryan later today. No tornado threat right now. No tornado threat right now. It's later today after the next few hours pass. Michelle, you're good. Roselle, I don't know where that is. If it's in the Chicago Metro, we're watching you over the next 20 minutes or so. Oh boy. Oh boy, so many people. Dude, I was just in Arkansas like a minute before. Yep, we're doing good conversation, kind of. Kind of education that I have to do to be a meteorologist. The entire curriculum through undergraduate. So tons of physics, tons of math, tons of all of that. Storm chase is next month. Favorite cruciferous vegetable? Not very many, I can tell you that. Memphis is looking at about noontime to afternoon. It's not going to be too bad over there. Promise you that. Might look the part, but it's not going to be too bad. Jim Cantori's getting involved? Oh no. Yeah, suddenly it's just blown up. We were at a good pace earlier. but now it's a good clip. I don't know how I can keep up with that. Yeah, right now all these storms over here that you see in southwestern Michigan, all the way through northwestern Indiana right now, these are not tornadic. It's a bunch of hailstorms out ahead of the thing that may pose a tornado chance. But as these develop over the next couple hours, they will start to become possibly tornadic. So we'll be watching these. They're in place, but right now they're posing a wind and hail threat for southwest Michigan. Yeah, that mesoscale discussion is for this storm in Arkansas. We've been watching it. It's starting to peter out very quickly here. Still rotating though, as you can see, as the patch approaches Gainesville and Ozark County in Missouri, so the warning may be extended into Ozark County. It's probably going to be very shortly here, but the hope is that this is petering out. I'll show you why they issued that mesoscale discussion. It was right here. This looks a lot worse in the dark blues and reds, but since then as it has petered out quite a bit here, so hopefully it's losing its steam and it's about to be done for. There you go. That's south central Missouri now. The same storm though is going to approach Gainesville and also West Plains in southern Missouri, so we'll be watching out for that just in case it keeps going. But that next scan, boom, it's gone. Boom, it's gone. This is what you want to see. So hopefully that stays the case and it's done for here. Yeah, I'm all right in speech. This is hour 9 of my stream throughout the entire morning. So if I can speak like this after I've been awake all morning, I can see the sunrise right now here in Minneapolis. You know, then I think all is well. Great, so let's go back to Chicago. Now that we hope that this storm is done for, there may still be that warning coming through, just in case, into Ozark County, but hopefully it's done for. Now let's go back to Chicago. This is just about to get overhead Elgin, where I think that hail might be falling. So we could see some very heavy rain in Elgin here in Chicago, the Chicago burbs. So now it's moving through. The rest of this, except for this part right here north of Naperville, that may be carrying some damaging winds through this blue arrow here, I think is going to be a little more removed. We're about to see those severe thunderstorm warnings probably issued for Cook County, DuPage County, a lot of these areas down here. So it's really looking like the northern half of the metro to downtown and all the way through, Kenosha up towards Milwaukee. That's going to be where the worst of this storm goes through. Looking for spin-up tornadoes. I don't see any, except maybe up here near Carpentersville, but got to keep a close eye on this. The one area of concern may be right up here near West Dundee. This would head up towards to Lake Zurich and Vernon Hills here. But for the rest of y'all, it looks like it's just going to be windy, a little bit of hail in Elgin. Strongest part of the storm just about in those areas. No, I did my meteorology degree at UNC Asheville. UNC Asheville in North Carolina. They're moving fast there in southeast Wisconsin. About to get nasty just for a little bit. Just waiting and seeing if anything specific coming through here. And I think this is rapidly developing right around the Carpentersville area. So we'll see if this becomes a spin-up tornado at all. But this is really the only area of the line that I'm pretty concerned with in terms of anything tornadic as this moves through Chicago from west to east. It's moving pretty fast. There's your severe thunderstorm warning for the northern edge of the line. It's moving at 55 mile an hour east. Fort Smith finally getting in on that storm. This is your last storm today. There it is moving through. Wind and hail right there. About it. Bentonville, Arkansas, you're good. Benton, Arkansas, I don't know where that is. Fortunately. We may see our last tornado warning about to expire here as the storm exits Marion County. So we're about to be tornado warning-less unless we see that Chicago one ramp up just a bit here. So Fort Smith, you're almost done, and then you're going to be done for hopefully for like a week. Thank you, LM, for the support from Stockholm. I appreciate everybody watching who isn't in the risk areas today. Y'all are just as much appreciated. It helps mitigate when the chat is blowing up. Favorite fruit? I really like cantaloupe, but my favorite fruit is plum. I love plums. Milk sandwich. I might. Milwaukee, heavy rain moving through right now. A little bit nasty conditions. It'll be done soon. Naperville, same idea. All of Chicago Metro is where we're focusing. Just a quick detour down to Fort Smith, just to make sure everybody's okay there. Nothing impressive about this. Just the severe thunderstorm warning in red for wind and hail. Cat police, okay. There's our cat friend right there. Just for a second. Don't mind his kitty. He's hanging out with me tonight. Yeah, I like plums. Are we about to see no tornado warnings, or are we going to? Are we gonna get screwed over here? Are we gonna get screwed over here? Back to Chicago, just to make sure. This area near Carpentersville didn't really come together too well, so hopefully nothing going on here. It does really look like the southern half of the metro, though, is avoiding those worst impacts. As I said, it looks like down here it's just going to be gusty winds moving through with heavy rains for Joliet, Lockport, anywhere down here in the South Metro. He's a mixed breed, but he's a tabby. Yeah, Fort Smith, you're almost done. Milwaukee, you're almost done as well. Just a couple rounds of heavy rain moving through downtown. Same deal with Kenosha and Racine here. One more nasty little storm. And then once this is through, we should enter a nice period of weather for all of these folks. You just have to be looking out for those out ahead of the line as we deal with the tornado threat in these areas later today. So while we deal with a tornado threat, that will go through the early afternoon as we go west to east here into southern Ontario. But once everybody is done dealing with that, we're going to enter a nice period of weather for most people. St. Louis is fine. Just heavy rain moving through. No tornado threat down there. New data. Still not seeing anything too particularly tight. Hope you're all doing well this morning. Yeah, good to see you all. Favorite parts? It's tough. I'm still figuring out. What like is my favorite part about doing this. It's still this part of doing all this is still pretty new to me. Kane County, it's about to be done there. It's almost through, and then you'll be done. Are we gonna get a break? Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully we're all in that week-long break. Texas is fine. Not even a severe threat down there right now, but there is a tornado watch that extends into the northeast part of the state. So as we go into the morning hours, it might ramp up a little bit down there. Strongest storms are along I-20 east of Dallas. Are staying up? No. No tornado warnings. All have been allowed to expire. Can we keep it that way? All have been allowed to expire. Let's go. Midas Kitty. That's the name of the cat. Little Midas. Touch of gold. My favorite part is being asked the same city every 2 minutes. Yeah. Everybody comes in at different times, though. That's why they asked. It's because they just got here. Everybody's waking up. Fair hope. Maybe in the next couple of hours or so, it's going to reach you. An hour sooner for Champaign-Urbana. You know, the good thing is that I don't have to do this again in a week from now, for like the next week. I'm pretty sure. I'm hopeful. This might be, you know, some of the... It's going to be a while before you see me again, I think, on this stream. So I think that's good news. But eventually the pattern will flip and we'll see another big-time storm move through. But I think through at least, hopefully through like April 14th or so, we should stay fine for a while. Enjoy some springtime weather. Maumelle, you're okay. Little Rock, 8 to 9 a.m. Storms moving through, wind and rain. That's what's going to happen. Mountain Home, storms to the west of you right now. 7 to 8 a.m. probably. Well, that's 7 a.m. right now, so maybe over the next hour, hour and a half, it might reach you. Gonna be wind and rain. For almost everybody along the cold front, which stretches from Lake Michigan right now all the way down to Texas. It's going to be wind and rain. But later today, over the next few hours, that tornado threat really starts to increase, especially over these areas. There you go. I gave you an area in this blue circle, and I gave you a time after the next few hours. Cook County, severe thunderstorm warning. Fort Wayne timing 11 a.m. to noon. Yep, storms are around the Schaumburg area. Just a couple of them moving through. Aurora's in the worst of it at the moment. Elgin getting out of it now. West to east here. I think this northern part of the metro is really where the most of the severe thunderstorm is going to be felt. Down here, it's just going to be a lot more heavy rain. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings for the entire rest of the state of Illinois, by the way. It's literally just here in Lake County and, yeah, and northern Cook County. That's it. Yeah, Saginaw will need to be on the lookout there in the Tri-City area. Will be later. Ryan will be covering everybody in Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio. Okay, everybody there in Kentucky, Memphis, Tennessee, Eastern Arkansas. Ryan is going to be on for those people. He will be online if he decides to stream. He might not even decide to stream, but I think he will. It's a pretty widespread 10% hatch tornado risk from the Storm Prediction Center, so he's probably gonna stream this because this is the area of concern for today. In case you're curious, so everybody in this 10% hatched area, which is in the yellow, this extends all the way out to right about Toronto in southern Ontario. This is the area we're watching for tornadoes today. So Saginaw and the Bay City, this Tri-City area up here, a little bit removed from it. You can see the storms are back in here right now. Moving to the east, Champaign-Urbana, when this might start ramping up just a little bit. But keep in mind that a yellow being a 10% risk, there is a 90% chance that you will not see anything within 25 miles of your point anywhere on this map in the yellow. There's a 90% chance you won't. That's pretty good odds. It's pretty good odds. But the reason we cover events like this is because there's at least an elevated threat that you do see something, and we can't discount that. Yeah, if you're in Toledo, right in the middle of the threat, it'll be there at, you know, the early afternoon hours. I'm going to go storm chasing next month, actually. Saginaw. Saginaw. Saginaw? Oh, Saginaw, okay. No, I said Saginaw, so it's Saginaw. Nope, now you got me confused. Pretty sure I said Saginaw before, and now you're saying that's wrong. we're back to the pronunciation. In Milwaukee, get hail. If you're not seeing hail right now in Milwaukee, it's gonna be a little tough. You might get some key-size hail, but maybe not. Guys, like I said, anyone in this 10% edge risk from like here in east, Ryan will be covering for you if he decides to go live, which he probably will, because there's like 25 million people in this enhanced risk for tornadoes in the yellow. Saginaw, got it. Why'd they say Sag? They're trying to sabotage me. They were trying to sabotage me. Pittsburgh, pretty low chance into the evening hours. Yeah, no more tornado warnings. I've had lots of people ask me about these trophies back here, so I picked one up so that you guys could see it. I'm gonna have to reverse the camera here just to show you. So hopefully I can do that. I have to find myself here. I have to reverse the camera here. Then I can show you what it looks like. This is for Weather Challenge forecasting. So if you don't trust me now, oh, great. Can I do this even? This might mess everything up. If you don't trust me now, I work a lot in forecasting. Forecasting excellence is what I do. I've done this for quite a bit. So if I flip this, now you can read this trophy here. Here we go. This is my first place overall for the year in freshman and sophomore year of undergraduate studies. Meaning that essentially means in the Weather Challenge that I did better than 250 other freshman and sophomore meteorology students for the entire year of forecasting for like 12 different cities. A vigorous competition. So I have like 12 of those trophies in the background there. A lot of my hard forecasting work goes into stuff like this. It's all about the experience. It's all about the experience. So a lot of people ask me about those in the videos. So if you're here and you asked me about that before, yeah, there you go. I'm a nerd in the cool way. Yeah, that's what's taking up the background there for everybody who asks about those. And no, the Andrew Mill Weather Kid video is not me. It's not me. And I met Ryan when I applied to be a YouTube moderator. And I just gave him like my background as a meteorologist because I wanted to fit in with his team. I applied in December 2021. I just wanted to fit in with the team that I assumed there was like 12 meteorologists behind the scenes and so forth. And then he was like, no, can you do all this? And I was like, oh, okay. And then I did it. And now I'm doing it here. So I just gave him my background. He's like, oh, actually, you would be better off doing all of this instead of being a YouTube moderator. Except I also am a YouTube moderator on top of that. You start getting some light to moderate rain there in Indianapolis. Yeah, it's interesting. That same interesting fact, that same storm system down here, or this rainfall that's occurring in Indianapolis, this complex is what produced our significant tornado 3.5 hours ago in southeastern Missouri. So now it's all petered out. It's just a bunch of rain falling in an area. just moderate rain, but back there, it actually produced a significant tornado. So kind of interesting to think about the history of this, the immediate history of the storms. Is it my full-time job now? Yeah, this takes a while. I mean, you could say it's my full-time job because I've been awake since 10:30 p.m. to 7:10 a.m. here streaming this. Hey, nerds are a good connotation. I'm happy to be a nerd. Thank you for the support, Linda. Yeah, my dynamic with chat's a little strenuous. Definitely comes with the moderation. Frank knows that. Frank knows. Good morning, Frank, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Let's play back this loop so you guys have something to look at as we're watching this move through. And I really don't think it's going to be all that severe for Chicago, so just tell me how it is. Just tell me how it is out there.
Hey, Mystic Lady.
Only the northern metro.
Sorry, guys, man. I fucking froze chat on my laptop.
I don't know if there's even any hail. I think there's hail in Elgin, but just about everybody else looks to be fine as it moves through Chicago right now. Did I eat? I'm still doing well in terms of food. I ate a huge meal before the stream, so I'm all good. Thank you guys for looking out for me too. Yeah, absolutely happy to help. We gotta.
Yeah, I'm still live, bro. Michael, I have to catch up with the chat because my fucking tablet froze.
If he wants me to continue it, although really, Ryan, you're gonna have.
Yes, keep safe, everybody. Tony Barrett, you're back. Good morning.
For all of these states over here, we have no trouble with that. So I don't need to send you all my viewers. I think, but the hope.
I was on and off all night, Tony.
But yeah, it's definitely starting.
All right, Karina. My fucking tablet froze, so now I gotta hold it like this.
Heavy rain on northern side of Lake County. Yeah, that's about what everybody's gonna be getting there. Nothing too bad really in Chicago. Normal springtime thunderstorm, it seems like.
I think what happened was.
Yeah, happy to help. This is good conversation. I just had to switch the momentum here. But now that we have no tornado warnings, I can do it. Just took me a bit. All the storms blowing up in western Michigan right now are mostly containing small hail in them. They're not going to be severe for an hour or two. And the tornado threat will be a couple hours after that. So again, we'll be watching that into the mid-morning to the afternoon. Yeah, happy to help you all. Thank you. Cast form, interesting. I am a little bit tired, but I'm making it through. You guys are keeping me going right now. You're keeping me going.
Fuck, man. I might have to restart my computer.
Animal wolf. If you're in Rolla, Missouri, no, you're good. There's no tornado threat down there.
Why isn't that showing me live
boundary
anymore?
out ahead of the storms. It's preventing any surface rotation. You got that. There's even a hailstorm going over Lake Ontario right now. All sorts of unsettled weather going through here.
There it goes.
We're going to see that.
All right, Karina.
This focused area in yellow for tornado.
Hello, Mystic Lady.
It's really that late morning to early afternoon. I think that's really what we're looking at. Yeah, Gary, Indiana, about to get in on more hailstorms, guys. There's no super severe risk with that over there. Thankfully, right now. In Missouri, also no tornadic potential down in there.
There it goes. Jesus
like
Christ.
Wind and rain right now. Favorite breakfast dish? It's flips and flops, but IHOP used to have these sweet cream and cheese.
There you go.
Like whatever the crepes. It's the sweet cream cheese crepes they had, and then they got rid of them, and now I don't go to IHOP. So IHOP, if you're listening, sweet cream cheese crepes, bring those back. You're killing me here.
I'm back, y'all, man. I had to freaking
all right.
do something.
But
Shout out to the 5 in the chat. Appreciate y'all, man.
West Virginia. Wednesday night. Wednesday evening. Midas is 12 years old. He gets hyper sometimes. Think Erie will break apart the storms to Buffalo? Maybe. I think hail will persist over the lake for sure, though, because you can get hail into elevated storms. Yep, now I don't go to IHOP. Ain't okay today? No, you guys are you're kind of in that elevated tornado risk. That'll be for later this afternoon. Thank you for the support, Erica. Thanks for all the contributions, y'all. You're really making this mid shift, round out nicely. So really, really appreciate it. We did. If you're just joining, I've been on from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. So we're 9 hours in here.
Yeah, that's really weird for sure.
If you're in Lake County, it's gonna be windy there. It's moving through right now. So if you're in Kenosha,
Yeah, see you later, Tony.
Yeah, it is. I've been looking.
I met Karina.
Too much.
Not you, Tony. I met
just
Karina.
didn't see really anything popping up there. It looks like it's also starting to peter out just a bit because we got that local surface inversion where Lake Michigan is right along the shoreline. Yeah, I hope I can get some rest today too. I'm 25. Evansville later on in the afternoon. Yeah, and I have not been staring at this. We've been staring at storms. If you're just joining, we did have one significant tornado overnight impact some areas of southeastern Missouri.
Yeah, I know, Tony. My bad. I met Karina. Karina.
We've had some roads, or not roads. We've had some reports coming through of people injured. So that was a significant event.
Man, we got all the damn rain and shit, Tony.
Happy to help Brandy.
It was freaking damn thundering and lightning and rain.
Wow. Ryan is refusing to join. Quincy, okay? Yeah, Quincy, you are through. The hope is that we don't have severe weather over there for next week. Wouldn't that be great? It's possible. But we'll have to see on each day whether something materializes or not. Arkansas clear. It's moving through Little Rock about 8 to 9 a.m. Wind and rain. Memphis and Jonesboro, probably noon, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for those areas. Wind and rain. Libra is my sign.
Oh, he's a Libra.
Will be covered later today. But it's going to be an afternoon time for Kentucky. Afternoon. Right now, yeah, we're just watching the storms go through. There's almost no severe thunderstorm warnings for most of the areas along the squall line through Illinois. It's really looking like it's just blowing through. Now we see those severe thunderstorm warnings kind of starting up near the Great or the South Bend area in Indiana. So that's for hail at the moment. JT, hope you're doing well. Jennifer, hope you're doing well. Oh boy, the chat's blowing up again. Yep, getting my vocal stamina going. My voice is totally fine too, guys. I only went through 3/4 of bottle of water so far in 10 hours. 9 hours. I don't know how I do it either, so don't ask me. I don't know how I do it either.
Shout out to the 5 people in the chat.
Appreciate it. Bad wind and rain, yep. Here to help. And we're just talking it out right now. But I think that's the best thing I can do for y'all. I was really concerned about the spin-up tornadoes as we got into Chicago, but that's really lowered. It's really lowered in threat, it seems. Hail, no wind for Kenosha. Out of the southeastern Wisconsin. Almost everybody in Wisconsin is done with the severe threat. It's about to be done. Just got to pass over Lake Michigan, really. Hydrate, I'm more than fine. Heartthrob weather guy, interesting. I've heard it all now, I guess. Blue watch box. A blue watch box, if you're seeing it on the Storm Prediction Center site, that's a severe thunderstorm watch. Texas, you guys are okay. Right now, you guys are fine. There is a warning that comes through. We're going to cover it, but It's just heavy rain moving along I-20 right now. Maybe some hail. You guys are okay down there. Our severe thunderstorm warnings just moved through Fort Smith. Anyone in Fort Smith can tell you about that. It was pretty gnarly just for a second, for a few minutes. All of these storms, though, that are look at this area over here. All these storms that were in our tornado watch have kind of just fallen apart out ahead of the line here. So they've all lost support. Now all of our forcing down here is just all along the cold front. Out in front of it is really just falling apart. So it's going to be storms with the cold front down there, which means wind and rain. You haven't been able to find it. It's Carly Anna WX. She's doing good. Definitely, I already shouted her out last stream. No tornado warnings active right now. We haven't had a tornado warning in the last 20 minutes, I think. 30 minutes maybe. We've been looking good. Yep, we just got a hailstorm move through Lansing. It's out of your hair now, but that's not the main risk. That'll be later today. Thank you guys all for subbing too. We're almost to 125K. Did good work today so far. We're going to continue this coverage with Ryan's channel as soon as the tornado threat starts increasing through the day. How's Illinois? Looking okay. The moment that this part of the storm passes through the northern Chicago burbs and ends up in Lake Michigan, there's not going to be a single severe thunderstorm warning in Chicago. St. Louis also looking great. No tornado threat down there. No tornado threat. Everything's looking all good, but it's gonna get pretty nasty out in terms of what we have to track in a few hours from now. I think it's gonna start up again. All right. Locations. As a scale discussion for Indiana, let me see. Definitely want to read this. All right, I'm gonna pull it up. Like I said, we're probably going to see these watches starting up soon. Yeah, okay. So new tornado watches are being considered. New tornado watches are being considered for Indiana into the mitten. So this is going to be the tornado watch up here that will last through much of the day. So this is probably where we're going to see that watch issued into Northwest Ohio. Big old tornado watch coming in. And I think that we're really going to see it with these storms you see right here. They're all in clusters over here they've developed. They're going to continue to intensify as they move into the circle. Right now, though, we're a couple hours out from most of the tornadic threat starting up, but I think we don't have too long. You could start seeing them in these areas. So we'll take a closer look in just a bit here, but for now, let's keep chatting, all right? Keep chatting. I don't know if Chris Hall found a windshield. Yep, this is many people's areas. That's why y'all are here. If you're here already, you're paying attention, you're doing amazing. Because you're doing the thing where you're already looking out for your area, no matter how many times you ask about it, you're still here and you're watching what's happening. So if there's nothing going on right now that I'm talking about in particular, like I'll talk about the hail that's maybe moving towards South Bend, Indiana shortly. Then, really, we're just looking good for now. That will change over the next couple hours. So while we're here and while we can, we could get some good conversation in. Yep, we'll probably see this tornado watch issued soon. Central Texas is fine. Southeast Missouri is all right. We'll get those cold front storms moving in over the next few hours. Wind and rain. Wind and rain. Yeah, into southern Ontario. Again, just extend this this area east of this 10% patch. This is our tornado threat for the remainder of today as we go through the afternoon. Really, this area is just to about 2 to 3 p.m. So if you're not in this area, I think that you might not even be the focus today, probably at all. Unless we get some rogue warnings down in the southern extent of this into Kentucky somewhere. But if that doesn't happen, we're probably not going to talk about Kentucky like at all. Just so you know ahead of time. Yeah, this big blob down here is just moderate rain. Moving into Indianapolis, there's nothing down here. Yeah, so if you're like, we might not be talking about these areas down here like at all. If there's a lot going on up here. Flint, there might be hail approaching to the west. You might see lightning in the distance. Other than that, you're okay. You're okay until the main severe threat moves in over the next few hours. Yeah, pulling up as best I can. Yeah, absolutely. Covering southern Ontario is a priority today too. Whenever Ryan is going through with this, I read that person's name in chat. My first experience with weather that made me fall in love with it, it was really the old Dish Network. Dish Network used to have just a default weather channel that they had. And I just really liked looking at their forecast for Alaska because they had some really funny symbols for when it was just heavy ice and snow and negative 30 degrees. And I could just never get enough of that when I was like 4 years old. So I kept looking at it. And I started with the Weather Channel. Why? Why wouldn't we be talking about these areas? Because the threat is very low. And quite possibly we'll only see like 1 or 2 warnings come through, if at all. But if there is something active down there, Ryan will be focusing on it later today. So we're not done yet. No, I don't live in Alaska. I just was looking at forecasts over there. I lived in Southern California where there's no weather. There's no weather. You're going through Michigan, you guys, again, are going to see the severe threat developing over the next couple hours and then lasting through the afternoon from west to east. Those alerts will come through for you. Just have your plan in place now. So you're asking a super important question about you and your neighbor. I have a plan in place now. That's good practice. It's a healthy practice to be talking and communicating with them if you're in Michigan. Arkansas, wind and rain over the next couple hours into Little Rock, Memphis area, northeast into Jonesboro, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Wind and rain. Texas is fine for now. Wind and rain. There are no warnings down there. No warnings down there at all. No severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings. Sorry if I missed your super chats. There's just a lot of people asking about locations that are, you know. Thank you, Adam. Glad to assist. Thank you, Bentley. Thank you, Stan. How do I do it for 9 hours straight? How do I do it for 12 hours? Thank you guys all for the support. Terre Haute, about 9 a.m. 9 a.m. or so, because you guys are in that 10% patch down there. Tyler, Texas, again, no warnings down there right now. just looking at the flash flooding risk, I think. Flash flooding into the mid-south and the deep south is really what we're concerned with down there. Yeah, absolutely. How many hours do I have left? I only have 3 hours left. Hopefully I don't have to fill all 3 of them.